1 to 50. Chapter 1 Murdered over a steamed bun. This chapter is updated by ABHI. Lin Xiaowen's mind felt groggy and heavy. She could smell a salty and fishy scent distinctive to the beach, while the sound of waves beating on the shore faintly traveled to her ears. This must be a dream. It must be. Her hometown was located in the inner regions. She had only seen the sea once in her life when she visited her sister, who studied in a university located beside the sea. Why would she be able to hear the sound of waves now? Lin Xiaowen tried her best to open her eyes, but she was unable to break away from the clinging darkness. It felt like a nightmare. Her mind was sober, but she couldn't wake up. Second sister, second sister. Wah, second sister, you can't die. Shish2 isn't hungry anymore, Shish2 doesn't want to eat steamed buns anymore. Second sister, please wake up. Lin Xiaowen felt a light weight beside herself, shaking her arm desperately. Second sister, that wasn't right. She was the eldest child in her family. Her parents had died when she was in middle school. As the eldest sister, she dropped out of school to work and raise her younger siblings all by herself. She has been called eldest sister for over 20 years. Why was she suddenly being called second sister? He must have made a mistake. So wicked. The child had just wanted to pick up a steamed bun to eat, yet that woman had beat her as if she wanted to kill her. Xiao Xiao has always been a child with a weak constitution. Can she still survive after having her head smashed in? Look at how much blood there is. Is she still alive? Moreover, it was the child's aunt who did it. A steamed bun doesn't even cost much money. She hit her so hard the child's head slammed against the ship. I've never seen such a cruel person. Xiao Xiao's father is the most famous fisherman around this area. He's also a good hunter. If it wasn't for him, old Yu's family wouldn't have been able to build that new 5-room house and ship. Why couldn't she just let the child eat a steamed bun? The child doesn't seem to be doing that well. Quick, call her mother over. If this drags on, she might not even be able to see her child's last moments. Li Guiwa really has a sharp tongue and cruel heart. She was so vicious even to her own niece. We should keep our distance from her. Otherwise, she might backstab us if we accidentally offend her in the future. Lin Xiaowen's ears buzzed with the voices of strangers. Her senses were gradually returning. She felt herself lying on soft sands and her forehead was aching with pain. She seemed to be surrounded by a large crowd. This is such a strange dream. When can she wake up? What nonsense are you talking about? If you don't know what happened, then don't speak blindly. That darned girl stole a steamed bun that I brought back from my maiden home. I just scolded her a little and lightly pushed her a couple of times. Who could have thought that she would bump into that ship? Didn't you see me tell my son, Haitzi, to call for a doctor? She snorted. So much money is needed to take care of her fragile body, but she was born in a poor family. She's always sick, just like her mother. What an utter waste of food. The woman spoke with a sharp voice, which sounded like a broken gong. Second sister didn't steal the steamed bun. Brother Haitzi dropped it on the ground and didn't want it since it was dirty. Second sister picked it up because I was hungry. Second sister isn't a thief. It was a young child's voice. He was obviously sobbing, but his voice still sounded abnormally clear. You little brat, you've already learned how to lie at such a young age. Your brother Haitzi clearly said your second sister stole it, yet you still won't admit it. I just gently pushed her. Maybe she purposely bumped her head on that ship. She might just be using her injury to escape punishment. A sense of guilt emerged within that woman's bitter tone. Dashan's wife, your words are unfair. The child has a huge bloody hole in her head and it seems like she's about to stop breathing. You're still trying to accuse the child of using her injury to avoid punishment. She was still just a little girl, so how would she be able to think of such a trick? The speaker's voice sounded old, but it was full of energy and hidden rage. That's right, that's right. That woman is seriously vile. She battered the child so harshly because of a piece of bun. Moreover, they're relatives. Lin Xiaowen wanted to open her eyes and see how impressive that vicious woman was. However, her eyelids felt extremely heavy. She couldn't open her eyes no matter how hard she tried. Cower. It was a tired voice that also sounded anxious and pained. Lin Xiaowen felt her body being lifted by a pair of thin and weak arms. Several drops of warm tears fell on her face. Such a warm embrace. The feeling of having a mother, how long has it been? Since her mother passed away from a car accident when she was 14, she had never felt such a warm and secure feeling. Even though she had gritted her teeth and learned to be strong in life, Lin Xiaowen still felt the urge to cry. Younger sister, she's bleeding a lot. Mother, it's not the time to be crying. Quickly call for a doctor. This was a young girl's voice. She sounded to be at most 10 years old, but, who's she calling? Younger sister. She wouldn't be calling me, right? A bad feeling suddenly emerged within Lin Xiaowen's heart. What kind of dream is this? Why is it starting to feel even more real? Ow, her forehead really hurts and the feeling of being embraced, this definitely wasn't a dream. However, she had clearly lived as Lin Xiaowen for 29 years. Why did she suddenly turn into cower? Move away, quickly move. Dr. Yu is here. Dr. Yu, please save cower. Please save my daughter. The woman, who was holding her, didn't know what to do besides crying. At this time, she finally raised her head and pleaded with the doctor while trembling. Her voice was weak and helpless. Set the child down. Let me stop her bleeding first. Lin Xiaowen felt a pair of hands gently wiping the blood on her forehead. When her wound was being cleaned, she felt a sharp pain that made her body shake violently. She opened her eyes slightly, but the piercing light made her shut her eyes again. She's awake, she's awake. Xiao Sao is awake, someone in the crowd exclaimed. Dr. Yu gently helped the young girl bandage her wound, while saying, it's good that she's awake. However, her body has always been weak and she had bled so much just now. She needs to properly rest for some time. Be sure to give her some nutritious foods to help her recover. Lin Xiaowen slightly opened her eyes and slowly got used to the brightness. She was stunned when she finally saw her surroundings. Why was she surrounded by a group of people wearing ancient period clothing? She thought back to the voices she had heard earlier. Did she get caught up in a ridiculous transmigration plot? Cower, you're awake. Does your head hurt? Tell mother, do you still feel uncomfortable anywhere? Lin Xiaowen turned her head towards the voice and stared into a gaze full of concern and pain. This her mother. Isn't she too young? She didn't look that much older than herself. Younger sister, who beat you up like that? I'll go scold them for you. This thin little girl, who seems to be less than 10 years old, was her older sister. Lin Xiaowen widened her eyes, then lowered her head to look at herself. She saw a pair of tiny hands and a small body. She smiled bitterly in her heart. Did the heavens take pity on the difficult life she had previously and granted her a chance to regain her childhood? However, why didn't the heavens give her a better family? The whole family were dressed in rags and their faces were wan and haggard. They were so poor that they would even pick up a steamed bun that someone else had thrown away. Doesn't that seem too miserable? Lin Xiaowen gradually recovered from the shock of being transmigrated. Since she had already came, she's just going to go with the flow. Her younger siblings from her previous life had already gotten jobs and formed their own families. It was probably a good time for her to step back and rest. However, she did wonder if her siblings would be sad about her suddenly passing away. For a moment, Lin Xiaowen fell into a trance. She thought back to when she was 15. She had just entered the second year of middle school that year. Her parents had left early in the morning to sell vegetables like usual, but they had gotten in a car accident on the way and passed away. Her uncles hastily took care of her parents' funeral before leaving in a hurry, as if they were scared that the 3 orphan children would cling on to them. As the eldest sister, she had dropped out of school ever since she was young. She took the heavy responsibility of raising her siblings on her slender shoulders. That year, her sister was 12, while her brother had just turned 10. Over the next 14 years, she not only took care of their family's 3 acres of farmland, but also worked various jobs for the sake of her younger siblings' school fees. She was afraid that she wouldn't be hired because of her age, so she would lie by saying that she was 17 and that she just looked young. She had sold vegetables, helped others sell fruits, and worked as a waiter. She had also worked in a factory. Later on, the lady boss of a braised food store had helped her after she noticed that she was able to endure hardships and was honest and kind. The lady boss also pitied her due to her circumstances. Thus, she hired her to help out in her store. The braised food store provided good benefits. Accommodation and meals were provided, and the wage was higher than other stores. The lady boss had also taught her the secret recipes for her braised foods without any reservation. Later on, when the lady boss decided to return to her hometown, she sold the braised food store, which was well known and doing rather well, to her at a low price. With this small braised food store, she was able to earn enough money to support her younger siblings through middle school and high school. Her younger sister was an intelligent child and her heart ached for her sister who had to wake up while it was still dark to work in order to send her to school. After graduating high school, her younger sister skipped the national college entrance examination without telling her and secretly followed the other girls from the village to find work in the south. Lin Xiaowen had cried her heart out for this matter when she found out. She hated herself for being useless and hindering her sister's future. Even if it wasn't a famous university, her sister should have been able to enter a decent university with her grades. Her younger brother had always ranked at the top of his class since he was young. He had even skipped a grade in both elementary school and middle school. When he was 15 and still a sophomore in high school, he had pestered his homeroom teacher to help him register for the national college entrance examination. On his career form, he only filled in Military Academy as his first admission choice and left all the other slots blank. There were no tuition fees for the military academy and they also gave a standard allowance. Those with excellent grades would be assigned to the local army and would even be ranked as a deputy officer. She knew that her brother had just wanted to lessen her burden. 14 years had passed in a blink of an eye. While working, her sister had continued to study and earned a bachelor's degree. After that, she became a white-collar worker and even found love. Her younger brother performed outstandingly while studying in the military academy. He graduated when he was 19 years old and was assigned to the Jinling military camp. He became the youngest officer in the camp. Later on, her tall and handsome brother, who was exceptional in all areas, caught the eye of the deputy commander of the camp. The deputy commander introduced his granddaughter to her brother and they fell in love. When they got married, her sister also brought along her white-collar husband and their 1-year-old son to the wedding. After seeing her younger siblings with their own happy families, she was so happy that she drank a few more cups of wine. After the wedding banquet, when she was walking down the stairs, she accidentally missed a step and fell down the stairs. When she woke up again, she had already entered the body of this weak, little fisher girl. Chapter 2 Evil Step-Grandmother. This chapter is updated by ABHI. You're my mother. Lin Xiaowen didn't retain any memories from the original host of this body. However, she had coincidentally hit her head, so that gave her a good opportunity to pretend to have amnesia. Weren't all transmigration novels just like this? That weak-looking woman already had a pale face, but her face became even more ashen. She wobbled and asked in disbelief, "Cower, what's wrong? Why can't you even remember your own mother? Dr. Yu, what's exactly wrong with my daughter?" Dr. Yu was an old man in his 50s. He stroked his beard and frowned. After a moment of deliberation, he said, "When I was younger, I had read a medical book that mentioned a similar case. There was a man who stumbled down a mountain and injured his head, losing all his memories. Little girl, try thinking a little harder, can you remember anything?" Lin Xiaowen, who was now Yu Xiaosao, scrunched up her face and pretended to think harder. After a long moment, she shook her head firmly and said, "My mind is completely blank. I can't remember anything at all. My poor daughter, Dr. Yu, can Cower's illness be cured? Is there any danger to her life?" Yu Xiaosao's new mother in this lifetime held her hand and wept silently. The villagers surrounding them clicked their tongues, shook their heads, and sighed. Madame Lu's life had been rather tough. Her mother-in-law was vicious and harsh, while her sister-in-law was lazy and selfish. After she gave birth to her youngest son, she didn't get to properly recuperate. Thus, she became prone to illness. However, her mother-in-law still ordered her around without letting her rest. Even after all that, her mother-in-law was still unsatisfied with her and constantly picked on her. Although her husband was capable to earning money, Madame Lu had never received a single cent before her mother-in-law, Madame Zhang, pocketed all the money. Her younger daughter was born sickly and wasn't expected to live very long. Now she even injured her head. Dr. Yu consoled her, "Don't worry. As long as there aren't any other symptoms, her health wouldn't be affected. Maybe she will start recovering her memories after a few more days. Bring her home first so that she doesn't catch a cold." "Thank you so much, Dr. Yu. We've troubled you again." Yu Xiaosao's mother, Madame Lu, wiped her tears with the corner of her clothes and bent down to pick up her daughter. However, a young man in his 20s had already picked Yu Xiaosao up before she could do so and said, "Second sister-in-law, let me carry her." Yu Xiaosao blinked and stared at this tall and thin man with curiosity. He was a young man with a refined aura. As someone with the mentality of a 26 years old, it felt somewhat weird to be carried by a young man like this. The young man flashed a smile at her and asked, Xiaoxiao, do you still remember third uncle? I don't remember you. Yu Xiaoxiao shook her head honestly. Her movement pulled on her wound and made her grimace in pain. The young man hastened his pace and carried her towards a room inside a courtyard. Yu Xiaoxiao wanted to walk by herself, but she had lost too much blood. She was still too dizzy and weak, so she could only stay in her third uncle's arms. She just kept reminding herself, I'm a child, I'm just a child right now. Her eyes weren't idle as she carefully looked around and got a general idea about her surroundings. This was a small fishing village that was close to the sea. There were mostly old straw houses in the village. Their family had a 5-room residence with a courtyard, so they can be considered a family with above-average living conditions in the village. However, if her family had decent living conditions, why had the original host of this body died because of a small and dirty piece of steamed bun? What happened? A white-haired old woman with deep wrinkles around her mouth came out from the main room. When she saw her daughter-in-law carrying a blood-covered Yu Xiaoxiao in her arms, she frowned and grumbled, You went out so early this morning. Where did you go? Wouldn't her head injury cost a lot of money to be treated? A family full of sick and useless people. Even a rich family will be ruined by all the medical fees. Second daughter-in-law, is this how you look after your daughter? Second sister didn't fall by herself. Eldest aunt pushed her. The little boy, Shish too, swiftly replied. He straightened his back, trying to protect his sick and weak sister. The wrinkles on the old woman's face deepened as she furrowed her brows. Her fierce gaze shot towards the plump figure hidden behind them. She coldly shouted, Eldest daughter-in-law, what exactly happened? Her eldest daughter-in-law, Madame Li's, eyes darted around before she answered evasively, Heitzi told me that Xiaoxiao stole a steamed bun from my room. I just didn't manage to hold back my anger. Xiaoxiao's older twin sister, Yu Xiaolian, wasn't as amicable as her mother. She shouted at the fat Heitzi, who was hiding behind his mother, Brother Heitzi always lies, so how can we still believe in his words? Li Guiwa's imposing manner had slightly deflated, but, when she saw her precious son being criticized, she immediately bounced back like a rubber ball, You little brat, who are you calling a liar? You're still refusing to admit that you stole something. Who would still throw a whole steamed bun on the ground when the harvest had been so bad recently? Heitzi, come over here. Quickly come and tell everyone how that damned girl, Xiaoxiao, stole our steamed bun. Yu Zhe, whose nickname was Heitzi, was tanned and fat. He was the eldest child among the younger generation of the family and was spoiled by his mother. Although he was usually a bully in front of his younger siblings, he was actually a complete coward. Xiaoxiao had been battered until she was bloody and nearly died because of his careless words. It was impossible for him to not feel guilty at all. He kept muttering without actually saying anything relevant until Madame Li smacked him several times. When he finally summoned up the courage to continue lying, he was interrupted by Xiaoxiao's older brother, Yu Hang. Brother Heitzi, do you still remember the story of the wronged souls coming back for justice? Also, the myths about the 18 levels of hell. Eldest aunt had also said this earlier, liars will have their tongues cut off in hell. The 10-year-old Yu Hang was usually very quiet, but he had clearly seen through the current situation. Heitzi guiltily looked at Xiaoxiao, who was being carried by her mother. The sickly and pale Yu Xiaoxiao silently stared at him with her empty eyes. She barely had any flesh on her small face, which made her eyes look frighteningly big. Her dark pupil nearly filled up her entire eyeball. Her face was also stained with streaks of blood. Wasn't this exactly the same as the wronged ghosts mentioned in the story? Heitzi was so scared that he almost wet his pants. He didn't dare to look at her again and buried his head into his mother's embrace. He screeched like a dying pig, I wasn't the one who had hurt you, so don't come looking for me. What I said earlier doesn't count. I dropped the steamed bun on the ground and didn't want it anymore because it was dirty. Wah, don't take my soul away. I don't want to go to hell and have my tongue be cut off. The truth has been revealed, so Madame Li can't even argue anymore. She was so angry that she smacked her son's back several times. Under the onlookers' scrutinizing eyes, she could only give in, darned brat, why did you lie? Second sister-in-law, I've already scolded him, so don't take a child's action to heart. Yu Lichun, who had followed behind them, spoke up at this time, why are you still fighting over a steamed bun when the child was already injured like this? Sister-in-law, you should hurry up and give Dr. Yu the medical fees. Yu Lichun was the eldest brother of Xiaoxiao's grandfather, old Yu. The two families didn't have a close relationship due to Xiao Xiao's grandmother, Madame Zhang. When Madame Zhang heard that she needed to pay for that useless brat's medical fees, she widened her eyes and spoke through gritted teeth, "Brother-in-law, that's easy for you to say. Pay for her medical fees. All the money that we had wasted on that brat and her mother every year is enough to feed an entire family. Where am I going to find the money to pay for them? Money doesn't just fall from the sky for our family, so we can't just spend it carelessly. It's a small wound, so just cover it with some plant ash and it'll be fine. She doesn't need any medicine. She's not her real granddaughter, so of course she doesn't want to pay." The villagers, who had followed along, shook their heads and sighed. Madame Zhang was actually Yu Hai's stepmother, who married old Yu after Yu Hai's mother died. After they got married, she gave birth to their third son, Yu Bo, and a daughter, Yu Katie. The eldest son, Yu Dashan, was a child Madame Zhang had from her previous marriage. He had changed his surname after his mother married into the Yu family. Yu Lichun cried out against the injustice for his nephew, third sister-in-law. Dahai goes out to the sea to fish every day before dawn. He would also frequently go up the mountain to hunt for pheasants and wild rabbits, then sell them in town. Moreover, all the money he makes goes to the family. We, the villagers, aren't blind. If Dahai wasn't in your family, would your family be able to build this 5-room house? Can your family afford the new ship? His daughter is badly injured right now, yet you can't even bear to spend some money. How can he not be disappointed? Madame Zhang was upset when she heard Yu Lichun's words. "Brother-in-law, according to your words, Dahai is the only reason our family is doing well. Let me tell you right now, I'm not going to pay the medical fees. Whoever caused this mess and injured her should be responsible for paying." After she finished speaking, she turned around and went back into the room, slamming the door loudly. Madame Li's fleshy body trembled slightly and she muttered in a low voice, "All our money is in mother's hands. I don't have any money." Then, she pulled her son back to their own room. Madame Lu gave Dr. Yu a bitter smile and said, "Dr. Yu, I'll have my husband send over the medical fees when he comes back, my apologies." Under everyone's sympathetic gazes, Madame Lu sent away Dr. Yu and the villagers. Chapter 3 Mysterious Rainbow Stone. This chapter is updated by ABHI. Yu Xiaoxiao, who was set down on the Kong bed, once stared at the affectionate Madame Lu. She didn't really know how she felt right now. Even though this mother seemed weak and unreliable, she finally had a mother to love her again after 14 years. Yu Heng stroked Xiaoxiao's hair while speaking to his mother. "Mother, youngest sister had been weak and often sick ever since she was born. This time, she even suffered a major injury. Grandpa Yu told us to feed her more nutritious foods to help her recover." A brief moment of silence filled the entire room. Madame Lu thought of her stingy mother-in-law and went out of the room with an agonized expression on her face. After she left, Shishtu came closer and caressed her face with his cold hands. He whispered into her ears with his tender voice, "Older sister, rest well and get better soon. Tomorrow, I'll bring you an egg to eat." Yu Xiaoxiao sorted out her emotions, then smiled at the young child. She chatted with the cute kid for a while before she felt a wave of fatigue. Right before she fell into a deep slumber, she heard Madame Lu timidly saying, "Mother, the doctor said that Kaur's body is weak and that she'll need to eat some nourishing foods. She only drank a few mouthfuls of porridge in the morning, so I want to make some egg soup for her." Eat, eat, eat. Even a wealthy family wouldn't be able to withstand the sufferings caused by all of you patients. Calling for a doctor and getting medications, which of these doesn't require money? We still need to sell the eggs the next time the market opens. There's still some white rice inside the jar, so just take some to make a bowl of congee. Yu Xiaoxiao's body was originally weak and she had just suffered excessive blood loss. Thus, she finally couldn't resist the call for sleep and fell into a deep slumber. She slept for a very long time this time. She didn't wake up even when they were feeding her the congee and medicine. She felt as if she had fallen into a bottomless darkness. No matter how much she struggled, she was unable to escape from the endless despair. After an unknown amount of time, when she was about to give up and accept her fate, a glimmer of light shone within the darkness. A frustrated yet sweet-sounding voice appeared in her mind. "Darn it, how did I accidentally pledge my loyalties to a weak human being? What should I do? What should I do now? I should just ignore her. If she dies, then our master-servant relationship will be void. However, I don't know when I would be able to come out again. That damned goddess of spirits. She actually sealed most of this mighty divine stone's spiritual powers, then abandoned it in some random human realm. It had waited for exactly 800 years before it was picked up by a human woman. However, she had died before it was able to acknowledge its master. It used up all its remaining spiritual powers to bring that human woman's soul to another realm and found a suitable body for her to revive in. If it didn't save her with all its powers, then it might really have to experience another 800 years before waking up again. It's better to be a little weaker than stay in endless darkness. However, the wound on her head seems like it would need to use the little spiritual powers that it still had to heal her. While Yu Xiaoxiao was amazed by that talkative glowing orb, she suddenly felt a cool and refreshing feeling on the wound on her forehead. The painful sensation was also gone. As the darkness around her gradually faded, she slowly opened her heavy eyelids. A dim lamp was lit inside the room. She could faintly see thin Madame Lu laying on the edge of the Kong bed. Her breathing could be clearly heard in the silence. Yu Xiaoxiao recalled that strange dream she just had. She lifted her arm and touched her forehead. It really didn't hurt anymore. Was that not a dream? Did that glowing golden orb, who calls itself a divine stone, really exist? Did it also cure the injury on her head? Yu Xiaoxiao felt really hot and stuffy since she was tightly covered by a blanket. She took her arms out of the blanket and noticed a red string bracelet on her thin wrist. There was a multicolored stone threaded on the red string. Wasn't this the small stone that she picked up in a mountain stream near the Potala Palace, that only time she went on a vacation? The stone was only about the size of a marble. It appeared smooth and round as it sat in the middle of the creek. She had picked it up because she thought that the colorful stone looked really beautiful at that time. After taking it back, she made a hole in it, threaded it on a red string, and wore it on her wrist. Later on, when she was preparing braised foods, she felt that it wasn't convenient to wear it while working. Thus, she just casually threw it aside and forgot about it. Why did it transmigrate and reincarnate with her? Cower, you're awake. You've slept for exactly 3 days. If you still didn't wake up, I was about to take you to town to see a doctor. Madame Lu, who was lying on the Kong bed, noticed the movement and raised her head. She cried out in happiness when she looked up and saw her daughter studying the rainbow stone. Yu Xiaoxiao stared intently at Madame Lu. Her first impression of her mother was that she was thin. Although she had a beautiful and gentle face, it looked thin and pale. Her hands, which were fixing her blanket, were full of rough calluses and scars. With one glance at her hands, it was obvious that she was constantly performing manual labor. Mother, although Madame Lu wasn't that much older than her in her previous life, she was touched by the maternal love within her eyes. Thus, she couldn't help but call out to her. No one had looked at her with such a loving gaze ever since her mother passed away when she was 14. Yu Xiaoxiao suddenly felt like crying. Don't cry, Cower. Does your wound still hurt? Mother will blow on it for you. Lu Muyun gently blew on her daughter's bandaged head, then she quickly turned around and wiped her tears with her sleeve. When she was pregnant with the twins, she accidentally fell into the water while washing clothes and gave birth prematurely. Although Xiaolian was slightly underweight, she grew up with a healthy body. However, it was a different situation for Xiaoxiao. She couldn't even drink milk at first. Furthermore, she would frequently fall ill. There were even several times when she almost didn't survive. Her child needed to take medicine throughout the year, but their family haven't split off yet. All the money that her husband earned from fishing and hunting must be handed to her mother-in-law. Every time she asked her mother-in-law for money to get medicine, she was always reluctant to give it to her and would say a bunch of unpleasant words. Her eldest sister-in-law would also make jeering remarks on the side. She can endure anything for her child. However, she had never expected that her daughter almost died in the hands of her eldest sister-in-law. The doctor had clearly instructed them to nourish Xiaoxiao with more nutrition, but her mother-in-law was unwilling to even give them an egg. Lu Muyun's face was full of helplessness as she looked at the dark night sky outside the window. She had already married into the Yu family for 13 years. Every day, she had to be the first to wake up and last to sleep. She always exhausted because she was responsible for nearly all of the household chores. She's not afraid of being tired, but her mother-in-law was never satisfied with her no matter what she does. She often had to suffer from her demanding gaze and mocking remarks. Even her children were treated poorly. There was no one in the family who she could rely upon. Xiaoxiao was injured by eldest sister-in-law and was unconscious for 3 days, but eldest brother's family didn't even appear once. Her youngest sister-in-law and father-in-law were the only ones who came to check on Xiaoxiao. "Cower, are you hungry? Your youngest aunt gave us an egg. I kept it warm with some hot water." Lu Muyun peeled the eggshell for her daughter. She had a satisfied smile on her face as she watched her daughter slowly eat the egg. She continued, "My good daughter, you should rest some more. Mother will go prepare dinner. Your favorite congee too will be ready by the time you're awake. I'll be sure to make it thick and add some pickled vegetables in it. I'll bring a large bowl of it for our cower to eat." Yu Xiaoxiao remembered what she had heard before she fell asleep. Her mother was rejected after she had asked this body's grandmother for an egg. It seems like her family rarely had the chance to eat fine grains such as white rice and wheat flour. For this bowl of congee, Madame Lu would probably have to endure people cruelly mocking her. Her heart somewhat ached for her. "Mother, I'll just eat whatever everyone else is eating. Don't separately prepare something just for me. Didn't I already eat an egg today?" Chapter 4 She Has a Decent Father. This chapter is updated by ABHI. Lu Muyun went to open the door, but briefly paused after hearing her words. She hid her feeling of helplessness within her smile and said, "It's all right. The doctor said that you lost too much blood and need some nourishment. Your father was heartbroken when he found out that you got injured, so he asked your Uncle Zhao to go hunting early this morning. They should be coming back soon. At noon, you'll be able to drink thick chicken soup and eat your favorite drumstick." The door closed with a squeak and the room was quiet again. Yu Xiaoxiao propped herself up and touched the wound on her head. She remembered her dream and took out her arm with the multicolored stone tied on her wrist. She gently shook the rainbow stone, which didn't appear to be very special. She muttered to herself, "It was clearly just my soul that was transmigrated, so how did I bring this stone over? I must had been dreaming earlier. It's just a useless stone. How could it be a divine stone? You're a useless stone. Your whole family are useless stones." Suddenly, a bright spot appeared above the multicolored stone and a child's infuriated voice emerged within Yu Xiaoxiao's mind. She was so shocked that she almost threw the stone away in her hand. That bright spot gradually became a small golden ball the size of a child's fist. A pair of big round eyes and a small mouth appeared on the glowing orb, which was leisurely floating in the air. At this time, the small glowing orb was glaring at her angrily with a puffed-up face, which made it look rather cute. Yu Xiaoxiao reached out her hand and wanted to hold up the small glowing orb. However, that little thing quickly flew away with a haughty and amusing expression on its face. "Don't be angry. I'll apologize to you, all right. You're really a divine stone. Do you really have the ability to heal injuries? Were you the one who healed the wound on my head?" Yu Xiaoxiao asked a series of questions. The haughty divine stone snorted disdainfully and said, This divine stone, was the only mystic stone that Goddess Nuwa personally refined. Don't you think I'm amazing? However, most of my power was sealed by that damned Linger. How else would I had been stained by a weak human being's blood and foolishly accepted you as my master? Your powers have already been sealed. Why are you still bragging about yourself? Stop with your nonsense about weak human beings. The master-servant relationship has already been established, so I'm your master now. It's not like I'm happy about this situation. You're just a useless stone that had your powers sealed. I can't even eat you when I'm hungry, nor drink you when I'm thirsty. What can I even use you for? Yu Xiaoxiao had originally thought that she would be invincible with a point of her finger, just like what was written in the novels. Thus, she pouted in disappointment. The small glowing orb turned into a furious little kitten with golden fur and immediately rushed towards her. Its tiny paws almost scratched Yu Xiaoxiao's face as it screamed. Who says I'm useless? Who cured the wound on your head? With that big hole in your head, if it wasn't for me, you wouldn't even be able to get up from the Kong bed for at least half a month. How else would you still have the energy to argue with me? Despite having most of my powers sealed, I'm still a stone that was personally refined by Goddess Nuwa. My bathing water alone can prolong life and cure all kinds of illnesses. Moreover, it can also enhance beauty and maintain youthfulness. Bathing water. Yu Xiaoxiao blinked her eyes a few times. The small glowing orb seemed to have noticed her doubt and said, before I was picked out by Goddess Nuwa, I was a multicolored stone from a mountain stream. Thus, I really like to bathe in water. While I'm bathing, my energy would emit into the water and create unexpected effects. Your body is too weak, so you should drink more of my bathing water. I can ensure you that your body will become strong and healthy. You won't suffer from any more illnesses. The small glowing orb used its short paws to pat itself on the chest, as if it was selling quack remedies. Yu Xiaoxiao had somewhat believed in it earlier, but she become rather unconvinced now. You don't believe me? How can you not believe in me? Humph, humph, I seriously need to show you, this mortal, how awesome I am. The small glowing orb was furious and flew around the room in a rampage. Then, it rushed towards the wound on her head and emitted a faint golden light, which enveloped her wound over the gauze. After a while, Yu Xiaoxiao untied the gauze on her head. Originally, her wound was only partially healed, but the scab was almost ready to be removed now. She didn't remove the dry scab because she was afraid that she couldn't give an explanation when it's time to change her medicine. The small glowing orb proudly snorted at her. However, unexpected sadness comes after extreme joy. Its powers had been depleted, so it abruptly fell down and disappeared into the multicolored stone. The moment it disappeared, Yu Xiaoxiao heard the little fellow speaking with a weak voice, "Remember to soak me in water. It can help me recover my spiritual powers. Cowards awake, let me go take a look. I caught a pheasant today. Quickly go and stew it for my precious daughter." A man's voice sounded from the courtyard. Although it couldn't be considered a pleasant voice, but he sounded very warm. Yu Xiaoxiao hastily wrapped the gauze back on her head. Her wound was still bleeding a couple days ago, wouldn't it be weird if it was healed in just 3 days? The door creaked open right after she finished wrapping the bandage on her head. The wind mischievously entered through the crack and fiddled with the dim candlewick. A tall and burly figure appeared in front of Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes. Father. Yu Xiaoxiao had vaguely heard that her new father was a very capable man, so she was very curious about why he would let his wife and children live so miserably. The man swiftly walked towards the Kong bed. She could vaguely see his face under the dim light. He had healthy-looking tanned skin with thick eyebrows and big eyes. With a tall nose and wide mouth, he appeared very masculine. My precious daughter, you had seriously scared me. Fortunately, we were blessed by the heavens and it turned out to be a false alarm. After sleeping for so long, you must be hungry, right? Your favorite chicken soup will be ready soon. Yu Hai carefully observed his daughter's complexion. She really looked much better than this morning, so he happily supported her to sit up and stuffed a pillow behind her back for her to lean on. Yu Xiaoxiao's mouth couldn't help twitching when she heard him speak in a gentle tone as if he was coaxing a child. She was already a 29-year-old woman, so it made her really uncomfortable to be treated like a young child. Yu Xiaoxiao gently replied, I've already ate an egg and congee. Let mother and younger brother drink the chicken soup. Mother's body is weak, so she needs to nourish her body. Also, younger brother is still young and had suffered a major fright today. Yu Hai gently caressed his daughter's head with his big fan-like hand, while carefully avoiding her wound. He grinned and revealed a mouth full of white teeth. Our cower is so understanding. You already know how to take care of your mother and younger brother. But, don't worry, we have enough for everyone. We'll leave the rest simmering on the stove, so you can eat it when you're hungry later. Yu Xiaolian heard him and came in with a pout, Father, stop coaxing us. As soon as you entered the courtyard with the pheasant, people from the east room had already set their eyes on it. Just Brother Heitzi can eat half the chicken. By the time it's our turn, we would be considered lucky if they leave some scraps. If there's no more, then I'll just hunt for some more tomorrow. Yu Hai smiled at her good-naturedly. Don't. Her older twin sister, Yu Xiaolian, secretly rolled her eyes. If you caught more, then it would be even less likely for us to eat anything. You didn't get to see grandmother's pained expression when we needed to pay for the medical fees. She would surely find ways to make up for the loss, while also doubling the earnings. Stop. How can a child reprimand their elder like this? Yu Hai scolded her with a rather gentle tone. After that, he turned toward Xiaoxiao with a smile, Don't worry. Father will watch over the stove. I'll make sure Cower gets a share even if no one else in this family does. Yu Xiaolian stuck her tongue out behind his back, then smiled at her sister. Everything is great about our father, but it would be better if he can have a firmer attitude. Grandmother is oppressing us, yet our father is a dutiful son and our mother's personality is too gentle. Yu Xiaoxiao had just transmigrated here, so she still hadn't figured out this family's situation. She simply smiled as she listened. When she lowered her head and saw the rainbow stone on her wrist, she hastily asked, Xiaolian, can you bring me some water? There's some bloodstains on the stone. She was too used to being the eldest child in her previous life, so it was really hard for her to call an 8-year-old girl, older sister. Chapter 5 Lying Without Blinking. This chapter is updated by ABHI. The morning sun quietly lit up the night sky of early spring. In the courtyard, chickens began to crow with their necks stretched out. Yu Xiaoxiao's older twin sister, Yu Xiaolian, quietly dressed herself. Yu Xiaoxiao slept a lot during the day, so she was immediately stirred awake by her older sister's movement. She rubbed her eyes, looked through the window paper, and noticed that it was still very early outside. She muttered, "Why are you waking up so early?" Yu Xiaolian yawned as she put on a jacket that was covered with patches. She glanced at Madame Lu, who was sleeping on the Kong bed, and whispered, "Did I wake you up? Mother slept really late yesterday. I'll do more work and let her rest some more. It's still early, so you should sleep a little more." Xiaoxiao stared at this young girl's thin back. She was only an 8-year-old child. In modern times, she would just be an elementary school kid who was still acting like a spoiled child in front of her parents. However, she was already one of the major contributors in this family. In the courtyard, their grandmother began screaming again, "What time is it? Why haven't you started cooking yet? Don't think that you can't do whatever you want just because there's a patient in your family." This person was also someone who strategically chose her victims. She knew that Madame Lu had a soft personality and Yu Hai was an obedient son. Thus, she was able to grasp all of them within her hands. She was probably somewhat worried about old Yu, so she treated them slightly better when the men are home. Yu Xiaoxiao frowned with annoyance when she heard Madame Zhang shouting early in the morning again. She had a biased grandmother and her eldest aunt was always nitpicking on them. Furthermore, she also has a greedy and lazy older cousin who was always bullying them. In her previous life, she had raised her younger brother and sister up all by herself. Even though they were in a difficult situation, but they had never experienced such grievances. For these past few days, besides doing heavy household chores, Madame Lu also had to take care of her daughter at night. Thus, she barely had any time to sleep. Her body had originally been weak and she was so thin that she barely had any flesh on her body. Moreover, her face was so pale that there didn't seem to be a trace of blood on her face. She also had dark shadows under her eyes. Madame Lu hastily stood up when she heard the screaming outside. However, when she got off the bed, she staggered for a few steps before steadying herself. Yu Xiaoxiao hastily got off the Kong bed to support her mother, helped her sit on the bed, and said, "Mother, your health doesn't seem that well either. You should rest some more. They won't starve just because you didn't cook for a day. If you got sick, then father would be heartbroken." Based on her observation, her new father, Yu Hai, not only spoiled his children, but he also loved his wife dearly. If he was at home, he would always rush to take over his wife's duties. However, he was usually out fishing, selling fish, and hunting every day. Thus, he seldom spent time at home. Otherwise, Madame Lu's health wouldn't have deteriorated so much. "You silly girl, where did you learn to speak like that?" A rosy blush emerged on Lu Muyan's wan face. "Xiaolian can't finish the work by herself. I'll go help her." Lu Muyan wanted to walk toward the door to leave, but she was pulled back to sit on the bed by her daughter. "Just ignore grandmother. She's on menopause. Just pretend you can't hear her complaints and don't take her words to heart." Yu Xiaoxiao paused briefly before she suddenly shouted loudly, "Mother, mother! What's wrong? Grandmother, come in quickly. My mother fainted." Lu Muyun sat on edge of the Kong bed and stared at her daughter dumbfoundedly. Before she could even reacted, Yu Xiaoxiao swiftly whispered to her, "Mother, you fainted out of exhaustion. Why aren't you lying down?" After her younger daughter woke up from her injuries, she became more intelligent. She also has a brighter and sharper disposition. However, she didn't know who her daughter had learned this from. Lu Muyun lightly tapped her little forehead and lay down cooperatively. As soon as Lu Muyun closed her eyes, Madame Zhang pushed the door open and came in while grumbling, "What's the matter now? Such a troublesome family. Xiaoxiao, why did your mother faint?" "My mother hasn't slept for days in order to take care of me. When grandmother was yelling that no one was cooking earlier, she got up in a hurry and fell down to the ground. She's still unconscious now. I helped her onto the Kong bed after much difficulty. Grandmother, we should ask Dr. Yu to come check on her. I'm so scared that my mother won't wake up." "Wah!" Yu Xiaoxiao covered her face with her hands and pretended to cry. Madame Zhang wrinkled her brows and looked at her second daughter-in-law, who was so skinny that she barely had any flesh on her body. She couldn't help muttering inwardly, "Yu Hai's sickly wife wouldn't really have gotten sick, right? If she's really ill, then we'll have to spend money again." She turned towards Yu Xiaoxiao and said, "There's no need to call for a doctor. Your mother is just sleeping because she's too tired. Stop being so easily scared. Don't bother your mother and let her rest some more." When Madame Zhang went out and heard her eldest daughter-in-law indiscreetly making remarks about no one cooking, she finally exploded in anger. "Eat, eat, eat. You won't die by just missing a meal. Is it not enough that our family was already in a mess? Stop being so noisy in the morning. If you want to eat earlier, then make it yourself. Can't you see that Xiaolian is busy working now?" Xiaoxiao's younger aunt, Yu Katie, quietly came out of her own room. She picked up some firewood and wanted to go to the kitchen to make a fire. However, Madame Zhang was unwilling to let her daughter cook. She swiftly picked up a broom and smacked the arm of her eldest daughter-in-law, who was leaning against the wall and basking in the sun. "You're such a tactless person. Hurry up and go cook. You want your youngest sister-in-law, who is still in her teens, to serve you." Yu Xiaoxiao was speechless by her words. She was just selfishly taking care of her own daughter without concern about other people's daughters. Yu Xiaolian was only 8 years old and much younger than her daughter. Xiaolian was busily working throughout the day, yet she didn't even care. However, her heart ached just because her daughter was carrying a bundle of firewood. Madame Li covered her arm that was hit and grumbled as she entered the kitchen. She grudgingly made a fire and began preparing breakfast while cursing. When Yu Xiaoxiao saw that her mother had fallen asleep shortly after lying on the bed, she quietly left the room and gently closed the door. She took a basin and went to help Xiaolian feed the chickens. However, Yu Xiaolian quickly grabbed it from her. She looked at her bandaged head and whispered, "You're still injured. How can I let you work? Are you hungry? Go sit down first. Breakfast will be ready soon." Madame Li hasn't worked in the kitchen for many years, so she was sweating profusely while preparing breakfast for the entire family. During this era, people ate twice a day, which was usually around 10 in the morning and 4 in the afternoon. However, it was nearly noon when breakfast was finally served. The bean paste soup 1 tasted burnt, while the mixed flour flatbread 2 was so dry that it could choke people death. The eldest son, Yu Dawson, had just returned from fishing. After tasting the bean paste soup and flatbread, he couldn't hold back his anger. "How are people supposed to eat this? The flatbread is also as hard as a rock. Is it even edible? Ask your wife. I asked her to cook and she was in the kitchen since 9 in the morning." However, this was what she made after working in the kitchen for nearly 4 hours. Madame Zhang broke off a piece of flatbread and tried hard to chew it in her mouth. She finally swallowed it after drinking 2 mouthfuls of the bean paste soup. The Yu family's bean paste soup was made with soybean powder and mixed with a small amount of millet. There was originally a strong bean flavor within the soup, so the taste became even more sour when burnt. "Where's second daughter-in-law? Why didn't she come out to cook?" Old Yu's brows creased as he set down the flatbread in his hand and asked. Yu Xiaoxiao swiftly answered, "My mother was so exhausted that she fainted. She's still unconscious and lying on the Kong bed." "What? Your mother fainted? I'll go check on her." Yu Hai hastily rushed towards his room without even eating. Chapter 6 Collecting Seafood. This chapter is updated by ABHI. Why did she faint? What did the doctor say? Old Yu had seen his second daughter-in-law taking care of his younger granddaughter without rest. "Grandmother didn't let us call for a doctor. She said my mother will be fine after sleeping." Yu Xiaoxiao found the perfect opportunity to tattle. "Nonsense. When we finish eating, go ask Dr. Yu to come and check on second daughter-in-law. Don't let a minor illness turn into a major illness." Old Yu frowned as he forced himself to finish the bean paste soup and wiped his mouth. Madame Zhang reluctantly muttered, "We'll have to spend money if we seek a doctor. Our third son needs to participate in the district examination soon. He'll need to travel to the prefectural city for the examination. If we waste all our money on Yu Hai's family and can't gather enough money for travel expenses, then he would definitely be resentful towards you." Old Yu frowned, slammed his chopsticks on the table, and said, "Our family isn't as poor as you're making us out to be. Every year, Yu Hai earns more than a dozen taels from just hunting, let alone his earnings from fishing daily. Our third son has been studying for so many years, but he hasn't even passed the county-level examination. I reckon he should stop studying. He should just save some money to buy a few acres of land to farm on." With the Yu family's circumstances, if they weren't funding for their third son's studies for more than a decade, they could live more comfortably. Even if they freely ate white rice and wheat flour on a daily basis, they would still have more than enough to eat. However, the payments for a private tutor and the cost of living in town were enough to wear down a middle-class farming family. What, old man? The fortune teller had said that someone in our family is fated to become a government official. I'm still counting on our third son to earn me a title of noble madam. Even if I must give up everything, I'll still fund his studies. Although Madame Zhang was slightly afraid of her husband, she decided to fight to the end for her son's future and her own glory. Old Yu glared at his wife, but didn't continue on the topic. He threw the bowl in his hand and spoke in a muffled voice, I'll go tidy our 3 acres of farmland. By the way, Xiaolian, go cook a bowl of noodles for your mother and add 2 fried eggs in it. She must have been exhausted from these past few days. All right, thank you, grandfather. Yu Xiaoxiao rushed to answer in a loud voice and had a bright smile on her face. Xiaolian, you wretch, why are you still dawdling in the room? Can't you see that it's about to rain? Hurry up and go retrieve the clothes that are being dried. Every day, Yu Xiaoxiao was woken up by her grandmother's shrill scolding. Madame Lu, who was used to being oppressed by her mother-in-law, wanted to get up out of habit. However, Yu Hai stopped her, you should rest some more. I'll go take a look. It was unsuitable to sail out to the sea because it was too windy today. Thus, Yu Hai was able to idle at home on this rare occasion. After changing his clothes, he came in again and spoke to his sons, today is the 2nd day of June and the tide is receding right now. I just went out to check. It's cloudy and the wind is blowing in the southwest direction. More marine goods could be found when the tide recedes quickly. Thus, it's the best weather to go gather food by the sea. Let's go. Father will take you guys to search for some oysters, crabs, fish, and shrimp. If we're lucky, we might even find abalone. Collecting seafood by the sea. Father, I've never gathered food at the sea before. I want to go too. Bring me along. In her previous life, Lin Xiaowen's hometown was located in the inner regions. She had only seen the ocean once in the 29 years that she had been alive. It was all thanks to that one time she had visited her younger sister, who was studying in a university beside the sea. She had transmigrated to this fishing village for about 5 or 6 days. However, Madame Lu had kept her at home in order to recover from her injury. She never went out of the house, let alone go to the sea. When Yu Xiaoxiao heard that there was a chance to go gather food at the sea, she decided that she'll follow along even if she had to throw a fit. Well, wasn't she a child now? Thus, she had the right to be willful and mischievous. Madame Lu had been frightened and quickly coaxed her daughter, it's windy today and your injury hasn't completely healed yet. Wait a few more days and I'll let you go anywhere you want. I won't stop you. Xiaoxiao refused to comply. She was about to become moldy from staying at home. Moreover, today was a rare opportunity for her. Her father, an excellent fisherman, was going to accompany them, so they would definitely catch a lot of seafood. How can she miss this perfect opportunity? Mother, Grandpa Yu had already said that my injury is fine and I'm also much healthier now. My health is really good now and I also have a great appetite. Grandpa Yu said that moving around more is good for my health. Please let me go with them. As she spoke, Yu Xiaoxiao looked at her father, who was known for pampering his children endlessly, with a pleading gaze. Yu Hai had never been able to refuse his youngest daughter, so he immediately surrendered. Muyun, I'll look after Xiaoxiao, so don't worry. Rest at home with ease and wait for us to come back. We'll catch some abalones and make congee for you, to nourish your body. As he spoke, he signaled his younger daughter with his eyes, telling her to quickly leave the room. Thus, Yu Xiaoxiao happily pushed the door open and left. In the courtyard, Yu Hang had already prepared all the equipment needed for collecting seafood by the sea. With a bucket and shovel in their hands, Xiaolian and Shishtu happily waited for their father to come out. In the children's hearts, there's nothing that their father wasn't capable of. They were already anticipating fruitful results before they had even left. In June, the cloudy Dongshan village was hot and humid. Xiaoxiao, who was only wearing a single thin garment, held a small bamboo basket as she tried to keep up with her father's footsteps. Yu Hai, who was tall and burly, seemed to be over 1.8 meters tall too. The 8-year-old Yu Xiaoxiao was chronically ill for a long period of time, so she about half a head shorter than Yu Xiaolian, who was just 15 minutes older than her. She was already doing her best to move forward with her short legs, but she was still falling behind them. Yu Hai was constantly paying attention to his children and noticed his younger daughter's situation. He chuckled, lifted her up with one arm, and carried her on his shoulder. Yu Xiaoxiao was initially somewhat nervous and embarrassed. Mentally, she was almost the same as Yu Hai, but she was still being treated like a child. Even Shishtu, who was 5 years old, didn't receive this kind of treatment. Thus, Xiao Cao couldn't help blushing. As the eldest brother, Yu Heng was also quietly observing his frail youngest sister. When he noticed that her face was flushed, he handed her a straw hat woven with bamboo strips. He spoke with concern, "Youngest sister, although it's cloudy today, but you're rarely exposed to the sun. Thus, it's very easy for you to get sunburned. See, your face is already red." During ancient times, time was calculated based on the lunar calendar and June was considered to be midsummer. Even though it was cloudy by the seashore, the intensity of the UV rays wasn't low. However, the redness on Yu Xiaocao's face wasn't due to the sun. The lowest tide phase was a rare opportunity for the villagers of Dongshan village to increase their incomes. Experienced old fishermen were already familiar with the time for the ebb tide. Today, the lowest tide period was around noon. The mud flat was already full of men and women of all ages who came to gather seafood. Yu Hai's family had arrived late, so all the good spots were already taken. Shishtu was slightly disappointed and muttered, "If it hadn't taken eldest aunt so long to prepare a meal, we could have gotten a good spot." Yu Hai caressed his little head and said with a smile, "Don't be discouraged. Father knows a good spot. I can guarantee that no one else will be there." The good spot that Yu Hai mentioned was a region of reefs beside a cliff. The location of these reefs was rather dangerous. It was usually covered by the sea and hit by high waves during high tide. The only time it emerged completely was when the tide completely recedes. Moreover, this place was far from the village and most people wouldn't think of coming this way. The sea reefs in this area seemed dangerous, but it was actually just difficult to reach. It was hard to pass the cliff on the way to the reefs. However, this was a simple matter for Yu Hai. He helped the children pass the difficult paths one by one and bypass a cliff. Their eyes lit up when they finally reached their destination. Chapter 7 Rescuing a Little Beauty. This chapter is updated by ABHI. A vast region of reefs appeared in front of the children. When Xiaolian and Shishtu cheerfully ran over, a trail of waves followed them. Yu Heng was slightly more calm. However, when he saw the large amount of seafood on the reefs, he couldn't resist bending down to gather the food more quickly. Yu Xiaocao quietly stood on top of the reef, while letting the cool sea breeze blow on her face. A vision of blue greeted her eyes as both the sky and sea were saturated with a pure azure color. It was such a transparent color. Even blue jade, of the best quality, couldn't compare to the clarity and brilliance of the sea and sky. This was the sea without the slightest trace of pollution. Yu Xiaocao fell into a trance that she couldn't break away from, while being mesmerized by the scenery in front of her. "Cower, come here, put on these sharkskin boots. Your feet are different from your siblings. They're already used to running around the shoals on the beach. If you run around the reef like them, then the bottoms of your feet will be ripped to shreds." She didn't expect the stalwart Yu Hai to be so attentive. He had actually thought of the fact that his younger daughter's tender feet had no defense against the rough surface. Yu Xiaocao, who was dazzled by the beautiful scene in front of her, woke up from her trance and put on the boots happily. Though the boots were slightly big, they could still be worn. She learned from the others and bent down to thoroughly search around the reefs. Sure enough, this was an area that hadn't been discovered by others. Soon, Yu Xiaocao found a type of black shellfish. She carefully picked it up and presented it to Yu Hai, as if it was treasure. She said excitedly, "Father, I found a shellfish. Do you think it's edible?" Yu Hai took a look and replied with a smile, "This is a mussel. The meat is delicious and also very nourishing. It's also known as eggs of the sea. Pick up as much as you can. If we can get a lot of them, then we can dry them and sell them at a good price in town during the winter." Eggs of the sea, doesn't that mean it's very nutritious? Our family does need to eat more nutritious meals. Alright, she should pick up a lot. We're not going to sell them. We'll just eat them ourselves. She could just imagine the delicious spicy stir-fried clams that she ate in her previous life. Xiaocao almost drooled as she thought about it. "I'm going to pick it up. I'm going to pick them up. I'm going to pick all of them up." "Huh, eldest brother, why are you knocking on that? Is that also edible?" Xiaocao had suddenly arrived beside Yu Heng. When she went over for a closer look, she saw him striking something that was as hard as gray limestone with a shovel. Thus, she got curious and asked. It was his youngest sister's first time coming to gather food at the sea, so Yu Heng was very patient as he explained to her, "This is called barnacle. Come look, doesn't its shape look like the tooth of a horse? The barnacle doesn't look like anything special, but it's very tasty when the meat is stewed with just clear water. Yu Xiaoxiao took the shovel that her eldest brother handed her and knocked hard on it. As expected, she found soft meat within the crushed shell. She happily picked it up and placed it into a small bamboo basket. Ah, isn't this an oyster? It's very tasty when roasted. Shortly afterwards, Xiaoxiao was surprised to find another type of seafood. She shouted in astonishment as she pried it out from the crack in the reef. Little Shish too laughed at his sister's ignorance. Second sister, that's a halazi. The town folks call them muli. After drying them, we can sell them to a pharmacy. Muli was just another name for oysters, all right. It was just different names for the same thing. Yu Xiaoxiao glared at him resentfully, then continued her treasure-hunting journey on the reefs. Snails. It's a little small, but we can still eat it. I'm taking it. Starfish. It looks quite pretty. Is it edible? Whatever, I'll just pick it up first. Sea urchin. It looks like a hedgehog. Is it also edible? Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. Wow, look at what she found. There was a little octopus between the cracks of the rock. Ha ha ha, you can't escape. Yu Xiaoxiao was very busy on the reef and had unknowingly filled up the bamboo bucket. However, she continued to pry and pick up seafood excitedly. Yu Xiaoxiao was very enthusiastic about her first harvesting trip at the sea. Moreover, she was thrilled by her rewarding results. Without her knowledge, she had gradually moved farther and farther away from her father and siblings. She followed the reef and arrived at the edge of the cliff. Huh, what's that in the water? A person? Yu Xiaoxiao was startled. Was it a corpse of someone who had drowned? So unlucky. Father, quick, come here. Even the tone of Yu Xiaoxiao's voice has changed and carried an unconscious sense of tension and fear. Yu Hai quickly followed her voice and went over. What's wrong? What happened? Are you all right, Xiaoxiao? Father, look over there. Is that a dead body? Yu Xiaoxiao loudly shouted as she pointed towards the object floating nearby. Yu Hai looked towards the direction that his daughter was pointing at. She's right. Did a fisherman from a nearby fishing village suffer a shipwreck? It began to be windy around noon and the waves were even stronger in the sea. So, it was quite possible that someone had encountered a shipwreck. After promptly making a decision, he took off his upper garment and plunged into the sea. It seemed like the wind was even stronger now. A thundering roar sounded as the waves pounded against the cliff and reefs. Yu Xiaoxiao nervously shouted at her father, "Father, be careful. There's a lot of rocks on the bottom, so be careful and don't hurt yourself." When Yu Hai emerged above the water, he was already several meters away from Xiaoxiao. He heard his daughter's concerned words and waved at her. After that, he continued to swim towards the person who was floating in the sea. Yu Hang and his siblings didn't care about collecting seafood anymore. They all gathered together and watched as their father swam closer to the unconscious person. Yu Hai swam against the waves and dragged the person, who had drowned, back to the reef. However, he was already exhausted by the time he returned. Yu Hang and Xiaolian helped their father pull that person onto the reef. The young man, who was dressed in a completely black outfit, appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old. At this time, his face was pale and his eyes were tightly shut. His long eyelashes were like small fans that were stuck to the bottom of his eyes, while there wasn't even a trace of blood on his plump lips. It seems like he's still breathing. Yu Xiaoxiao placed her finger under the young man's tall nose and exclaimed in pleasant surprise. Yu Hai, who was still exhausted, carried the young man on his shoulder with his head facing downwards. When he pushed the young man's stomach with the edge of his shoulder, a gush of seawater came out of the young man's mouth. Yu Hai jolted him a few more times, until the young man stopped throwing up seawater, before putting him down again. Father, can he still be saved? Yu Xiaoxiao worriedly asked when she saw that the handsome young man was still unconscious. Yu Hai examined the young man's limbs and affirmed, he didn't drown for a very long time. If no accidents occur, he can still be saved. Did anyone bring water? Feed him some. Father, didn't he drown? Why are you feeding him water when his stomach was already full of water? Yu Xiaoxiao untied the leather bag, which was filled with mystic stone water, from her waist and asked in confusion. I know. Little Shish too clapped his hands as he spoke, the seawater is salty. If you drink too much salt, you'll definitely be thirsty. Of course, you'll drink water when you're thirsty. Yu Xiaoxiao was amused by her younger brother's childish remark. She pinched his cheeks and laughed, well, it seems like you know a lot. Yu Hai, who sat on the reef wearily, looked at his children and chuckled, feeding water to a person who had drowned as to prevent him from dehydrating. Little Shishtu is also correct. It's harmful for the body to consume too much seawater. Yu Xiaosao asked Yu Hang to support the young man into a partially reclining position. She carefully parted the young man's purplish lips and fed the mystic stone water into his mouth. Chapter 8 Extraordinary Background. This chapter is updated by ABHI. That day the little divine stone had wanted to show off its abilities by healing her injury, but it used up all its powers to heal her wound. Thus, it was unable to maintain its spiritual form and had disappeared for many days. Xiaosao bathed the rainbow stone in spring water every day, but she still didn't see the appearance of the divine stone's spiritual form. It's so worrisome. However, after the little divine stone exhibited its mystical powers, Yu Xiaosao no longer doubted it. Xiaosao would boil the spring water, that the stone bathed in, for her family to drink. It does seem rather effective so far, at least for herself. Her health wasn't as shabby as when she had just transmigrated here. He's awake. He woke up. Xiaolian's voice interrupted her thoughts. She turned towards the sound. The young man's thick eyelashes lightly fluttered before he slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were dazzling and captivating, and seemed to be as deep as the sea and as bright as the stars. Were you, the ones who rescued me? The young man's voice was very clear, with a slight sense of indifference and coldness. It was like the spring water from an ancient pond found inside a deep mountain, exceptionally cool. Yu Xiaosao smiled faintly and softly said, "We were collecting seafood by the sea when we suddenly noticed you. My father is an excellent swimmer, so he went to save you. You, it's great that you're all right." Zhu Junyang's indifferent gaze focused on the young girl in front of him, who looked around 5 or 6 years old. Author note: I'm 8 years old. 8 years old. Her skin was even lighter and more flawless than the winter snow, while her hair looked slightly withered and yellow. Her lips were delicate and soft, like light pink-colored petals. She was clearly just a thin and weak girl from a poor peasant's family. However, she gave him a calm and gentle feeling, like a spring breeze. This feeling was very different from those noble ladies, who were like mad dogs after a bone whenever they saw him. They obviously wanted to jump on him, but still acted disgustingly pretentious. At least, this peasant girl wasn't annoying. Thank you very much. Did you happen to see anyone else? Zhu Junyang deeply regretted not listening to the experienced captain's advice and chose a day with such weather for testing out the new ships. As a result, however, this also proved that this new batch of vessels from the shipyard were unsuitable for ocean voyages. It couldn't even withstand such a small storm. How could it travel to the foreign lands that royal uncle had mentioned? Other people, did they count? Yu Hai asked, with amazement and admiration, as he pointed towards a sturdy 2-decker ship in the distance. That was definitely a ship for ocean voyages. It was multiple times bigger than their family's new fishing ship. If he could also have such a he needed to stop daydreaming. Master, my little ancestor. Where are you? Please be safe and well. The head steward of Prince Jing's estate, who was rescued after the shipwreck, really wanted to strangle himself with a rope right now. If he had known this would happen, then he would have risked his life to stop the young prince from boarding the ship. After the ship was wrecked, nearly everyone was rescued except for Royal Prince Yang. This matter was about to be the cause of his death. Quickly go find him. Continue to search, the head steward loudly ordered with a sharp voice. The old captain, who had tried to stop the trial voyage earlier, noticed that they were getting closer and closer to the cliff. He hesitated and said, "Head steward, there are a lot of submerged reefs ahead and the waves are also stronger. If we continue to move closer, our second ship will also be destroyed." "I don't care if our second ship is also destroyed. Even if another 20 or 30 ships are wrecked, we still need to find the young prince. Otherwise, everyone on this ship should prepare for death." Since the head steward had given his command, they had to continue the search. Their lives were on the line for this matter. "Then, let's send out several lifeboats." The old captain offered the most beneficial option. On the faraway reef, Yu Xiaosao observed the young man's wet clothes. Ordinary people definitely wouldn't be able to afford the materials of his clothes. This handsome young man has an impressive background. They probably came to search for you. My father said that there are a lot of reefs under the sea in this area, so it's hard for ships to approach. If you still have strength, it's better for you to swim over. Yu Xiaosao logically analyzed. Zhu Junyang's entire body felt soft and powerless right now. He could hardly stand up, So how would he still have the energy to swim over? Huh, second sister, quickly come and look. Numerous small boats came out of that big ship. Shish2 pointed at the distance and shouted. After leaving the ship, around 10 boats set off towards different directions in the stormy waves. One of the boats, which was led by the head steward and personally operated by the old captain, sailed towards their direction. Hey, over here, the person who you're looking for is over here. Yu Xiaoxiao picked up some kelps on the reef and shook it with her hands. The small boats seemed to have saw her action and accelerated their speed. Head steward, we really can't go any further ahead. Otherwise, not only would we be unable to rescue the young prince, but we'll also be sacrificed along with the wrecked boat. When everyone on the boat saw the small figure waving a long green strip on the reef, they quickly rowed over with anticipation. However, they were trapped by the reefs under the sea. The head steward rubbed his hands anxiously and turned towards the sailors. Who is the best swimmer here? Go and check if the young prince is over there. If he is, then bring him back with you. The sailors looked at each other. If they went into the sea with such strong waves, would they even be able to survive? Moreover, they also had to bring another person along while swimming. The head steward asked several times and even offered a reward, but no one dared to go into the water. Yu Hai, who was resting on the reef, had already recovered his energy. When he saw that the small boat had stopped, he immediately understood their situation. The boat can't cross this part of the sea. Let me help you swim over. Yu Hai really deserved the reputation of being the best swimmer in Dongshan village. He took the young man and swam through the stormy waves. He swiftly passed the rocky area and arrived near the lifeboat. Quick, it's the young prince. Hurry and go receive him. When the head steward saw the figure in the sea, he cried with excitement. His head was finally saved after much difficulty. When the sailors hastily pulled Royal Prince Yong onto the lifeboat, the head steward rushed over while sobbing, "My little master." This old servant had finally found you. Then, he burst into another cry of loyalty. Seeing the disordered situation on the boat, Yu Hai didn't greet the people on the boat. Instead, he swam back as he was worried about his children who were still on the rocky reef. By the time the young prince finally stopped the commotion caused by the head steward and remembered his savior, Yu Hai had already returned to the reef. Zhu Junyang looked intently towards the direction of the reef. An image of a fragile and wan little face lingered within his mind. After the brief episode, the Yu family continued hunting for seafood on the reefs. Oh, what's this? A big and translucent mushroom. Did mushrooms also grow on underwater shoals? How strange. Youngest sister, don't move. Yu Hang was extremely relieved that he decided to look towards his youngest sister. He was so frightened that he was drenched in cold sweat right now. Yu Hang quickly ran over and almost stumbled on the uneven reef. He pulled Xiao Xiao's skinny hand away, breathed a sigh of relief, and said, "This is a jellyfish, which is poisonous. If you got stung, it could be fatal. Wait for a moment, you can take it after I take care of it." He used the sharp shovel in his hand to remove the jellyfish's tentacles and warned, "If you see this in the future, remember not to touch its tentacles. It's highly poisonous." Chapter 9, A Rewarding Trip. This chapter is updated by ABHI. Yu Xiaoxiao rubbed her nose, embarrassed by her ignorance. She was a girl who lived in the inner regions of the mainland, so she didn't understand the dangers of the sea. It just looked like a milky white and crystal-like mushroom, but it actually had the potential to be deadly. She really learned something new today. Slosh. The siblings heard the sound of slashing nearby and turned their heads towards the direction of the sound. They looked over and saw Yu Hai coming out of the water. He wasn't wearing an upper garment, exposing his lean and sturdy chest. "Cower, look at what I found." Yu Hai exclaimed with a grin and revealed a mouth full of white teeth, which made his complexion appear even darker. However, his tan skin made him look even more masculine. Little Shish2 immediately rushed over and shouted, "Abalone! It's an abalone! Father, you found abalones!" Xiao Xiao was curious and hastily went over. She saw several dark greenish-brown colored shellfish within Yu Hai's big hands. Each one was around 10 centimeters in length and looked rather unassuming. Was this the highly popular abalone? Such a large abalone would cost at least a few hundred copper coins, one if we sell it in town. Father got 9 of them. If we sell them to a big restaurant, we should be able to get 2 or 3 taels. Yu Xiaolian also came over and exclaimed in surprise. 2 or 3 taels? Based on Xiao Xiao's understanding of the current economy, 2 or 3 taels can buy 300 to 400 caddies of first-class white rice, 100 catties of first-class pork, around 70 or 80 chubby live chickens, 2 to 3 tails were enough to buy 1 year's worth of food for her entire family, which consisted of over 10 people. However, Yu Xiaoxiao knew an abalone's nutritional value. Her original plan of using the abalones to nourish her family's health was disrupted by the value of abalones. Xiaoxiao had a basic grasp of her new grandmother's personality. With her grandmother's temperament, she would tear down whoever dared to suggest that they eat the abalones. If they take them home, then it would just be like throwing a meat bun at a dog, it will never return. Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes darted about, then she acted like a spoiled child and asked, "Father, are these all for me?" After hesitating for a moment, Yu Hai nodded and said, "I already mentioned it earlier, if we find abalones, we'll use it to cook nutritious foods for you and your mother. We were quite lucky today. If we can't finish them, then we can slowly eat them after they're dried." Yu Hang and Yu Shaolian casted a skeptical gaze at their father. They knew exactly what kind of person their father was. He was someone who would work wholeheartedly without any complaint. Even if Madame Zhang made unreasonable demands, he would never refute her. Even Shishtu, who was 5 years old, knew that if they brought the abalones back, then they wouldn't even be able to touch them, let alone slowly eat them. Yu Hai felt uncomfortable by the way his children were staring at him. He pretended to cough and bent down to carefully put the abalones into the bucket. Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes darted around and said, "Father, let me handle the abalones." Yu Hai stuffed the abalones, which were worth around 3 taels, into his daughter's hands without hesitation. He stood up, looked at the sky, and said, "It's getting late. We collected a lot of seafood today, so let's go back now." Yu Xiaoxiao poured all the seafood within her basket into her father's large barrel, and then carefully placed the abalones inside her basket. She looked around and ran towards the cliff. She picked up some kelp and sea lettuce, and then used them to securely cover the abalones. They really collected a lot of seafood today. The barrel that Yu Hai was carrying was as tall as Shishtu and filled with their harvest. Yu Hang and Shaolian were also holding small buckets that were full to the brim. Even little Shishtu's small basket was packed with seafood. On the way back, villagers, who they were acquainted with, greeted them with admiration. "Dahai is seriously still the most skilled among us. He arrived later than us, but he also obtained so much more than all of us. Brother Dahai, this mussel that you caught is at least 20 to 30 catties. When it's dried, it would still weigh around 5 catties. Brother Dahai never fails whenever he makes a move. Do you have any tips? Teach me some." The speaker was a young man in his mid-20s. He had a short stature, upright face, and tanned complexion. In order to prevent disputes when hunting at the sea, the villagers each have their own fixed spots. Thus, their results would depend on their own luck. However, it was different for Yu Hai. He didn't frequently gather seafood at the sea, but he returned with fruitful results every time. Many of the villagers wanted to learn from him, but they couldn't bring themselves to ask. After all, it was his own know how to make a living and feed his family. If they learned his skills, it would be the same as snatching food from his mouth. It was fortunate that Lu Xuanju was close friends with Yu Hai. If another person asked, they might end up having a fallout. "Uncle Xuanju, there are a lot of reefs around the cliff that no one has been to. You can go check it out when the tide recedes." Yu Hang knew Lu Xuanju was close friends with his father, so he didn't hide it from him. However, he didn't reveal his family's treasured hunting spot. Lu Xuanju looked at the villagers who were eavesdropping on them and laughed loudly. "Xiaoxia, do you think we can climb cliffs, hike up mountains, and enter the sea, just like your father? It's so dangerous over at the cliff. That was where Uncle Lu Si died. Your Uncle Xuanju still wants to live for a few more years." Yang Fan's wife walked over with her daughter and asked, "Dahai, where's your wife?" She wasn't feeling very well today, so she stayed at home to rest. "How's brother Yang Fan's leg?" Li Yangfan was another good friend of Yu Hai. He recently encountered a storm on his way back from the sea. His ship crashed into a reef and he injured his leg. Thus, he was recuperating at home right now. Yang Fan's wife asked about Lu Muyan's health with concern, then replied, "He's fine. The injury on his leg wasn't very serious. However, our family's ship was damaged quite badly. Dahai, when you're free, can you come over to check if it can be fixed?" Everyone in the nearby fishing villages knew Yu Hai was a very capable person. When it came to fishing in the sea, even 3 to 5 ordinary people were incomparable to him. A recent example would be early spring this year. At that time, old Yu's family caught a shark that weighed around 300 catties. They had earned several taels with just the shark's fin. It's not that the villagers were looking down on old Yu and his stepson, but without Yu Hai, they wouldn't even be enough to feed a shark, let alone to hunt for a shark. In addition to his fishing and hunting skills, Yu Hai also learned how to repair ships without a teacher. He was capable of fixing most issues and defects of a normal fishing ship. Thus, although many villagers of Dongshan village were envious of Yu Hai's skills, they would only gossip behind his back and wouldn't dare to offend him. Alright, tomorrow, when I return from the mountains, I'll go over to take a look. Yangfan's wife, here's some barnacles, meats. Brother Yangfan really likes eating this. Take some back for him, so he can eat it when he drinks wine. Little Shishtu's basket was filled with barnacles, meats, and Yu Hai generously offered them without any hesitation. Yangfan's wife smiled and shook her head. She looked at the quiet Xiao Cao, who was standing beside them, and said, "Keep it for the children to eat." "Xiao Cao, how's your health? Does your head still hurt?" Yu Xiao Cao politely smiled at her and replied, "It doesn't hurt anymore. Grandpa, you said I can take off the bandage in 2 days." Yu Hai briefly chatted with them before taking the children home. When he entered the door, he saw his wife, who was supposed to be resting inside the room, serving dinner from the kitchen. Thus, his expression immediately turned grim. "Oh, you guys caught quite a lot of good things at the sea today. We're going to have a feast tomorrow." Madame Li's piercing voice sounded behind them. Yu Xiaolian was so angry that she threw the bucket on the ground and shouted at her eldest aunt, who was halfway into her room, "Eldest aunt, didn't grandmother tell you to cook at home? You were wandering around the village and had just returned. You just want everyone to starve, right?" Madame Li glanced at her, but she didn't actually care about that little brat. She sneered, "Someone can pretend to be sick, but I'm not allowed to go out for an errand. How dare you speak to me like that? You have no manners at all. If you're not careful, you won't be able to get married in the future." Chapter 10 Hidden Plan. This chapter is updated by ABHI. Yu Xiaocao was infuriated. "Eldest aunt, who are you accusing of pretending to be sick? Didn't you see my mother fainting yesterday? You're such a healthy person, yet you're ordering a sick person to work. Moreover, you still think you're in the right. If you want to know whether my mother was faking her illness, then just invite Grandpa Yu over." Madame Zhang, who was inside her room, finally couldn't sit still anymore when she heard Xiao Cao's words, "Li Guiwa, you lazy woman. You disappeared once it was time to cook and finally came back now. Why are you still chit-chatting? Hurry up and go help in the kitchen. We'll have to spend money if we call for a doctor." Madame Zhang walked to the entrance of the kitchen and jeered at Lu Muyun, who was working busily, "You should hurry up and go back to your room to rest. Your daughter's heart was aching for you. Are there any daughters who doesn't love their mothers? Mother, you sit down. I'll help you bring the dishes over." Yu Coyote came out of her room. She and the third son, Yu Bo, were the only ones within the family who could calm the old lady down. Madame Zhang turned her head and saw the seafood that Yu Hai and his children were holding. Her gloomy expression turned bright and she immediately smiled, "Give me the barrel. The seafood looks quite fresh. We can keep them overnight and let your eldest brother sell them to a restaurant in town tomorrow morning. Grandmother, let's keep some oysters and steam some to eat ourselves. I want to know what it tastes like," Yu Xiaocao deliberately suggested. Madame Zhang's expression instantly turned grim. She angrily said, "There are plenty of things that you haven't eaten before. If we sell them in town, 1 catty of oysters can be worth several copper coins. Won't you feel vexed for eating them?" If Yu Hai wasn't standing beside them, Madame Zhang would have made even harsher comments. She called for her daughter and didn't even spare the children's buckets. She wanted to take everything back to her room. As long as it was something that could be exchanged for money, she must grasp it within her own hands by all means. She turned around and looked at the basket within Yu Xiaocao's hands. She signaled with her lips and said, "Bring the basket you're holding into my room, too." Xiao Cao pouted and replied resentfully, "Grandmother, you already took all the seafood. There are only kelp and sea lettuce in my basket, which aren't worth much money. We should just keep them and make cold dishes for grandfather to accompany his drinks in the evening." Madame Zhang stretched out her head to take a look. When she saw that it was only glossy and green kelp, she spoke as if she was showing mercy, "Just this once. In the future, I have the final say in everything within the family. You're not allowed to act on your own." Yu Xiaocao agreed. She waited for Madame Zhang to enter the main room before winking at Xiaolian and taking the small basket into the west room. Yu Xiaolian understood her meaning and got a worn-out earthenware jar from the corner of the kitchen. She filled it with some water and quietly followed her younger sister into the room. It was impossible to sell them today, so the sisters carefully placed the abalones inside the ceramic jar and hid them under the kelp. Yu Xiaoxiao was still worried, so she added some mystic stone water inside and hid the jar in a concealed place in the corner of the Kong bed. After that, she came out of the room again with the rest of the kelp. Yu Hai followed them inside and saw the sisters' actions. Xiaolian had always been a hot-tempered person. When she was angry, she had even dared to argue with Madame Zhang. Thus, she was frequently scolded and disciplined for her actions. Xiaoxiao's personality was also rather fierce now. However, she had more tricks up her sleeve and was also courageous. She decisively hid the expensive abalones. In the kitchen, Madame Lu was almost done preparing dinner. Yu Xiaoxiao went in and swiftly made shredded kelp with crushed garlic 1 and sea lettuce soup 2. Hence, dinner was much more lavish than in the past. During the meal, the men and women in the Yu family sat separately. On the women's side, each person had a dark-looking piece of pancake that was about the size of a palm. There were also poached vegetables that were seasoned with a small amount of salt and a bowl of bean paste soup. The staple food for the men was an unlimited amount of triple flour steamed buns 3 which were made with a mixture of wheat flour, millet flour, and potato flour. Their meal also consisted of vegetables that were cooked with lard, and they drank the same soup as the womenfolk. However, this had nothing to do with the idea of men being superior over women. It was just that the men did hard labor that required a lot of energy and strength, so they needed to eat a nice and filling meal. Yu Xiaoxiao won unanimous praise for the 2 dishes that she personally prepared. The plate of shredded kelp with crushed garlic was savory and slightly spicy, while the sea lettuce soup tasted very fresh and full of flavors from the sea. Old Yu was especially fond of the shredded kelp with crushed garlic, and praised it endlessly. Madame Zhang couldn't stand seeing the second branch being complimented. She stuffed mouthfuls of shredded kelp into her mouth and said, "Xiaoxiao is rather capable. She can gather for seafood at the sea and help prepare meals. Dr. Yu had already said that her health is fine, so I reckon we can stop preparing separate meals for her in the future." Xiaoxiao was currently holding her savory congee and happily sharing with little Shish too. However, her expression darkened when she heard her grandmother's remark. In the future, she would have to also eat the difficult-to-swallow coarse grain pancakes and disgusting bean paste soup. Ugh, it's going to be a painful torment. Luckily, those abalones weren't confiscated. Madame Zhang was satisfied upon seeing Xiaoxiao's expression. She appeared to be enjoying the coarse grain pancake even more now. She also ate more than half of the bowl of shredded kelp. Madame Li and her equally obese son were entirely focused on stuffing their mouths, so the rest of the shredded kelp and the sea lettuce soup were also devoured by them. When the plates were completely cleared, she pulled her son, who had wanted to continue eating at the men's table, back to their room stealthily. Xiaoxiao knew that they had gone to secretly eat by themselves again. Madame Li's maiden family had been poor at the time she married into the Yu family. Otherwise, she wouldn't had married the equally poor stepson of the Yu family. However, several years ago, her brothers earned some money through a small business and improved their family's circumstances. Madame Li was the youngest and only daughter in her family. Hence, every time she returned home, her parents, brothers, and sisters-in-law would provide her with some money and food to help her out. Otherwise, with the meals that the Yu family eats, how were Madame Li and her son able to become so fat? It was silent throughout the night after dinner. On the second day, in the west room, Yu Hai's family had all woken up at the first glimmer of dawn. Yu Hai and Hunter Zhao had agreed to go hunting in the mountains. Yu Heng and Yu Xiaolian had always gotten up at this time to collect fishworts and pick up firewood at the foot of the mountain. In the courtyard, Madame Lu was already cleaning the chicken and pig pens with a broom. Yu Xiaoxiao's family was surprised to see her waking up so early. Yu Hai touched her little head and said with a smile, "Sleep some more. It's still pretty dark outside." Yu Xiaoxiao was still concerned about an important matter within her heart, so she couldn't sleep anymore. She replied to her father with a smile, "Even little Shish too is helping out with the chores. How can I be lazy when I'm his older sister? Father, you should hurry up. Don't make Uncle Zhao wait for a long time." Yu Hai didn't delay any further and swiftly gathered his belongings. He took the paper bag with 2 triple flour steamed buns wrapped up inside from Madame Lu and tied the water bag to his waist. After that, he got his homemade bow and hunting spear, and left. Yu Xiaoxiao took out the earthenware jar that she hid under the Kong bed yesterday. The abalones had become even more fresh after being nourished by the mystic stone water. Only a big restaurant can offer a good price for abalones of such good quality. However, she had just transmigrated here and hadn't even left the village before. So, how would she know the direction to town? Eldest brother, is our village far from town? While the main room and east room were still sleeping, Yu Xiaoxiao carried the ceramic pot and followed her older siblings out the door. Yu Hang gave her a weird look and asked, "It's quite far. It would take over 1 shichen by foot. Why are you asking? You wouldn't be thinking of taking these to sell in town, right?" He pointed at the earthenware jar in her hand as he spoke. "Over 1 shichen, doesn't that mean it would take at least 2 hours? Yu Xiaoxiao looked down at her own short legs, sighed, and said, "Are there any horse carriages or ox carts traveling to town in our village?" Chapter 11. A famous restaurant bullies its guests. This chapter is updated by ABHI. Horse carriage? That's very expensive. Who can afford that? Except for those wealthy old masters in town. Our village doesn't have a lot of farmland, so there wasn't anyone who raised cattle. However, Uncle Ma, from the neighboring village, has a donkey cart. He usually helps transport goods, but when he's free, he would also give people a ride to town. Yu Xiaolian chirped a reply. Yu Hang seemed to have understood Xiaoxiao's intentions. After a moment of deliberation, he said, "We still have enough firewood at home. Why don't I accompany you to town?" Yu Xiaoxiao was certainly pleased with his offer, so she hastily nodded. She had wanted to go by herself, but she didn't know the direction. Yu Xiaolian also wanted to go with them when she heard her eldest brother's suggestion to accompany her younger sister to town. However, she knew that if she followed them, then her mother would be responsible for all the chores in the family. Xiaolian looked at her younger sister's pale face, set down the sickle in her hand, and whispered, "Wait for a moment." After that, she ran into the courtyard. A while later, under her siblings' puzzled gaze, Xiaolian rushed out again and took out a small cloth bag in a mysterious manner. She pulled out several copper coins from the bag and said with a smile, "It's younger sister's first time going to town, so you guys should ride the donkey cart." "Where did you get these copper coins?" Yu Hang was surprised. All of their family's income must be handed to and kept by their grandmother. With their grandmother's stingy character, even a deity can't take away a copper coin from her hand. Xiaolian gave them a mysterious smile, looked around, and whispered, "Didn't Dr. Yu teach us how to distinguish medical herbs? While collecting fishworts, I would also dig up herbs that I come across and save them up. Then, I sold the herbs that I saved up to a pharmacy and earned a few copper coins. I had originally wanted to buy some candies for younger sister. She can eat the candy after drinking her medication and change the bitter taste in her mouth." Yu Xiaoxiao felt very touched as she held the 6 copper coins within her hand. She swiftly put away the money and said, "I'm borrowing these copper coins from you. When I have money in the future, I'll pay you back twice as much. We're family, so there's no need to mention that. It's getting late already. If you guys don't hurry and leave, you might miss the donkey cart. Remember to come back early. Otherwise, grandmother will scold you guys again." Yu Xiaoxiao wasn't sure where Xiaolian inherited her frank and brisk personality, but she really likes her this way. Yu Hang took the earthen jar from his sister's hands, then they quickly walked towards the neighboring village. About 30 minutes later, they saw Ma Dafu pulling his donkey cart at the entrance of the village. Although it only cost 2 copper coins for each person, there weren't many people who were willing to spend money to ride on the cart these days. On the donkey cart, there were only 2 women who were taking eggs or vegetables to the morning market. However, there were quite a lot of baskets on the cart. "Uncle Ma, my sister and I want to go to town. Please give us a ride." Yu Hang had been to town several times in the past when he followed his father to sell the game that they had caught. Thus, he had ridden on Ma Dafu's donkey cart before. Ma Dafu naturally wouldn't reject them since it was an opportunity to earn money. He answered with a smile, "Isn't this brother Dahai's son, Xiaoxia? Is this your younger sister, Xiaolian? Quickly get on." The women on the cart sheepishly moved their baskets and emptied a small area for them. Yu Hang lifted his sister up onto the cart, then he went and sat on the thilt one beside Ma Dafu. The corners of Yu Xiaoxiao's mouth twitched. She seriously didn't know how to describe the feeling of being carried by a 10-year-old child. The donkey swiftly trotted forward. It would have originally taken over 2 hours to reach the town by foot, but the duration of the trip was shortened by nearly half now. The siblings finally arrived in town at around 8 in the morning. This small town, Tanggu Town, was just an ordinary coastal town. It only takes about an hour to travel from the east side of town to the west side. However, it was a necessary route from the harbor to the Jinwei prefecture. Thus, despite being small, it was a rather prosperous town. The entrance of the small town was crowded with people rushing to the morning market. Xiao Sao and her eldest brother thanked Uncle Ma and paid him 4 copper coins for the ride. Ma Dafu warmly told them the departure time for the return trip, and he also reminded them to meet him at the same gate. After bidding farewell to Uncle Ma, the siblings walked on the bustling street, which was wide enough for 2 horse carriages to run side by side. They would occasionally see horse wagons filled with cargoes from the wharf rushing through the streets. This town was also an essential route for transporting ocean freights to the capital. Thus, it was no wonder that this town was so lively. Both sides of the street were filled with stores. There were so many stores lined up one after another that the siblings didn't even have time to see everything. Yu Xiaosao was eager to sell the abalones in her hands, so she turned her head towards Yu Heng and asked, "Eldest brother, do you know where the biggest restaurant in town is? Let's just go there directly. There are 2 famous restaurants in this town. One is called Fulin Restaurant, while the other one is Junshou Restaurant. Father also sells his prey to these 2 restaurants first. Fulin Restaurant is closer to here, should we go there first and ask?" Yu Heng has been here several times, so he's somewhat familiar with this town. Fulin Restaurant was a 2-story restaurant. It appeared to be a long-standing business that gave off a sense of simplicity and elegance. The siblings stood briefly in front of the entrance. It wasn't time for them to open the door for business yet, so there was only a young waiter. He was holding a broom and yawning lazily, while sluggishly sweeping the floor. When the waiter saw the patched clothes on their body, he impatiently swept the dust in their direction and shouted with a disdainful look, "Leave, leave, leave. Is this a place that people like you can come? Even if you want to beg for food, you should find a better time. Hurry up and leave." It was the first time that Yu Xiaosao encountered a situation where someone had called her a beggar. A sense of rage rose within the depth of her heart. However, she endured and suppressed her emotions. On the principle that harmony makes money, she squeezed out a smile. "Hey, young brother, is your manager around? I have some fresh seafood here. I was wondering if your restaurant would be interested in buying them." That waiter looked up and swept a gaze at the ceramic jar within her hands. He had a look of contempt as he said, "Fulin Restaurant's seafoods are all delivered by a fixed fisherman. With your poor appearance, would you even have any high-quality goods? Just scram. Why would our manager waste his time to see a filthy little tramp like you? Why are you swearing at us?" Yu Heng frowned and stepped forward to reason with him. The waiter threw the broom in his hands, clasped his waist, and hollered, "So what if I'm swearing at you? Did you filthy beggars want to scam money? You even wanted to see our manager. Who do you think you are? Why is it so nosy in the morning?" Yu Xiaosao was about to explode in rage when a middle-aged man, who looked like a shopkeeper, came out of the main entrance and scolded. The waiter instantly changed his attitude and grinned flatteringly, "Manager Liu. This underling was sending away these beggars. You're a beggar. Manager Liu, I have several fresh and big abalones here. Would your restaurant be interested in buying them?" Yu Xiaosao gave the waiter a fierce glare, but she didn't continue to argue with him and directed her inquiry to Manager Liu. Manager Liu looked at the siblings, but he didn't really take them seriously. "Oh, abalones. If they are of good quality, then we'll take them." Yu Xiaosao walked forward with the earthen jar and said, "These are first-class abalones, with each being over 5 inches in length. Would you like to have a look?" On the street, a young man in an exquisite brocade robe immediately pulled on the reins of his horse upon hearing her words. Abalones that were over 5 inches in length. If it was true, then they were certainly abalones of the highest quality. County Magistrate Wu was holding his birthday banquet at Junshou Restaurant this afternoon. Weren't they just missing an impressive main course? Chapter 12 Junshou Restaurant's Third Young Master. This chapter is updated by ABHI. On the other side, Manager Liu had already checked the goods and was inwardly stunned by the quality of the abalones. He came up with a plan within his heart and said to the siblings, "You're troubling me, this manager, just for these few abalones. Alright, since you guys seem to be in a difficult circumstance, I'll make an exception and take these abalones for 800 copper coins." 800 copper coins. Yu Xiaosao and Yu Heng looked at each other, then she pursed her lips and snatched the earthen jar with the abalones back from Manager Liu's hands. "Manager Liu, do you really take us as beggars?" "What do you mean by that?" Manager Lu looked like a crafty old scoundrel as he twirled his beard and sneered, "With the quality of these abalones, my offer of 800 copper coins was already quite a lot. If you can sell them for 600 copper coins elsewhere, then that just means you're a skilled seller." When Yu Xiaoxiao saw his firm expression, a sense of uncertainty emerged within the heart. She doesn't know the market price for abalones. She couldn't help but shift her gaze towards Yu Hang. Yu Hang was completely unaffected by Manager Lu. He gave his youngest sister a soothing smile and said, "Business is all about mutual consensus. Since we aren't satisfied with Manager Lu's offer, then we should excuse ourselves." Manager Lu had originally thought that these two children would be easily fooled. He had planned to coax and scare them into selling the abalones at the lowest price possible. However, they didn't fall for his tricks. They directly turned around to leave without making any unnecessary comments. He felt somewhat anxious inwardly, so he hastily stopped them by saying, "You guys should consider carefully. Once you pass up this offer, you won't be able to find a better deal. Who would dare to accept goods that our Fulin restaurant had rejected?" Ha! A laughter that carried a slight sense of childishness sounded. "Manager Lu, you're speaking in such an imposing manner. When did your Fulin restaurant become the overlord of this street?" Manager Lu abruptly raised his head, narrowed his eyes, and replied with a smirk, "I was wondering who it was. So, it turned out to be Junsho Restaurant's third young master. What, is Junsho Restaurant trying to interfere with our Fulin restaurant's matters now?" "Interfering with your matters? This young master doesn't have that much free time. I'll just leave that for your own master to worry about." Junsho Restaurant's third young master, Zhou Zixu, faintly smiled and said, "I just can't stand seeing people, on the pretense of doing honest business with all customers, taking advantage of others and forcing them to their precious seafoods at a lowered price." Manager Lu noticed that a crowd was forming and knew that he shouldn't continue to argue with him. Thus, he turned towards the siblings and said, "You two come in first. I'll definitely offer you an appropriate price. It's probably a price that only you will be satisfied with." A faintly indifferent smile emerged on third young master Zhou's handsome and somewhat tender-looking face. Tanggu town is located near the sea. Therefore, most of the locals are familiar with determining the quality and market price of marine products. "Little sister, would you please show everyone the abalones that you're holding? Let us see if our Fulin restaurant, who does honest and fair business, gave a fair price." Most of the bystanders didn't know what was going on. However, after listening to third young master Zhou's words, was there anyone who still didn't understand? Fulin Restaurant's manager was bullying these two young siblings. He was using his powers to take advantages of them and forcing them sell their valuable marine goods at a low price. A large market was open today at Tanggu town, so there were numerous fishermen from nearby fishing villages walking on the street. The most hated thing for these fishermen were dishonest merchants who maliciously demands a lower price. Thus, they volunteered in succession to be the siblings' examiner. Although Yu Hang has a quiet temperament, but he had a clear-headed understanding of the situation and had already made a decision in his mind. In the past, when he came to sell game with his father, he had heard about the rivalry between the new restaurant, Junsho Restaurant, and the old brand, Fulin Restaurant. This third young master Zhou appeared to be helping them, but he was probably just taking this opportunity to attack Fulin Restaurant. This was a battle between two strong competitors, so was it really necessary to hurt innocent bystanders? Yu Hang held back his youngest sister's eagerness and politely said, "Business is about the mutual willingness between the two parties. It's natural for the seller to set a price and the buyer to bargain. Even if the deal doesn't work out, we can still maintain a benevolent relationship. We have nothing more to say since Manager Lu didn't like our goods. Please excuse us." As he spoke, he bowed with his hands clasped together and pulled Yu Xiaoxiao out of the crowd. Manager Lu was already fuming with anger due to third young master Zhou's taunting, but he knew that it wasn't wise to keep thinking about taking those high-quality abalones. Thus, he used this opportunity to get himself out of this awkward situation. With a toss of his sleeves, he snorted and entered the restaurant. However, he broke out in cold sweat inwardly. Junsho Restaurant was a new restaurant that had only been opened for less than a year. It was backed by the Zhou family, who were one of the 4 major merchants within the entire empire. The Zhou family's ancestral home just happened to be in Tanggu town, so Fulin Restaurant wasn't in a dominant position. Nevertheless, Fulin Restaurant was still an established restaurant. They still had several famous specialty dishes in their restaurant and a group of loyal customers. However, these past 2 months, the Zhou family's third young master had returned to his ancestral home. He had mysteriously obtained several new dishes that really suited the county magistrate's appetite, and also attracted many of Fulin restaurant's customers. His master was already unsatisfied with him due to that matter. If he also earned the reputation of being a bully today, then he'll probably be dismissed from his position as the manager of Fulin restaurant. Manager Lu alerted himself inwardly. Although he regretted not being able to obtain those precious abalones, he also didn't dare to use any devious schemes anymore. Eldest brother, why didn't we take this chance to teach that snob manager Lu a lesson? Yu Xiaosao was still aggrieved about that matter and angrily asked while shaking her small fist. Yu Hang looked at his youngest sister's puffed-up face, which had very lively expression. He couldn't resist pinching her little face and replied with a smile, Fulin restaurant was backed up by people from the government office. Ordinary citizens shouldn't fight with government officials. If we seriously offend Manager Lu, then it would be difficult for us to stay in this town in the future. Yu Xiaosao was stunned. As a modern-day citizen who was born under the red flag and raised in the spring breeze, it was her first time being taught that people are classified based on their wealth and status. Thus, various feelings surged into her heart. Yu Hang noticed that his youngest sister had stopped walking and had dazed expression on her face. He thought she was frightened, so he hastily comforted her. Youngest sister, don't be afraid. As long as we do the right things, then those rich people and government officials wouldn't be able to harm us. Father said that our emperor was a good ruler, who was intelligent and had fair judgment. The officials under his rule were still mostly fair and honest. A good example would be the county magistrate of Tenggu town. He was well known as an upright magistrate. Yu Xiaosao collected her composure. In the novels and television, there were many wealthy people and officials who looked down on the common citizens in ancient times. Hence, she inwardly reminded herself to keep a low profile in the future. Eldest brother, is our emperor really that powerful? He can make all those high-ranking officials obediently submit to his ruling. Yu Xiaosao had just recently transmigrated here, so she still didn't know what dynasty she was in. Shish, Yu Hang almost reached out to cover her mouth. What does she mean by obediently submit to his ruling? Fortunately, they were in Tenggu town, a small coastal town. If they were in the capital, which was full of fourth-rank officials walking on the streets, they would have been convicted of irreverence. Chortle. Just when Yu Hang felt inwardly glad that no one had heard their conversation, he heard a young man's distinctive laughter. When the siblings turned their heads, they saw the young master in refined clothes who they met earlier. He was currently pulling his horse and walking behind them. Yu Hang's face immediately turned pale. He doesn't know if this noble young master had heard his youngest sister's disrespectful words. He gritted his teeth, walked towards him, and said, "Thank you so much for speaking up for us earlier." Chapter 13 Utterly confused. This chapter is updated by ABHI. Third young master Zhou dusted off the lapels of his clothes and laughed, "Actually, I wasn't purely speaking up for you guys. As Junsho Restaurant's young boss, I wouldn't miss out on any chance to attack Fulin Restaurant. It was a pity." When Yu Xiaosao heard that this young man was the young boss of Junsho Restaurant, she looked out from behind her elder brother with a bright smile. "You're the young boss of Junsho Restaurant. Can you make decisions?" Yu Hang knew his youngest sister's intentions, so he quietly pulled on her sleeve. There was a slight trace of arrogance that was typical to young people on third young master Zhou's handsome face. "Junsho Restaurant was specially gifted to me by my family so that I can use it as a form of training. Thus, I naturally have the rights to make decisions." They had unknowingly arrived at the street where Junsho Restaurant was located. Junsho Restaurant's tall and magnificent entrance could be seen from afar. Yu Xiaosao was completely speechless. This restaurant was comparable to a 5-star hotel, but the owner had actually given it to a young child to use as training. This Zhou family was seriously rich. Third young master, why did you come at this time? Junsho Restaurant's manager was a competent assistant that the master of the Zhou family provided for his son. The master of the Zhou family had 3 sons. When they reached a certain age, they began working to gain experience under one of the family's businesses. However, the youngest son chose to return to their ancestral home and build a new restaurant. Even his 2 older brothers didn't have such courage. Junsho Restaurant had very few customers a year ago, but it was difficult to even find a seat nowadays. Thus, the manager sincerely acknowledged his young boss. He was determined to follow the third young master and pursue a successful career with him. Third young master Zhou was rather satisfied with this capable and loyal manager. The first step of success for members of the Zhou family was to be able to win the loyalties of the people around them. This was something that he had already achieved. He will do even better in the future. He will let those people watch as he becomes successful. Manager Zhang, how are the preparations for County Magistrate Wu's birthday banquet? Everything's ready and here's the menu. Third young master, can you check if there's anything that needs to be taken out? Manager Zhang personally held the birthday banquet's menu for third young master Zhou to look over. County Magistrate Wu had always placed great emphasis on his reputation as a government official. This banquet wasn't intended to be extravagant and was just a simple family dinner. Therefore, there were 10 people in attendance at most. County Magistrate Wu was born in an aristocratic family, which had served as officials for generations. Moreover, his wife was the daughter of Marquis Zhongyi. Thus, they wouldn't be impressed by ordinary dishes. County Magistrate Wu was a major reason for Junshou Restaurant's success in Tanggu Town, so they must serve him well. The dishes for the banquet were decided after Zhou Zixu had a thorough discussion with the kitchen. Most of them were specialty dishes and popular dishes of the restaurant. However, third young master Zhou was still unsatisfied with the menu. He felt that it was still missing a top-notch dish that was high-end and elegant. I need to discuss business with these siblings, so prepare a quiet place for us. Third young master Zhou didn't take the menu and instructed the manager. After that, he turned around to greet Yu Heng and his sister. Discuss business. With these two, Manager Zhang examined the young siblings, who were dressed in old and shabby clothes. There wasn't any contempt within his eyes, just curiosity. These two little fellows had attracted his young master's attention. What was so special about them? While Yu Xiaosao followed behind third young master Zhou, she curiously looked at Junshou Restaurant's furnishing. It was worthy of being a rising star who competed with the established Fulin restaurant. There was an expected majestic atmosphere in all aspects of the restaurant, but the details of the decor also made people feel warm and comfortable. Xiaosao gasped in admiration inwardly, but her every move had fallen into the eyes of third young master Zhou. These siblings had aroused his interest. Although the older brother was young, he could make rational choices and quick decisions. The younger sister was in the grand and upscale Junshou restaurant, but there was only curiosity and admiration in her eyes, without any trace of unease and timidity. Were they not born in a poor fisherman's family, but actually hiding a secret? Zhou Zixu felt somewhat uncertain in his mind. Seeing the wariness within Yu Heng's eyes, he knew that Yu Heng was still being cautious due to the unintentional remark the little girl made earlier. Zhou Zixu smiled and said, "Our great Ming dynasty is different from the previous dynasty's belief that the people's speech needs to be suppressed like the flood. Our current emperor is especially open-minded and advocates for freedom of speech. Your younger sister didn't say anything wrong. His Majesty is an excellent ruler, so how is she being disrespectful? Advocates for freedom of speech." Yu Xiaosao felt that it was rather strange to hear this phrase from someone from the ancient times. However, she finally found out that she was in the great Ming dynasty. In her impression, people of the Ming dynasty were rather fortunate in terms of eating. Numerous ingredients and seasonings had been imported from abroad. As an expert in braised foods, how could she go without any of these? As Zhongwen Emperor, Zhu Yunwen, in power now. Yu Xiaosao didn't filter her mouth and carelessly blurted out her knowledge of history. However, as soon as she spoke, she knew that she was in trouble. In ancient times, if she directly called out the emperor's name, would she be beheaded? Zhou Zixu looked at her and spoke with a slightly surprised tone. "It is currently the reign of Zhongwen, but who's Zhu Yunwen?" Yu Xiaosao carefully observed third young master Zhou's expression and determined that her little life was probably safe. Thus, she cautiously asked, "Isn't it currently the reign of the second emperor of the Ming dynasty?" At the fishing village, she had vaguely heard that the current emperor was the second emperor of this dynasty. The second emperor of the Ming dynasty was Zhu Yunwen. Did she make a mistake with history? You're right. The first emperor of the dynasty passed the imperial throne to his grandson and went on a sightseeing trip. All this had already been compiled into a storytelling and spread throughout the entire Great Ming dynasty. However, though our emperor is also surnamed Zhu, his name isn't Zhu Yunwen. The personal name of our respected Zhongwen emperor is Junfan. The personal name of the emperor of the Great Ming dynasty wasn't necessarily a taboo. Zhongwen emperor had personally set an example for freedom of speech. It was said that a minister had been overly agitated during court and directly called out the emperor's name. Not only did the emperor not blame him, but he also called him, comparable to Wei Zheng, one for his courage to give direct criticism. Zhu Junfan. Was there an emperor during the Ming dynasty called Zhu Junfan? I don't think so. The first emperor of the Ming dynasty passed his position to his grandson, but that grandson wasn't Zhu Yunwen. Was this great Ming dynasty the same as the Ming dynasty recorded in history? The personal name of the founder of the Ming dynasty, Yu Xiaosao bravely continued to ask. The founder of the dynasty was Zhu Weiyang. He had conquered the world with his military force and established the Great Ming Dynasty, which is well known throughout the world. Are you really a citizen of the Great Ming Dynasty? How can you not even know this? Zhou Zixu looked at her with disbelief, as if she was an alien. Yu Heng immediately helped his younger sister explain, my youngest sister had been sick and bedridden ever since she was young. She had only begun to gradually recover recently. Zhou Zixu's gaze lingered on Yu Xiaosao's pale face. He slightly nodded and said, it seems like little sister Yu is quite interested in the Great Ming Dynasty, so I'll be a good person and tell you about it. Third young Master Zhou's next words was a major shock to Yu Xiaosao. Although the Yuan dynasty was also overthrown by the Ming dynasty and the emperor's surname was also Zhu, but this Ming dynasty wasn't the same as the Ming dynasty in history that she was familiar with. It wasn't Zhu Yuanzhang who overthrew the last emperor of the Yuan dynasty, but the retired emperor, Zhu Weiyang. The retired emperor had lived in poverty and was allegedly an unsuccessful person in his youth. However, when he was 22 years old, he suddenly became an entirely different person. Chapter 14 Gullible Sheep. This chapter is updated by ABHI. Zhu Weiyang, who was originally timid and cowardly, raised a rebellion under the tyranny of the Yuan dynasty. He was a brilliant strategist with outstanding abilities, so he quickly became the leader of the rebels and achieved glorious results on the battlefield. In less than 10 years, he had subverted the rule of the Yuan dynasty and established the Great Ming dynasty. Afterwards, it took nearly 10 years to calm the chaos within the country that was caused by the war. They also had to drive other hostile nations around them far away from the borders, beating them until they didn't dare to fight back again. The retired emperor, Zhu Weiyang, could be regarded as a military genius who only appeared once in a century. However, his ability to govern the country was mediocre. At the beginning of the establishment of the new dynasty, there were endless battles and chaos. As a result, there was a loss of crops and lack of farmland, which caused famine and a price inflation for grain. Thus, people lived in misery and poverty. The current emperor was the eldest legitimate grandson of the first emperor. He was a young genius, who had led a group of boatmen to build ships for ocean voyages at the age of 12. He also personally went on a trip and brought back crops like chili peppers, sweet potatoes, and peanuts. Furthermore, he exported tea, porcelain, and silk to the New World for trade with the native people. The high-yielding sweet potatoes were able to provide the war-weary citizens with food to fill their stomachs. The common people merely strived for survival, so when a source of food was guaranteed, society gradually stabilized. After the current emperor came of age at 20 years old, the first emperor retired from his position and passed the imperial throne to him. After that, the retired emperor lived a leisurely life of traveling and sightseeing. After Zhongwen Emperor ascended the throne, a series of reforms were carried out to reduce taxes, encourage farming and sericulture, and support the development of industry and commerce. In just 5 years, he was able to organize and keep the country in good order. It was historically recorded as the rule of heaven. Yu Xiaosao was confused. Did she transmigrate back in time or to another world with a similar history? What was the point in being bothered by this? Since she was already here, she should just go with the flow. First, she needed to solve the problem of obtaining enough food to eat and warm clothing to wear. Yu Xiaosao turned her gaze towards the handsome young boy, Zhou Zixu. This gullible little sheep might be the first step to improve her current living conditions. Although they were in the middle of the 3 hottest days of summer, third young Master Zhou suddenly felt a gust of cold air and the hairs on his arms stood up. He inwardly wondered, feeling chilly even when there was a scorching sun in the sky. Did I catch a cold? That, young Master Zhou, you're in charge of Junsho restaurant, right? Do you want these abalones? Yu Xiaosao asked candidly. While Zhou Zixu was telling them about the history, he had pretended to unintentionally glance at the earthenware jar within her hands several times. He had been waiting for the right time to ask about it, so he hastily replied, if they're high-quality abalones, then our Junsho restaurant will definitely offer you a reasonable price. Can I take a look first? The abalones that Yu Hai caught this time were indeed rare. Moreover, they seemed to have grown after being nourished by the mystic stone water overnight. They appeared to be even more fresh and juicy. Zhou Zixu wasn't very knowledgeable about seafood, so he invited manager Zhang and head chef Wang over. After they saw the abalones, they praised them fervently. Head chef Wang had been cooking seafood for nearly 30 years. Such big and fresh abalones were comparable to a king abalone, which he had seen only 5 years ago after a stroke of luck. Moreover, the abalones were all about the same size and abnormally plump. Junshou restaurant will take these abalones. Zhou Zixu decisively said, how much do you want? Just state a price. Based on manager Yang's and head chef Wang's eyes and expressions, Yu Xiaosao already knew that these abalones were very rare. After a moment of deliberation, she said, we have 9 abalones. It costs 1 tael for each abalone. No bargaining. Yu Hang widened his eyes in shock as he looked at his youngest sister. 1 tael for each abalone, then that would be 9 taels. He had originally thought that 2 or 3 taels would be the most that they could earn from selling the abalones. But, 9 taels, his youngest sister had actually dared to state this price. Manager Zhang furrowed his brows slightly. It was understandable for abalones to be expensive in the capital and some inland regions, since scarcity makes things valuable. However, Tanggu town was a small coastal town that didn't lack seafood. Thus, it was rare to see the price of 1 tael per abalone. When he was about to start bargaining for a lower price, his young boss had already swiftly made a decision. He readily agreed with a wave of his hand, manager Zhang, pay. Head chef Wang had already eagerly carried the earthen jar filled with abalones away. For a renowned chef, what else would be more pleasing than obtaining good ingredients? Manager Zhang didn't say anything more and took out 2 small ingots, which were worth 5 taels each. He muttered inwardly, third young master Zhou doesn't manage the household expenses, so he doesn't know the cost of living. 1 tael for 1 abalone. It's impossible to find such a price within the entire Tanggu town. He's still too young. Manager Zhang, we don't have any change. Yu Hang looked at the shiny ingots on the table. He secretly gulped his saliva and didn't dare reach out his hand to take them. Zhou Zixu was in a good mood since he worked out the main dish for the banquet in the afternoon. He directly said, keep the change. If your family has any good seafood in the future, remember to send them to Junshou restaurant first. We can negotiate a good price. Yu Xiaosao smiled until her eyes turned a crescent-shaped. She happily took the 2 ingots and said, no problem. Our Yu family are skilled fishermen. In the future, if we catch things like shark fins and sea cucumbers, we'll definitely send them to Junshou restaurant first. Yu family. Is it Yu Dahai's family from Dongshan village? Manager Zhang had heard the rumors about Yu Hai hunting sharks. For a large restaurant, all sorts of delicacies were equally difficult to find. It seems like third young master has a keen eye for people. If they can have a good relationship with the Yu family, then they wouldn't suffer any losses either. Yu Hang just recovered from the unbelievable shock. He took a deep breath, then gently exhaled. 10 taels. That was several months of income for their family. After Yu Hang finally steadied his emotions, he answered manager Yang's question, yes, Yu Hai is my father. He caught these abalones when he dived under the reefs. However, marine treasures like shark fin and sea cucumbers aren't as easy to obtain. Don't listen to my youngest sister's reckless remark. They're difficult to obtain, but not impossible. It's fine as long as you do as your younger sister promised and think of Junshou restaurant first when you have good seafood, especially the valuable ones. Zhou Zixu patted his shoulder and said with a smile. Yu Xiaosao smiled brightly like a flower, while fiddling with the 2 ingots, that's right. I'll tell my father when we get back. Third young master Zhou, thanks a lot. Zhou Zixu smiled even more widely when he saw that the young girl's expression. She looked like a money grubber who just hadn't bitten down on the ingots yet. The young girl suddenly raised her head and asked manager Zhang with a stern expression, Manager Zhang, can you help me change these ingots to silver bits? Manager Zhang felt that this little girl was rather interesting, so he purposely teased her, are you sure? If I change them to silver bits for you, then I'll only give you 9 taels. Yu Xiaosao didn't mind this since the price she had requested was 9 taels. The extra tael was an unexpected bonus. However, it would be inconvenient if they didn't change them to silver bits. She and Yu Hang were both children dressed in shabby clothes. If they go shopping on the streets with 2 small ingots, they would obviously attract thieves. 9 taels, so be it. If it's not too troublesome, it would be best if you can also change some into copper coins. They could have purchased so much white rice and flour with one tail, so Yu Heng was somewhat bewildered that Yu Xiaoxiao had given up on it so easily. Chapter 15 The Best Seasoning. This chapter is updated by ABHI. Manager Zhang took the silver ingots from them with a smile and left. A few moments later, he came back out. One hand held a plain purse made of rough burlap and the other had a couple strings of copper coins. This bag holds about 4½ taels worth of silver bits. I change the rest into these strings of copper cash. The restaurant manager even warned them. Be careful with how you store this money. You don't want any thieves to get their eyes onto this. Thank you, Manager Zhang. Yu Xiaoxiao as she carefully placed the pouch full of silver into her clothing. She then divided the strings of copper coins evenly between her and her older brother in preparation for their upcoming shopping trip. Before the two siblings left, the young girl went into the restaurant's back kitchen to retrieve their old and damaged ceramic pot. At the same moment, a shipment of oysters had come in. The sight of the pails and pails of fresh seafood flowing into the kitchen astonished her. Wow, she exclaimed in awe. Junsho restaurant must be doing really well. Are you really able to sell all of these oysters out in one day? Head chef Wang laughed ruefully. Unfortunately, oysters aren't exactly a rare delicacy for a coastal town like us. How is it possible for us to sell this many oysters in one day? It must be third young master buying more than we need again. These darned creatures are hard to keep alive outside of the sea, and it's hot right now so we can't let them sit for too long. I guess I'll have to find someone to turn most of them into dried goods. Zhou Zixu had also followed the two children into the kitchen. After seeing the bunch of oysters all piled in the room, he knew he had bought too many. Feeling awkward, he rubbed his nose sheepishly. Said Yu Xiaoxiao. I'll help you guys out since third young master Zhou was so generous. Is there any sugar and cooking wine in here? The little girl rolled up her sleeves as if she was about to do some hard work. Zhou Zixu glanced at her slender and weak-looking arms before he quickly replied, of course we do. What kind of restaurant would we be if we didn't have such basic ingredients? What are you planning to do with these oysters? Yu Xiaoxiao beamed a smile at him but decided to keep him in suspense. You'll know once I'm done. Take it as my present to you, young master. The two older men exchanged a perplexed look. Just what was the little girl up to? They still had some spare time before the county magistrate's banquet, so they had enough time to satisfy their curiosity. In her previous life, her younger brother loved to eat food flavored with oyster sauce. However, the oyster sauce sold at the supermarket all had a bunch of additives in them. In an effort to avoid harming his health, she found a recipe online and started to make her own oyster sauce at home. After experimenting and tinkering with the recipe for a long time, she finally developed a recipe that was not only delicious but also more healthy. Her brother loved the homemade sauce and thought that it tasted more original and savory than the versions from the store. The only flaw was that it spoiled more quickly than the manufactured sauces. But it was to be expected. After all, she never added any preservatives to it. With a demeanor full of confidence, Yu Xiaoxiao directed the kitchen staff to start shucking all of the oysters and to leave the meat in a separate wooden cask. She surveyed the kitchen and grabbed the largest pot she could find. She swiftly calculated the ratio, then poured an appropriate amount of water into the pot to boil. Once the water started to boil, Yu Xiaoxiao poured in all of the oyster meat and started to stir the pot vigorously with a ladle. The cask that held the oysters had some essence left at the bottom. This leftover liquid actually held a lot of the oysters' savory flavor, so she added all of it into the hot pot without a second thought. It would be a pity to waste something that could enhance the taste and increase the output of the sauce. Hey you, come help me stir this pot. Yu Xiaoxiao's fragile body was still too weak to work for too long. Let me do it instead. Head chef Wang exclaimed as he squeezed his fat butt into the crowd and pushed the earmarked kitchen staff aside. Should I continue stirring in one direction? Head chef Wang had worked as a chef for over 10 years and was passionate about uncovering new methods and recipes. Although it was a little shameful to steal skills from other people, this particular person didn't seem to be guarding her methods. How could he let such a prime opportunity pass him? Yu Xiaoxiao nodded absent-mindedly as she silently calculated out the remaining time. The oysters needed to simmer for another 20 to 30 minutes to maximize flavor extraction. After that, the meat needed to be separated out to allow the rest of the sauce to develop. However, the leftover oyster meat could still be cooked in other dishes or set out in the sun to dry for later. Not one bit needed to be wasted. After the allotted time finished, Yu Xiaoxiao strained the leftover meat and other solids from the finished oyster essence. She poured some oil into a clean pot to coat the inside to prevent substances from sticking to it. The oyster essence was then added to the vessel along with some fresh water. The contents were set on the fire to stew again. During this second process, Yu Xiaoxiao added some sugar, cooking wine, and some other seasonings while the sauce simmered on low heat. Time passed as she let the ingredients cook and melt together. It was almost lunchtime before she finally declared that it was ready. The finished oyster sauce was dark in color and had a glossy sheen. The whole kitchen was filled with its savory fragrance. Head chef Wang impatiently sampled a taste of the sauce and his eyes opened wide in shock. This is incredible. How could something have such a dense yet savory taste? It is so full of flavor but it doesn't seem overwhelming. Yu Xiaoxiao also took a taste before smiling. It still lacks a couple of key ingredients that would make it more delicious. Still, this sauce is still pretty good, it retains the original flavor from the oysters. Zhou Zixu and manager Zhang followed in trying the sauce out. What kind of sauce is this? Can it be added to cooked meats and vegetables? Yu Xiaoxiao nodded in assent. This is called oyster sauce. Oyster sauce is also known as the essence of the sea. Using it while cooking can increase the overall savoriness and tastiness of a dish. She looked around the kitchen and then pointed at a bunch of green-leafed vegetables. Let me make some simmered green vegetables, with this. This is one of my specialties. Head chef Wang enthusiastically started washing the vegetables himself. In the meantime, Yu Xiaoxiao set another pot full of water on the fire and let it come to a boil. After quickly blanching the cleaned greens in the water, she set the cooked vegetables onto a serving plate and drizzled some oyster sauce and sesame oil on top. The dish was finished. She glanced up at everyone in the kitchen and hinted at them to take a taste. Is this already finished? Asked someone incredulously. The rest of the people in the room looked at her in dismay. Wasn't this just boiled green vegetables? On the other hand, head chef Wang had a thoughtful expression on his face. From his culinary experience, he knew that the more simple a dish was, the more it tested a chef's capabilities. He grabbed a pair of chopsticks and used them to bring a single stem to his mouth. The taste of the savory oyster sauce and fresh flavor of the vegetable melded perfectly together. It was something that he had never tasted before, but it was divine to his senses. The blissful expression on head chef Wang's face elicited Zhou Zixu's curiosity. How could someone like the head chef, who had likely eaten many delicious dishes, be so infatuated with something like this? It was just some steamed vegetables with some sauce on top. After contemplating for another second, the young master finally decided to try it himself. He also picked up one stalk and carefully placed it into his mouth. As someone who grew up in a rich family, he naturally loved to eat meat more than plain vegetables. His mother had gone through a lot of effort throughout the years to get him to eat some vegetables at his meals. The chef of his family had a practiced hand in cooking vegetables. In fact, many of the nobles and aristocrats had asked one time or another for his family to sell this chef to them. All of the offers had been gracefully declined. However, all of those exquisite dishes made by high-class cooks could not even be compared to this simple dish made by this little girl. The secret ingredient was obvious in this case. Zhou Zixu and head chef Wang looked at each other. Their thoughts and hearts were linked as one in what their next step to be. The light of greed started to shine in their eyes. Young miss from the Yu family, do you plan on selling your method? Third young master Zhou and head chef Wang asked at same time. Are you two asking about the recipe for the oyster sauce? What do you mean by selling it? I didn't hide anything when I made it earlier. If there are any parts that are confusing, feel free to ask me. Yu Xiaoxiao had never intended to sell her recipe for money. It was more important for her to build some good karma and connections. Zhou Zixu not only was the true owner of the best restaurant in Tanggu town but was also the young master of one of the 4 great merchant families of the country, the Zhou family. In the future, it was likely she would need a couple of favors from him. It was better to leave a good impression now than to be greedy. The more friends she had, the more options she had in the future. Chapter 16 Going Shopping. This chapter is updated by ABHI. Head chef Wang had grown up in a family who was well known for producing culinary talents and knew firsthand just how cutthroat the culinary world was. In his experience, all famous chefs who had signature dishes guarded and hoarded their recipes zealously. However, this particular little girl in front of him had no qualms in sharing her secrets. The older man rubbed his hands sheepishly before he said, Miss Yu, might it be a good idea to discuss this with your parents before you make a final decision? No need to ask them. This recipe was personally developed by me, No one else at home knows about it. If you don't believe, ask my older brother right now. Yu Xiaoxiao waved her hand dismissively at the head chef's suggestion. Once third young master Zhou confirmed her statement with Yu Hang, he thought for a bit before making his final decision. Alright, then I will take your generous gift graciously. In the future, if you run into any trouble, feel free to come to the Zhou family residence to find me. Yu Xiaoxiao grinned in delight and thought, whippersnapper, I was just waiting for those words. Oh right, since the weather is hot now, make sure to store any leftover oyster sauce in the ice house. It can't be held for more than a month before it goes bad. After leaving her last piece of advice to the two men, she rubbed the pouch containing her hard-earned money and prepared to leave. Don't worry, although it looks like we have a lot of oyster sauce, we have many customers here at Junshou restaurant. I'd be surprised if this even lasted a week. Head chef Wang carefully poured the sauce into a bottle and cradled it like it was a world treasure before he reluctantly set it down again. At the same time, the flow of customers into Junshou restaurant started to increase, and the back kitchen started to bustle with activity. Zhou Zixu ordered the restaurant staff to add oyster seasoned green vegetables to County Magistrate Wu's banquet menu. Head chef Wang took out the abalone and had a pensive look on his face. He needed to figure out the best way to serve this high-quality abalone to awe and impress the magistrate's guests. Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but give him a suggestion. You could try making abalone with garlic sauce 1. If the guests don't like the taste of garlic, you can switch it out for the oyster sauce instead. The sauce can elevate the intrinsic flavor of the abalone. But take your time in deciding, head chef Wang. Under the escort of third young master Zhou and manager Zhang, the two siblings finally left Junshou restaurant. Coincidentally, the magistrate's son had come over directly after finishing school and saw the brother-sister pair leave. Third young master Zhou was not normally a humble person, so seeing him treat a couple of children who were dressed like street urchins so politely was out of the ordinary. The young man couldn't help but ask incredulously, third young master Zhou, what are the identities of these two children? They must be extraordinary in order to catch your eye. Zhou Zixu clasped his two hands together and perfunctorily greeted him. He quickly reverted back to his usual dandy self. Brother Wu, I see that school must have let out early today. Come in, come in. I just had a new shipment of clouds and mists tea come in. This batch has a strong fragrance and has the color of fresh dew. Very hard to find now. Young Master Wu only had one elegant hobby, drinking and comparing teas. Once he heard Junshou restaurant had received a rare batch, all curious thoughts about the odd sibling pair went straight out of his mind. He followed Zhou Zixu into a private room. Let's go shopping, eldest brother. Whatever you want to eat is on me today. Now that Yu Xiaoxiao had money in her hands, she felt more confident. Her back was ramrod straight as she strode imposingly down the road. Yu Hang flicked her forehead teasingly but then lowered his voice before he said, we're still one household right now. Any money we earn has to be handed over. If grandmother finds out we have so much silver now, she definitely would not be happy. I feel like it's better that we. Yu Xiaoxiao quickly brought her hands up to protect the purse hidden in her clothes. Her eyes glinted with annoyance. Is the money that our dad brings home not enough? He's the one keeping the whole family afloat, including our uncle who's studying in the town. Let the adults find ways to keep the family running. They don't need to know about this little extra income that we earned. Yu Hang opened his mouth to say something but his sister quickly interrupted him. Hand it over, hand it over. You guys are just encouraging grandmother's behavior. Just think about, how much money has father given to them? And how much of that money comes back to us? You better not tell anyone about the money we made today, otherwise you're not my older brother anymore. Seeing that Yu Xiaoxiao was adamant, Yu Hang decided it was useless to try to change her mind. Instead, he reminded her, then make sure you hide the money well. You can't let grandmother or the other family members find out. Don't worry so much about the stuff I'm in charge of. Yu Xiaoxiao slapped her chest to show Yu Hang she had everything handled. Her spirits were up now that she had money in hand. She gleefully pulled her brother along to go shopping for the first time. As the two of them strolled, Yu Xiaoxiao checked out all of the prices and stored them for future use. At the grain shop, millet, potato starch, and maize were all 2 copper coins a caddy. White flour was 5 copper coins a caddy. Northern lands didn't plant a lot of rice, so it was 7 copper coins a caddy. The price of a caddy of high-quality pork 20 copper coins, while one single live chicken was 40 copper coins. Although the imperial court had stabilized prices recently, peace had only recently come to the empire. Most commoners lived similar lives to the fishermen in Dongshan village, eking out in poverty day by day. The more she understood the circumstances of this world, the more Yu Xiaoxiao missed her old world. Modern life was still better. Even though her childhood was not easy, it still wasn't as bad the lives most people led here. After living as the oldest sister in her past life, she had already gotten used to handling all of the responsibilities. Her mind whirled as she started to come up with ideas to get rich. She needed more money in order to help her family live a better life. One where they weren't always worrying about their next meal. A nearby hawker cried out, "Big meat buns too. Delicious and tasty meat buns." The sound of his harsh voice neatly cut through her thoughts. Grumble, grumble, their stomachs groaned and yowled at thought of food. They both had gotten up early that morning, and neither of them had eaten anything before setting out. Yu Xiaoxiao rubbed her shriveled tummy as the smell of the meat buns floated into her nose. She waved a fist in the air and said, "Let's go and eat some meat buns. Give us 4 big meat buns and 2 bowls of egg drop soup 3. After getting their food, Yu Xiaoxiao walked over to a low table at the side of the road and made sure to call her brother over to eat food. Although they couldn't afford to eat at a high-class restaurant, they could still eat as much they wanted from the food stalls. Yu Hang had taken trips with his dad before to town. On those trips, neither of them would spend a single copper coin out of frugalness. His little sister, on the other hand, had no qualms on spending a handful of coins in one transaction. The amount of money she spent on their meal was almost enough to buy 2 caddies of white rice and 3 caddies of white flour. I'll just eat 3 plain buns and drink some water instead, said Yu Hang after looking at all of the prices. He settled on spending just 1 copper coin for his meal. Yu Xiaoxiao knew her brother had thriftiness down to his bones. She silently counted out 12 copper coins and handed it to the hawker selling breakfast foods. The merchant cleverly took out 4 stuffed buns and had his wife ladle out 2 steaming bowls of soup up. "Don't make a fuss. We already bought the food, so just eat it now." Yu Xiaoxiao grabbed one of the hot buns and thrust it into Yu Hang's hands. She opened her mouth wide and sank her teeth into another bun. These ancient people knew how to make some delicious meat buns. The skins were appropriately thin and there was plenty of filling in the bun. Every bite had the satisfying, rich taste of meat. The savory flavor filled and melted in her mouth. Perhaps she was too hungry, but she thought that there was nothing more delicious in the world than these meat buns right here. She alternated between sips of soup and bites of pastry. Within minutes, Xiaoxiao had polished off 2 buns in her bowl of soup. Filled to satisfaction, she let out a happy little burp. So full now. In the past few days, she had never been able to eat as much as she did today. It was good to have money. This experience solidified her desire to save up her own private purse in the future. Although he was physically older, Yu Hang was still a 10-year-old child. After seeing his little sister eat so happily, he couldn't help but also take a bite. The rest was history after that first bite. Before he knew it, all of the food had disappeared into his little belly. He rubbed his bulging tummy sheepishly and grinned in embarrassment. "This stall's meat buns are really too delicious. We need to buy some for mother, father, and little Shish too." Yu Xiaoxiao was not a stingy person and wanted to share her good fortune with her family. "Don't worry, little brother, your older sister will always think of you when there's good food around. Aren't I a good sister?" Yu Hang's cute face scrunched up in worry. "I don't mind buying some for our parents, little sister, and little brother, but this can't get out to other people. If grandmother finds out, she'll definitely want to know where we got the money from. Wouldn't we be dead meat then?" Chapter 17 Parental Love. This chapter is updated by ABHI. Yu Xiaoxiao glared at her brother. "Are you stupid? Why would we let grandmother know? Can't we learn from eldest aunt's example? She eats food on the sly all the time. Their eldest aunt, Madam Li, never came back from her maiden home empty-handed. However, all of the food she brought back was hidden in her rooms. Only when no one was around would she surreptitiously take out some snacks and eat them with her son." Yu Xiaoxiao bought 10 more meat buns and had the hawker wrap them up carefully in oiled paper. The wrapped package was then stuffed into their battered ceramic pot. Earlier, they had placed some old rags on the top to hide their precious abalones. They also used the same tactic now to hide their forbidden pastries. By the time the 2 of them arrived at the city gate, they could see that Uncle Ma was already there, waiting for them. The older matron who sold vegetables was also there. Her face was lit up with happiness. Judging by the large empty basket next to the woman, it wasn't hard to see why. Xiao Sao, hurry up. We're just waiting for you two. Uncle Ma stood up when he saw them and waved to the two siblings. What about the lady who was selling eggs? Xiao Sao inquired as she hopped onto the donkey cart. She's not here yet. The older lady who sold vegetables smiled. Oh, her. She sold off all of her eggs earlier and left already. She asked me to help her bring her basket back home. Xiao Sao, what's in that pot of yours? It looks pretty heavy. Xiao Sao sighed dejectedly, a sad expression on her little face. My mother made some fermented soybean paste. We had wanted to see if we could sell them for a few copper coins and buy some coarse grains back home. But we couldn't even sell a copper coin's worth earlier. And now we're down the 4 copper coins that we used for the ride here. When the matron heard it was soybean paste, she lost interest in the contents of the pot. She comforted the little girl absent-mindedly and then leaned her body against the side of the wagon and dozed off. Yu Heng couldn't help but stare at his little sister when he heard her glibly lie between her teeth. Where did she learn to lie so easily? That's not good. When he got back home, he needed to remind his mother to raise her more carefully. Otherwise, his sister might grow up to be too crooked. When the two siblings arrived back to their village, they saw a familiar, tall figure standing on the road, waiting anxiously for them. Father, we're back. Xiao Sao balanced the heavy ceramic pot in her hand as she ran with a staggering gait towards Yu Hai. Yu Hai put down the game in his hands, effortlessly lifted his daughter up in the air, and faced his son with a stern look on his face. You're pretty brave, huh? You took your little sister out without a word to anyone, Two little kids running around without anyone to look out for you. What if you guys encountered some bad people? He then turned to his daughter and spoke in a softer tone, Cower, in the future, if you want to go into town tell father. Father will bring you there. It's already past lunchtime, you must be hungry right? Father made sure to leave 3 steamed rolls, 1 for you. You should eat them while they're still hot. Doting only on the daughter, he was truly a fool for his youngest daughter. Xiao Sao had a bashful expression on her face while being carried by her father. She wriggled out of her father's grasp and said, Older brother and I have already eaten in town. We ate 2 large meat buns. I'm so full now, father. I also bought some for you too. You should eat them while we walk. Xiao Sao knew her grandmother's miserly temperament. Since her father had steamed rolls for them to eat, it meant that he had to go hungry. This man woke up at the crack of dawn to go hunting in the mountains and later had to go into town to sell his game. It wasn't right for him to go hungry. Xiao Sao forced 3 pastries into her father's hands. She looked at the mangled and bloody game on the ground and felt her heart skip a beat. Father, I want to eat roasted pheasant. Is it possible to leave one of these for me? Hunting today went so-so. Yu Hai had only caught some small game, 2 Reeves's pheasants, 3 wild hares, and 2 plump nondescript wild birds. Yu Heng pulled gently at his sister's sleeves and whispered, Grandmother already saw the game that father caught today. She always knows how much money these will go for. If he comes back with less money, all hell will break loose. Didn't we already eat some meat buns today? We'll eat some pheasant meat in the future. The congenial expression on Yu Hai's didn't change throughout the whole interaction between his 2 children. Leaving you a pheasant is not a problem. But your older brother is also right, Cower. After your latest illness, your stomach is still quite weak. So you shouldn't eat roasted pheasant right now. In a few days, once your body is all better, father will definitely leave you a nice, fat pheasant for you to eat. Xiao Sao was pretty sure that there was nothing wrong with her body now. But it was obvious that no one in her immediate family believed that. It looked like she still had to prove herself to them. Following that, the 2 siblings ran around the village, looking for their mother, Xiaolian, and little brother. They soon discovered that their mother was at the creek washing the bedsheets. Xiaolian had taken little Shish-Tu out to the foot of the West Mountains to pick up some firewood. No one lived at the foot of the West Mountains, and few people from the village went there normally. It was the perfect place, cough cough, for dividing out their secretly acquired meat buns. The 2 of them split to complete their mission. Yu Heng went to the river to find Madame Lu while Xiao Sao took the ceramic pot with the pastries to the foot of the mountains. Mother, Xiao Sao, you should come over and look yourself. A lot of other women from the village were washing their laundry at the bank of the stream. Yu Heng didn't dare to explain the situation clearly, and he also was too honest to come up with a good lie on the spot. The only thing he could do was to insinuate there was something wrong with his younger sister. When Madame Lu heard his half-finished sentence, she hurriedly got up. The sheet in her hands almost slipped out and drifted away into the creek. Yu Heng instantly felt guilty when he saw how worried she was. He tried to backtrack. "Mother, don't worry. Little sister is fine." "You're not a doctor," Madame Lu retorted. "How would you know for sure your sister is okay? I need to see her myself. Auntie Futian, do you mind keeping an eye on these sheets for me? If I don't come back before you're done, could you do me a favor and bring them back for me?" Lu Muyun wiped her hands dry and then rushed after her son. The two of them pelted in the direction of the West Mountains. "Ah, it must be Xiao Sao again. Dahai's wife has a cruel fate in this lifetime." All of the women who were doing laundry in the river were used to Madame Lu leaving halfway before she finished her load. 9 times out of 10, it usually had something to do with her sickly daughter. On the other hand, Yu Xiaosao was having a more difficult time finding her sister and brother. The mountains here covered a large area, and there were plenty of places for 2 children to pick up firewood. Luckily, Xiaolian and Little Shishtu were both cautious and didn't dare to venture deep into the mountain range. The two of them stayed at the foot of the mountains. With a little bit of effort, Xiaosao finally found them. "Oh my goodness, I'm so tired right now. You two really lead me on a merry chase," lamented Xiaosao when she found the two of them. She collapsed onto the ground and sat on the long grass, completely out of breath. She used her small fists to punch her legs in an effort to loosen the muscles up. This little body is seriously too weak. Even after walking this short of a distance tired it out. In the distance, Madame Lu, who was following her oldest son, could see what had happened. She ran all the way there, her heart in her mouth. When she got to where Xiaosao had collapsed, she swept her daughter into her arms and repeatedly asked, "Cower, where do you feel uncomfortable? Mother will bring you home. Xiaoxia, go find Dr. Yu right now." Yu Heng didn't immediately leave and instead asked his sister with concern, "Youngest sister, do you really not feel well?" "What do you mean by, do you really not feel well? Are you saying that she's faking it? Go find the doctor," Lu Muyun exclaimed. She bent down and held her youngest daughter. Yu Xiaosao saw that her mother's face had gone white with worry, so she quickly scampered up and jumped twice on the ground to show Madame Lu that she was fine. "Mother, I'm fine. Who told you I wasn't feeling well? Tell me and I'll hit them for you. Eldest brother, were you the one who scared mother? Are you sure you're feeling okay?" Madame Lu inspected her daughter from head to toe. Xiaosao really didn't look like she had fallen ill again. She felt relieved, so she turned to scold her son, "So what did you call me here for? You interrupted me while I was in the middle of washing. I still have half of the sheets to do." Yu Xiaosao quickly came to her brother's defense. "Mom, didn't we visit town today? I bought some meat buns for all of us. Here, take a taste." Chapter 18 The Handsome Youth from the Mountains. This chapter is updated by ABHI. Meat buns. Second sister, are those the large buns? The ones stuffed with ground meat and made with white wheat flour? Little Shishtu's eyes opened wide when he saw the pastries in his sister's hands. Saliva started to pool in his mouth as he stared pitifully at his sister. Xiaosao grinned and pinched the little boy's cheek. "What, do you think there are other types of meat buns? Relax, I also bought some for you." True to her word, she split the remaining 7 stuffed meat buns between her mother and 2 siblings. Madame Lu received 3, while her sister and brother got 2 each. Little Shishtu carefully wiped his hands on his clothes before he received the pastries from his older sister. He opened his mouth wide and took a giant bite. The slightly sweet bread combined with the dense and fatty taste of the meat harmonized together. In his eagerness to wolf the food down, the little boy almost choked while trying to swallow his large mouthful. Madame Lu tenderly patted her youngest son's back. Instead of eating, she began to scold her oldest son and second daughter. "How could you two just disappear without a word and go to town by yourselves? Especially you, Xiaoxia, you know your sister has a weak body, how could you make her walk so far? What would you have done if she had collapsed from exhaustion?" Yu Xiaosao interjected to defend her brother. "Mother, we went with Uncle Ma from the neighboring village. We took his donkey cart into town. Don't worry about me, I'm not tired at all. Please start eating now. If you let the stuffed buns sit for too long, they won't taste good anymore. Where did you get the money to ride the cart and to buy these pastries?" Madame Lu asked sternly as she stared at her youngest daughter. Xiaolian, who was eating a meat bun in tiny, small bites, quietly replied, "Mother, I gave the money to her so she could take the donkey cart. Earlier I had picked some herbal medicine and sold them. Because it was only a few copper coins, I didn't hand the money over to the main house. Madame Lu persisted, then where did the money for these pastries come from? The meat buns left for her remained untouched. I know, exclaimed little Shishtu as he waved a small fist in excitement. He had already devoured one of his large meat-filled buns. Yesterday we went to the sea and caught some abalone. Second sister hid them, so she must have sold them for money. Yu Xiaosao grasped the little boy's cheeks with both hands and pulled gently. She grinned, our little Shishtu is so smart. You guessed right. Mother, please don't worry and eat now. The money I used to buy them is clean. Madame Lu had not realized the shenanigans her children had gotten into yesterday. She sighed, you little imp, you're quite daring, huh? But, is it right to hide something like this from your grandmother? What's wrong with it? Mother, you and father are too obedient. Just look at eldest uncle and younger uncle, they're both so selfish. Younger uncle lives in a rented house in town and eats white rice every day. His wife even bought a servant girl to do housework. The hot-tempered Yu Xiaolian complained as she continued to eat her savory pastry. Also, look at eldest aunt and brother Haitzi. Both of them spend the entire day hiding in their rooms eating their own snacks. Look at their figures and then look at yours and little sisters, they always claim that the food they eat is from eldest aunt's maiden home, but it's not like she doesn't have any brothers. Why would they give so much to a daughter who's already married? Such a bad lie. Lu Muyun looked at her children's thin faces and stick-like figures after being prompted by her oldest daughter. She sighed deeply and carefully used the oiled paper in her hands to wrap her share up. Mother, why aren't you eating them? Asked little Shishtu. He had already started on his second meat bun. After stuffing himself with the first one, he was able to savor and enjoy his second one more easily. The meat buns are really tasty. They have a lot of meat in them. If I could eat some every day, I'd be the happiest boy on earth. Yu Xiaosao felt her heartache after hearing her little brother's declaration. The little guy was too easily satisfied. His vision of heaven was being able to eat meat-stuffed pastries every day. In her previous life, there were too many spoiled brats who could eat meat every day yet were still very picky. When compared to the elementary school-aged Yu Heng and Yu Xiaolian, their lives were too different. Ah, children who grew up in poor families truly matured faster. Their mother rubbed her youngest son's head and smiled gently. The hair on his head was brittle and dry. Your mother isn't hungry. I'll leave these buns for you and your second sister for tonight, one for each of you. Yu Xiaosao hurriedly interrupted, Mom. Brother Haitzi somehow always knows when there's food around. He's like a dog, always sniffing around for something to eat. If you bring these buns back, he'll definitely find them. And if he finds them, grandmother will find out. And if grandmother finds out and asks where we got the money to buy the meat buns, how would you reply? After thinking for a bit, Madame Lu had to admit her daughter was right. She unwrapped her share of the food and handed one towards Xiaosao. Your mother can't eat this much food. Cower, come eat another one. Xiaosao laughed and patted her bulging belly. These buns are too big for me. I already ate two earlier, and I also had a bowl of egg soup. If I eat any more, I think I'll end up exploding. Older brother and I already ate, so you should hurry and eat. Make sure no one sees you. Yu Xiaolian had originally planned on leaving her second pastry behind, so she could give it to her little sister at dinner. However, when she heard what Xiaosao told their mother, she started gnawing on her other stuffed bun without any more hesitation. HMPH. That shameless fatty, Yu Haitzi, absolutely can't get a piece of this. Shortly after the whole family finished the meat buns, an unfamiliar male voice sounded from a nearby stand of trees. Auntie Lu, Xiaosha, Xiaolian, and little Shishtu, why are all of you here? The stranger sounded youthful and had a clear-pitched voice. All of them immediately turned their heads around to look. A young man dressed in a neat and casual set of clothes strolled out of gloomy shadows of the trees. A hunting bow was slung on his back. The youth had thick brows and a pair of clear, dark eyes. His nose was straight, and he had a square jawline. Although he was wearing plain, homespun clothing, it didn't detract from his heroic figure one bit. Whoa, the ancients truly did have flower boys. The novels weren't pulling my leg. The young man who almost drowned, the town's handsome and youthful restaurant owner, and this hot and rugged teenage boy are all perfect specimens of good-looking men. Now that I think about it, my own two brothers would be quite handsome if they weren't so thin. Yu Heng threw the piece of firewood from his hand in excitement and eagerly stepped forward. Brother Han, are you here to check on your traps? Zhao Han looked at Xiao Cao inquisitively before he smiled and nodded. I didn't have time earlier this morning to stop by. Now that I have some free time, I decided to take a walk in the mountains. Is this little girl your second younger sister? Yes, this is my youngest sister. Her name is Xiao Cao. When she was first born, she was weaker than a kitten, so my dad decided to give her a name that would help her grow. He hoped that she would be able to grow as quickly as grass and as tenacious as a weed. Little sister, this is Uncle Zhao's son, Brother Han. Go greet him now. Yu Heng caressed her head as if he was petting a puppy. Yu Xiaocao ducked away from her brother's hand and silently grumbled. Can you stop embarrassing me in front of strangers? Isn't it bad enough I have such an unique name? Did you really have to explain the reasoning too? Uncle Zhao's son, who is Uncle Zhao? Oh right, he must be the son of Hunter Zhao, the village's best hunter. I think father learned how to hunt from this guy, so I probably should treat his son well. Xiao Cao pasted a polite smile on her face and sweetly said, older brother Zhao. Zhao Han guffawed. Uncle Dahai calls my dad, older brother Zhao, now you also are calling me, older brother Zhao. Who are we referring to now? Xiao Cao, just follow little Shishtu's lead. Call me, brother Han, instead. Brother Han, second sister, if you follow brother Han, then you will be able to eat meat. The little foodie, little Shishtu, licked his lips greedily. Outnumbered, Yu Xiaocao could only follow their example. Brother Han, the sound of her voice was soft and weak. If Zhao Han didn't have good hearing, he wouldn't have been able to hear her greeting. Zhao Han copied Yu Heng and ruffled her hair affectionately. Are you not fully recovered? You still seem pretty weak. If there's any game caught in the traps, your brother Han will roast some meat for you. Chapter 19 Following Brother Han means there's meat to eat. This chapter is updated by ABHI. Don't forget about me, brother Han. When little Shishtu heard that they could possibly eat meat, he immediately jumped up and circled around Zhao Han with admiration. Zhao Han pinched the little boy's cheeks and grinned. Of course, I would never leave our little Shishtu behind. Brother Han, why are you like my second sister? Both of you really like pinching other people's cheeks for some reason. Little Shishtu pouted as he scampered away from the youth. The little boy held his face between his two hands and had an aggrieved expression on his face. Seeing that all of her children were laughing and playing happily, Madame Lu glanced at the sky to check the time. Go on and play. I still haven't finished washing the bed sheets, so I need to go back to the stream. Don't play too rough and remember to come home to eat supper. The custom of having 3 meals a day started after the ascension of the first emperor of the current dynasty. Decades had passed since the start of the custom, and so, having breakfast, lunch, and supper was customary among the upper classes and in upscale restaurants. However, most peasants still stuck with having 2 meals a day, once in the morning and once in the evening. The reality was that they couldn't afford to eat more frequently. This was something that Yu Xiaocao found very difficult to stomach. Mother, don't worry, I'm here to watch over younger brother and younger sisters. Yu Heng promised. Although he really wanted to tag along with brother Han to check the traps, he still remembered that they were responsible for gathering firewood. He had just found out from Shaolian that grandmother had thrown a tantrum when she didn't see him in the morning. In order to appease her, his mother and sister had to take on more chores at home. Zhao Han was well aware of the particular circumstances of this group of siblings. He turned to Xiao Cao and little Shishtu and beckoned them to follow him. Do you guys want to follow me to check the traps? Yes. Yes, little Shishtu, who was still a young child, immediately agreed without thinking. On the other hand, Yu Xiaocao felt guilty when she saw her older sister and brother working hard to find firewood. When Yu Shaolian saw her hesitate, she smiled and said, "Little sister, you're still too weak right now. Do you really think you can help us with this? Don't be a bother and cause more trouble for us by staying here. Second sister, we can still help them collect firewood when we hike down the mountain later." Little Shishtu had a clever mind and quickly found an excuse to persuade his sister. In her previous life, Yu Xiaocao had lived on the plains, so she had never experienced hunting in the mountains. Now that she had the chance, she couldn't resist satisfying her curiosity. After hesitating for a second, she decided to follow the 2 boys. Older brother, Shaolian, I'll help you guys as soon as I can. I swear I'll come back soon. The traps that Zhao Han had set were all along the periphery of the mountain range, away from the deep forests where more ferocious animals lived. In fact, even larger game was scarce in this area. This was why he was comfortable with bringing 2 small children along with him. It was still summer right now, so the temperature outside was scorching, especially out in the open and under the blistering sun. However, underneath the cover of the trees, it was shady and cool, almost as if it was autumn. The chilly air felt comfortable after sweating the whole morning. Yu Xiaoxiao started to wonder if this would be a good place to escape to when the weather got even hotter. Be careful, Xiaoxiao, there's a trap right in front of you, so be careful not to fall in. Zhao Han warned suddenly. He had noticed that the little girl was looking around curiously and was not paying attention to the ground at her feet. How could she be so inattentive in such dangerous surroundings? A trap. Yu Xiaoxiao bent over to inspect the ground more carefully. To her surprise, there was one patch on the ground that looked different from the rest of the terrain. She had to admit that this brother Zhao had some pretty good skills. Had she not looked carefully, she wouldn't have been able to find the trap. Are you not afraid that some of the villagers might get hurt from your traps here? Other people go through here too. Yu Xiaoxiao asked, a concerned look on her face. Little Shishtu giggled and interjected, second sister, besides you, the entire village knows the marks that the Zhao family uses on their traps. Even the 3-year-olds in the village know what to look for. Look at the knotted string over there. If you ever see this, it means that there's a trap nearby and you have to be careful. At this moment, Yu Xiaoxiao noticed that on a nearby tree, there was indeed a grass rope woven into a distinctive knot. She rubbed her nose sheepishly in embarrassment. Zhao Han skillfully switched the conversation topic for her. It looks like this trap hasn't been tripped, let's go further in to check on the others. Xiaoxiao, if you start feeling tired, make sure to tell me. Yu Xiaoxiao raised her voice in assent and followed Zhao Han closely. The three of them went deeper into the forest. The light dimmed perceptibly the further they walked, and the underbrush became more thick and unruly. Fortunately, there was a worn path in the forest so they didn't have to push through too much vegetation. Little Shishtu grabbed a long tree branch and used it to constantly whip the lush underbrush. Not only would this drive away any snakes but it could also startle some hidden pheasants to run out in the open. Wait a moment, the handsome Zhao Han called out. He instructed the two siblings to stay where they were while he disappeared into the nearby brush. The forest in the mountains was thick with trees and other plants. Branches crisscrossed against each other and blocked any sunlight from reaching the ground. Occasionally, some beams of light were able to escape through the cracks. There were a couple beams right now that lit up this little grove. Above them a bird suddenly spread out its wings and flew away. It cried eerily as it left. The two kids noticed that a bush started shaking not too far away from them, as if there was something walking through there. Second sister, are you afraid right now? Little Shishtu asked with a trembling voice. He scuttled closer to her and pulled on her hand. His eyes were large with fright as he scanned the area around him. Yu Xiaoxiao deliberately teased him. Little coward, didn't Brother Han tell you? We're on the outskirts of the deep forest. Most big game won't come here, let alone anything big and mean. Didn't you just say you were going to protect your older sister? Why are you scared now? Little Shishtu let go of her hand, ashamed, and started to tear a piece of grass apart with his fingers. He softly muttered, when I grow up, I'll make sure to protect second sister. Oh, look, Brother Han's back now. Xiaoxiao turned to face the direction that Zhao Han had left earlier. Sure enough, after the brush rattled a bit, Zhao Han's tall and steady figure appeared in front of them. Look what I have. What do you two think this is? The youth asked as he dangled something in his hands in front of the two little kids. Little Shishtu hopped up and exclaimed in a voice that echoed, pheasant eggs. Second sister, he has Reeves's pheasant eggs. Eggs are so tasty, and they're great for strengthening the body. Here, take them, in a bit we'll cook some eggs to eat. Zhao Han grinned as he put 5 pheasant eggs into the two siblings' hands. Afterwards, he continued to lead the way through the forest. All of the traps he had set earlier were placed in the dense undergrowth. From time to time, the young man would walk off the dirt path to inspect his traps while the brother and sister pair stayed on the trail. After inspecting more than 10 traps in the past 2 hours, Xiaoxiao was starting to feel exhausted. Luckily, their trip was not in vain. One of the traps had caught a freshly killed wild hare, while Zhao Han was also able to shoot down a fat and plump turtle dove. You guys must be tired now. I bet you both are also hungry. I know a good place for us to stop at and make some food. Throughout the journey, Zhao Han had kept a close eye on the two siblings. Little Shishtu's condition was not bad. He spent most of his time running around like crazy with the other kids from the village, so he had a decent amount of energy in his little body. On the other hand, Yu Xiaoxiao had a weaker constitution. The difference between the two wasn't surprising. For someone who had been sickly since the day she was born, it was a miracle Xiaoxiao could walk along on a rough, mountain trail. Zhao Han knew this area of the forest like the back of his own hand. He led the two siblings through the dense underbrush. After tramping through the forest for another quarter hour, Yu Xiaoxiao suddenly noticed that they had walked into an unexpected area. They were in a beautiful valley that seemed to appear from nowhere. The sides of the valley were bracketed on both sides by the mountains. Verdant green leaves shimmered in the sunlight, and the valley seemed to be carpeted lushly with vegetation. A small creek gurgled happily through the valley. The flowing water cut through the grass like a dark blue thread in a piece of fine brocade. Even the air seemed more clear and fresh here. Wow, this is amazing. It's such a beautiful place. Yu Xiaoxiao deeply inhaled the fresh air into her lungs and breathed out dreamily. Zhao Han smiled and watched indulgently as the little girl plunged into the long grass and rolled around comfortably. To him, she looked like a cute little cat, spoiled and adorable. Chapter 20 The Return of the Divine Stone. This chapter is updated by ABHI. This valley is rather hidden, so no one else has discovered it except me. I've already checked inside the valley, and it seems safe inside. You guys wait here for a moment, while I go retrieve the seasonings. Let's barbecue here. Although the Zhao family lived at the foot of the mountain and far away from Dongshan village, Zhao Han had also heard about Madame Zhang's stingy personality. The Yu family rarely had the chance to eat meat throughout the year and were only able to occasionally eat the fish that couldn't be sold. Go, quickly go and come back soon. After wandering through the mountain forest for over 2 hours, Yu Xiaoxiao had already digested the 2 big meat buns she ate in the morning. It would be quite interesting to have a picnic at such a picturesque mountain valley. Second sister, there's fishes in the stream. Little Shishtu was washing his hands in the stream when he saw palm-sized fish darting between the cracks of the rocks. He hastily took off his shoes and went to grab them with his hands. However, he was unable to catch the little fish, who were nimbly swimming within the water. Yu Xiaoxiao, who had been holding the worn-out ceramic pot within her hands, immediately went over with great interest when she heard his call, "Watch me, I'll scoop them up with this jar." These fish were quite strange. They immediately came over when they saw this jar, instead of running away. Moreover, they gathered together as if they sensed the fish baits. Little Shishtu was also surprised, and exclaimed in a seemingly clever manner, "Oh! I know, the jar was filled with meat buns earlier, so there was still the tasty smell of the meat buns inside. The little fishes must have been lured over because they were hungry. Let's catch some more, so we can stew soup when we go back." There were more and more little fish gathering around the ceramic pot. They were swimming around as if there was something attracting them within the jar. Was little divine stone's spiritual energy also capable of acting as fish bait? Yu Xiaoxiao put the multicolored stone on her wrist inside the jar. After the pot was submerged deeper into the stream, the little fishes were even more eager to squeeze into the jar. Soon, the earthenware jar was densely packed with little fish, squeezing together like sardines. The ones that didn't get in continued to linger around the mouth of the jar. There seems to be more and more fish gathering over. Yu Xiaoxiao, you little brat. How dare you use me, this divine stone, as bait? You're seriously too much. After several days of silence, that voice finally sounded beside Yu Xiaoxiao's ears again. Gradually, a small glittering ball emerged from within the jar. The little divine stone appeared in the form of an angry little golden kitten. It was baring its teeth at Yu Xiaoxiao and glaring at her with its tail raised up. "Oh, little divine stone, you're finally awake. Have your powers recovered?" Yu Xiaoxiao cried in surprise. Little Shishtu stared at her in confusion and asked, "Second sister, what did you say? Were you talking to me?" Xiaoxiao suddenly remembered that other people couldn't see the little divine stone's spiritual form. She rubbed her nose and awkwardly replied, "I'm talking to myself. I'm not talking to anyone. You can carefully take the jar out. There's enough little fish inside. You're so dumb, you don't even know how to use your mind to communicate with me. It's like this, if you want to say something, just think about it in your mind and I'll be able to hear you." Seeing her embarrassment, the little divine stone somersaulted in the air, while laughing at her mercilessly. Yu Xiaoxiao wasn't bothered by it and continued to ask, "Have you recovered all your spiritual powers?" "It can't be that fast. This divine stone, nearly used up all my powers to cure your injury last time. If you hadn't placed me inside the mountain stream, and the spiritual energy in this stream was still intact, I wouldn't have been able to make an appearance. Although the spiritual energy in this world is too weak, it's still 100 times better than your previous world. No, my spiritual powers are still too weak right now, so I can only appear briefly. I'm leaving now. Remember to soak my body inside the stream. The golden light around the little divine stone flickered several times, then it disappeared from Xiaoxiao's line of sight. Hey, second sister, come over quickly. There are too many small fishes. Should we tie them to a rope and bring them back? Shishtu grinned from ear to ear as he looked at the little fish inside the jar. It was enough to cook a big pot of fish stew with so many little fishes, which will make grandmother nag less. Xiaoxiao was also grinning happily while thinking about the tasty fish stew. Leave them in the jar for now. The weather's too hot, so there will be a stinky smell after they die. Pick out several of the bigger fish. We'll grill them to eat later. As she spoke, she arrived at the side of the stream and put the multicolored stone between the pebbles at the bottom of the stream. Luckily, the little divine stone woke up and controlled its powers. Otherwise, if it attracted all the fish in the stream or other animals, it would have been seriously troublesome. Brother Han, look at the fishes we caught. Little Shishtu picked out several fish that were about half a foot long and showed off to Zhao Han, who was rushing over. Zhao Han was shocked to see so many fish inside the jar. The fish in this stream are very agile. I've tried many times and only caught 1 or 2 fish after for a long time. How did you guys catch so many in such a short time? What's your secret? Teach Brother Han, too. If I told you that the little fishes swam inside themselves, would you believe me? Little Shishtu's big eyes gleamed as he asked with a mischievous expression. Zhao Han laughed, then lifted him up and tossed him in the air. While the little guy was screaming, he caught him in his arms again and said, "Do you think your brother Han is easily fooled? If you told me that a pheasant flew into the pot, I might have believed you. Alright, let's roast the meat." Zhao Han had returned home and brought back a wide range of seasonings. Yu Xiaoxiao looked over the seasonings he brought over. He even had a spice like cumin. She lowered her head and sniffed that familiar tan-colored powder. That's cumin. You haven't seen it before, right? Zhongwen Emperor brought it back from the south when he was still the imperial crown prince. There's also chili pepper. Zhongwen Emperor was allegedly an avid lover for spicy flavors. However, not everyone can get used to spices like cumin and chili peppers. I can eat them, but if you guys don't like the spices, you don't have to use them. Zhao Han and his grandfather were also lovers of the piquant taste. At this time, chili peppers had not been popularized. All the vegetables that the Yu family ate were grown in their own gardens, so they naturally didn't have any chili peppers. Without any oil and spices, their meals were just poached vegetables with a small amount of salt. If Yu Xiaoxiao wasn't hungry, she seriously wouldn't be able to eat it. Yu Xiaoxiao had great admiration for the gourmet Zhao Han. He was able to collect such a vast variety of spices like the bright red chili powder, cumin, anise, cinnamon, and fennel. Without any other choice, Zhao Han took up the responsibility of taking care of the hare and turtledove. Shishtu was chattering on the side as he watched him, while Yu Xiaoxiao voluntarily picked up the firewood to start a fire. She occasionally looked towards them and thought, this young man was only around 12 or 13 years old, but he was quite skilled in skinning the hare and cutting out the internal organs. It was obvious that he was accustomed to doing this. The fire was quickly lit. The hare was smeared with salt and various seasonings, then placed on top of the fire to be roasted. The turtledove was stuffed with spices and covered with mud before being thrown into the fire to be roasted. The pheasant eggs were also covered with a layer of wet mud to prevent them from bursting, then set beside the fire to be baked. Chapter 21. A person who knows how to roast meat is the most handsome. This chapter is updated by ABHI. Yu Xiaoxiao had over 10 years of experience with cooking and making braised foods, but she wasn't skilled in cleaning and preparing game. She could only help on the side by mixing the seasonings. It has been a while since she last ate meat. Author note: did she forget about the meat buns? Thus, it was extremely hard for her to resist the alluring aroma of the roast hare. Zhao Han wiped the sweat on his face with his shirt. He couldn't help but laugh when he saw Xiaoxiao and her younger brother's eager expressions. Be patient. We should be able to eat soon. The wild hare I caught today is quite plump, and it will definitely be tasty. The grease from the roast hare dripped into the fire, making a sizzling sound. The blazing flame carried the appetizing aroma of the roasted meat into the air. The smell floated throughout the valley, enticing the siblings. Hunger. By the time the crispy, golden brown roast hare was finally ready, Yu Xiaoxiao was already close to drooling. The siblings looked at the steaming roast hare and didn't know where to begin. A smile appeared on Zhao Han's handsome face. He gently shook his head and took out the sharp dagger that he used to peel the wild hare earlier. After carefully washing the dagger in the stream, he cut off and gave the hind legs to the siblings. The hind legs were the most tender parts of the hare. There were 2 young children, so Zhao Han didn't add too much spicy seasonings on the roasted meats. He gave each of them a hare's hind leg, which weighed half a catty each. Then, he added more chili powder and cumin on the remaining meat. Yu Xiaoxiao felt really envious when she saw that, so she pestered Brother Han to add some more for her too. Even if there was only a thin layer, it was still able to enhance the taste of the roast hare. With bright red lips, Xiaoxiao was covered in sweat as she ate. It seemed like she still needed to slowly train herself to be accustomed with spicy foods. Little Shish too was eating his non-spicy roast hare leg as he watched his second sister sucking in cold air and tearing up due to the spiciness. He curiously wondered, if eating the chili pepper is so painful, then why were Brother Han and second sister still eating it? He seriously couldn't understand them. They were obviously just torturing themselves. The little fellow took a big bite of the savory hare while lamenting that today was even better than the new year. After eating big meat buns at noon, he was also allowed to freely eat roasted meat in the afternoon. Was this really not a dream? By the time they finished eating the roast hare leg, the beggar's turtledove one was also ready. When taking off the thick mud, the turtledove's feathers were also completely peeled off along with the mud shell. The flavors of the bright red jujube and fragrant spices, which were inside the stomach, had seeped into the meat of the wild turtledove. With a fragrant aroma, it had a crisp and tender texture, which easily melted in the mouth. Xiaoxiao and her younger brother had both just finished eating a hare leg, but when faced with such appetizing roasted meat, they couldn't resist eating more. Thus, they ended up eating too much, and were whining while rubbing their bellies. Zhao Han looked at them with amusement. After plucking a few large leaves, he cleaned them with water and wrapped the remaining meats within the leaves. Take these roasted meats back home for Xiaoxia and Xiaolian to eat. But be careful not to let Haixi see it, or else, he'll take it all from you guys. Yu Xiaoxiao noticed that he didn't eat a lot of the roasted meat and asked with slight embarrassment, Brother Han, you were busy working all afternoon. Why don't you eat some more? I'm already tired of eating game meat. In my opinion, vegetables and tofu are tastier. Zhao Han gave her a half-truth reply. In fact, it was considered pretty good if an ordinary family was able to eat meat 2 times a year. Even for a hunter's family, it was impossible to eat meat on a daily basis. So, how would he be tired of eating meat? Xiaoxiao felt very touched because she knew that he just wanted to save the roasted meats for the Yu siblings. From the corner of her eyes, she saw a fish jumping out of the cracked mouth of the earthenware jar. With a cheerful smile on her face, she said, Brother Han, try my cooking, special grilled fish too. It was special, because grilled fish wasn't one of Xiaoxiao's specialties. In an environment with limited seasonings, she was already rather skilled to be able to make the palm-sized fish crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. It smelled quite good after she sprinkled a layer of cumin and chili powder on top. Do you want to taste it? Yu Xiaoxiao was confident in her cooking skills, but it was her first time grilling fish directly above an open fire. So, she was somewhat worried. 2 small whitefish were strung on a wooden stick. Zhao Han went closer and sniffed it. There weren't any weird smells, so he bravely took a small bite of the fish. Oh, it tasted pretty good. He originally had doubts about Xiaoxiao's cooking skills since she was constantly bedridden and had never done any chores. Was her cooking even edible? However, it was unexpectedly very crispy and delicious. It was savory and slightly spicy, which was quite difficult to make. How is it? How is it? Xiaoxiao asked with anticipation in her eyes as she grilled another skewer of fish. Delicious. Your cooking skills are pretty good. As proof of his evaluation, Zhao Han took a big bite of the grilled fish skewer. These little wild whitefish had delicate meat and a delicious taste. Moreover, it didn't have any small bones. Even if it was used to make soup with just plain water and salt, it would still be very tasty. Although little Shishtu's tummy was already bulging like a ball, he was still staring at the grilled fish in Zhao Han's hands and drooling. Yu Xiaoxiao was amused by her younger brother. She tore a small piece of fish meat off the freshly grilled fish skewer and comforted him, you can't eat any more. Be careful of your belly bursting. You're only allowed to have a taste. Zhao Han laughed when he saw Shishtu savoring the grilled fish within his mouth. Like a hungry little kitten, he was reluctant to even swallow this small bite of fish. The three of us are the only ones who know about this valley right now. If you want to eat grilled fish, Brother Han can just bring you here again. Zhao Han ate a few skewers of grilled fish and noticed that the sky was getting darker. He took the ceramic pot from Xiao Xiao's hands and brought the reluctant siblings back to Dongshan village. They didn't need to take a detour to check on the traps on the way back, so the return trip took twice as fast. Nevertheless, they still missed dinner time. The Yu family's customary rule was, whoever returns late and misses the mealtime would just have to starve. Don't even think about preparing a separate meal. However, Yu Xiaoxiao didn't want to eat the dry pancake and disgusting porridge anyways. She felt more at ease now that she had money in her hands. These 9 taels were going to be her capital for earning money in the future, so she must hide them securely. Zhao Han had planned to send the siblings home, but as soon as they arrived at the village, they saw Yu Heng and Xiaolian waiting for them at the entrance. Eldest brother, eldest sister. Brother Han caught a wild hare and wild turtle dove. They were really tasty when roasted. I saved a lot of roasted meat for you guys. Shishtu ran over in an obedient manner and shared the hare meat wrapped in the leaves with his older siblings. Yu Heng gently wiped the dirt off his face, then he gave him a knock on his head and said, "You really know how to curry favor. Since it was Brother Han's game, did you even ask for his consent?" Little Shishtu rubbed his forehead and giggled. It was Brother Han who said to save them for you guys. He didn't even eat much himself. Yu Heng was even more unwilling to take the roasted meat from his hands. "Brother Han, you should take it back for Grandpa Zhao and Auntie to eat." Zhao Han glared at him and spoke with a stern expression. "What? You guys call me Brother Han, so what's wrong with treating you guys to some roasted meat? If you still have respect for your Brother Han, then just eat it." Chapter 22 Roadblock. This chapter is updated by ABHI. Among all the children in the village, except for the gifted scholar Qian Wen, Yu Heng admired Zhao Han the most. Zhao Han wasn't only a skilled fighter but also a good hunter. Thus, he couldn't turn him down again. He gave most of the roasted meat to his younger sister, then asked Xiao Xiao and Shishtu, "Do you guys want to eat some more?" Xiao Xiao hastily shook her hands. "I'm already completely stuffed. Also, look at Shishtu's tummy. It almost looks like a bloated toad." Little Shishtu laughed foolishly as he rubbed his round belly cooperatively. "Very well, you guys are secretly eating meat here. I'm going to tell grandmother. She will definitely beat you guys to death." Yu Haixi jumped out of the dried ditch beside the road and threatened as he stared at the roasted hare meat in Xiaolian's hands. Apart from Yu Heng and his siblings, Zhao Han rarely interacted with the other children in the village. However, he had heard of Haixi's bad reputation. He couldn't help but frown and stepped forward to say, "I was the one who gave them the roasted meat. Do you have a problem with that?" The plump Yu Haixi timidly stepped back when he saw the strong and burly Zhao Han, who was a head taller than him. But he didn't plan on giving up on the chance to eat meat. His beady eyes swiftly darted around, and he cried out in a seemingly fierce manner. "I don't care. You guys are eating meat by yourselves, and completely disregarding our grandparents and the rest of the family. You're being disrespectful to your elders. If I go make a complaint, you guys will definitely receive a beating. Unless what?" Zhao Han had already seen through his intentions and calmly asked. Haixi wiped his saliva with his dirty sleeve and confidently said, "It's very simple. If you don't want me to complain, just give me half of the meat." Zhao Han pursed his beautiful thin lips and sneered, "We can share a portion with you, but half is impossible. The roasted meat should be divided equally among the 3 of you. If you don't agree, then I'll just take them back, and none of you can eat any." After hearing Zhao Han's words, Yu Haixi abandoned his greed and swiftly agreed. If he continued to bargain, he wouldn't even get to lick the bones. Zhao Han took the roast hare, which was missing 2 hind legs, and tore off the 2 forelegs, as well as the meat around it. Then, he handed them to Yu Heng and Yu Xiaolian. After that, he gave the hare's ribs and back, which had relatively less meat, to Yu Haixi. Yu Haixi really wanted to protest, but he could only give up on that idea after Zhao Han swept a gaze over him. Although he received a smaller portion of meat, but he got a bigger piece. He hadn't eaten meat in a long time, so he was satisfied that he could at least gnaw on the bones. After Haixi left with the roasted meat in his arms, Yu Xiaoxiao took out the turtle dove hidden behind herself and gave it to Yu Heng and Xiaolian. The siblings were only half full from their meal at home. However, with the roast hare and turtle dove, they ate until they were burping. The filial Yu Hang said guiltily, it's a pity that we couldn't bring them back for father and mother to taste. Shishtu took out several mud-covered eggs from his pocket and grinned, that's all right. We still have some roasted pheasant eggs. Let's secretly give them to our parents to eat at night. They were just eating some eggs, but they had to sneak around like a thief. Zhao Han sighed inwardly as he caressed little Shishtu's head sympathetically. Yu Xiaoxiao hadn't been at home for the entire day, so when they returned home, it was inevitable that she had to endure a series of nagging from Madame Zhang. However, Xiaoxiao wasn't one of the main laborers at home. Thus, Madame Zhang paid very little attention to her. She was already grateful if that wretch doesn't fall ill and waste her money on medical fees. Xiaoxiao, you haven't eaten yet, right? Youngest aunt has a few eggs and half a steamed bun. Take them to share with little Shishtu, be careful and don't let your grandmother see you. Her youngest aunt, Yu Katie, quietly approached Xiaoxiao and stuffed the eggs into her hands while Madame Zhang wasn't looking. Although Xiaoxiao was already very full, but she couldn't tell her directly. She just whispered, youngest aunt, it's all right. If grandmother finds out, hurry and take it. Isn't it fine as long as my mother doesn't find out? Actually, your grandmother just has a sharp tongue. She's not really a bad person. Yu Katie had a gentle temper and spoke in a soft voice, which sounded very comforting. Yu Xiaoxiao didn't decline anymore and felt grateful within her heart. There's still ample time ahead, so she will repay her kindness in the future. Xiaoxiao, what are you holding in your hands? Are you secretly hiding delicious food? Madame Li's fat body shook as she ran out of her room. She stared at the worn-out jar within Xiaoxiao's hands with her beady eyes. Yu Xiaoxiao didn't have any good impression of her eldest aunt whatsoever. She replied in a muffled voice, what is this? You can just check yourself. Eldest aunt, don't unfairly accuse me of stealing again. Second sister isn't like brother Haixi, who's always going through other people's room every day. The jar is filled with small fishes that Uncle Zhao's son, brother Han, helped us catch. Second sister said she want to make fish stew for us to eat. While his older siblings were distracting everyone, little Shishtu had already sneaked into his room and securely hid the roast pheasant eggs. When he saw eldest aunt trying to snatch the jar in his second sister's hands and slandering his second sister by calling her a thief, he couldn't resist defending her. Madame Li angrily glared at little Shishtu with her small eyes, which appeared like a slit on her chubby face. She reached out her fleshy hand and wanted to twist his ear, you little brat. What nonsense are you talking about? When did your brother Haixi ever poke around in other people's room? Be careful that I don't tear mouth for gossiping. Little Shishtu skillfully dodged Madame Li's evil hand and shouted, I'm not speaking nonsense. Who stole the pastries that younger uncle brought back the last time his family visited? Brother Haixi still had crumbs on his mouth when he was caught. The old lady, Madame Zhang, came out of her room and screamed, what's with all the fuss? Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by others? Katie, bring the jar into my room. Your third brother sent a message back and said he'll come home for a few days. We don't have anything good at home, so let's make some dishes with these small fish tomorrow. Grandmother, these fish are still alive. It's better to keep them in a vat filled with water. If the fish die, it would be hard to keep them in this hot weather. Yu Xiaoxiao handed the earthenware jar to her youngest aunt and suggested. She didn't want to have stinky fish stew tomorrow. Madame Zhang grunted with an awful expression on her face. She watched as her youngest daughter put the fish into the water vat and counted the fish before returning to her room. No wonder grandmother was so merciful, and didn't scold Xiaoxiao for over an hour when she found out Xiaoxiao went to town today. It turned out that younger uncle's family was coming home. Xiaoxiao was extremely exhausted today. After carefully hiding the money she earned today, she was already nodding off when her mother bathed her. Xiaoxiao was so tired that she didn't even know when she finished bathing. She was in a daze as her mother carried her to the Kong bed and immediately fell asleep after being placed on the bed. It was already late in the morning on the next day, but Xiaoxiao was still grunting and refusing to get up. Her legs were sore, and her feet hurt. This body seriously lacked endurance. She really shouldn't stay in the room all the time in the future. Shishtu, who was 3 years younger than her, ran around the mountain and helped with chores every day, but he was still so energetic after a night's sleep. Yu Xiaoxiao put on her patched outer garment and went out to the courtyard to wash her face. However, Madame Li, who was wandering around with a broom without actually sweeping the floor, started to look for trouble. Chapter 23 Younger Uncle Comes Home. This chapter is updated by ABHI. She really has the body of a noble young lady with the life of a servant. It's impossible to find another person in the entire village who gets up this late. Does she really think she's some precious child? Madame Li screeched in a sharp tone, covertly mocking her. Xiao Xiao was somewhat familiar with that fat woman's personality. The more attention she received, the more excited she became. Everyone in Dongshan village knew that whoever spoke with old Yu's eldest daughter-in-law would have to endure her for at least half of the day. She was a talkative person who would pester anyone who interacted with her. "Oh, my precious grandson. Come and give your grandmother a hug. Be careful of the doorsill, my precious grandson is so amazing. You were able to cross over such a high doorsill." Madame Zhang, who usually treated herself as the boss of the family, had actually spoke in such a gentle and soft voice. Moreover, there was even a slight sense of flattery within her voice. Yu Xiaoxiao looked towards the sound. She saw Madame Zhang bending down to help a chubby 2-year-old infant walk over the doorsill, while a young couple walked behind her. The man had a refined appearance with a fair complexion. He had inherited his good looks from the Yu family. The woman had ordinary features, but she had pale and smooth skin. Her light complexion enhanced her features, so she wasn't bad looking. There was a young girl, who looked around 12 or 13 years old, following behind them with a big baggage in her hands. She was wondering why it was so quiet in the courtyard, so it turned out that they went to fetch younger uncle's family. Yu Xiaoxiao smirked since she was already used to Madame Zhang's differential treatment. "Xiaoxiao, don't stand there like a log. Hurry up and go tell your mother to come back to cook. How can she still be indolent at this time?" Madame Zhang's arrogant and bossy attitude emerged again when facing Xiaoxiao. Yu Xiaolian came out of the kitchen expressionlessly and said, "My mother went to wash the laundry. She has to wash the whole family's laundry, so how would she be able to finish it so quickly?" "Watch your mouth. You're so capable now that you're rudely rebutting your elders. Is that what your mother teaches you?" Madame Zhang swiftly swallowed the vulgar curses that she was about to spit out and peeped at her youngest daughter-in-law's expression from the corner of her eyes. Yu Bo's wife, Zhao Milan, didn't say a single word ever since she entered the courtyard. She had a faint expression on her face, which looked neither happy nor angry. Yu Xiaolian wasn't a pushover and retorted, "Grandmother, I was only speaking the truth. How was I being rude to you? My mother had certainly gone out with a basin full of clothes." Yu Xiaoxiao went into the kitchen, then came out again. "Grandmother, younger uncle's family just come back all the way from town, so they must be tired. You should take them to their room and let them rest for a bit. Xiaolian, quickly go get the fish. Weren't we planning to add some dishes for younger uncle's family?" Her younger aunt, Madame Zhao, finally looked at Xiaoxiao after hearing her speak. She asked in a low voice, "Is this, second brother-in-law's youngest daughter?" Younger uncle, Yu Bo, finally noticed the wan and thin young girl. He happily said, "That's right. Xiaoxiao, you seem to be in good spirits today. Did you come out for some sun?" Yu Xiaoxiao didn't have any ill feelings towards her younger uncle and aunt, so she replied with a smile, "Younger uncle, my health is already better now. I haven't been sick for over a week. Sure enough, you do seem to have recovered from your illness. You have become livelier and more articulate. It's great that you're better now. It's good to be healthy," younger uncle cheerfully said as he walked forward and touched her head. Yu Katie came out of a room on the west side of the main room. She smiled at her third brother and sister-in-law. "Third brother, third sister-in-law, your room is ready. Hurry and go take a rest. We soon be eating soon. Dudu, do you still recognize youngest aunt? Our Dudu is back. Come and let eldest aunt give you a hug. Why is our family's Dudu so cute?" Madame Li spoke in a tone that was filled with an obvious sense of flattery and fawning. Yu Xian, whose nickname was Dudu, was pulled into her embrace and his face was buried within Madame Li's fleshy body. Madame Li was a lazy person who hated bathing, so there was always a stench of sweat on her body. The young Yu Xian had never encountered such a situation before. He immediately began crying while desperately struggling to escape. Madame Zhao's expression turned cold and ordered the young girl behind her, "Why aren't you bringing your young master back?" The young girl gave the baggage in her hands to Xiaoxiao, who was enjoying the lively scene. She hastily ran to rescue her young master and shouted, "What are you doing? Hurry up and let go of our young master. What's wrong with you?" Madame Li, who had been pushed, loosened her hold on the young Yu Xian with embarrassment. Darn it, she made a mistake while trying to flatter them. "I don't want you to hold me. I don't want you." The 2-year-old little Dudu cried until his eyes turned red. He pushed the young girl aside and also refused the embraces of both his parents. With his arms opened, he staggered a few steps as he ran and ended up hugging Yu Xiaoxiao's legs. What kind of situation is this? Yu Xiaoxiao was still holding the large bag that the young girl handed her, so her upper body was practically buried by the mountain-like baggage. Now, there was also a little infant holding onto her leg like a koala. The young maid tactfully retrieved the baggage from Xiaoxiao. She looked at Xiaoxiao and hinted by nudging her lips at her young master, who was hugging Xiaoxiao's legs and seeking comfort. It can't be helped, she just had that protagonist aura. Even a young infant couldn't escape from her charms as the protagonist. Yu Xiaoxiao was very pleased with herself as she thought about it. She bent down to lift up the little fellow, who was crying pitifully. Little Dudu looked small, but he actually quite heavy. She tried very hard before she finally lifted the little fellow up while wobbling. Yu Bo, who was beside them, was frightened by the sight and opened his arms to protect them. It was often said that children had keen senses. Yu Xiaoxiao had been drinking mystic stone water for several days and had also been wearing the multicolored stone every day. Thus, it was natural that she had a bit of spiritual energy on her body. After little Dudu was attacked by Madame Li's stench, he followed his instinct and searched for the spiritual energy, which was his source of comfort, Yu Xiaoxiao. Little Dudu stopped crying after Yu Xiaoxiao unstably lifted him up. He widened his dark eyes and looked at her curiously. He asked in a cute voice, "Who are you? I've never seen you before." His father interrupted him anxiously, "Dudu, this is your second sister, come down quickly. Your second sister can't hold you. Be careful of falling." "No, I don't want to get down. Dudu likes second sister. She smells really good." Little Dudu's plump arms were wrapped around Xiaoxiao's neck as he sniffed her like a little puppy. Madame Zhao finally had an expression on her face when interacting with her son. She said rather helplessly, "Dudu, your second sister's health isn't very good. If she's too exhausted, then she can't play with you anymore. So, come down and let mother carry you." Little Dudu looked at Xiaoxiao, and then looked at his mother. It was difficult for him to make a choice at the moment. In her previous life, Yu Xiaoxiao had raised her younger siblings by herself, so she was very skilled in dealing with children. "Our Dudu is so cute, so second sister really likes you too. Is Dudu hungry? Do you want second sister to make some fish stew for you?" "Yes, Dudu wants to drink it." Children were all little gluttons. The little foodie Dudu swiftly came down from Yu Xiaoxiao and waited for the fish stew. Madame Zhang had been constantly trying to attract her little grandson's attention, but she never expected him to be deceived by that little wretch. After giving Yu Xiaoxiao a fierce glare, she smiled at her youngest son and daughter-in-law, "Go take a rest in your room. I'll go cut some meat and make your favorite, stewed fatty meat and cabbage, for lunch." Chapter 24 Flattering. This chapter is updated by ABHI. The Yu family's meals had always lacked oil. There were only 2 occasions when the family could eat meat. The first was during the New Year, and the second was when Yu Bo, the hope of the entire family, came home. Stewed fatty meat and cabbage was Yu Bo's favorite dish during his childhood. Yu Bo was already accustomed to eating stir-fried dishes in town, so his taste in food had changed a long time ago. However, he was unable to refuse his mother who wholeheartedly cared for him. Madame Zhao glanced at him, then entered the west room indifferently. Zhao Milan, who was the only daughter of a county scholar official, held contempt for the whole Yu family. Her mother-in-law was stingy, while her eldest sister-in-law was vulgar and lazy. Her second sister-in-law was cowardly and incompetent. Moreover, none of the children in the family were presentable. If she had a choice, she seriously didn't want to stay in the Yu family's house at all. However, they were her husband's family, so she still needed to give her husband some face. By the time Madame Zhang returned from the butcher's in the neighboring village with half a caddy of fat meat, Madame Lu also came back after washing the laundry. Without giving her a chance to take a break, Madame Zhang had ordered Madame Li, who was aimlessly wandering around the courtyard with a broom, "You go dry the clothes. Second daughter-in-law, you go cook." The entire family had unanimous approval for Madame Lu's culinary skills. Madame Zhang personally washed the meat and cut it up on the cutting board. After that, she counted the pieces and instructed Madame Lu, "Third son likes the dishes that you cook the most, so cook well and don't slack off. You guys help with the preparations." Even if Madame Zhang didn't say it, Yu Xiaoxiao and her sister wouldn't have let their mother do all the work alone. After she left, Xiaoxiao smiled and said, "I doubt younger uncle and aunt like to eat stewed fatty meat and cabbage." Mother, why don't I try making a couple of dishes? I have a lot of recipes in my mind that I haven't had the chance to try out. You can cook, but you're not allowed to touch the meat. Your grandmother knows very clearly how many pieces there are. When they had good ingredients, Madame Zhang would always take account because she was afraid that people would steal some while cooking. Big pot mixed stew, too, was very popular in most villages in the north. However, not all ingredients were suitable for the mixed stew. Yu Xiaoxiao had been craving stir-fried dishes, but she didn't have any oil. Madame Zhang was so stingy that she wasn't even willing to purchase vegetable oil. Xiaoxiao looked at the fatty meat and tried to persuade her mother to make some lard with a portion of the meat. The meat can be stewed with cabbage, and she could cook with the lard. Lu Muyun briefly pondered the idea. The meat would slightly shrink after extracting some lard, but as long as she cooked it carefully, it wouldn't look too unsightly when stewed. Today, third younger brother and third sister-in-law came home, so one meat dish really wasn't enough. Moreover, all the other dishes were bland and tasteless. Thus, she decided to use the meat to make a small bowl of lard. There were a lot of people in the Yu family, so they usually used two stoves to cook. One was used to cook the bean porridge, while the other was used to make stewed vegetables and millet pancakes. Madame Zhang was very happy today, so with great mercy, she allowed the pancakes to be partially made with wheat flour. She would rather be a miser and suffer herself, than let her youngest son suffer a little. She was even more unwilling to be looked down on by her youngest daughter-in-law, who was the daughter of a county scholar official. She was still waiting for her youngest son to earn a noble title for her so that she could enjoy old age with her son's success. Yu Xiaoxiao saw her mother using the usual method to stew the pork slices and cabbages, which was just throwing them together in one big pot. Afraid that the meat dish would be ruined, she quickly stopped her. Mother, let me cook this dish. I promise it will be even tastier than the one mother makes. Madame Lu was afraid that the old lady would scold Xiaoxiao, so she rejected the idea at first. In the end, she couldn't help giving in to Xiaoxiao and Xiaolian's constant pleading. However, she insisted on supervising on the side. Xiaoxiao had already instructed her younger brother to borrow some chili peppers from the Zhao family. Without a tinge of spiciness, the stewed pork and cabbage would definitely taste bland. After deciding not to use the usual method to stew the dishes, she used an oiled pan to stir-fry ginger, scallion, chili pepper, and Sichuan peppercorn. After that, she put the meat into the pan to stir-fry, while also adding some salt and soy sauce. Next, she placed the cabbage millet pancakes in the pan, and after a short deliberation, she also added some mystic stone water inside. Xiaoxiao noticed that the mystic stone water had the ability to enhance freshness. It was still the same dish, but with different cooking methods, the tastes were naturally as different as day and night. It smells great. Are we eating meat today? Yu Haixi, who had been playing wildly outside for the entire day, had a keen nose like a dog. After smelling the fragrant aroma, he followed the scent and entered the kitchen. Before he had the chance to sabotage the food, Madame Zhang, who was behind him, had already pulled on his ear and dragged him out. Eat, eat. You only know how to eat. What else can you do other than eat? Go and stay in your east room. If you dare to sneakily eat the food, I'll chop your hands off. After that, she glared warningly at Madame Li, who was lingering in front of the kitchen. The crafty and lazy Li Guiwa hastily lowered her head. She started to sweep the floor, while repeatedly turning to look back. Madame Zhang looked at the stew fatty meat and cabbage, sniffed it a few times, and blandly said, your culinary skills have improved. Continue to cook this way in the future. Xiaoxiao interjected, Grandmother, if you bring back some soybean oil, we can cook like this every day. We can't do anything without oil. Madame Zhang's heart ached at the thought of how much money was needed to buy oil. However, in order to maintain her own dignity, she turned to leave while cursing, buy oil. Should I just tear up this old body of mine to make oil for you people? Xiaoxiao's mouth twitched and grumbled, even if you want to, it doesn't mean we're willing to eat it. You probably can't get much oil with that dry and bony body of yours. Cower, how can you speak in that manner to your elders? If this spread out, would you still have a good reputation? You can't act in this way in the future. Madame Lu was cleaning the pot as she disciplined her daughter. Yu Xiaoxiao didn't rebut her, but she still felt indignant inwardly. We need to have filial piety to the elderly, but we can't be foolishly devoted to them either, right? Xiaoxiao vented her anger through cooking. Whoosh! She swiftly completed the stir-fried eggplants with garlic, 4 dry fried string beans, 5 fresh greens with mushroom, 6, and stewed meat and cabbage. In the other pot, an appetizing aroma was emerging from the delicious fish stew, 7. Even Madame Zhao, who was napping in her room, was inwardly surprised by the Yu family's pig food. When did it ever smell so good? It's time to eat. Little Shish too, who had been dutifully helping to tend the kitchen fire, exclaimed excitedly. Second sister's cooking skills were so amazing that he could hardly contain his saliva. The men and women sat on separate tables for the morning meal. Today, the women's table also had the same dishes as the men's table. 4 pots that emitted an appetizing aroma were swiftly served on the table. There were many people in the Yu family, so their foods were usually served in pots. There's meat. We're eating meat. Yu Haixi sniffed up his yellowish snot, while also wiping his mucus with his sleeve blackened with dirt from time to time. Instead of washing her hands, Madame Li also just wiped her dirty hands on the front of her worn-out clothes. Madame Zhao took a look and was so disgusted that she almost puked. There was no way she could have any appetite in front of this dirty mother and son duo. Madame Zhang, who had been closely observing her youngest daughter-in-law, followed her line of sight. She frowned, took a bowl, and grabbed some food from each dish. After that, she turned towards Madame Li and her son. It's too crowded at the table, so you two go back to your room to eat. Madame Li stared at the alluring meat and tactlessly said, we have 2 extra people, so it is a little crowded. Why are the little brats, who are under 10 years old, sitting at the table? Aren't you brats going to hurry up and make some room? As she spoke, she couldn't resist lifting her chopsticks to grab the largest piece of fatty meat. However, she was blocked midway by her mother-in-law. Madame Zhang furiously glared at her thoughtless eldest daughter-in-law and spoke with an aggravated tone, I'm telling you to go back to your room to eat, so stop with all your nonsense. By restricting the children from eating at the table, who are you trying to mock? Chapter 25 Praise. This chapter is updated by ABHI. Madame Li watched as little Dudu earnestly waited at the table to drink his second sister's fish stew. She suddenly realized that she had said something out of line. Third brother-in-law would likely become an official in the future. She needed to flatter her third sister-in-law in order to take advantage of having an official in the family. Look at my awkward mouth, I just blurt out words without thinking. Third sister-in-law, I wasn't scolding your son Dudu, please don't take it to heart, the table is a little crowded, I'm going to take Haixi out and go back to our rooms to eat. Madame Li finally took the hint from her mother-in-law. Although she felt reluctant, she still towed her son behind her to leave. Yu Haixi only cared about eating food. However, he was a crafty young fellow and decided to take advantage of the situation and haggle for more food. If you want me to leave the table, give me a few more pieces of meat. If you don't, I'm going to stay here to eat. Madame Zhang had no other choice but to give in to his demands. Although she lambasted him under her breath for being a small-minded bastard, she still placed a couple pieces of meat into his bowl. She glared fiercely at Madame Li, reminding her that she needed to leave with her son. With the 2 unhygienic people gone from the table, there wasn't much to complain about for the remaining Madame Lu and her 4 children. No matter how busy she was, Madame Lu made sure to keep her entire family washed and clean. Her husband's younger sister, Yu Katie, was at the age where a girl loved being clean and beautifying herself. Madame Zhang was also a sanitary person. Zhao Milan barely managed to squeeze herself into a seat next to her son. Under the encouragement of Madame Zhang, she lifted her chopsticks and picked up a piece of stir-fried green vegetable. She slowly placed it into her mouth. For such a simple dish, the stir-fried fresh green vegetables with shiitake mushrooms tasted surprisingly delicious and refreshing. Madame Zhao chewed her mouthful delicately, slowly swallowed, and then raised her head to look her second sister-in-law, Lu Muyun, in the eye. She nodded her head in approval and said, second sister-in-law's culinary skills have improved immensely in these past few months. The food tastes better compared to a few months ago. Lu Muyun smiled at her youngest daughter and with a voice full of pride said, the dishes today were all cooked by Kaur. I only helped her to wash the vegetables and the pots. I didn't make any of the food today. A rarely seen smile graced Madame Zhao's face. I wouldn't have expected Xiaoxiao to have this kind of talent. Madame Zhang felt displeased that her youngest daughter-in-law was paying attention to other people. She picked up a thick slice of fatty meat with her chopsticks and thrust it into Madame Zhao's bowl. Third daughter-in-law, I especially made sure to select the fattiest cut of meat today. This type of meat will ooze out flavorful oil when you eat it. Quickly try some. Madame Zhao looked at Madame Zhang's greasy and oily chopsticks. Who knew how much saliva was on those things? She felt her stomach lurch with disgust. Sensitive to her mistress's likes and dislikes, her servant girl hurriedly took the piece of greasy meat and said, "Elderly lady, my mistress doesn't like to eat fatty cuts of meat. This servant thanks you in her stead." Seeing that a piece of meat that even she herself felt was too precious to eat being taken by a mere servant girl infuriated Madame Zhang. Her expression immediately darkened with anger. She slapped the table with a heavy hand and started haranguing, "Huh, you impudent servant. Do you have the status to sit with us at the same table to eat? How arrogant are you? And you even had the gall to eat meat. What kind of servant are you? Third daughter-in-law, you need to discipline this maid." Madame Zhao placed the chopsticks onto the wooden table with a loud slap. Her full red lips were pressed into a straight line. Despite the obvious signs, Madame Zhang had not noticed that her daughter-in-law was tampering down rage and heedlessly continued to spew criticism at the maid. "Mother-in-law, before you punish a dog you need to ask permission from its master. Anything that my maid did wrong, I will punish her myself. By yelling at her in front of other people, are you insinuating that you are displeased with me?" Madame Zhao interjected with a soft and even-tempered voice after seeing her servant hold back tears in her eyes. Madame Zhang choked down the rest of her complaints, and her old, wrinkled face turned a bright red color. She wanted to scream a few harsh words at Madame Zhao, like she usually did to her other two daughter-in-laws, to discipline her. However, she was afraid that Madame Zhao would whisper honeyed and poisoned words to her husband in the bedroom and cause her favorite son to grow distant from her. Huffing with anger, the old woman thrust her chopsticks into the stewed meat and cabbage dish and picked out a large and thick piece of fatty meat. She dropped it into her bowl. "If you're not going to eat the meat, then this old lady will eat it instead." Seeing that her grandmother was preoccupied, Yu Xiaoxiao saw an opportunity and quickly placed pieces of meat into her mother's, older brothers, Xiaolian and Shishtu's bowls. Although she didn't like to eat fatty cuts of meat, it didn't mean the other members of her family were the same. The Yu family considered themselves lucky if they could eat meat once or twice in the year. Therefore, they appreciated the fatty pieces of pork the most. When Lu Muyun saw that her youngest daughter was too thrifty to eat meat, author's note, "You're thinking too much, she simply doesn't like to eat it," but braved her grandmother's poor temper to place meat into her own bowl, the piece of meat became hard for Madame Lu to swallow. However, if she tried to put it back, her mother-in-law would definitely scream at her if she was found out. Noticing that her mother was hesitating, Xiao Xiao softly whispered into Madame Lu's ear. "Mother, I don't like being yelled at, please eat the meat faster." Suddenly, she noticed her grandmother lifting her head from her food. Yu Xiaoxiao hurriedly gave her grandmother a couple of dry fried string beans. She smiled sweetly, "Grandmother, have some string beans dry fried in lard. They're almost as delicious as meat. You're old so you should eat more. You're such a crafty brat. How come you're not telling me to eat more meat? Our whole courtyard garden is filled with string beans. There's nothing special about these." Madame Zhang had never mastered the art of filtering her words and always blurted out what was on her mind, no matter how unpleasant it was for others to hear. During this exchange, Madame Lu and her other children had all bolted down the meat that they rarely got to eat, even during New Year's celebrations. Since Yu Xiaoxiao successfully completed her mission, she neatly grabbed a couple servings of dry fried green beans and wrapped them in a pancake. She ate the wrap with lively delight. The dark green string beans glistened with a light coating of oil. The fragrant aroma of lard had infused into each string bean, such that every bite was flavorful without feeling greasy. Even Madame Zhao grabbed a couple of extra servings of the vegetables. Little Dudu sat at the dinner table like a small adult and kept his mouth wide open, waiting to be fed. The simmered fish stew was as white as cow's milk and was full of savory flavor. The meat of the fish was delicate without any bones to ruin the texture and complemented perfectly with the rich broth. The little boy's mouth smacked with delight as he happily drank the soup. This little fellow had a picky palate, and Madame Zhao had gone through many trials to get him to eat more. She even would be willing to cut off her own flesh if it made her son want to eat more food. This time, her son was eating voraciously. If she was slow in feeding him, he even started opening his mouth wide and made little, noises begging for more. The sight of him eating with a hearty appetite made her feel incredibly happy. Since Yu Xiaoxiao had simmered the delicious soup that her son liked to eat, Madame Zhao's demeanor towards the little girl improved perceptibly. Other than Yu Katie, Yu Xiaoxiao was the only other person in the entire Yu family that Madame Zhao deigned to converse with. Madame Zhang's entire face folded into a brilliant smile as she watched her youngest grandson. Grandmother's sweet grandson likes to drink fish soup, so grandmother will leave her bowl for you. Madame Zhao looked at her with a bland expression and sweetly said, Dudu usually doesn't eat a lot of home. I don't dare to feed him too much in the event that he might get bloated. Hearing that, Madame Zhang dropped the subject and merely smiled while watching little Dudu eat his fish. She was so preoccupied that she forgot to eat her own food. Xiao Xiao glanced at her little brother who was slurping fish soup next to her. Little Shishtu was only a little bit older, but he was also Madame Zhang's grandson. However, the difference in treatment between the two little boys was blatantly obvious. It really made her heart ache for her little brother. On the other hand, little Shishtu had long become accustomed to his grandmother's cold treatment. He was solely preoccupied with eating his own meal. The food today was astoundingly sumptuous and luxurious, more so than usual. His second sister had better culinary talent than mother. Without his cousin, Haitzi, there to fight for food, he needed to take advantage of the circumstances and eat more. The men at their own table also ate with great gusto. Even old Yu ate 2 more pancakes than usual. Yu Hai seized the opportunity to complete his youngest daughter's mission and suddenly stated, the vegetables today are pretty much as tasty as the meat. Father, do you think the same too? Chapter 26 Reputation. This chapter is updated by ABHI. Old Yu took another serving of the eggplants sautéed with garlic. Because his teeth had started to fall out of his mouth, he liked eating soft and tender foods like the stir-fried eggplants. Unconsciously, he devoured about half the plate of eggplants by himself. After hearing Yu Hai's opinion, the old man, satisfied by the meal, naturally didn't stint on his praise. Yes, the taste is indeed very good. Our family's Xiao Xiao has talent, her hand at cooking is better than her mother's. Xiao Xiao's mother did a good job raising her. There's a well-known saying, the student has surpassed the master. Third son, is that how it goes? Old Yu was quite proud of the phrase he remembered and thought quite highly of himself. He held his beard out of the way as he sipped a mouthful of wine and smacked his lips in pleasure. Our Yu family is quite cultured. Father, you said it perfectly. However, Xiao Xiao's dishes were all stir-fried with oil. Our family usually only boils vegetables with some salt. There's no fat added, so of course it's not as delicious as vegetables stir-fried with oil. In the future, our family should continue cooking vegetables this way. After finally eating a satisfactory meal at his family's house, the third son, Yu Bo, was in a good mood and topped off his father's glass. Old Yu shook his head after he heard what his son said, you should know your mother's personality. If we bought pork every day to make lard, it would hurt her stingy heart more than cutting her flesh directly would. At this point, Yu Hai interjected, we don't need to use lard, vegetable oil could be used instead. Didn't our family save some dried soybeans from last year? We could bring them to the oil mill in exchange for some soybean oil for cooking. The food cooked with the oil should still taste good. If they used soybeans as the trade instead of money, maybe his wife would be more willing. Old Yu carefully calculated the possibility of his wife agreeing to this. When Yu Bo saw how happily everyone at home was eating the food cooked with oil, he considered their circumstances again. Choked with emotion, he couldn't help but set down his chopsticks and urged his father quietly, Father, if other people found out that our family found it too much of a burden to even get a bottle of soybean oil for the sake of my education, can I still in the academy anymore? Would no one actually expose this? Father, please advise mother to not be so stingy. There are already people at school who are gossiping behind my back. Scholars valued their reputations the most. Yu Bo had already heard bad rumors about himself, such as, he lives in a large manor in town, eating and drinking good food, while his parents and siblings back home have to count how many pancakes made with coarse grains they could eat for each meal. His main goal in coming back this time was to persuade his mother to stop being a miser for the sake of his reputation and to stop the rumor mongers from discrediting him. However, as her son, he was very familiar with Madame Zhang's temperament. Therefore, he could only talk about it with his father and have him discuss the situation with his mother. The old woman always wished she could spend half a copper coin for something that cost one. She was stingy to everyone in the family, including herself, and always restricted how much food people could eat. His second son's children were all on the brink of starvation with their bone-thin frames and their unsteady gaits, but, for the sake of his youngest son's education, old Yu usually turned a blind eye towards his wife's miserly ways. However, if her thriftiness was starting to impact their son's reputation, then it could no longer go on. Their youngest son had the fate to become an official, and it would be a disaster if his wife's penny-pinching ways caused his son to lose the chance. Old Yu came to a resolution and decided he needed to talk to his wife about the situation. That night, under the light of the lamps, the old couple discussed their circumstances. For the sake of her son, Madame Zhang obviously had no objections. The very next day, the old lady went on her own to the oil mill and traded half a sack of soybeans for a pitcher full of soybean oil. In addition, she no longer restricted how many coarse grain pancakes people could eat anymore. Without her heavy restrictions, the family's store of food naturally disappeared more quickly. Madame Zhang's heart trembled at the sight of the increased expenditures and inwardly screamed, "Who's the one spewing nonsense from their mouth, all day speaking nonsense? I hope a rat goes and eats his tongue." The people who profited the most with this change, naturally, was Yu Xiaosao and the rest of the second branch. At least now, everyone in the family, large and small, could eat until they were full. In addition, every few days Yu Xiaosao would intercept some game from her father for their own use. Gradually, the members of the second branch started to flesh out. That's right, under the attacks from Yu Xiaosao's strategic pleads and skillful begging, Yu Hai, who already blindly loved his daughter, could only surrender to her whims after a minimal struggle. Every time he came back from a hunt, Xiaosao would always be at the foot of the mountain waiting for him, with no one else around, to choose the fattest piece of game to leave behind. She would then take the game into that hidden valley to either barbecue or simmer the meat in the ceramic urn until cooked and bring home later for the household to eat. Sometimes Zhao Han would divvy out some meat he caught from his traps to give the kids an extra meal. They also plundered the creek's store of small, white fish frequently. For most people, the wild fish were slippery and hard to catch, but Yu Xiaosao never had difficulty harvesting the fish. Although Zhao Han inwardly felt it was odd, he never tried to figure out how the little girl caught the fish. Adolescent boys could always out-eat their elders. In fishing villages near the sea, young boys and girls, other than gathering seafood or tending the courtyard gardens, weren't of much use. For the sake of her youngest son's reputation and future career, Madame Zhang's heart palpably ached when she increased the family's food ration. 2 months after the change, the family's expenditures had more than doubled. The increased spending combined with her entrance into menopause caused Madame Zhang to hate everyone she saw. When the men left for the sea, if the old woman wasn't berating the adults, she was hitting the children. Complaints flew out of her in an endless stream. During mealtimes, Madame Zhang barely managed to stem her complaints in an effort to soothe the men's egos. However, her eyes flitted around like daggers. Whoever grabbed an extra flatbread was subject to a hateful glare. Naturally, she hoped that her daughters-in-law and their group of brats would tactfully eat less. But her hope was in vain. Her eldest daughter-in-law wouldn't know tact even if it hit her in the face. As long as there was food at the table, she would eat it. Her eldest grandson had inherited his mother's habits and gobbled down food at the table as if he was a starving animal. Although her second daughter-in-law had a weak and timid personality, her 2 daughters were nothing like their mother. Even though Madame Zhang would glare at them until it felt like her eyes would pop out and her face would burst, the 2 brats ignored her as if nothing was going on. If they weren't giving their mother another pancake, they were grabbing their brothers another serving of vegetables. Now that there was oil added to their food, it didn't matter whether the dishes were stewed or stir-fried, the taste of all the food had improved tremendously. Every meal, with her eldest son's family leading, became a brawl to snatch as much food as possible. Those who had slow hands wouldn't even be able to lick the leftovers off a plate. The 2 chits' hands flew so quickly on the table that one could only see their shadows. After their hands had stopped, their timid mother who never dared to grab food, even-tempered older brother, and tiny youngest brother, all had their bowls filled with food. Not only did her 2 granddaughters grab food for their family but their own appetites were also voracious. Seeing all of this made Madame Zhang's heart throb with pain. In the past, with only Xiaolian being unruly, it was easy enough for Madame Zhang to smack the girl a couple of times and then have the brat comply. Now that there was an additional troublemaker, Yu Xiaosao, it had become more difficult to maintain discipline because of the wretch's sickly constitution. Hitting the minx was obviously out of the question, but even yelling at her was enough to scare her into a dead faint. A situation that happened before her 3rd son and his family had left was a perfect example of the difference now. At the time, 3 steamer baskets full of steamed rolls had been brought to the table. The little hellion had immediately transferred one to her mother, and also gave a serving to her 2 brothers who hadn't even sat down yet. She acted as if she was the master of the house. Madame Zhang really couldn't stand these perceived transgressions anymore at the time. Her personality was never one to take an insult sitting down, and so, as her temper flared, the old woman slapped a heavy hand down on the wooden stool. However, before Madame Zhang could open her mouth to start yelling, the little brat's eyes rolled into the back of her head, and the chit fainted. Chapter 27 Apprentice. This chapter is updated by ABHI. Everything immediately turned to chaos. Someone went to call the doctor, while another ran out to buy medicine, and so, hundreds of coins flew out of Madame Zhang's purse. Spending money was bad enough, but her husband also whisked her aside and scolded her profusely. Furthermore, up until the day her third son's family left to go back to town, her youngest daughter-in-law regarded her with contempt. Afterwards, Madame Zhang sank into a gloomy depression and almost ended up ill from her pent-up feelings. From then on, she just pretended that the chit, Xiao Sao, was invisible. No matter what the little girl did, the old woman would ignore it as if she had never saw it. Luckily the brat, other than mealtimes, kept to her own devices and didn't cause other problems that Madame Zhang found hard to abide. For the sake of saving money, she could endure anything. Mother, mother, Madame Li's obese figure hurriedly came back into the courtyard from outside. As she crossed the threshold, the fat woman almost tripped and fell over. She looked around the entire courtyard furtively like a burglar before she pulled Madame Zhang into a nearby room. She mysteriously said, "Mother, haven't we spent a lot of money on the household recently? I feel bad for you. The entire second branch really eats too much. Their 4 children eat almost as much as 3 adults combined." Madame Zhang felt her temper rising again and complained in agreement, "Exactly. A whole bag of coarse grains disappears in a matter of days. Money flows out this household like water from a river. It's driving me crazy, and my mouth is full of sores from worry." Second son's wife comes off as honest, but how come she's not relieving the burden at home? Madame Zhang complained as she slapped her thigh rhythmically. Her entire face was creased with resentment. Madame Li replied in an empathetic tone, "That's just how it is." Second son's wife pretends to be busy on the surface. She even tells outside people that she is the only one who does housework at home. Is there anyone who doesn't view her as a good wife? On the other hand, outsiders only call me lazy. However, mother-in-law, you have become an evil mother-in-law who treats her daughter-in-law poorly in the eyes of others. Madame Zhang gnashed her teeth together in anger and snarled, "That vile little wretch. She turned out to be such a malicious woman. I'd misjudged her." Seeing that her aim had been achieved, Madame Li came to the true purpose of her visit. "Mother, the only reason why she's doing this is because she has a lot of children. In the future, she'll have plenty of people to support her, right? However, I definitely have a method to reduce her confidence. The fact that she has many children only means that she's able to have them. Unlike you who could only lay 1 egg without any other progress." Madame Zhang had always felt bitter that her eldest daughter-in-law only gave birth to Haixi alone. However, now was not the time to pursue this topic. The old woman continued to ask, "What sort of method? I'd like to hear it. My older brother from back home told me that the carpentry shop in town was looking for an apprentice. Second branch's Xiaosha isn't young anymore and, as an apprentice, he'll eat and live away from us. That will save us from feeding another person's portion of grain, and, in the future, he'll be able to make a living as a craftsman." Madame Li's spit flew out of her mouth as she spoke. Madame Zhang frowned. "Carpentry shop? Is that the one owned by Zhang Ji? I heard that shopkeeper Zhang Ji is really cruel and that apprentices in that store keep changing. Some of them had even become permanently injured and disabled, if..." Madame Li's waved a plump hand dismissively. "Those are just rumors. My older brother knows shopkeeper Zhang personally and said he's usually very friendly. Otherwise, how could he have such a thriving business? He just has high expectations for his apprentices, that's all. Who doesn't want to find an apprentice that is more competent and hardworking, right?" After thinking a bit, Madame Zhang had to conclude that the second branch's Xiaosha was not a lazy boy. Sending him out to become an apprentice wasn't a bad idea. After all, in several years, the boy would be able to do woodworking and could make a lot of money. That night, during mealtime, Madame Zhang disseminated the news to all of the people. "Xiaosha is diligent and sensible. He also learns things quickly. Who knows, maybe in a couple of years he'll be able to finish his apprenticeship and then make his own money. With a skilled trade he'll have a much more stable future than relying on the winds and waters to make a living. The carpentry shop is only looking for 1 apprentice, otherwise, I would also have Haixi go too." In the future, the two cousins could take on work or open a store. Wouldn't that be a good life? The rest of the household didn't have any opinions, but Yuhai was a bit hesitant. Mother, I've heard that carpentry apprentices spend a long time doing rough and heavy work. Xiaosha is still small, I'm afraid that he doesn't have the strength to lift and work the heavy wood. The old woman's expression darkened and put her bowl down on the table loudly. He's already 11, you still think he's small? In 2 years he'll be able to marry a wife. Second son, you cannot spoil your kids. Mother is trying to treat you guys well. Carpenter Wang back in my hometown worked every year to build other people's furniture. He always had plenty to eat and clothes to wear. He has a better life by far compared to us. Yu Xiaosao looked anxiously at her older brother who was being left out like a tasty piece of meat. Inwardly she cursed, it's not just Carpenter Wang who has a better life. Most villagers eat better and wear better clothes than us. We don't live like this because we don't have money, it's because you're too stingy, grandmother. You only care about younger uncle. Trying to send out such a young child out to become an apprentice, you're truly too heartless. She used some force to poke at her bowl of bean soup and muttered, if this is such a good opportunity, why don't we send brother Heitzi first? He's older than older brother by 3 years and is about the size of an adult. He's still bumming at the village provoking random cats and dogs all day, shouldn't he go out and learn something? Madam Li promptly jumped in and scolded her, this is an adult conversation, how could children participate? Second brother-in-law, how could spoil your kids so badly? Madame Zhang wanted to yell something but managed to resist and swallowed it back down. Instead she said, Heitzi has a poor personality, what can he do? If we sent him out, he would only be sent back in a couple of days. If we're talking about ability, Dahai from a young age was always skillful with his hands. When other people were weaving baskets, he only watched them a bit before he learned it. Xiaosha is like his dad and wouldn't be bad at learning a skill. Mother, I wasn't saying I don't want him to go. I just want to wait 2 years to give him time to mature. Once he has grown in height, then he could go, Yuhai said good-naturedly. He still felt worried about his little boy who had slowly grown under his eye. Madame Zhang interrupted him, blurting, do you think this carpentry house is owned by us? Do you really think you can just let your kid come and go as you please? Other families whose kids are apprentices all sent them when they were young. Once he's older, he'll be slow at picking things up, who would want him then? As Yu Hai was about to reply, the previously silent Yu Heng calmly interjected, Father, grandmother is right, I'm no longer a little kid anymore. Learning a craft isn't a bad thing for me. The neighboring village's Xuan was an apprentice before. He told me that as long as one was clever, quick and diligent with one's hands, then there wasn't much suffering to be had. I want to go. Yu Hai knew that his oldest son, who usually seemed quiet and dull, had big aspirations and ideas. He thought for a bit and decided that letting his son try wouldn't be a bad thing. If it didn't work out, he could spend a couple bits to bring his son back home. Seeing how enthusiastically eldest aunt was pushing her older brother to be an apprentice, Yu Xiaosao felt that there was something fishy about the whole situation. However, she couldn't pinpoint what exactly was wrong with the idea. She could only watch helplessly as her elder brother packed his things in a cloth and was sent to go to the town's carpentry shop. In a flash, the blistering hot summer days had passed and cool and refreshing autumn had leisurely arrived. Right now was just the time to harvest the soybeans and sorghum from the fields, and everyone was brimming with joy from the harvest season. The Yu family was a model example of a fisherman's household. They focused heavily on fishing and hunting and only had 3 acres of sandy soil which were planted with the high-yielding crop of sweet potatoes. It wasn't yet the time to harvest those, that was about a month away. Game was at its peak in autumn. Every fall, the Yu family no longer allowed Yu Hai to go out to sea to fish and instead had him stay back home especially to hunt. Almost every day he went up the mountains to hunt. Sometimes he would partner up with Hunter Zhao, but more often than not, he was on his own. Yu Xiaosao tried to capitalize on her father's favor and tried her best to persuade him to take her with him. However, after thinking about all of the dangerous animals he'd encountered throughout the years and his daughter's sickly body, Yu Hai explicitly refused. He only consoled her by promising her he would always leave a piece of game for her. Eating the same thing every day, even wild game, would get cloying after a while. Now that her immediate family had enough to eat every day, Yu Xiaosao was no longer preoccupied with eating and drinking. She needed to earn money. As long as she had money, there was nothing she needed to worry about. Unfortunately, at this present time, she could only earn money surreptitiously. If they could separate their branch from the rest of the family, then she could make money much more easily. Unfortunately, most families in the ancient world never divided their households, so the hope for this happening was quite uncertain. Furthermore, since Yu Xiaoxiao was only 8 years old, her options for making money were so limited that it was pitiful. With that compounded with the need for secrecy, she really had a hard road ahead of her. Out of desperation, she switched her attention to the multicolored stone that was on her wrist. The divine stone noticed her gaze and leapt out to confront her. Don't think you can use me as bait. I'm the magnificent stone that was used to patch the heavenly skies, how can I be used in such a humble manner? Yu Xiaoxiao replied, slightly embarrassed, little glutinous dumpling, do you think I have any other options? You once said that every time you helped me, your master, the purity and speed of absorption of spiritual power would increase for you. Being used as a magical fish bait is helping me. Otherwise, how else would my whole family have bodies that are now so strong and healthy? Where else would you find such a chance to display all of your powers? The celestial stone had previously, in a peek over the nickname, glutinous dumpling 1 foot chosen by its weak owner, refused to acknowledge Yu Xiaoxiao for several days. Later on, since the little girl refused to repent, the stone had to begrudgingly allow itself to be called by such an unimpressive name. It was really quite depressed by this outcome. Under Yu Xiaoxiao's persuasions, the multicolored stone started to waver on its stance. Every time it helped its master, it could feel the goddess of spirits' restrictions loosening a tiny bit. Afterwards, the purity and amount of power it could absorb would also improve. If it wanted to break through the goddess of spirits' chains, shatter the void, and return to goddess Nua's side, it needed to help its master do more good things. At its current state, there were very few opportunities that it could help its master with. Acting as fish bait for Xiaoxiao really hurt its pride as a divine stone. But for the sake of accelerating its power intake to get back to goddess Nua's side, it was willing to be fish bait. While the stone was making a decision, Yu Xiaoxiao had already prepared a rope. Brother Han had promised that he would teach her how to set traps today. If she had little glutinous dumplings help, then she would definitely hit bank every day. Having me help you, it's not an impossible request. As before, the stone sent out its spirit in the form of a golden kitten floating in the air. At this moment, it was pointing its little ears back and had an unwilling look on its face. However, you need to bathe me every day in the water from that valley's creek with the fish. That place's water aura is much more pure compared to other sources. Okay, deal. Xiaoxiao reached out a hand in an attempt to pet it. A golden kitten about the size of a ping-pong ball was really too cute. It made her heart melt. However, the celestial stone proudly blocked her hand with a pair of wings that were made of light from its back. Light flickered as it dodged her caresses, and it twisted its little head to ignore her. Second sister, why didn't you call me? I almost overslept. Little Shishtu's clothes were crookedly put on, and the little boy carelessly wiped his face as he ran. On the way, he picked up a carrying basket and followed Yu Xiaoxiao out the door. Chapter 28 Gathering Money. This chapter is updated by ABHI. The early morning air was crisp and fresh. Yu Xiaoxiao deeply inhaled a breath of the moist air as her tail, little Shishtu, walked leisurely with her towards the West Mountains. Xiaolian, you're up so early. Are you out to gather some fishwort for pig feed? Ever since the little divine stone started helping her, Xiaoxiao's body became more healthy with every passing day. In addition, she often ate on the sly outside of the Yu residence, so her face and body had both gradually fleshed out. Now that her figure had become more like her older twin sister's body, the villagers often mixed the two up. Little Shishtu giddily ran towards the young girl who had mistaken his second sister and said, Sister Linglong, this my second sister. Second sister, Xiaoxiao, oh my, you're definitely a twin, you look so similar to your sister. Zhou Linglong curled her lips up into a smile and continued to inspect Xiaoxiao from head to toe. Xiaoxiao merely smiled but kept silent. Little Shishtu introduced his sister in her stead. Sister Linglong's family doesn't live far from the West Mountains and is near our old family residence. Auntie Zhou and mother have a good relationship. When you were sick, the eggs you ate were all from Auntie Zhou. Oh, so she's the daughter of mother's best friend. Yu Xiaoxiao smiled sweetly at Zhou Linglong and a faint dimple formed on her left cheek. It's nice to meet you, older sister Linglong. On another day I will need to drop by to thank Auntie Zhou. Without her eggs, I would not be able to recover this quickly. Zhou Linglong stared at Xiao Xiao's dimple for a bit and then grinned. It's just a couple of eggs, nothing worth mentioning. I figured out how to differentiate between you and your twin. You have a dimple and your older sister doesn't. Yu Xiaoxiao beamed a smile at her and said, Sister Linglong, we're going with Brother Han up the mountain to pick some wild fruits. Do you want to come with us? Zhou Linglong revealed the sickle in her hand and shook her head. I need to harvest some fishwort and then go back home. We have 2 pigs, and they've been squeaking for their food incessantly. You guys can go and play, just be careful. Yu Xiaoxiao waved her hand at the departing girl, linked hands with little Shish too, and ran towards the hill where the Zhao family lived. The villagers at Dongshan fishing village had all worked for generations as fishermen. The Zhao family had moved in more than 20 years ago as outsiders. Their family residence was located on top of a small hill that was at the foot of the West Mountains. The house was constructed out of rock and had 3 rooms. A tall fence made of stone enclosed the courtyard and building. Trees surrounded the residence on all 4 sides, and gardens full of vegetables and fruits bordered the front and back of the building. The entire complex gave off a feeling of a dwelling suitable for a hermit living in the deep woods. Brother Han, little Shish too called out as he moved quietly to push open the wooden door and inserted his head in to take a look. In the middle of the courtyard was the Zhao family's daughter-in-law, Zheng Fangyan. She twisted her head around and saw the little fellow looking around. The older woman smiled benevolently, oh, it's little Yu Fan. Quickly come in. Madame Zheng wasn't sure whether her body had gotten injured after birthing her son, but after Zhao Han was born, she was never able to get pregnant again. In the past few months, little Shish too had gained some weight and had become a strong and good-natured little boy. Madame Zheng, who loved little children, adored his cute and witty character. She had a heart full of maternal love. Auntie, Brother Han told us that he was going to teach us how to set traps to catch hares. Second sister really wants to learn, so we came early, hee hee. The little fellow rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment while he threw his sister under the bus. Yu Xiaoxiao had followed behind her younger brother to enter the courtyard. She surreptitiously jabbed him in the back as her pretty and pale little face beamed an incandescent smile at the older woman. Good morning Auntie Zhao. Oh, Xiaoxiao. Madame Zheng put down the basin full of chicken feed on the ground and wiped her hands on her apron. She tenderly caressed Xiaoxiao's thin and pointy face. She sighed, one is bound to have good fortune after surviving a great disaster. Being healthy is more important than anything. You're still a little thin, your grandmother, in the future, if you ever want to eat anything, come to Auntie's house. Auntie's cooking skills are not too bad. Thank you Auntie, I'll have to bother you in the future then. Yu Xiaoxiao would not bluntly refuse a helping hand, especially when it was offered with a genuine and sincere heart. Instead, she received the older woman's care with an even more brilliant smile. Shish too, Xiaoxiao, why are you both here so early? Have you two eaten breakfast yet? Zhao Han asked with obvious surprise. The youth had come in through the gate carrying a load of water on his shoulder and had seen the 2 siblings in the courtyard. Little Shish too butted in before his older sister could reply, our family only eats breakfast at 7 in the morning, we don't have time to wait until then. Anyway, it's better for us to leave some room in our tummies so we can eat roasted fish later. Madame Zheng linked her hands with the 2 siblings and led them into the main room. Her voice was full of disapproval as she chided, you have a long way to walk before you'll get to the mountains. You're both so young, if neither of you eat breakfast, how would either of you have the strength to get through the day? I've already simmered porridge and griddled pancakes this morning, let's eat together before you go up the mountain. Grandpa Zhao. The 2 children greeted a white-haired old man who had a long beard and sat upright in a formal, proper posture. The elderly man, Zhao Zishang, cut an imposing figure. From time to time, his eyes would reveal a majestic aura that could not be entirely hidden. The pair of siblings couldn't help but be a little subdued in his presence. The old man looked up and saw 2 children who, despite being dressed in shabby clothes, still radiated an aura of sweetness. He revealed a smile and said, you 2 are both good children but it's too bad you're stuck with a father with no backbone. You've both endured hardships. My father's fine, he knows how to fish, hunt, and weave some simple bamboo tools. He really loves us too. In front of others, Yu Xiaoxiao naturally had to defend her father's reputation. Old Zhao raised his bushy eyebrows and chuckled, you are quite protective of your father. However, it's too bad that your father can't protect your siblings and your mother. If he can't defend the people most dear to him, is he still considered a man? Father-in-law, don't say such things in front of the children, let's eat now. Madame Zheng was afraid the brother and sister pair would start feeling awkward and hastily stepped in to change the subject. She immediately served up bowls of congee and plates of flatbread to the old man and the children. The Zhao family had kept to the custom of eating 3 meals a day. Breakfast consisted of a thick porridge made with white rice, while the pancakes were also made with white flour. In addition to that, Madame Zheng had also cooked 2 vegetables, bacon stir-fried with mushrooms and napa cabbage seasoned with vinegar. Being able to eat porridge made with white rice and white flour flatbread was already a treat, but there was also meat. Little Shishtu stared avidly at the sumptuous breakfast in front of him but didn't have the courage to start eating. It was only after Maiden Zheng hand-delivered him a thin pancake rolled around some mushrooms and bacon did he raise his head sheepishly to look at his second sister. Upon seeing the little boy's hesitation, Zhao Han also stuffed and rolled up a piece of flatbread before he placed it in front of Xiao Cao. The youth grinned and said, "Eat. We're going to walk a little farther today, so if you two don't eat, you'll become exhausted, right? I don't have the strength to carry the both of you down if that happens." "Thank you. Please excuse me as I start then." Xiao Cao was tired of eating brown flour pancakes and drinking bean soup every day. She had long missed the taste of eating food made with white flour and white rice. The little girl took the offered pancake, nodded her head at her little brother, and then opened her mouth to take a giant bite. She had never thought that a plain flatbread made of white flour could taste so delicious. When combined with the salty and savory taste of bacon, it elevated this humble dish into the realms of delicacies. As Madame Zheng served food onto the 2 children's plates, she also told her son, "You can't take these 2 kids into the deep forests of the mountain. There are wild boars, wolves, and other ferocious creatures in those areas. The children need to be protected from harm." Zhao Han peeled a hard-boiled egg, placed it into Xiao Cao's congee bowl, and nodded his head. "Mother, don't worry, I've been there many times and the largest animal I've ever seen was either a roe deer or mountain goat. Something along those lines. It's very safe." After they finished breakfast, Zhao Han took the 2 kids, who had accidentally eaten too much, to a twisted and windy road that snaked up the mountain. When you're setting traps, the first thing you need to do is to discover which routes the hares like to go on. Hares will often stick to using the same route. See here, there's a small worn path in the underbrush that a hare left behind. Zhao Han pointed at a slightly messy patch of grass as he patiently explained the process. Xiao Cao eagerly replied, "Then we should set a trap here. Who knows, maybe by the time we get back we'll have a rabbit in the trap." Zhao Han laughed, "This area is too close to the open outside, so there won't be a lot of rabbits coming through here. How about we walk a little bit deeper into the woods before we try? We should take the opportunity now to practice first. How should a trap be set? Brother Han, teach me quickly." Xiao Cao refused to let go of any opportunity. After all, didn't she have a secret weapon? Zhao Han raised his thick eyebrows and an indulgent smile crossed his face before he said, "Okay. We have plenty of rope with us, so let's set one here." He inspected the area around them first and then broke off a fork-shaped branch from a nearby tree. He trimmed off miscellaneous twigs and pruned it until the middle of the fork was clear. The youth explained as he cut, "When you're choosing a branch, make you find one that can handle the weight of a running hare. Otherwise, you won't be able to successfully catch one." Xiao Cao nodded her head in silence as she tried to engrave the instructions inside her head. Zhao Han placed the pruned branch on the hare's trail and made sure it was in the exact middle of the path. This would ensure that the hare would dive straight in between the forked branch when it came by again. If we add the rope noose to this, would the trap be ready then? Little Shishtu watched the whole process with increasing interest and felt that it was quite easy to set traps. Zhao Han ruffled the little boy's hair and replied, "We still need to insert a couple more branches on the sides of the trap. The purpose of adding those sticks is to prevent the rabbit from swerving past the lasso. By plugging up all the other escape routes, the hare can only go into the noose." The youth then brought out the rope, tied a loop, and inserted it onto the forked branch. The lasso was about 10 centimeters 3 above the ground. Xiao Cao used her own hand to measure the distance and memorized how far it was. In the future, this would be her ticket to making money. "Brother Han, the noose looks so big, won't the rabbit be able to escape?" Little Shishtu asked anxiously as his innocent large eyes looked at Zhao Han. Zhao Han looked at him and then looked at Xiao Cao who was also staring at him. "It won't. Do you see the knot in the rope? Once the hare runs into the lasso, the more it struggles, the tighter it will get. If we made it larger, not only would rabbits be unable to escape but also wild boars." The pair of siblings nodded their heads in unison. Their eyes were full of worship as they stared at the slender and young youth. The 13-year-old Zhao Han felt satisfied having the two kids adore him so much. He proudly waved a fist and said, "Let's go. The deeper we go, the more prey there is for us to catch." As Zhao Han turned, Yu Xiaosao took this window of time to open her water sack and sprinkled a couple drops of her mystic stone water around the trap. After that, she caught up with the two boys as if nothing had happened. "Stinky Xiaosao, naughty Xiaosao. Don't you know you're wasting precious resources? This is the water that this heavenly stone, bathed in. It contains more restorative power than an old ginseng root, and you're using it to lure wild rabbits." The spirit came out of the multicolored stone in its familiar tiny golden kitten form. It climbed onto Yu Xiaosao's head. Other than its master, no one else could see it. Xiaosao placated the arrogant spirit mentally. "Little glutinous dumpling, once we trap some game, I will reward you with some water taken from bamboo roots grown in the deep mountains. Didn't you say that the water from there would restore your spiritual power faster?" Actually, the best way to restore its power was to help its master and gain its master's gratitude. However, the spirit never said it out loud as it was afraid that its master would give it more missions that it deemed beneath itself. Seeing that the arrogant spirit had finally calmed down, Yu Xiaosao's steps became much lighter. She could finally concentrate on learning how to set traps. Chapter 29 Setting Traps. This chapter is updated by ABHI. Yu Xiaosao learned how to set traps very quickly because she was motivated. By noon, she could already do all the steps independently. Before she knew it, the group had entered the deepest part of the forest. Bam! A hard nut fell down and hit little Shishtu's head. "Yoch! Who hit me?" Little Shishtu held his head and lifted his eyes to find the person who attacked him. Bam! Another nut smacked him on the forehead. An ash-gray squirrel peeked its head through the leaves and regarded the three humans inquisitively. "Stupid squirrel, how dare you throw stuff at me?" Little Shishtu picked up a rock from the ground and hurled it up towards the trees. The squirrel, with another nut in its paws, darted across the branches and disappeared. Yu Xiaosao bent over and picked up the lethal weapon from the ground and found that it was a hazelnut. She laughed. "Shishtu, we hit the jackpot. This is a hazelnut tree. If we saute these nuts they will taste really good. When we're done setting traps, we should also harvest some hazelnuts so we'll have more variety to eat during winter." Little Shishtu was not interested in the idea and refused. "I don't want to. All that hard work will not benefit us. We're not going to be the ones eating these hazelnuts." Zhao Han quickly ran through ideas in his head and came up with a solution. "If you two trust me, then you can leave the hazelnuts at my home. Whenever you want to eat them, I'll have mother cook them for you. You guys can then eat them at my house." "That's not a bad idea." Yu Xiaosao grinned in delight. In the future, with the divine stone's water, the amount of game she caught would not be small. However, she absolutely could not bring the game home as she would not benefit from it. Not having a hiding place for her hauls had tormented her. Now, her problem was solved. It was as if she had been sleepy and a pillow had appeared out of nowhere. Zhao Han scampered up the extremely tall hazelnut tree. He plucked all of the ripe hazelnuts and let them fall to the ground. The harvest was going too slowly for Yu Xiaosao's taste, so she grabbed a thick branch and started whacking the hazelnut tree. Leaves and twigs showered down around them. This particular tree was on the older side. The hazelnuts it grew weren't very big, but the quantity of nuts wasn't small either. Within minutes, the three of them were able to pick a whole basket full of hazelnuts. Luckily Brother Han carried a basket all the way here. Otherwise I wouldn't know how we'd get these nuts back to the village. Little Shishtu grinned widely, and his eyes squinted up into small crescents. As the three of them went back on the same route they came on, Yu Xiaosao kept her eyes wide open to look for the traps they had set earlier. Seeing that, Zhao Han chuckled. "Catching hares takes a little bit longer than that." Just as the words came out of his mouth, Yu Xiaosao interrupted him with an excited shriek. "Look! What's that? Is it a small deer? So cute." This trap was one set personally by Yu Xiaosao. It was obvious that a young creature, barely out of infancy, had been caught by the rope. The animal had a coat of ashy yellow fur, pointy ears that curved up, a dark and round nose, and 4 slender legs. The fur on its butt and back legs were white and made it look like it was wearing a pair of pants with an open crouch, similar to the ones used for potty training. The little creature that had been caught didn't struggle at all. It stood in place stupidly and was nibbling on the nearby grass. Zhao Han strode over and, with one hand, caught the foolish little animal. He laughed. It's not a small deer, it's a dumb roe deer. This little guy is quite stupid. After getting caught, it didn't struggle to get out and is only interested in eating. Young children all loved small, cute animals. Little Shishtu went up to rub the creature's ears and cheerfully said, "Second sister, this roe deer is a little foodie." Shishtu naturally learned the term, little foodie, from his second sister. He applied it immediately to the little roe deer. Despite being delighted by her catch, Yu Xiaoxiao feigned being disappointed. Such a small animal. It doesn't look like it has much meat on it. Not worth much on the market. Second sister, we can bring it back to raise. Once it gets bigger, we'll have meat to eat. Little Shishtu was a foodie down to his bones. He challenged himself to take on the difficult task of carrying the roe deer back to the village. Although he managed to lift the animal off the ground, he could only stagger a few steps before he fell. The roe deer tumbled over with him. Fortunately, the ground underneath them had a thick layer of grasses and weeds, so neither of them were hurt. Yu Xiaoxiao dismantled the noose from the trap and then tied up the little roe deer with a lasso around its neck. She then gathered a couple handfuls of dried, yellow grass and poured the last bit of her celestial stone water on top of it. With that, she led the roe deer behind her. The rope was in one hand, and the grass was in the other. The small creature opened its large, dark, innocent eyes and followed her from behind, like a clever and obedient child. Second sister, do you think this little roe deer has been raised by humans? How come it's not afraid of us and even wants to get closer to us? Little Shishtu skipped beside the animal and occasionally ran a hand across its fur. Zhao Han guffawed. We're in the deep wilderness, not a household is in sight. Where would someone raise this? In my opinion, I think this little guy got lost from its mother. It probably thinks you two are its substitute mother. Yu Xiaoxiao wanted to cover her eyes in exasperation. Although her clothes were very dull and gray, this didn't come even close to the roe deer's coloring. How bad would the creature's eyes have to be in order to mistaken them as its mother? As they headed down from the mountain, more than half of their traps had caught some game. The other half had been destroyed by some sort of animal or other. Zhao Han was astonished by their luck. After carefully inspecting the surroundings, he realized that the vegetation near the broken traps had pretty much all been eaten down to a stubble. Looks like the wild animals on the mountain are pretty lively today. Are they all starting their winter preparations early? Zhao Han, who had never seen such a sight, was perplexed by the odd circumstances. He decided to ask his father what was going on today after his father got back from hunting. Yu Xiaoxiao was pleasantly surprised when she discovered that her scheme to making money had worked. She exclaimed, "Brother Han, we had a fruitful trip today." Yes, not only did we catch some hares but we also caught some pheasants. Even better is that most of them are still alive. My father told me that live game is easier to sell. Little Shishtu excited said. Zhao Han had to agree with them. Our luck today was quite good. However, with all this game, we can't possibly eat them all. In the afternoon, my father and Uncle Yu were planning on going into town to sell what they caught. How about we also let my father sell some of our game? I want to go into town too. Yu Xiaoxiao eyed the 10 animals that were on the ground. Judging by what she knew about Brother Han's personality, she figured she could get at least 2 or 3 from their harvest. Zhao Han was aware of her family's circumstances and thought a bit before replying, I've been to town many times and I'm pretty familiar with how to get there. How about I take the 2 of you there together? Yu Xiaoxiao became pleased beyond expectation when she heard his suggestion. Although she could convince her father to leave behind 1 or 2 pieces of game to feed her and her siblings, it was unlikely he'd ever be okay with having a separate, hidden purse from the rest of the family. From his perspective, he was helping the Yu family produce a future county scholar official or possibly even a provincial official. Having an official in the family would also benefit his children's futures greatly. This was the reason why he was happy to work so hard to earn money for them. If he knew his own daughter had her own supply of cash, he wouldn't sell her out. However, should Madame Zhang ever complain about not having enough money, he'd be hard-pressed not to let the secret out. With that thought, Yu Xiaoxiao became more resolute in her decision to hide her own money from her mother and father. She looked up at the sky and figured that it was still pretty early. She told Zhao Han to bring the hazelnuts and game back to the Zhao residence while she ran with little Shishtu back to their own home. They needed to retrieve that old ceramic pot. Oh ho! The 2 of them almost collided with their grandmother as soon as they crossed into the courtyard. Madame Zhang's eyes squinted in dislike and deep furrows appeared between her eyebrows. You little brat, You disappeared at the crack of dawn. Do you not know how to help the rest of the household do some chores? Yu Xiaoxiao blinked her eyes deliberately and looked at the elderly woman innocently. Grandmother, I also want to help gather fishwort, chop firewood, and other chores. But you know I have a weak body. What if I got sick from exhaustion and needed to spend money to see the doctor? For someone like me, it's probably better that I don't cause any trouble. Don't you think that makes the most sense? Madame Zhang didn't know what to say since everything Xiaoxiao said was true. Seeing that the little girl was carrying the large ceramic pot out, the area between her eyebrows smoothed out slightly. The old woman nodded in approval. Are you going out to catch some fish with that? Although the fish you caught last time were on the smaller side, they still had a good flavor. Your younger uncle's son, little Duzi, really enjoyed eating them. Catch some extra and I'll send some over tomorrow to your uncle. Yu Xiaoxiao frowned for a split second before she adjusted her expression into a congenial smile. There's no need to wait until tomorrow. Uncle Zhao's son, Brother Han, had caught some wild hares today and wanted to go into town to sell them. How about I go with him after I catch some fish? That way younger uncle will be able to eat some fresh and flavorful fish stew tonight. Madame Zhang didn't even hesitate before she agreed. This urn of yours is too small, how much fish can it carry? How about you bring a jug that we use to pickle vegetables instead? That should be able to carry enough fish to last your uncle a couple of meals. Yu Xiaoxiao recalled the size of the earthenware crocks, which were about 1.5 feet in height, and stared at her grandmother in mute silence before replying, Grandmother, do you really think my tiny body has the strength to carry something that large? Then again, those fish aren't exactly easy to catch. I'm not sure I'd be able to catch enough to fill even this pot. Grandmother, I'm going to leave now. Brother Han might leave without me if I'm too late. Before Madame Zhang could reply, she pushed the ceramic pot into little Shishtu's arms and scuttled into the kitchen. On the stove were 3 piping hot steamed rolls that had just been cooked. She grabbed 2 of the 3 buns from the basket, used some oiled paper to wrap them up, and placed them into her small carry basket that was on her shoulders. Hey, you little minx, those rolls were for your grandfather and the other men, Madame Zhang, who had followed closely behind, cried out in distress. Yu Xiaoxiao had already clasped hands with her little brother and ran out the gate. Her voice floated back, it'll take us a couple hours to walk to the town, if we don't eat, how will we be able to get there? Don't worry, Grandmother, I promise that your precious grandson will be able to drink some fresh fish stew tonight. Although Madame Zhang wanted to chase after them, it was too late. The infuriated old woman stomped loudly around the courtyard and her curses filled the air. By the time the 2 siblings finished catching the fish in the valley and came back, it was almost 9 in the morning. When they arrived at the bottom of the hill that housed the Zhao residence, they saw Zhao Han at the top of the hill, carrying a large basket on his back. They could see the youth waving at them in the distance, hinting at them to not climb the hill. The 13-year-old was already over 1.7 meters in height. In addition, he practiced martial arts all year long, so carrying a load of more than 10 pieces of game was a piece of cake for him. Zhao Han strode over with his long and powerful legs and quickly reunited with the 2 siblings. The youth snatched the ceramic pot out from Xiaoxiao's hands in a natural movement and grinned, I noticed that you 2 really seem to like that dumb roe deer, so I made the decision to leave it back home. Do you guys want to bring it back to your family or have it live at my place? It's your choice. Little Shishtu's eyes were bright with happiness and he had a small smile on his face. Second sister, let's bring it back home to raise. The little roe deer doesn't have much meat on it, so grandmother won't want to eat it right now. Okay, Yu Xiaoxiao agreed without thinking too much about it. The little roe deer was quite adorable, and with the celestial stone water, it would probably stay docile. If you're afraid your family members will harm it, just tell them that I caught it and wanted you guys to raise it for a bit. Zhao Han twisted his head around to talk to them as he continued to walk forward. Chapter 30 Specialty. This chapter is updated by ABHI. As the 3 chatted, they had started walking on the road that lead to town. When they passed the foot of the mountain, a thin figure with a small bag could be seen walking in front of them from afar. With keen eyes, little Shishtu had recognized the person in the distance. Second sister, the person in front of us looks like Brother Qian Wen. He must be returning to town because his break had ended. Brother Qian Wen, Brother Qian Wen. Without waiting for his sister's response, the little fellow had already cupped his mouth with his little hands and shouted. That figure stopped in his tracks and turned around to look towards them. As they gradually walked closer, Yu Xiaoxiao could see the young boy's face more clearly. He had fair skin and delicate facial features. With gentle and refined manners, he was handsome young boy with a fair and clean complexion. Older brother Zhao, little Shish too, is this your second sister? Qian Wen's lips curled up slightly as he curiously looked at young girl with pale skin and big eyes in front of him. Little Shish too was a good friend of his younger brother, Qian Wu. In the last 2 months, the kid had frequently mentioned his second sister. Little Shish too grinned, that's right, brother Xiaowen. Doesn't my second sister really look like my eldest sister? People usually mix them up. How did you recognize her immediately? Qian Wen took the little fellow's hand and continued walking to town. Although I haven't seen your eldest sister many times, the children of a fishing village usually have darker skin because they frequent the beach. Your second sister seldom goes out, so she has a lighter complexion. Little Shish too carefully examined his second sister's complexion and firmly nodded, that's right. Second sister definitely hasn't fully recovered yet since her face looks so pale. The little fellow had heard that sick people generally had a more pallid complexion. He didn't have a clear understanding of pallid, and just thought that it was unhealthy to be pale. Yu Xiaoxiao had a big, awkward one-foot character within her heart. Qian Wen, as a scholar, was it really all right to be openly discussing a young lady's skin color? As for her foolish younger brother, your sister has a fair complexion because she used mystic stone water to wash her face every day, all right. When did you see me being ill? This was called being pale with a rosy glow, which was very healthy. On the other side, her ignorant younger brother had already started chatting with someone else. Brother Xiaowen, are you going back to town for your studies? We're going with Brother Han to sell game. Let's travel together. We'll have to walk quite a distance to reach town. Can you keep up, little guy? I can. I'm really amazing. Even second sister isn't as good as me. She just suffered another blow. Shish too, if you're tired, let me know. Brother Xiaowen will carry you. Yu Xiaoxiao never thought that the first person to become exhausted wasn't the 5-year-old little Shish too, but herself. Her physical body had never traveled a long distance by foot. She had become much healthier after being nourished by the mystic stone water. However, after only walking such a short distance, her legs were already sore, and her entire body felt weak. They had only walked less than a quarter of the way, but Yu Xiaoxiao's little face was already turning wan. She wiped the sweat on her forehead, gritted her teeth, and kept on staggering forward. The tall and burly Zhao Han was naturally fine, and even the seemingly weak Qian Wen didn't seem tired. He wasn't breathless and his face wasn't flushing, while he strode ahead vigorously. Little Shish too had been running around the mountains and seashore ever since he learned to walk, so walking on this road was rather easy for him. He was hopping and chirping throughout the trip, as if he was a cheerful little sparrow. Qian Wen heard a wheezing sound, which was similar to the sound of a bellows. He turned around and looked at Xiaoxiao with concern. Xiaoxiao, give me your bamboo basket. I'll help you carry it. There were only 2 steamed buns within her basket, but it felt like someone was deliberately pulling down on her basket. Moreover, her legs were so sore that she could barely lift them. Qian Wen's bag didn't look very big, but was filled with heavy contents such as books and an inkstone. Besides, she wasn't very close with him, so wouldn't it be rude for her to let him carry it for her? No need, I'll be fine after resting for a bit. Xiaoxiao shook her head and wiped the sweat on her forehead. She sat on the side of the road, gasping for air. Little Shish too bit his thumb and said, Second sister, with your speed, we might not be able to get back before it gets dark. Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth and forced herself to stand up. She nodded and said, let's hurry up then. We don't want to delay Brother Xiaowen's studies. At this time, an ox cart came from afar, while squeaking the entire way. After taking a closer look, they realized that the driver was old Zhang from Qishan village. When old Zhang saw them, he smiled good-naturedly and asked, aren't you the kid from Dongshan village's Qian family? Are you guys going to town? Every 2 days, old Zhang would transport a cart of firewood to town, which seemed to be a reservation made by a blacksmith in town. A load of firewood would cost over 50 copper coins. As long as the family helped out, this was a rather good deal for the Zhang family, who owned an ox cart. Grandpa Zhang, Xiaoxiao has a weak constitution and had never walked so far before. Can you please let her sit on your cart's shaft? Qian Wen saw that there was no room for people to sit on the ox cart, since it was stacked with firewood. Thus, he asked about the cart's shaft instead. So this is the Yu family's Xiaoxiao. I've heard from your maternal grandfather that you've injured your head. Are you fully recovered now? How can your parents be so at ease with letting you kids go to town by yourselves? Old Zhang lived close to Madame Lu's maiden family, so he swiftly agreed. He lifted Xiao Cao onto the cart with his big hands. Even though she would occasionally feel the pain of being jabbed by the firewood behind her, but it was still much easier than walking on foot. Xiao Cao watched as her younger brother excitedly guide the ox after being placed on its back by old Zhang. Brother Han, your basket is pretty heavy. Let me hold it. After all, Zhao Han was only 13, so it was quite tiring to travel while carrying so many game. There were over 10 game in his basket, which probably weighed over a dozen caddies altogether. His forehead was already covered with sweat. He looked at Yu Xiaocao who was wobbling as she sat in the cart. His lips twitched and he shook his head. It's not heavy. I can carry it myself. Riding on the ox cart, the group finally arrived in town at around 10:30 in the morning. Tanggu town was still bustling with excitement like last time. After Xiao Cao and her younger brother thanked old Zhang, he warmly arranged a meeting time with them for the trip back to the village. If the siblings wanted to ride on his ox cart on the way back, they could meet him outside the town gate at dusk. After parting with Qian Wen, Zhao Han handed the ceramic pot back to Xiao Cao, and then held each of the siblings' hands as they walked on the busy street. The street was wide enough for 2 horse carriages to run side by side and they could see horse wagons filled with cargo from the wharf rushing through the streets from time to time. In Xiao Cao's opinion, as an essential route for transporting ocean freight to the capital, this was a small town with great potential for future developments. There aren't many people at the market in the afternoon. Should we go ask Fulin restaurant first? Zhao Han had followed his father to sell game several times in the past. He knew that his father had business with the 2 biggest restaurants in town, so he asked for the siblings' opinion first. Yu Xiaocao recalled how she parted on bad terms with Fulin restaurant when she was selling abalones last time, so she suggested, I reckon we should go to Junshou restaurant first. Junshou restaurant was slightly farther away than Fulin restaurant, which was one of the reasons that Zhao Han wanted to visit Fulin restaurant first. However, Zhao Han was quite surprised to hear Xiao Cao's remark. Xiao Cao, you've also heard of Junshou restaurant. In recent months, Junshou restaurant's business has indeed exceeded Fulin restaurant. Thus, they must need a lot of game. I heard that Junshou restaurant seems to have learned a method to make a special sauce with oyster from someone. Vegetables sautéed with that whatchamacallit sauce are even tastier than meat dishes. Oyster sauce. Halazi is also called Shenghao in the south. Hearing that Junshou restaurant's business was prospering due to oyster sauce, Yu Xiaocao was extremely proud inwardly and could hardly resist from beaming with joy. That's right, it's called oyster sauce. Zhao Han bowed his head, looked at her, and asked, Xiao Cao, how did you know? Did Uncle Yu tell you? Of course, Yu Xiaocao wouldn't explain to him that the recipe for the oyster sauce came from her. Thus, she just nodded evasively. After walking for about 15 minutes, Junshou restaurant's magnificent sign appeared before their eyes. Wow, it's such a tall building. Little Shishtu gaped in amazement. It was his first time seeing a 3-story building after walking so far. Junshou restaurant's magnificent charisma and luxurious decor left a lasting impression on the little fellow. Noon was the busiest time for a restaurant. In front of Junshou restaurant, there was an endless stream of customers dressed in lavish silk brocades. There were also many posh horse carriages parked nearby. The tall horses were unsaddled and leisurely eating forage. Second sister, we should come back when there's less people. Little Shishtu noticed that all the people entering and exiting the restaurant were affluent people dressed in fancy attire. Looking at his own patched-up clothing, he felt somewhat inferior and was unable to move forward. Zhao Han grabbed his little hand and calmly said, Little Shishtu, we didn't steal anything or rob anyone, so there's nothing to be ashamed of. You guys wait here and don't wander off. I'll go over to ask. Looking at the young man's tall and handsome back, Yu Xiaocao felt as if she was looking at a young general who was preparing for his first battle. The entire Zhao family, from Grandpa Zhao to the 13-year-old Zhao Han, gave her the impression that they weren't a simple hunter's family. They would unconsciously radiate an imposing aura and a soldier's demeanor that a mere hunter's family wouldn't possess. The tall and handsome youth took up a conversation with the server who was greeting the customers. He put down the carrying basket, took out a wild hair that was still twitching, and said something to the server. At first, the waiter shook his head incessantly, as if they weren't going to take their game. In fact, big restaurants usually had their own means to obtain supplies, which were all imported goods. So, they naturally wouldn't accept goods from any random person. Young brother, we just caught these game this morning, so they're all fresh. Look at this hair, it's still so lively. Zhao Han tried his best to sell his game. They can't come all the way in vain. The young waiter shook his head and said, sorry, but our restaurant doesn't need any more game. It's still really hot right now, so if we have too much, it will be hard to preserve them. Most of the game we brought over are still alive. Even if you keep them overnight and sell them tomorrow, they will still be very fresh. It was difficult for me to come here with my younger brother and sister, so please make an exception. Zhao Han gestured towards the direction that Xiao Cao and Shishtu were standing. We're really not taking them. The server abruptly stopped in the middle of his rejection when looked towards the direction Zhao Han indicated. His eyes beamed when he saw the appearance of the little girl in the distance. He walked around Zhao Han and swiftly walked over with a smile. Miss Yu, I'm so happy to see you again. Ever since you left last time, our young boss had asked about you several times. He was afraid that some idiots wouldn't recognize you the next time you sent game over, so he specially transferred me over to greet the guests. Chapter 31 Another Pretty Boy. This chapter is updated by ABHI. Yu Xiaocao finally recognized the waiter in front of her. He was originally a staff in the kitchen. When she made the oyster sauce last time, he was the one who assisted her. Oh, it's young brother Li. You actually still remember me. With the ceramic pot in her hands, Yu Xiaocao smiled, revealing her shallow dimple. The waiter tactfully took the earthenware jar from her hands and smiled until his eyes appeared like a line. Of course I recognize you. How can I not? Our young boss and head chef Wang mentions you multiple times every day, so there's no way I could forget about you. Are you sending abalones over again? Do you think it's that easy to obtain abalones? This is a type of wild fish caught in the mountain. Whether it is boiled in soup or fried, it will still be very delicious. It's rare that I have the chance to come to town, so I brought some over for third young master to try. Since he had missed her so much, she should return his concern with a gift. Yu Xiaocao turned the wild fish she was going to sell into a gift for third young master Zhou. The server grinned happily. Well, this is such a coincidence. Today, our young boss is hosting a banquet for several of his friends at noon. We were just troubled that there wasn't a new dish to present. Miss Yu is really sending coal in the snow, a timely assistance. Xiaocao, you've been here before. Zhao Han was quite surprised inwardly when he saw the waiter's change in attitude. The server interjected, yes, of course. Our restaurant's signature dishes, stir-fried choy sum 1 foot, fresh mushrooms in oyster sauce 2 feet, and oyster sauce braised eggs 3 feet were all created by Miss Yu. Oh, so this little brother came with Miss Yu. Please come in quickly. The server guided the sister and brother pair to the side entrance to enter Junsho restaurant's rear court. Zhao Han hastily carried his basket filled with game and followed them. Teacher, quickly come see who came. The waiter had already started shouting before he even entered the rear court. Head chef Wang's loud voice was accompanied by the clanking of a spatula. Stinky brat, why are you being so noisy? Can't you see that your teacher is busy? Hurry up and come over to help. The waiter's voice wasn't inferior to that of head chef Wang's. Teacher, Miss Yu came. She also brought over a lot of game and a jar of small fish. As soon as he said that, head chef Wang's plump figure rushed over like a cannonball, and then abruptly stopped in front of Yu Xiaocao. He patted the little girl's shoulder with his chubby hand and spoke in a booming voice, I have been hoping to see you again and you finally came. Did you know that our Junsho restaurant has completely defeated Fulin restaurant with the help of your oyster sauce? Little girl, let old Wang know if you have any more new recipes. Yu Xiaocao grimaced in pain after being smacked by his big palm, which was like a bear's paw. She stepped back to maintain a safe distance and said, I taught you how to make oyster sauce last time as a complimentary gift for the success of my first business deal. I'm not going to give out my secret recipes. The meaning within her words were very clear. Of course I have new recipes, but don't even think about getting them for free. Hey, Miss Yu, we meet again. I forgot to ask where you are from when we met last time. It was very rude of me. Today, the handsome young boy of the Zhou family wore a moon-white colored brocade robe, a white jade crown, and a pair of patterned soft-soled boots. He looked like such an elegant and beautiful young man. Yu Xiaocao smiled faintly and said, Third young master, how have you been? We caught some game while hunting in the morning. Would your restaurant be interested in taking them? Her skin was as delicate as the snow, while she had big eyes that were dark and clear. Her eyelashes were thick and curly. Although her clothes were old and shabby, it was unable to conceal the confidence and glow that she radiated. Within his heart, Joe Zixu faintly felt that even the noble ladies in the town might not be comparable to the graceful demeanor of this fisherman's daughter in front of him. We're taking them. Of course, we're taking them. Our restaurant is pretty busy today, so we are worried that there might not have enough game. Li Chang, aren't you going to hurry up and settle the payment? Joe Zixu hinted at the waiter, who was just foolishly standing on the side. Zhao Han put down the carrying basket and took out the game inside. There were 9 plump wild hare and 6 pheasants, with 8 of the game still alive and kicking. Third young Master Zhou instructed the waiter, Li Chang, the market price for wild hare is 20 copper coins per catty, while pheasants are 50 copper coins each. However, the price for live game is even higher. Let's just calculate it based on the weight, so 25 copper coins per catty. 15 game weighed a total of 78 catties, but the young server tactfully rounded it up to 80 catties. Thus, the 15 game were sold for a total of 2,000 copper coins. The server gave Zhao Han 2 ingots, which were worth 1 tael each. After receiving the money, Zhao Han turned toward Yu Xiaosao, who was still speaking with third young Master Zhou, and stuffed the ingots into her hands. Brother Han, the game were all caught in the traps that you set. Why are you giving all the money to me? If he just gave her 1 or 200 copper coins, then Yu Xiaosao would have accepted it with no qualms. After all, didn't she also contribute? However, he was giving all the money to her. Although she loved money, she would never take the fruits of another person's labor. Zhao Han saw that Xiaosao had hid her hands behind herself, refusing to accept the money. He couldn't just force it into her hands, so he tried to explain, if I wasn't teaching you guys how to set traps today, I would not had planned on entering the mountains. I have a good idea of how much game I usually catch with my traps. I probably got lucky today because of you siblings, so the game should belong to you guys, quickly take the money. I'm not taking it. Today, most of the traps were set by Brother Han. I'm already very grateful that you're willing to teach us how to catch rabbits. Furthermore, we're always eating the game you caught, so how can we take the money that you earn from selling game? Yu Xiaosao shook her head like a rattle drum and refused to accept the 2 ingots. You're such an idiot. Without this divine stone's bathing water, he should be content with just 2 or 3 game, let alone 15. This is all due to my contribution, so the money should have originally belonged to us. Its master was short on money right now, so if it helped its master earn more money, this deed should be able to accelerate its power intake, right? Taking advantage of the fact that no one else could see it, the little divine stone impatiently flew back and forth in front of Yu Xiaosao. However, Yu Xiaosao completely ignored it. Zhao Han couldn't win over this stubborn little girl, so he pondered for a moment and said, today, you ended up setting up most of the traps. After making a rough estimation, you should take half the credit for these game. You don't want to take advantage of me, but as your older brother, how can I shamelessly take advantage of you? Who said we only made half of the contribution? It was all the work of this divine stone. This brazen mortal actually dared to steal my credit. Look at how this celestial stone is going to punish you. The tiny golden kitten looked extremely adorable as it bared its teeth and swung its claws angrily. While Yu Xiaosao quietly shouted at it to stop in her mind, she also had to resist the urge of squeezing it in her hands. Moreover, she had to control her facial expression from exposing her thoughts. Thus, in other people's eyes, she had a rather complicated expression on her face. Zhou Zixu didn't want to see them arguing over a mere 2 ingots, so he interjected, I don't think either of you should decline. Since both sides have made contribution, you guys should just split it evenly. Although 1 tael wasn't a lot, it had far exceeded Yu Xiaosao's expectation. Her biggest achievement for today was learning how to set traps. With this new skill, would she still lack the opportunity to earn money? Seeing that they had no objection to his suggestion, Zhou Zixu wanted to speak up again, but he was interrupted by a clear and gentle voice behind him. Zixu, Brother Wu and Brother Yang arrived already. Do you want to go over to greet them? Yu Xiaosao looked towards the sound and couldn't help but be stunned. Such a delicate, beautiful young man. With a complexion that was purer than snow and a picturesque face, he was dressed in a sky-blue scholar robe that made him look even more refined. It seemed that even the most meticulously drawn elaborate style painting wouldn't be able to accurately depict this young man's features. Wow, the water in ancient times really fostered beauties. When just comparing their appearances, the three young boys in front of her each had their own advantages. They were truly beautiful young men. The gorgeous young man might have felt her intent gaze. With a slight frown, he faintly swept a gaze over her, which gave off a different type of feeling. Yuan Yunshi's upbringing made it difficult for him to make crude remarks. However, it was definitely impolite for a young girl to stare at him so openly. When he saw her tattered clothing and young age, he felt slightly more relieved. It was considered excusable that a little girl from a poor family didn't understand proper etiquette. Little brother Shi, this is the Miss Yu, who I have mentioned to you before. She was the one who gave us the recipe for the oyster sauce for free. Your favorite stir-fried choy sum was made with her recipe. Zhou Zixu enthusiastically introduced Yu Xiaoxiao to his close friend. Yu Xiaoxiao also recovered from her daze and subtly nodded at the little pretty boy. Yuan Yunshi was an innate foodie, so when he heard Zhou Zixu's words, the displeasure within his heart had partially dissipated. He lightly nodded and said, "No wonder my grandfather always often said, true masters were among the people." It seems like he was right. A 6 or 7-year-old little girl with such skills and breadth of mind is really admirable. All right, stop being so pedantic. Don't you see the earthenware jar in Miss Yu's hands? There must be something good inside. Go help me greet the guests first and wait for the delicious meal that's coming later. Zhou Zixu had a close friendship with him, so he didn't treat Yuan Yunshi as an outsider and sent him back to the restaurant's private room to attend to the guests. Yu Xiaoxiao lowered her head to look at the little white fish in the jar. She helplessly looked at third young master Zhou and said, "These wild fish from the mountain were definitely tasty, but when did I ever say I was selling them? You're not selling them after coming all the way here. Are you planning to eat them yourself?" Zhou Zixu nearly reached out to snatch the ceramic pot when he heard the fish inside were delicious. Yu Xiaoxiao shook her head, "I'm not the one eating it. It's my little cousin who likes to eat this. My grandmother told me to bring them over today. If I don't complete my mission, then I'll definitely be scolded when I get home." With a disappointed expression, Zhou Zixu looked at the fish in front of him and spoke with a pleading tone, "Aren't there plenty of fish in there? You can just give me half of them. It's just that I've already made a promise, so if I can't fulfill my promise, I'll lose credit in front of my friends. Wouldn't that be really shameful? I'll buy them for a high price, wouldn't that be fine? Your grandmother wouldn't scold you anymore when she sees all the money." As he spoke, he took out an ingot with the value of 5 taels and stuffed it into little Shishtu's hands. A basket of game was sold for only 2 taels, so 5 taels for several fish should be enough, right? Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up, but she pretended to be in a difficult position and lowered her head to ponder before reluctantly agreeing to him. Zhou Zixu instructed the waiter to bring a basin over, poured out half of the fish within the jar, and told the kitchen staff to clean them. After that, he made another request shamelessly. "Look, head chef Wang and the others have never cooked this type of fish before. Why don't you just be a good person until the end and help us make the dish? It won't take up too much time. In a moment, I'll have the kitchen prepare a feast for you guys. It's already late noon, so you guys must be hungry." Chapter 32 Foodie. This chapter is updated by ABHI. Wow, there was a free meal to eat. Yu Xiaoxiao lowered her head to look at her younger brother, asked for Brother Han's opinion, and then readily agreed. However, she didn't openly display the method of how to cook the small fish and requested for everyone to leave the kitchen. Third young master Zhou didn't plan on taking advantage of Xiaoxiao, so he led her to an independent little kitchen. After that, he personally guarded the entrance to prevent others from peeping. He didn't know about others, but head chef Wang had been eagerly trying to see if he could learn something with the excuse of helping Xiaoxiao. In fact, the small white fish itself had a savory flavor, so even if she didn't use a lot of seasonings to enhance the taste, it would still be delicious. There wasn't any difficulty or secrets with preparing the fish. She just wanted to create a sense of mystery as an expert, since there might be opportunities for cooperation in the future. Yu Xiaoxiao made the dish with the simplest flavors, which were salt, scallions, and ginger. In order to make the soup taste more delicious and refreshing, she specially ladled some water and told little glutinous dumpling to soak in it, and then she poured the little divine stones, bathing water, into the soup. The thick broth was a milky white color and the fish instantly melted within the mouth. It tasted delicious and refreshingly smooth. The youths at the table nearly got into a fight for the sake of getting another mouthful of the fish stew. Even the gentle and elegant Yuan Yunshi became a ferocious little beast when he fought for the fish stew and fish meat. It was inevitable since he was influenced by his grandfather, who was an old foodie, and became a little foodie. The culprit, Yu Xiaosao, was currently inside Junsho Restaurant's VIP room. She was leading her younger brother to enjoy the most sumptuous lunch she had eaten since she transmigrated here. The three of them were served with 6 dishes and a soup, which included 4 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes. Head chef Wang had cooked all the dishes himself and they were all his most skilled dishes, so they naturally tasted very good. Even Zhao Han, who had seen more in life, ate until he was stuffed. Xiaosao and her younger brother were even more bloated. Xiaosao was frightened when she saw little Shishtu moaning as he touched his round tummy, so she quickly helped him rub his belly. It would be bad if he became sick from overeating. He's fine, just drink some of my bathing water. It can help digestion and prevent sickness. When they were eating, the little divine stone had been hovering around the appetizing dishes with a glowing gaze. It almost dived right into the food, but it was a pity that the little divine stone was unable to touch them. Humph. Once this divine stone, recover some more of my powers, I'll be able to take a physical form. At that time, I'll definitely eat to my heart's content. Yu Xiaosao wanted to ignore it, but it was very difficult to do so. So, she quietly flicked its body and caused it to roll over. After being flicked, the little fellow bared its teeth and claws at Xiaosao. Xiaosao replaced the cold tea within the pot with mystic stone water. After she poured Zhao Han a cup, she fed some to little Shishtu and drank a few mouthfuls herself. Yu Xiaosao certainly wouldn't waste the remaining half of the ginseng chicken soup on the table, so she asked the waiter for a basin and packed the chicken soup. She smiled at her younger brother and said, I was just worried that we didn't bring anything good for our oldest brother to eat. After lunch, Yu Xiaosao exchanged a few words with the manager, asked for the direction to the carpentry shop named Zhangji, and then left with Zhao Han and her younger brother. On the street, there were the sounds of hawkers advertising their goods, customers bargaining, and greetings between acquaintances. When all the sounds were intertwined together, it became a song that depicted a lively town market. Selling sweets, candies for sale, sweet maltose candy 1. A candy vendor, who was carrying his goods with a pole, loudly shouted as he walked past the siblings. Little Shishtu turned around to look at the maltose candy covered in white powder that the vendor was carrying. It was as if his eyes were stuck on the maltose candy and unable to move away. Children of poor families rarely had the chance to eat sweets. Last year, during the New Year's, their father had caught a deer that was sold for a good price, so he bought 1 caddy of maltose candy for the children. However, their grandmother, Madame Zhang, had cursed at their father for exactly 2 hours, saying that he was spoiling his children and wasting money. Moreover, she took away and hid the sweets, while claiming that they needed to save it for the guests. In the end, the siblings finally got a few pieces of candies after their grandfather spoke up. Since their grandmother was unwilling to give any more no matter what anyone said, each person only received a piece of maltose candy that was about the size of a fingernail. Furthermore, no one knew what happened to the rest of the candies. However, little Shishtu could never forget that sweet taste and slightly sticky texture. It was chewy without being greasy. Seeing the look on her younger brother's face, Xiaosao felt somewhat sad inwardly. She stopped the candy peddler and took out some copper coins. Please give us 10 copper coins worth of maltose candy. Although the siblings' clothes were worn old, but they looked very clean. Thus, the hawker didn't look down on the siblings and replied with a smile, okay. No need, no need. Little Shishtu gulped his saliva as he shook his hands sensibly. Second sister, don't waste money. I don't like to eat sweets. Xiaosao's heart ached as she caressed his head. She smiled and said, I want to eat it, all right. Didn't we earn some money today? It's fine to use 10 copper coins. Little shopkeeper, weigh it for us. The candy vendor was delighted when he heard her calling him, little shopkeeper. He carried his goods on a pole and walked through the streets every day, but his greatest wish was to open a candy store and become a boss. As he cut the maltose, he slightly tilted his knife and cut off a little more of the sweets for them. Xiaosao asked the hawker to cut the maltose candy into the size of a thumb. She took a piece of candy in her hand, and then carefully wrapped the rest with an oiled paper. She deliberately shook the sweets in front of little Shishtu, sniffed it with her nose, and loudly exclaimed, so sweet. It must be very tasty. It's a pity that my younger brother doesn't like to eat these sweets. I guess I have to eat them all myself. Little Shishtu licked his lips as he watched his sister shaking the maltose candy. He had a pitiful expression on his face, as if he was a little puppy who wanted a bone. However, he resisted his desire and didn't ask his sister for the candies. Xiao Xiao stopped teasing him and stuffed a maltose candy into his mouth. After that, she took her cute and obedient younger brother into her arms and said, "Little Shish too, in the future, I'll buy candies for you every day. I'll also get delicious snacks. No, when we have money, we need to buy a cotton-made comforter first. The cottons within our parents' comforter are already bursting out. Also, we need to buy clothes for you and eldest sister. Your clothes have become too small, so they're no longer wearable. I'm fine with not eating candies." The little guy kept the maltose candy within his mouth and refused to chew on it. Thus, he only licked it with his tongue. The sweet taste slowly melted within his mouth and he blissfully narrowed his eyes like a satisfied little kitten. All right, after we divide from the family, I'll buy a new set of clothing for everyone in the family and some more beddings. I'll make white rice and wheat flour steamed buns for little Shish too every day." Xiao Xiao held her younger brother's hand as they walked to the carpentry shop. Little Shish too grinned even more happily. "Isn't eating white rice and wheat flour every day too wasteful? It's probably better to save them up and use them when we need them in the future." Zhao Han walked behind the siblings and quietly listened to their conversation. Was this the affection between siblings? He was an only child and rarely interacted with his peers in the village. As he observed the friendly relationship between the siblings, an unexplainable feeling surged into his heart. This small town had 3 vertical and horizontal streets. The carpentry shop that Xiao Xiao's eldest brother, Yu Hang, worked at and Junsho restaurant were both located on the busiest street. As they spoke, the sister and brother pair could already see the sign for Zhongji's carpentry shop. In her previous, Xiao Xiao had dropped out of middle school before she graduated. After transmigrating here and faced with the complicated traditional Chinese characters, she was practically illiterate. She would only recognize some words by guessing. The craftsmen at the carpentry shop were pretty skilled and the manager would often go to the capital for training. People from town and surrounding areas, who were slightly more well-off, liked to customize furniture and utensils at Zhongji's carpentry shop. Thus, it was natural that their business was doing very well. When the siblings entered the shop hand in hand, a worker had heard the movement and stood up with a smile. However, his expression instantly turned grim when he saw their clothes. With a long face, he hollered, "Leave, leave, leave. This isn't a place for you coppers to come and play. Hurry up and scram." Yu Xiaoxiao furrowed her brows. Although she was very angry at this snob, she held back and asked, "Young brother, my eldest brother is an apprentice in this carpentry shop. His name is Yu Hang. May I trouble this young brother to pass on a message that his younger siblings have come to see him?" Yu Hang. Someone already came to visit him last month, why is his family coming to visit again? If your family doesn't want him to work here, then he should just scram. To be freely coming in and out, where do you think this is? The worker had an impatient expression and spoke with a voice full of disdain. Xiao Xiao suppressed her anger and spoke with a gentle voice, "Young brother, it's not easy for us to come all the way here, so please help us out." The worker threw the rag in his hand onto the table heavily, went to the back door of the shop, and shouted towards the yard, "Yu Hang. Yu Hang, someone's looking for you." The worker returned to the front of the shop without waiting for a response. He picked up the rag and shooed them away like flies. "Go outside to wait. Don't hinder our business. Sir Fang, please come in. Your customized folding screen is ready. Please come in and take a look." With a manservant beside him, a graceful young man in fine clothes came out of a horse carriage in front of the carpentry shop. When the worker saw him, he hastily pasted on a flattering smile and politely guided him into the shop. Yu Xiaoxiao shrugged her shoulders and smiled, "People are so realistic." That young man slightly glanced at the sister and brother pair. His gaze stopped briefly on her self-mocking smile. Fang Xuan had seen the worker's earlier behavior, so he thought that these siblings, who were obviously from a poor family, would feel wronged, sad, and avoidant. He didn't expect the older sister to just smile indifferently with a calm expression on her face. This type of attitude, which was neither haughty nor humble, seemed like an indication of her extraordinary future. However, Fang Xuan's footsteps didn't stop for this matter. He had thought that they were just a passing guest in each other's lives and never expected that he would meet her again in the near future. Second sister, Shish too, why are you guys here? Yu Hang limped out of the shop with a face filled with heartfelt joy. Eldest brother, what happened to your leg? Also, your face, little Shish too widened his doubtful eyes and asked with concern. Yu Xiaoxiao looked closely and saw two clearly visible red and swollen marks on Yu Hang's delicate face. Moreover, he looked like he was in pain as he walked out earlier. Yu Hang touched the bruises on his face and pretended to be fine. It's nothing. While I was working, I accidentally tripped over some wood and strained my foot. My face was scraped by the branches on the timber. Don't make a fuss over such a minor injury. Second sister, is your health better recently? Is everything alright at home? Do you guys have enough to eat? Chapter 33 Beaten. This chapter is updated by ABHI. Yu Xiaoxiao noticed his eyes darting around as he spoke and understood that his injury was not that simple. She recalled the short story that she read in elementary school called Vanka 1. In the story, apprentices were free sources of labor who were often cruelly beaten for the smallest reasons. Looking at her 11-year-old older brother's thin figure and emaciated face, Yu Xiaoxiao knew that his life at the carpentry shop wasn't very good. As she answered Yu Hang's series of questions, she took out the cloth bag that she used to wrap the shepherd's purse stuffed buns. Everything is fine at home. Brother Han taught me how to set traps to catch wild hares. I earned 1 tael from selling the game today. Eldest brother, you don't have to worry. If you're unhappy staying at the carpentry shop, then come home. Our family has enough food for everyone, including you. I'm doing great here. The head craftsman often praises me for being a good worker and that I work hard to learn the skills. He also said that he will teach me how to plane wood in a few days. In 2 years, when I graduate from apprenticeship, I'll be able to get a salary and support our family. By the way, why did you guys come here? Yu Hang swiftly changed the topic as he secretly rubbed his injured leg, which ached from being hit. Little Shishtu took a piece of candy out of the oiled paper bag, stuffed it into his older brother's mouth, and grinned. Junsho Restaurant's young boss also treated us to a meal. A table full of food for just the 3 of us. Eldest brother, I saved half a chicken for you. It was made with ginseng. You should quickly have a taste. Brother Han, thank you for bringing my younger brother and sister to visit me. However, it's too far from the village. Xiaoxiao's health isn't very good, so she can't walk such a long distance. You guys don't need to come again. Yu Hang didn't take the chicken soup Xiaoxiao handed over and thanked Zhao Han. After that, he turned to warn his younger siblings. Xiaoxiao shook her head and said, it's fine. On the way, we encountered Grandpa Zhang, who delivered firewood to town. We borrowed this basin from Junsho Restaurant, so you should hurry up and drink the chicken soup. If you can't finish the chicken, then wrap it in the oiled paper. It won't spoil even if you leave it until the evening. I also brought steamed buns for you. They were just freshly cooked before I left, so I got 2 of them for you. Xiaoxiao could tell that her older brother wasn't being treated very well at the carpentry shop, so she decided to frequently send food over to him in the future. I have a lot to eat and drink here, so I'm already tired of eating steamed buns. You guys should just take the steamed buns back to eat yourselves. Don't send me any more food in the future. The meals provided by the carpentry shop are pretty good. Yu Hang hid the fact that he ate hard bean pancake with cold water every day because he didn't want his family to worry about him. If Yu Xiaoxiao was really an 8-year-old child, she would have definitely been fooled. She deeply sighed within her heart and pretended to be angry. What, are you already used to eating good food and are now looking down on our family's coarse grain buns? Even if they provide good food here, it can't be compared to the good intentions of our family. Take it quickly, otherwise, I'll be angry. Yu Hang had wanted to say something, but choked up. His heart was filled with familial warmth as he quietly held the cloth bag that his younger sister had forced into his hands. It had been nearly 3 months since he came to be an apprentice. He was often scolded and beaten by the shop's worker and craftsman. Even though he was often dizzy and weak due to hunger, he still had to perform hard and heavy labor every day. Thus, his entire body would be sore and painful every night. There were also times when he almost couldn't endure any longer. However, he would always think of his family during those difficult times. He would remember his mother's gentle smile, his father's encouraging gaze, and his younger siblings' cute smiling faces. The only reason he had sustained for so long was because of his family. Yu Hang, where the hell did you go? Until when are you going to slack off? The shop's order of timber arrived. Aren't you going to get back in here to work? It's such a waste to feed you lazy bums. The owner of the carpentry shop, shopkeeper Zhang, looked out and examined Xiaoxiao and Shishtu's attire. He twitched his lips in disdain, and then yelled fiercely at Yu Hang. Yu Hang held the cloth bag tightly in his arms and forced a smile. our manager Zhang appears like a mean person, but he's actually very nice. He usually treats us very well. I need to go into work. Be careful on your way back. You don't need to send food over in the future. I'm fine. Why aren't you in here yet? If you don't want to work anymore, then scram. A piece of junk that just wastes food. Manager Zhang impatiently berated, as if he was ordering a submissive animal. Yu Xiaoxiao looked at her older brother's back as he hastily ran inside. She decided in her heart that she will take Yu Hang home as soon as possible. Apprentices had no freedom and human rights. Furthermore, even their self-esteems were trampled on by others. Thus, she would be the one to protect her own family. Little Shishtu held the bag of sweets within his hand, but it was as if the candies had lost all its sweetness. The little fellow seemed to be holding back his emotions as he raised his head to look at his second sister and said, "Second sister, if only there was a way to make people grow up more quickly. If I'm a grown up, I can be like our father. I can catch a lot of game and earn money to support our family. That way, other people will not look down on us and eldest brother will not be bullied by other people." Yu Xiaoxiao caressed his little head and wanted to give him an approving smile, but she sighed deeply instead. "Older sister, brother Han, where are we going now?" Little Shishtu had already lost his initial excitement as he walked with his head bowed. Zhao Han noticed that the siblings weren't in a very good mood. He pondered briefly and said, "It's still pretty early right now. After we deliver the fish to your younger uncle, we can just casually roam the street." The three quickly found Yu Bo's rented residence. He had gone to the academy and wasn't at home. Xiaoxiao politely declined her younger aunt's, Madame Zhao, warm offer to stay. After she left with Zhao Han and her younger brother, they began strolling on the street. The main road of Tanggu Town's 3 streets was lined up with restaurants and inns. Right now, all the biggest restaurants and inns were owned by the wealthy Zhou family. Some of the wealthy noblemen, who had been traveling by sea, would stay and rest in Tanggu Town after they arrived ashore. The streets were full of noblemen dressed in fine clothes and mounted on groomed horses. It was also quite common to see exquisite horse carriages accompanied by maid-servants and senior servants. With enjoyment and satisfaction, the siblings observed their surroundings as they walked. Little Shishtu held the pastries that his sister second brought with one hand, while he messily ate the candied hawthorn stick in his other hand. His big eyes seemed insufficient to take in everything, as there were so many new and interesting things to see in town. Second sister, isn't that Uncle Zhao and father?" With the hand that held the candied hawthorn stick, little Shishtu pointed at the bustling crowd ahead. He looked more carefully and confirmed, "It really is our father. Second sister, let's quickly go over." Yu Xiaoxiao swiftly stopped her younger brother and shook her head in disapproval. "Why are you going over? If father finds out that we sold game, can we still keep a secret purse? If all the money goes into our grandmother's purse, then we'll have to starve and freeze in the winter." Little Shishtu looked at the pastries and candied hawthorn stick in his hands. If his grandmother took all the money, would he still be able to eat the sweetly sour candied hawthorn and the sugary maltose candy? "Second sister, what should we do?" Little Shishtu worshipped his second sister, who seemed like a completely different person ever since she injured her head. When he followed her, not only could he eat meat, but he could also earn and save money. Even their grandmother didn't dare to discipline her. Second sister was also a very generous person. She was willing to buy expensive pastries for him to eat. Thus, he decided that he would firmly support all decisions made by his second sister in the future. It was an unshakable promise that he would keep for 30 years. Yu Xiaoxiao had unexpectedly gained her younger brother's loyalty with just some crude pastries and candies hawthorn that cost around a dozen copper coins. No wonder he was a little foodie. Holding on to her younger brother, she pulled on Zhao Han's sleeve and swiftly dodged into an alley. If she hadn't moved quickly, she would have been caught by her father. "What's wrong?" Zhao Bufan, who was carrying a male deer, couldn't help but ask when he noticed his close friend, Yu Hai, looking back from time to time. There were several small game hanging on Yu Hai's tall body. With slightly creased brows and pursed lips, he muttered hesitantly, "Just now, I think I saw Xiaoxiao and Shishtu. Your second daughter and youngest son. Are you sure? How could they possibly walk so far to town when one of them has a weak constitution and the other is only 5? You probably saw someone who looked similar to them and made a mistake." Zhao Bufan would have never thought that his own son would bring 2 young children to town to sell game. The supposedly weak Xiaoxiao was extremely bold and leisurely shopping after she successfully avoided her father. Master, I can sense spiritual energy nearby. It's on your right side. Quick, take me over to check it out. The little divine stone was so anxious that it forgot its pledge of not acknowledging Xiaoxiao as its master. The energy nearby was quite strong, so if it could absorb the energy, then it would be even better than bathing for 10 days. Yu Xiaoxiao hastily looked towards her right. Isn't this a pharmacy? Could it be that this pharmacy also sells elixirs that helps with cultivation? Tong, Ren, Tang, second sister, I can recognize these characters. Little Shishtu's face was a sticky mess after he finished the candied hawthorn. He looked up with a smiling face, as if he wanted to be complimented and loved. Her younger brother can read. Of course, he should be praised. Yu Xiaoxiao generously complimented, you're worthy of being my younger brother. You were actually able to read. Tell me, where did you learn it from? Little Shishtu grinned happily and proudly said, second sister, eldest brother learned a lot of words from our younger uncle. After that, he taught the three of us. I can recognize over 200 characters. You injured your head, so you probably don't remember anymore. Although I can't remember some things clearly, I can still recognize these characters. It was a lot more convenient since the original host also recognized a few words. Little Shishtu nodded and said, second sister, when learning to read, you were the fastest learner among the three of us. Younger uncle said you probably have excellent retentive memory. If you were a boy, our family would definitely send you to study at the academy. Xiaoxiao noticed his envious tone, so she caressed his little head and said, our little Shishtu is also very smart. You're only 5, but you can already recognize so many words. Don't worry, your older sister has money. I'll send you to study at the academy next year. It will be the same if you come back to teach me after you learn how to read. Little Shishtu recalled that the rich young master gave his second sister an ingot, which should be enough for a year's tuition. The little fellow smiled even more brightly since there was hope that he could go study. Zhao Han, who was silently walking behind the siblings and protecting them, was surprised to see Yu Xiaoxiao entering the pharmacy. Xiaoxiao, are you not feeling well? If you're sick, you must go treat it. You mustn't delay it and don't be afraid of spending money. You're the one who's sick. However, Yu Xiaoxiao was somewhat doubtful of the medical skills of the village's barefoot doctor, Dr. Yu. When she transmigrated into this body, it was already in such a dire state. Hopefully, there wouldn't be any lingering effects from her past illnesses. She should let the doctor in town take her pulse, so she could either treat her illness or be at ease. Chapter 34 Study Medicine. This chapter is updated by ABHI. Tongren Medicine Hall was the largest and most popular pharmacy in town. Allegedly, the pharmacy's doctor's son was born in a family of imperial physicians from the previous dynasty and had high medical skills. Even noblemen from the capital came to see him for medical examination. As soon as Yu Xiaoxiao went in, she saw a sage-like old doctor with white hair and beard. At this time, he was carefully taking a patient's pulse. Spiritual energy. There's so much spiritual energy. Little Divine Stone hurriedly rushed towards the rows of medicine cabinets and clung onto the cabinet with the strongest energy. Little girl, where are you feeling unwell? After the old physician prescribed a prescription for the patient and instructed his young student to gather the medication, he finally had time to greet Yu Xiaoxiao. Little Shishtu was somewhat nervous as he replied, Old grandpa, my second sister injured her head 3 months ago and nearly died. When she woke up, she couldn't remember a lot of things. Old grandpa, can you please take a look at my second sister? Seeing that the young boy was good-looking and polite, old Dr. Sun replied with a pleasant smile, sit down and let me, this old man, check your pulse. Yu Xiaoxiao's previous health condition was indeed worrying. She had gotten seriously ill shortly after her birth. At that time, her young life was saved with the help of Dr. Sun, but he had also asserted that Xiaoxiao might not be able to live past the age of 10 without careful nursing. However, with the daily nourishment of the mystic stone water, the lingering illnesses within Xiaoxiao's body had already been cleared. Thus, apart from a lack of exercise, there was nothing wrong with her body and she was a lot healthier than before. Old Dr. Sun was a former imperial physician after all, so after he took her pulse and examined the wound on her head, he said, you were born with a weak constitution, but an expert had nurtured your health with effective medicine. Your body is very healthy, but you need to be more physically active. Don't stay indoors all day. As for your memory loss, this old man had seen a similar case in the past. You probably have a blood clot in your brain due to the fall and the blood clot might be pressing down on a nerve. However, based on your pulse, it doesn't seem like you have any major problems. The blood clot should disperse over time and you will gradually recover your memories. Zhao Han became nervous when he heard that there was a blood clot. Old doctor, is there any medicine to accelerate the dispersion of the blood clot? Old Dr. Sun looked at the siblings, shabby clothes and shook his head with a smile. All medicines are partially poisonous. It better not to take medication when you don't need it. Moreover, that medicine was quite expensive. If it was only taken for a short period of time, then it wouldn't be effective. However, it wasn't affordable for people like this little girl's family when taken for an extended period of time. Anyways, there wasn't any major problems. This little girl was still so young, so what's wrong with not remembering the past? Yu Xiaoxiao could also somewhat guess the old physician's thoughts, so she gratefully said, "Old grandpa, thank you so much. With your words, my family and I can be at ease now. How much should we pay for the checkup? I didn't prescribe any medication, so you don't need to pay for the medical fee. Little girl, can you tell me who's the expert who nurtured your health?" Old Dr. Sun had an inevitable sense of appreciation for such a highly skilled medical expert. Hearing that his second sister was fine, little Shishtu's heart finally relaxed and he became lively again. "Old grandpa, my second sister's health have always been looked after by Dr. Yu of Dongshan village. He has excellent medical skills. My second sister had such a big and bloody wound on her head, but it was cured in a few days after using Grandpa Yu's medicine." Dongshan village, Yu Yang. Dr. Sun couldn't help shaking his head and laughing. Yu Yang was a folk practitioner who had studied medicine under him for a while. Thus, he knew better than anyone else about the level of Yu Yang's medical skills. He absolutely wouldn't believe that Yu Yang could cure fetal diseases with his feeble medical skills. However, he knew propriety. If they didn't want to tell him, what's the point in forcing them? Little Divine Stone finished absorbing the strongest source of energy and burped in satisfaction. Yet, it was insatiable and wanted to absorb more energy. No matter how tiny a mosquito was, it still had meat. At least, energy absorption was a much easier method to improve its powers than bathing. Yu Xiaoxiao's mouth twitched as she watched it going from the ginseng cabinet to the Lingzi cabinet. Oh my god, the old physician was such a benevolent and skillful doctor. If he lost some precious medicinal herbs because of her, then she would seriously be a vicious and ungrateful person. Yu Xiaoxiao sternly stopped the little Divine Stone's action, thanked the old doctor several times, and then she hurried out of the pharmacy with her younger brother. Is your butt on fire? Can't you wait until I'm done absorbing the spiritual energy before leaving? The little Divine Stone was annoyed right now. If it could take a physical form, it would definitely scratch her with its claws. Its precious spiritual energy, the restoration of its powers. Yu Xiaoxiao had a calm appearance as she communicated with the unreasonable little fellow in her mind. How are you still in the right when you're destroying other people's medicinal herbs? How am I tarnishing other people's medicinal herbs? Ignorant and stupid human, did you think the herbs will become useless after I absorb its energy? Absurd. The spiritual energy that I, this divine stone, consume can't be used by weak human beings like you. It's a waste to keep it anyways. The little celestial stone shifted into its poisonous tongue mode. If you don't shut up, I'm not going to bring you to the pharmacy again. As its master, she definitely had her own ways to control it. So easy. The little celestial stone was briefly stunned, but it was able to adapt to different circumstances and began acting cute. Master, you're such a great master. An almighty master. You're even more remarkable than the goddess of spirits and more powerful than the Jade Emperor. Stop, stop, stop with your nonsense. Can't you speak like a normal person? How can you be someone's pet when you don't even know how to flatter people? Yu Xiaoxiao acted in an extremely arrogant manner. Pet, you're a pet, your whole family are pets. Little Divine Stone pouted and muttered, pat a horse's butt one. The horse's butt is so dirty and smelly. Why would I pat it? Yu Xiaoxiao quietly bickered with the little Divine Stone along the way and quickly arrived at the place where they agreed to meet Old Zhang. Old Zhang had already delivered the firewood that was on his ox cart and was waiting for them there. Yu Xiaoxiao greeted him sweetly and handed him a bag of pastries. Grandpa Zhang, we were lucky to have encountered you. Otherwise, I don't know if I can make it to town with these legs of mine. This is a little present from us. Please accept it. Although the small bag of snacks wasn't very expensive, Old Zhang knew he wouldn't be able to afford it even after selling a cart of firewood. It wasn't easy for the child to make some money, so he firmly refused her offer. Why would an old man like me eat pastries? You siblings should enjoy it yourselves. Cower, do you still need to take medication now? After drinking the bitter medicine, you can eat a piece and change the taste in your mouth. The ox cart rocked as it started to move. Yu Xiaoxiao didn't take the pastries that old Zhang handed back and pointed at the other bag within her younger brother's hand. Grandpa Zhang, I have stopped taking medication a long time ago. Look, we have some more. You can take it back for your grandson to eat. After declining for a while, old Zhang helplessly accepted the bag of pastries. Old Lu had a great-granddaughter. She was clever and generous. May the heavens be fair and let this child live a long life. Cower, Grandpa Zhang delivers firewood to town every 2 days. If you want to go to town, then wait at the intersection. I usually set off after eating breakfast. She got a free ride in exchange for a bag of crude pastries. What a great bargain. After bidding farewell to old Zhang, they continued to walk for quite a distance. The sky was already dark when the three of them arrived at the entrance of the village. There wasn't much entertainment for people during ancient times. They usually began work at sunrise and rested at sunset. Thus, there weren't many villagers in sight at this time. The person in front looks like Dr. Yu. Zhao Han had a keen eyesight and recognized the dark figure in the distance. They quickly walked forward and Yu Xiaoxiao warmly greeted her savior. Grandpa Yu, where are you coming from? Oh, Xiaoxiao, did you guys just return from the town? Dr. Yu looked kindly at the sister and brother pair, and then happily replied, I just came down from the mountain. Zhao Han replied, Dr. Yu, why are you so late today? Didn't I warn you already? There's a lot of wild beasts in the mountain, so it's dangerous at night. Today, I was delayed while trying to find an herb. It won't happen again. Dr. Yu was rather polite when he spoke to Zhao Han. Grandpa Yu, you can just tell us what kind of herbs you need. We often go set traps in the mountain with Brother Han. We can pick them up for you if we see them. Little Shishtu cleverly suggested. Dr. Yu stroked his beard and laughed. Can you recognize the herbs, little man? Don't come back with weeds. I don't recognize them, but Grandpa Yu can teach us. Second sister says that I'm very smart. I can already recognize over 200 words. Little Shishtu lifted his chest in a confident manner. Yu Xiaoxiao thought of the mystic stone water when she heard Shishtu's suggestion. She might be able to openly help the people she cared about through this method. After a moment of deliberation, she said, Grandpa Yu, can I study medicine with you? Dr. Yu had watched as Xiaoxiao grew up and was even more attentive to this little girl than his own grandchildren. Within his heart, Yu Xiaoxiao was just like his own granddaughter, so he swiftly agreed without any hesitation, all right. As long as you don't think it's boring, you can start by learning to identify the herbs. Although he boasted about being a disciple of Tongren Medicine Hall's Dr. Sun, he had only learned the basic skills. Medical knowledge that was passed down from the ancestors would only be taught to sons and not daughters, let alone an outsider. Thus, Dr. Yu had only learned the most basic and common medical knowledge. There wasn't anything worth hiding from others. If someone wanted to learn from him, he wouldn't be stingy with his teachings. Yu Xiaoxiao and her younger brother were concerned about the foolish roe deer. After they bid farewell to Dr. Yu, they went to Zhao Han's house first. Auntie Zhao, who was elegant and graceful, had already stir-fried the hazelnuts. She filled the front cloth of siblings' jacket with hazelnuts and said, eat some first. If you bring too much back, who knows who it will actually benefit. Auntie has a lot more, so come back tomorrow if you want to eat more. Yu Xiaoxiao loudly agreed. In her heart, Auntie Zhao's family was a lot more important than some so-called relatives. It naturally wasn't necessary to be overly courteous to her own people. Yu Xiaoxiao held the hazelnuts with one hand, while she placed a hazelnut in her mouth. She cracked open the shell and happily ate the delicious hazelnut. From time to time, she would stuff the hazelnut into her younger brother's mouth after she cracked open the shell. As for that foolish little roe deer, they didn't need to be concerned about it at all. They just needed to sprinkle a little mystic stone water on their pants and the little guy would follow them closely. It was even more obedient than little Shishtu. Cower, Shishtu, why were you guys out playing until this late and just coming back? You kids haven't eaten dinner yet, right? In a distance, a tall figure appeared on the path leading to their home. Their father had actually arrived home earlier than them. He was quite a fast walker. Chapter 35 Adorable Pet. This chapter is updated by ABHI. Yu Xiaoxiao gleefully rushed forward. Her father stooped over and lifted her up in his arms. She sheepishly pushed a hazelnut into his mouth and grinned, Father, I learned how to set traps. I even caught a giant wild hare in one of my traps. And it was still alive. Yu-hai didn't stint on his praise. Our cower is really capable. In the future, father will just wait to eat the hares that you catch. Father, we also caught a small roe deer. Look, it even follows us around without being led. It's really obedient, Shishtu said sweetly. The little boy pulled on his father's trousers with one hand as he pointed at the dumb little roe deer that was running around him. Yu-hai dropped his head to take a closer look at the small animal on the ground. Earlier, it was too dark for him to see clearly, so he had thought the creature was some other family's dog that came along. He had never thought that this was actually a baby roe deer. Yu-hai set his daughter down and bent down to look at the roe deer. The little fellow's large dark eyes were wide open and confused. It glanced at his daughter and even started to rub its head on his daughter's legs. Hey! He had never seen a roe deer that wasn't afraid of humans before. Was it really because it had lost its mother and thought that his children were the same species as it? Dumb roe deer, dumb roe deer. Since it had dumb in its name, it really couldn't be very smart. Cower, did you catch it or did Zhao Han catch it? We should never try to take advantage of others. Yu-hai was very grateful to Zhao Bufan, who was also known as older brother Zhao, for taking him under his wing. Most of his hunting skills were learned from his good friend, so he was apprehensive that his youngest daughter was being unreasonable and was just asking other people for things. Yu Xiaosao laughed as she shook her head. I had just learned how to set traps today, so it was only beginner's luck that I managed to catch a wild hare today. This little roe deer is actually Brother Han's. We're helping him raise it for a couple of days. After a while, we'll send it back to him. Yu-hai nodded his head in approval. That's right, after playing with it for a few days, you should send it back. I'm not sure if this creature is easy to take care of or not, but you guys need to be careful. Don't let it die on your watch. If you two siblings really end up liking it, father will trade some game tomorrow with the Zhao family to get it for you. You should never ask for someone else's stuff without offering something in return. Do you two get that? Don't worry, father. Yu Xiaosao took a couple of hazelnuts from her bag and handed it to her father. Try some. We found some earlier in the forest and Auntie Zhao sautéed them for us. They're really tasty. Seeing that his youngest son had a couple of hazelnuts falling out of his pockets, Yu-hai hastily bent down to pick them up and asked, Did you two spend the entire day at Uncle Zhao's house? You didn't make any trouble for them, did you? We went into town. Look, second sister bought me some pastries. Little Shishtu had long forgotten his promise to his second sister and sold her out to their father. Yu-hai slowly frowned as he first looked at the pastries wrapped in oil paper and then his daughter. Where did they get the money to buy these pastries? Was it really the money left over from selling the abalone? Father, Brother Han trapped a lot of game today so he went into town to sell them. Since we had nothing better to do, we followed him. I also caught a hare today so I sold it. I got about 100 copper coins for it, so I also bought some candy and snacks. This is what's left over. Yu Xiaosao naturally didn't reveal her larger stash of coins. Instead, she fished a small string of copper coins, about 50 to 60 coins worth, to show her father. As Yu-hai led his two children back towards the family residence, he continued to lecture, You three kids are all daredevils. The oldest one among you is only 12 to 13 years old and you all dared to go into town. What if some kidnapper got to you guys? In the future, if you want to go into town, wait until father goes to sell game too. If either of you get tired, I can carry you for a bit. We aren't tired. Grandpa Zhang from Shishan village came by with an ox cart and we sat on it. Second sister even gifted him a bag of snacks. Little Shishtu couldn't help but be a little obsessed over that bag of pastries. Your second sister did the right thing. When someone else helps us, we need to give something in return. If we only want to take advantage of others, who will help us in the future when we're really in a bind? Yu-hai began to instruct his children. Before long, the three of them entered their family courtyard. At this point, the sky had turned completely dark. Autumn nights in the north tended to be on the chillier side. The rest of the Yu family, other than the second branch, had long retired to their own rooms to rest. The east-sided room was the only one that had a faint glimmer of light still shining. Cower and Shishtu, you two must be hungry. Your father kept a steamed roll behind. Mother can heat it up for you on the small mud stove and then the two of you can share it. The advantages of having a mild-mannered mother in this life were suddenly apparent. Her previous mother, in her old life, would also heat up leftover food for her if she got home late from playing outside. However, the food also came with a serving of scoldings as well. Little Shishtu carefully peeked his head out of the room before quickly closing the door. He opened up the bag of pastries and started to divide the snacks out to everyone. Although the little boy loved eating sweet and soft pastries, he didn't have the habit of enjoying them alone. The packet made of oiled paper had 6 pieces, so he gave everyone at home a piece each. He stared at the remaining piece for some time, hesitating, before he finally said, "This piece will be saved for older brother." Yu Hai and his wife's expressions noticeably dimmed after hearing Shishtu. The room sank into an awkward silence. After quite a while, Yu Hai finally sighed and said, "Don't save it. We don't know when your older brother will be able to come back, and these snacks can't sit out for too long. The 3 of you should split the piece and eat it instead. Next time when father goes into town, I'll buy some more for your brother to eat." Yu Xiaosao thought of how exhausted and weak her older brother looked when she saw him earlier. Her heart ached and she quietly said, "Father, let's bring older brother back, okay? He's not as comfortable there as he is at home, right? I also want to bring your older brother home, but, after they brought him home, what then? There would be fight waiting for them if they did that." Yu Xiaolian snarled furiously, "Our grandmother and eldest aunt always think we're a bunch of parasites. But we're not eating from their bowls. Every piece of game that father sells is enough to feed us for several months." Xiaosao sat heavily on the Kong bed and mumbled, "If we could split off from our family, that would solve the problem." Xiaolian's eyes lit up before they quickly dimmed again. She shook her head and said, "Our grandmother would never agree. She's counting on our father's money-making abilities to pay for younger uncle's schooling fees." "What are you two saying? The family does not split as long the parents are alive. Your grandfather and grandmother are both still here. Talking about dividing from the family is asking for others to gossip behind our backs. Never talk about stuff like this outside." After baking the steamed roll until it was crisp on the edges, Madame Lu split open the bun and added some salted vegetables to it. She then handed the food to Xiaosao and her brother. Madame Lu put her piece of the pastry back into the oiled paper bag as she wanted to leave it for her children to eat tomorrow. However, when her attention was caught elsewhere, Xiaosao popped the piece into her mouth. Creak. The sound of the wooden door opening abruptly stalled the festive atmosphere in the room. Madame Lu hastily swallowed the pastry in her mouth and her hands flew to her face in a fruitless effort to wipe off any crumbs without being conspicuous. All 5 pairs of eyes immediately looked over towards the door. Although there was a crack, they couldn't see anyone there. When they gazed down, they found a pair of large ears poking up from a small head that inquisitively stretched in to inspect the room. When the limpid and dark eyes found Yu Xiaosao, the slender and delicate animal completely stepped into the room. It shimmied towards Xiaosao and used its head to nudge at her ankle, as if it was a puppy asking for a bone to eat. "Wow, so cute." Yu Xiaolian thought her heart was about to burst as she bent down to pick up the little creature in her arms. One hand caressed the animal's head as she snuggled her face into its soft fur coat. That young fella, Zhao Han, caught it. Little Shishtu really liked it, so he let him bring it back to let him play and raise it for a couple of days. The little critter must be hungry, otherwise, it wouldn't have stepped into the room. Yu Hai explained on behalf of his youngest daughter and son. Yu Xiaolian hugged the roe deer tightly, which was no larger than a month-old puppy, and seemed reluctant to let it go. "The courtyard still has some fishwort I gathered today. Let me get some to feed it. This little creature is so obedient and doesn't seem to be afraid of humans at all." Unfortunately, she misjudged. When Xiaolian got back after picking out the freshest and most tender fishwort from the bunch, the little roe deer only sniffed it for a bit before it turned its head away arrogantly. Its eyes looked pitifully at Xiaosao and it started to struggle to get back on the ground. Xiaolian was afraid of dropping the animal, so she placed it back down. She waved the wild grasses in front of it but the roe deer ignored her completely. It was only focused on achieving its goal, which was to get closer to Xiaosao. Xiaolian sighed in disappointment, it only likes younger sister. It must be because younger sister was the one who brought it back. Yu Xiaosao took the handful of grass from her hands and teased, the little roe deer probably likes cleanliness and rejected Xiaolian because it thinks this fishwort is too dirty to eat right now. She took out the jar that held the mystic stone water and washed the grass in it. She then offered the fishwort to the roe deer again and the little creature acted completely different. This time, it rushed over and ate the grass in large mouthfuls. It really is a roe deer that likes to be clean. Little Shishtu giggled until he started to hiccup. He also grabbed a bunch of fishwort and rinsed it in the water. After it finished eating the food in Xiao Xiao's hands, the roe deer smelled more of that delicious stuff that was more tantalizing than a mother's milk and skipped over to Shishtu. It also started eating the fishwort in Shishtu's hands. Xiaolian learned from her siblings examples and used the rest of the mystic stone water to wash the remaining fishwort. Yu Xiaoxiao felt a bit forlorn as she watched. This spendthrift girl used 2 full bowls of mystic stone water. That was seriously something very valuable. Ever since she had access to mystic stone water, Xiaoxiao would always give everyone in her family a bowl to drink. The effects were naturally astounding. First, let's not discuss the effects on her own body. Her mother, Madame Lu, also had a weak constitution. After drinking mystic stone water for a full 2 months, her body had improved immensely even though it still looked very thin. Madame Lu recently got soaked with some fall rain. Had this had happened before the mystic stone water, she would have had a great illness. This time, however, she only needed a bowl of ginger soup to strengthen her body and didn't even get a sniffle. Yu Hai also mentioned that he had recently become more strong. In the past, when he used to bring game that weighed about 100 catties down from the mountain to the town, he would be so exhausted from the effort he needed to rest on the Kong bed for hours. Now, it was as if he did nothing strenuous. In fact, he could add a 30 to 50 catties more to his load without any problem. Thinking of all the benefits, Yu Xiaoxiao silently held the empty jar and went to the kitchen to fill it completely with water that had been previously boiled. She carefully took the 5-colored stone from her wrist and let the rock sink into the jar. The spirit of the divine stone came out of the multicolored stone and swam leisurely in the water. If the rest of the occupants of the room could see this now, they would all be stunned speechless. Why would there be a golden-colored kitten in their water pitcher? Moreover, it was constantly flailing in the water, as if it was almost drowning. The little divine stone muttered resentfully. Protest, protest. There's not enough spiritual energy here. Not having ginseng is one thing, but who wants crappy well water? This spirit wants spring water from the bamboo forest in the mountains. Can you just be content with your situation? Mystic stone water is really useful for us, and ultimately, won't you also benefit? If you continue to make a racket, I'll just throw you into that little creek and never pick you up again. As Yu Xiaoxiao fed the little roe deer, she also mentally threatened the arrogant divine stone. Chapter 36 Natural Gift. This chapter is updated by ABHI. Although the mountain creek also contains spiritual energy, using it didn't have the added benefit of aiding its master. To put it into perspective, absorbing 10 days' worth of energy from the creek did not give itself as much benefit as it received from creating 1 pitcher of mystic stone water for its master. A weak, little human had actually had its fate in her hands. Just you wait, once this divine stone breaks free of its restrictions, don't even think about trying to threaten me again. That's when you will beg me for help. The little divine stone's spiritual form thrashed harder in the water out of rage. Yu Xiaoxiao ignored its antics. Other than her, no one else could see the divine stone's spiritual form, so it didn't matter. Instead, she and her siblings fed their family's new favorite, the little roe deer, until it was full. Second sister, it's cold at night now. Tiny is really too small, what if it froze to death? Little Shishtu squatted down with his arms around the newly named roe deer and was clearly reluctant to let go of the animal. Both of them had clear, dark eyes that looked adorably at Yu Xiaoxiao. Yu Hai pinched the fattier part of his son's face and grinned, if it's not sleeping outside, do you plan on giving your blanket to it? I'll hug Tiny to sleep. It's not as if it takes up a lot of space. Little Shishtu pouted as he tried his best to think of something to convince everyone else in the room. Although Xiaolian also really liked the cute and clever roe deer, she did not think having the animal indoors was a good idea. I don't want it to sleep on our Kong bed. What if it pooped in the middle of the night? Then mother would have to wash the sheets tomorrow. Yu Xiaoxiao also didn't want to raise the roe deer indoors. The animal would start leaving its distinctive odor in the room if it spent a long time inside. However, she was more concerned about leaving it in the courtyard overnight. It was possible that other members of the family might decide to kill it to make some meat stew. Even though the animal didn't have much meat on it, the soup would still taste very good. She went outside, gathered some soft straw, and made a small nest next to the corner near the door for the little animal. She tapped the roe deer's wet little nose and said solemnly, Tiny, if you need to go potty, go outside. If you make a mess in the room, I'll roast you over a fire to eat. Tiny gazed trustingly at her and even licked the finger she was using to point at it. It acted as if it truly understood what she was saying. Little Shishtu was at a loss for words and let out an adult-sounding sigh. Tiny was caught by second sister, so it's closest to her. Yu Xiaoxiao pinched his nose and smiled. The next time something good like this happens, I'll make sure you go first. Hearing that, Little Shishtu became happy and jumped up in glee. Okay. We should bring back another roe deer to give Tiny some company. Whether the creature understood Yu Xiaoxiao's threats or whether it was because it gained some brains from the mystic stone water, it was hard to say. However, the little roe deer, who wasn't more than a month old, had never had an accident in the West Room since it started living there. Even if someone accidentally shut the door, it held its waist until someone came to let it out. Only then would it scramble outside quickly to relieve itself. In addition, the animal never acquired the wild and gamey smell of a wild roe deer. Even in the height of summer it still smelled fresh and sweet. Yu Xiaoxiao and her siblings all loved and cherished Tiny. Even Madame Lu said that this was a special roe deer that could understand what humans said to it. Ever since Yu Xiaoxiao became interested in learning medicine from Dr. Yu, she relentlessly pursued that goal. In the following days, she became quite busy. Every morning, she got up early from bed and went to join Zhao Han. The two of them would divide up the areas for trapping and then head their separate ways to set their traps. With the help of the mystic stone water as bait, she never left the forest empty-handed after walking around the forest once. In fact, she usually ended up with twice the haul as a regular person got from traps. Sometimes, she would take the 2-hour walk with Zhao Han to go into town to sell her game. Other times she would ask Uncle Zhao to help her sell her game when he went into town. Luckily, Junshou restaurant was becoming more and more popular with every passing day. They had hired a new chef in charge of preparing wild game, and his specialty was roasting and cooking meat. Their need for fresh, wild game slowly increased, so Yu Xiaoxiao and Zhao Han never had to worry about where to sell their live game. Sometimes, they would catch too much game by accident. However, even without Yu Xiaoxiao there herself, Junshou restaurant still preferred their game over game caught by other hunters. After all, newly slaughtered meat had a better flavor and texture compared to meat that was not freshly harvested. In the afternoons, Yu Xiaoxiao often would go to Dr. Yu's home to learn how to identify herbal medications. She wasn't sure whether it was because she had the mystic stone water helping her or whether she had a good memory, but, to her, learning these medications was as easy as pie for her. Everything she learned was retained perfectly. Originally, Dr. Yu did not have any expectations for her, but after seeing her talent in this area, he began to cherish her abilities. In fact, she had basically become his disciple in all but name, and he instructed her personally. Whenever he needed to go up into the mountains to gather medicinal plants, he never forgot to bring her along. From time to time, he would test her while in the forest to see her abilities in identifying plants. Gradually, Dr. Yu realized that all the herbs he recognized, Yu Xiaoxiao had also memorized completely. He started to teach her on how to utilize these plants as medications. Hence, Yu Xiaoxiao distinctly started to feel that she didn't have enough time anymore. Oftentimes, she went with Dr. Yu at the crack of dawn to gather medicinal plants in the mountain, so she naturally didn't have enough time to set traps to catch wild hares anymore. From her standpoint, money could be earned at any time. However, the earlier she gained a practical knowledge of herbal medicines and treating illnesses, the better it would be for her. She thought that she had talent in this area. Maybe in the future she could even become a female doctor. Thus, Yu Xiaoxiao began to spend more time with Grandpa Yu than she did with her own family. Dr. Yu had lived alone for 30 years after settling in Dongshan village. He had been so obsessed with learning and practicing medicine that he never ended up marrying a wife and been a solitary bachelor for all his life. Although Yu Xiaoxiao was still a little girl physically, mentally she had the thought processes of an adult. With someone like her by his side, Yu Yang discovered that his days had become more interesting lately. In the past, whenever he started to research a new medicinal, he often lost track of time. Skipping meals was a common pastime for him. Now, he had a helper at his side. Even if he didn't remember to eat, she still needed to eat. When he was lost in his thoughts, she would sensibly start cooking some food and place it in front of him. The smell of delicious food would entice him to snap out of his thoughts. He had never thought he had a dormant foodie within him. However, the little girl's culinary skills were surprisingly good. Even simple ingredients like leafy green vegetables and daikon could be transformed by her into several different types of delicious dishes. The little girl was seriously too clever. She not only learned the medical knowledge he taught with ease but also could make connections and point out something that would lead him into a breakthrough. After studying for just a month, the little girl could independently prescribe some simple prescriptions without any problems. At this point, Dr. Yu had already regarded Xiao Cao as his official disciple and taught her accordingly. When he went out to practice medicine, he always brought his little apprentice along. As time passed, most of the nearby villages all knew that Dr. Yu had accepted a little girl as his disciple. And she was treasured beyond expectations. By the time Yu Xiaocao felt that she could accurately diagnose and treat the common illnesses on her own, her teacher, Dr. Yu, had left behind a letter for her and hastily left Dongshan village on a short notice. In the letter, he explained that he had heard that there was information about his long-lost relatives who had been separated from him during the chaotic warring times. He needed to travel afar. However, he repeatedly warned Yu Xiaocao that she should not let her natural talent for medicine to go to waste. She needed to continue to review the material on a daily basis. If there was anyone near her who had gotten mildly sick, she could extend a helping hand towards them. Of course, if they refused her help, there was no need to force them. Yu Xiaocao had finally been released from her busy duties. However, she continued to go to Grandpa Yu's house every couple of days to help him tidy up his rooms and to nurture his herbs. She even attempted to compound some medicines used to treat external wounds, such as the ones used to slow and stop bleeding. Medications that had been sprinkled with mystic stone water were much more potent than the ones that even Dr. Yu made. However, not many people were brave enough to use the medications that she had prescribed. It wasn't surprising as outwardly she was still a small kid who hadn't even reached the age of 9. The truly odd scenario would have been if the villagers actually believed that she could treat illnesses. Thus, she only switched out the wound balm that her father normally carried when he went hunting with a wound balm she made on her own. Little did she know that her swap would later end up saving her father's life. That day, the always busy Yu Xiaocao, who now had free time, turned to speak to little Shishtu, who was in the courtyard feeding Tiny. "Little brother, isn't this about the time our father got back from fishing today?" Little Shishtu didn't even raise his head as he replied, "Still too early. Second sister, you've been so busy outside of home lately that you don't even remember what time our father normally gets back. After he catches fish, he still needs to first go to the docks on land, then unload the fish from the boat and give them to someone. Sometimes, if he has a lot left over, he even needs to go to the fish market on the wharf and sell the extra off." The docks. Her eyes lit up and her mouth curved up into a toothy grin, as if she was the wolf trying to lure a little bunny rabbit into a trap. "Shishtu, do you want to go to look at the docks? I heard there are a lot of shops there that sell almost everything. Good food, fun things. Second sister, you want to go? If you go, I'll go. However, should we also bring Tiny with us?" Little Shishtu was very protective of the little pet. The roe deer went wherever he went. However, there was a reason for his paranoia. The pitiful little roe deer, who didn't have much meat on its bones, had almost been killed by Madame Li and Yu Haixi. The two of them had anchored the animal down to the ground with a butcher's knife in their hands. Had little Shishtu and Xiaolian not arrived in time, Tiny would have been fated to become the main dish to the meal. Afterwards, Zhao Han took Yu Haixi aside and taught him a small lesson that Tiny was a pet that he had lent to Shishtu to play with. If he ever found out that Haixi still wanted to eat the little roe deer, he would knock out all of his teeth. Hunter Zhao's family was relatively well known in Dongshan village. It was said that some years ago, during a particularly harsh winter, a starving wolf pack had entered the village. The wolves not only stole many chickens, but also hurt some people. Just as the crisis seemed to escalate, the entire Zhao family went into battle with the creatures. Even the outwardly gentle and elegant Auntie Zhao bent a bow and shot some arrows. The more than dozen wolves were not a match for them. Although the 4 members of the Zhao family had become heroes to most of the villagers, there were some who felt alienated by their actions. After all, no one liked having their deficiencies being pointed out by the deeds of others. After Yu Haixi's small lesson, he came back home with a bloody nose and black eyes. Even Madame Li, who often liked to make mountains out of molehills, could only throw a tantrum within the courtyard walls as she was too scared of the Zhao family to cause any large waves. With Haixi as an example, the rest of the Yu family who were not from the second branch no longer dared to steal the little roe deer anymore. Despite that, little Shishtu still didn't feel safe leaving the roe deer alone. The sight of Yu Haixi holding a cleaver over a helpless Tiny had engraved itself into his mind. Wherever he went, Shishtu would always bring the little roe deer along with him. Dongshan village now had an oddity to see, a little boy walking in the front and a tiny roe deer blindly following him from behind. Anyone who saw the unlikely pair couldn't help but let out a knowing smile. Chapter 37 The Docks. This chapter is updated by ABHI. They were going just as she planned. Yu Xiaosao fished some money from her hidden stash of cash. After thinking for a bit, she also took out a string of copper coins and put it into her chest pocket. Winter came early to the north, so there was already a chilly nip in the air. Many people had already put on their thick winter coats. Therefore, no one could tell that Yu Xiaosao had about 100 copper coins hidden on her. Yu Xiaosao gleefully skipped down the road as she carried a large basket. The equally excited little Shishtu followed her as they went in the direction towards the docks. Although the docks were closer to Dongshan village compared to the town, it was still about an hour's walk away. Since Yu Xiaosao was in a good mood, she didn't feel too tired by the time she got there. They had arrived at the busiest time at the pier. The fishermen who went out to sea had just come back with their loads. The southwest corner of the wharf had naturally become a fish market. The stewards in charge of purchasing from large manors were all there early so that they could pick out their master's favorite fish and seafood. In addition, the buyers from the restaurants, taverns, and small eating houses were also waiting there for the fresh catch of the day. On the docks were a couple of cargo ships that had just gotten to shore. The dock workers under the direction of a foreman were steadily loading cargo from the ships onto some carts. The sounds of hawkers, shouts, and work chants filled the air. Altogether, the various noises wove together into the distinctive noise of a busy wharf. Under the rich and dense atmosphere of the pier, Xiaosao could feel herself immersing into these new surroundings. Second sister, over there is where they sell snacks. I came once with father before and he bought me a giant steamed bun made with white flour. Buns made with white flour are seriously too tasty. The little foodie, little Shishtu, pointed at a road on the outskirts of the docks. A couple of crude shacks were built alongside the street and puffs of warm air came with the morning wind that blew from there. The fishermen and dock workers probably brought along some dried goods with them to eat. However, in the chill of the early morning, it was still necessary to drink a bowl of hot soup to warm the body up. Where there's demand, there's a market. Under the low ceiling of the shacks were people selling porridge and hot noodle soup. Others had stoves with steaming baskets full of steamed rolls and stuffed buns to sell. There were even some farmers, who didn't have work to do on the fields in the slack season, with baskets full of the dishes or pickled vegetables from the farms to sell. Schemes began to form in Xiaosao's mind. With her culinary talent in braised dishes from her past life, it would be easier for her to obtain a good living here. Unfortunately, the people here all gossiped and talked. Once her grandmother found out, even the capital money used here would be taken from her completely. Is that Xiaolian, or is it Xiaosao? Xiaosao didn't think she would meet someone she knew here at the docks. She twisted her head around and saw an unfamiliar face. The swarthy youth in front of her looked to be about 15 to 16 years of age and had a tall and broad figure. His large eyes were set under a pair of thick eyebrows, and his face looked oddly familiar. Who was this? Little Shishtu, who was standing next to her, answered her in spoken question. Eldest cousin, why are you here? Did you come with eldest aunt one? Ah, so it was second uncle's son, the 14-year-old Lu Jiwei. Although this fellow was only 14 years old, he looked very strong and sturdy. In terms of looks, he didn't resemble either of his parents. Instead, he looked the most like eldest uncle. Lu Jiwei chuckled. Yes, I came along with eldest aunt and also eldest uncle. I'm looking to see if I can find any work here at the docks. Eldest uncle often comes here and is familiar with the foreman. He's already unloading the cargo from the ships. They thought I was too young and didn't want to hire me. The youth stated all of this with a face full of resentment. Although he was young in age, he still had plenty of strength. Usually he spent time with his father working the fields and had done a lot of work requiring brute strength. How dare they look down on him? Xiaosao, Shishtu, why are you two at the docks? Eldest aunt, Madame Han, gently asked as she came by with a basket on her arm. The two siblings politely returned her greeting and called her, eldest aunt. When Xiaosao had her head accident and was in a coma for 3 days, her maternal grandmother, grandfather, uncles, and aunts all came over to visit her. They even brought over a hen and half a basket of eggs. Unfortunately, these goods had all been confiscated by Madame Zhang. In Madame Zhang's eyes, since Madame Lu had a sickly body and Yu Xiaosao was medicine-guzzling fiend, The gifts brought by the Liu family were not enough to make up for these two spendthrifts. Xiao Xiao's impression of her maternal family was quite good. She had learned from Xiaolian that eldest aunt was an honest and genuine person. From personal experience, this was true. Right at this moment, the dock workers were about to go on break to rest and eat breakfast. After the foreman rang a bell, about 100 or so workers, some with food in their hands, others without, started coming over to this area. The hawkers selling breakfast foods immediately started advertising their wares enthusiastically. Hot soup for sale, steaming hot cabbage soup, radish soup. Hot porridge, warm and cheap, only 1 copper coin per bowl. Noodle soup for sale. You there, young lad, come eat a bowl of noodle soup. I guarantee 1 bowl will fill you up completely. Pickled and salted vegetables, very delicious. With 1 copper coin you can get enough for a few people to split. Good sir, buy some pickled vegetables to eat. In a moment, you'll have enough strength to work again. Seeing the situation, eldest aunt hurriedly said, right now is the time to sell food. I need to start advertising now. You two probably haven't eaten breakfast yet. Joey, here's 5 copper coins, go buy some steamed rolls and split them with your younger brother and younger sister. As she was speaking, a dock worker who smelled heavily of sweat came by. His head was beaded with perspiration. He turned towards eldest aunt and said, Madam, can I have 1 copper coin's worth of soybean paste with some salted vegetables on cooked dough? Okay, eldest aunt swiftly gave him a few pancakes and spread some soybean paste on them. The pickled vegetables had been finely cut and sautéed with lard. In exchange for the copper coin, the food wrapped in a piece of oiled paper and given to the man. After receiving the wraps, the man started eating one in huge bites and said, Madam, I gotta say, your soybean paste has the best flavor and the pickled vegetables are perfect, not too salty. After getting used to eating your food, other people's food just doesn't taste right. Of course, don't you know whose wife is this? A tall, broad-shouldered, middle-aged man came from behind and patted the other man's shoulder. His handsome face was bright and his skin had a healthy bronzed tan. He flashed a grin that showed a mouth full of sparkling white teeth. Little Shishtu gleefully threw himself at the newcomer and hugged the man's shins as he called out, Eldest uncle, it's been such a long time since you last visited us. I missed you a lot. Liu Pei bent down to pull the little kid into his arms. He bounced Shishtu in his arms for a bit to check his weight and looked with pleasant surprise at the boy's now fleshed-out face. Did your family start giving you more food? Looks like you've grown quite a bit, little fella. Nah, second sister knows how to catch fish and trap rabbits. They taste so good when roasted. Next time I'll give eldest uncle some too. Had it been earlier, Shishtu would have never exchanged meat to get closer to someone. Now that he could eat barbecued meat or stewed meat every couple of days after bringing game to Auntie Zhao's house and using her stove to cook the meat, he no longer felt that meat was a rare, precious thing to be hoarded. Liu Pei examined Yu Xiaoxiao's complexion and his smile deepened. Xiaoxiao is really capable to be able to catch fish and rabbits. It gladdens my heart knowing you guys are doing better. That grandmother of yours doesn't mind you using game for your own purposes. What are you saying to the children? Eldest aunt glared at her husband. Xiaoxiao could tell that her business wasn't going well. It wasn't surprising as salted vegetables, cooked dough, and soybean paste were food that every family had. Those who brought food from home would bring the exact same fare. Why would anyone spend money to buy more of the same thing? Little Shishtu giggled and said, we cook the meat in the mountains and then give portions to the people in our immediate family. Grandmother has no clue. Don't forget to sneak some to your mother. Your mother has had a hard life lately. Liu Pei felt bad regarding his only sister's hardships as he was unable to help her as much as he would have liked. At that time, his father should not have married his sister into a family with a stepmother. Where there was a stepmother, there would soon be a stepfather. At first it was still tolerable, but once the Yu family's third son left to go to school, even old Yu's feelings became biased. Yes, I have left chicken and rabbit legs for mother. The legs have the most meat. The little boy knew how to ingratiate himself with his elders. After greeting her eldest uncle with her brother, Yu Xiaoxiao had stood at the side smiling silently. Only now did she chirp, Shishtu, quickly come down. You should let eldest uncle rest a bit and eat something. Not a problem, how much can a 5-year-old weigh anyway? Despite his words, Liu Pei still let the little boy down. The foreman had told him earlier that in a moment they needed to load a high-ranking official's boat. They could not afford to be sloppy at this task. The dock workers in the surrounding area ate as they discussed the official's vessel. Yu Xiaoxiao had eavesdropped on their conversations and found out it was a seafaring ship that was owned by a royal prince from the capital. It had apparently traveled to far-flung places and found some new creatures. From the idle gossip of the people around her, Yu Xiaoxiao found out that the current emperor had also liked traveling by ship when he was still an imperial prince. All of the current large, ocean-faring ships were all purchased by the emperor as an imperial prince in his teens. Prior to his ascension, Zhongwen Emperor had traveled several times out to sea. He went to the southern seas, western seas, and to even further places. On one of his trips, he brought back the high-yielding crop, sweet potatoes, and some strange spices. Some other examples of new goods he brought back included hot peppers so spicy that they caused a man's mouth to swell, the fresh and crispy cucumber, and the refreshing and thirst-quenching watermelon. Yu Xiaoxiao suddenly remembered that, in her previous life, the Ming dynasty had also conducted several maritime voyages. However, the person who sailed on the West Seas was the Sanbao eunuch, Zhang He, and not an imperial prince. Admiral Zhang He in her previous life had no connection whatsoever with Zhongwen Emperor. Was it possible that the founding emperor and Zhongwen Emperor had transmigrated into this life? Transmigrating doesn't come without risks and one must be cautious. In fact, many novels about political fighting and scheming often harped on this point. When there was more than one person who transmigrated over, they rarely worked together. Instead, they were often locked in a fight to the death. Since I'm ultimately a small fish in the sea, there's no point in trying to fight with the emperor. It's better to keep my head low and live a subdued life. In the end, the two siblings didn't allow their eldest aunt to buy them steamed buns. They both claimed that they had already eaten breakfast. They stayed on the docks, and, before long, an official came over to ask them to move. The royal prince had set out, so the idle and unnecessary personnel should give away. The two siblings weren't the only commoners who were shooed away. In fact, even the people peddling wares from baskets had been driven away from the docks. Only the merchants in the shacks were lucky enough to not have to leave. Little Shishtu whined that he wanted to see the royal prince. Against her sensibilities, Yu Xiaoxiao could only tightly hold onto his head and squirm through a spot between the people pushed away by the bailiff to find a place for them to see. Within about 15 minutes, the once raucous and noisy wharf had become quiet. A long line of horse carts, all piled with goods, appeared. There were so many wagons that they couldn't see the end of the line. In front of the carts were a few haughty people dressed simply. All of them were riding horses, and they surrounded a young man clothed in expensive robes. Second sister, is that older brother the royal prince? Little Shishtu's voice wasn't very loud. However, in the stark silence where even the sound of horse hoofs was apparent, his voice sounded exceptionally clear. Chapter 38 The Royal Prince. This chapter is updated by ABHI. Yu Xiaoxiao noticed that a couple of people in the nobly dressed group turned their heads to look in their direction and hastily covered her little brother's mouth with her hand. Who knew what kind of tempers these old officials had? If they ended up clashing, they were the ones who would suffer. Next to the robed youth was an extremely pale old man. The elderly man's eyes flashed and he lowered his head to speak something to the young man. The youth pulled on the reins and turned to look in the distance towards where the two siblings were. Now Yu Xiaoxiao could clearly make out the young man's appearance. He had a pair of eyes as dark as obsidian and they emitted a heroic aura. At first glance, his expression seemed tranquil but, on closer inspection, one could see that he was hiding a decisive and shrewd mind. When paired with a handsome face that seemed to have been carefully sculpted, his entire demeanor became even more imposing. For a split second, Yu Xiaoxiao felt as if the person in front of her was fierce tiger on hunt and not a 15 to 16-year-old youth. However, after a closer look at his face, why did it seem like she had seen him somewhere before? Maybe, she had seen too many celebrities in her previous life, so now every handsome man looked similar to someone she had seen before. Second sister, I remember him. Little Shishtu said quietly after he broke free from her restraining hand. The people around them all looked at them with expressions of disbelief. Yu Xiaoxiao let out a hollow laugh and discreetly shook her head at her brother. A bailiff had turned his head to look at them, and Xiaoxiao bowed towards him. He's just spewing nonsense. Don't mind the ignorant words of a little child, don't mind the ignorant words of a little child. However, the imposing youth already directed his horse to walk to this area. At his side, the people continued to crowd around them, or was it that they were protecting him? We're screwed. If we fled now, would it be too late? Yu Xiaoxiao scanned the surroundings in an attempt to find an escape route. Unfortunately, her earlier attempt at finding her younger brother a better location to watch the proceedings had trapped them to an area where they were surrounded on all sides by people. Slowly squeezing through the crowd was out of the question, let alone trying to escape quickly. The emperor had selected Left Commander of the Imperial Guards, Feng Shuan, to be in charge of keeping Royal Prince Yang safe. He blindly followed the prince who had been selected by the emperor himself for the royal prince title and found himself incredibly surprised when he saw the figures of the two siblings in the crowd. The older sister had bright and lively large eyes that were oddly familiar to him. Ah, that's right, about a month ago he had seen this pair of siblings in front of a woodworker's shop in Tanggu town. She had a demeanor that was neither arrogant nor servile, and seemed to be calmer than her age. It had left an impression on him. Royal Prince Yang reined his horse into a stop right in front of the two siblings. Zhu Junyang stared at the little girl's pale, delicate face and the somewhat familiar large eyes and seemed to be lost in his memories. He continued to sit, silently, on his horse as he regarded the two siblings without a change in expression. His lips were pressed into a single line. Yu Xiaoxiao felt flustered under his unrelenting stare. Is that killing intent I sense? Please stop staring at us, neither of us are beauties beyond compare. Head Steward Fu, are you certain that they are my saviors? Zhu Junyang finally said after a long period of silence. Ever since his accident a few months ago, his mother had kept him home to recuperate. Although he had originally planned on sailing in September, it had been pushed back for almost a month longer. He had also thought of finding his savior, but there were a lot of fishing villages in the area he had almost drowned in. He didn't want to conduct the search with great fanfare. After all, almost drowning after being capsized from a ship he was testing out wasn't something that was glorious. However, Zhu Junyang also didn't feel comfortable not rewarding someone who had saved his life. Had the head steward not seen the people involved and reminded him, he would have just missed out on the opportunity to meet his saviors again. Second sister, that's the guy we fished up on the day we went out to gather seafood. Look at his ears, there's a red birthmark on one. I couldn't forget something like that. Innocent to the possible implications, little Shish too eagerly told Yu Xiaoxiao all of his findings. An awkward expression flashed through Zhu Junyang's normally stern face. He had been the butt of many jokes when he was younger due to the red birthmark on his ear. Other people often teased him that it was a rouge mark and that it was a sign that he was a woman in his past life. Those seeing it at a glance would often think he was wearing an earring. For his entire life, his birthmark had been a source of shame for him. After being titled a royal prince, there were very few people who would dare to mention it in front of his face. Yu Xiaoxiao could sense that this noble in front of them was displeased and wished she could just glue her brother's mouth shut. That little imp, how can commoners like us discuss the appearances of the nobility? The awkward memories of his youth had stymied Royal Prince Yang's desire to pay his debt of gratitude to his saviors. In a fit of arrogance, he turned his horse around to go back. From the back, his spine was ramrod straight and his entire body held tension. Give them some money. The haughty royal prince suddenly halted. After thinking about the shabby conditions of the two siblings' clothes, he had a feeling that these two were about as well off as a street-side beggar. Thus, he dryly commanded the steward to give them some money. Head Steward Fu bowed his head slightly after receiving his master's orders. He looked around him and then commanded the bailiffs to bring the two siblings to him. Before the steward could say anything, a tall man broke through the layers of guards, pushed the two children behind his body, and kneeled down in front of him. These two children are ignorant and offended, noble sir. It's all this worthless father's fault for not teaching them better. Please, great lord, let these two children go. I, Yu Hai, am willing to take their punishment instead. Apparently, after Yu Hai sold his fish, he had also heard of the nobles passing by to go out to sea, and came by to join in on the fun. He had seen everything that had happened earlier. A father's protective instinct for his children could not be underestimated. Seeing his beloved children get into trouble, he recklessly rushed up to shield them. Father. The rims of Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes turned red with emotion. Previously, she had some pent-up frustrations regarding this ordinary and easygoing father. He wasn't incapable at earning a living, but he still let his wife and children live in such poor conditions. A man who couldn't protect his wife and family wasn't considered a truly good man. However, his actions today obliterated her initially poor impression of him. He was willing to sacrifice his life to save his children. That wasn't something that every father would do. In Xiaoxiao's heart, her father's ranking had increased perceptibly. Seeing that Yu Hai was a loving father, head steward Fu also increased his respect for the man. He personally supported this tall and robust man up with a smile on his face. His usually sharp voice had tempered down into a gentler tone and he said, "Benefactor, I'm not sure if you still remember Sagia." Sagia, isn't that how court eunuchs usually referred to themselves? So the white-haired, beardless old man in front of them was a court eunuch. After hearing the word, benefactor, Yu Xiaoxiao felt relieved and regarded the slender court eunuch with a stealthy, curious gaze. Would this head steward be like the head steward court eunuch in Dragon Gate in one who was also really good at martial arts? Classmate Xiaoxiao, you have hit the bullseye. Just think, would a royal prince who was given the heavy responsibility of making an ocean voyage by His Imperial Majesty not have any experts at his side? Yu Hai took advantage of the situation to get up. When standing, his body seemed even more tall and sturdy. He inspected head steward Fu carefully and then looked down to think carefully before he finally nodded and said, "Any fisherman, not just me, would have done the same thing had they encountered someone drowning. I'm really not worthy of being called a benefactor. My old father is quite good. He seems calm and cultured in front of this court eunuch who's a head steward and a whole slew of nobility. In fact, the words he just said sound very educated and literate." Yu Xiaoxiao gazed at her father with an additional hint of worship in her eyes. Head steward Fu nodded his head and smiled, "Perhaps to you, benefactor, it was as simple as threading a needle. However, you did save the life of our royal prince. This is the same as saving this one's life and the entire royal prince's household. Please receive my respects." Enough of the pretty words. No one really wants your respects, okay. Can you give us some tangible benefits, Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes flashed as she watched the head steward. Her impatience was clawing at her, like there was 25 mice scratching at her at the same time. How could Yu Hai receive the respects from a royal household's head steward? This eunuch was someone who spent time every day with the emperor's relatives and served them. How could he receive anything from this high personage? He hastily supported head steward Fu up and repeatedly said, "I can't receive this, by the heavens, I absolutely can't receive this." Head steward Fu gently shook off his restraining hand and bowed solemnly. After he finished expressing his gratitude, he turned to give a hint to the eunuch behind him and said, "Our meeting today was not planned, so I didn't have the time to prepare a suitable thank you gift. For now, all we have is a small token that is not worthy enough to convey our respect. Please take it as a substitute for now, benefactor, and accept it. Once our royal prince has journeyed back from the West Seas, I will definitely come to your home to pay you a visit and bring more gifts to thank you." They could only see that he took a heavy object wrapped in a cloth from the court eunuch's hands. The head steward held the mysterious object with 2 hands, presented it to Yu Hai, not giving him any avenue to refuse, and said, "The ship is about to sail, I shall take my leave now." When Yu Hai was about to chase after them to return the gift, a couple of bailiffs politely blocked his way. They could care less about whether there was a benefactor or not. Their duty was to protect the nobility from any sign of danger or hostilities. "Father, can I see what the head steward gave us as a gift?" Yu Xiaoxiao impatiently grabbed at the item in her father's hands as he led her back into the crowd. Wow, the object was heavier than she thought as it had almost slipped out of her hands. Yu Hai had just enough time to say, "Don't expose the gift in front others." When he saw old Yu and Yu Dashan heading towards them with grim faces. Yu Dashan's honest face looked anxious and his eyes were full of alarm and rage. "Da Hai, your 2 children really can cause too much trouble. Those were all officials and nobility from the capital, and princes too. How can people like us cause trouble? And you, how could you just recklessly rush up? If you had offended these people, our whole family would have gotten involved." Hearing this, Xiaoxiao felt unhappy. "Eldest uncle, how did we cause trouble? Did we kill someone or set something on fire? The people from the capital are fair and reasonable, okay. They just called us up to ask us a couple of things. How can we bring you trouble?" Yu Dashan glared at them with eyes that resembled Madame Zhang's and huffed, "Da Hai, look at these children you have spoiled. How are they acting like this? How can they speak to their elders like this? The nobles are generous in their conduct and don't deign to step down to our level. However, if we offend them, you'll be subject to 9 familial extermination too. Won't the whole Yu family be destroyed by you? 9 familial extermination? That's only reserved for the worst of crimes, treason. If you claimed that us 2 kids were conducting treasonous activities, who'd believe you? Eldest uncle, you've heard too many stories from the storytellers." Yu Xiaoxiao found herself tickled by her uncle's patent ignorance. The scene that happened earlier was at most a crime of disrespect. The punishment for that was not even close to 9 familial extermination. Ah, eldest uncle, you're such a worrywart. Yu-hai looked at his father and eldest brother. He was at a loss as to how to feel about them. Earlier the two of them clamped onto him and refused to let him go in and save his 2 children. His kids were his closest blood and bone. Sacrificing his life to save theirs was normal and just. He stared at his eldest brother, turned to his father, who had been silent the entire time, and said, "Father, Kaur and Shishtu didn't offend any nobles. They had actually recognized the 2 of them and called them over to ask them something." Chapter 39 Token of Gratitude. This chapter is updated by ABHI. Following that, Yu-hai explained what had happened the last time they went to gather seafood. From beginning to end, he described how he resuscitated the royal prince and transported him over the treacherous reefs. After hearing this, old Yu's eyes had finally lifted from the ground and he slowly nodded his head. "Good, everything you said is correct. Saving a drowning person is the duty of us fishermen. It is fortunate that the nobles remembered this event. We certainly aren't the type of people to demand a reward for doing something good. In the future, we shouldn't bring this up again." She didn't expect her grandfather to have this type of wisdom. Yu Xiaosao felt she had a whole new understanding of the normally silent and taciturn old man, who had the voice of highest authority in their household. Yu Dashan's expression finally turned clear and his face perceptibly relaxed. "Second younger brother, I never would have thought you would have the kind of good luck to save a prince while gathering seafood from the beach. Although we're not the type of people to demand a reward from nobles, we also shouldn't reject their good intentions, right? Quickly open it and see what good thing the prince gave you." Old Yu also glanced over at the cloth-wrapped object in Yu Xiaosao's hands. This was the token of gratitude that the royal prince's head steward gave to father. "What does it have to do with you guys?" Yu Xiaosao felt incredibly resentful but was helpless in this situation. Anything good that was seen by people outside their branch would never be left for them alone. She inwardly sighed as she opened the wrappings on the small, yet heavy object. Inside were 10 ingots of shiny silver neatly stacked together and a single jade pendant. Judging from the appearance, this token of gratitude had been hastily put together. Although the texture of the jade pendant wasn't bad, it clearly wasn't a top-notch piece of jade. It was likely something that was usually used to reward servants and the like. The aristocrats are truly generous nobles. Look, they easily give out a couple hundred taels of silver. And this jade pendant must be worth at least around 180 taels. Yu Dashan clicked his tongue in wonder. Looks like we have enough money to pay third brother's studies for 10 years. Yu Dashan felt faint looking at the glittering silver and the quality jade pendant. None of these were things that people in their household would normally ever see. Yu Xiaosao sneered slightly. This money was given in exchange for her father risking life and limb to save someone from the hostile seas. Okay. How is it that in the eyes of these people that the money had suddenly become younger uncle's schooling fees for the next 10 years? Old Yu reached out a large, calloused hand and gently caressed the translucent and white jade pendant. He glanced at his second son and then made a decision. This jade pendant is not something one can merely be bought with money. In the future, no matter how poor we are, we cannot sell this. It shall become a family heirloom, passed down the oldest legitimate descendants of the Yu family, and serve as a memento for future generations to come. Yu Dashan's face froze. The Yu family's oldest legitimate descendants? That didn't include him. Everyone in the family knew that even though he, Yu Dashan, had changed his surname, wasn't a blood and flesh relation to the Yu family. Madame Zhang was old Yu's second wife and was the maternal cousin of Yu Hai's deceased mother. Back when Madame Zhang was newly widowed, she had been driven away from her husband's family. Out of kindness, Yu Hai's mother took her in. Later on, Yu Hai's mother passed away from an illness and thus, old Yu took Madame Zhang as his second wife. The eldest son, Yu Dashan, was the son from Madame Zhang's first marriage and was only 2 months older than Yu Hai. Oldest legitimate descendants. To put it another way, didn't it mean that Yu Hai was the oldest in the Yu family? In the end, wouldn't this mean that the beautiful jade pendant would end up in his second brother's hands? Yu Dashan wholeheartedly didn't want that to happen, but he wasn't in a position to object. Anything was better than the jade pendant being owned by Yu Hai, who he didn't have any blood relations to. However, he knew the circumstances were not in his favor. Even his tiger of a mother, Madame Zhang, couldn't change the old man's mind when he made a decision. Yu Xiaosao felt her heart settle down after hearing this. The Yu family's oldest legitimate descendants, that would be her eldest brother. Luckily, this good deed wasn't done in vain. At least her branch would have a jade pendant in the end. However, the 100 taels of silver had slipped out of her grasp. If she had only been faster, she could have purloined a couple ingots. Yu Xiaosao cried inwardly, 100 taels of silver is a lot of money. Once they all arrived home, Yu Xiaosao saw that all of the shiny silver had disappeared into her cheap grandmother's purse and felt forlorn again. Madame Lu noticed her daughter's listlessness and couldn't help but feel Xiaosao's forehead out of worry that she was getting sick again. The past 3 months were the most comfortable stretch of time that Madame Lu had experienced in the previous 7 to 8 years. Even though her workload had not decreased and she still got yelled at every day, her normally sickly daughter wasn't ill even once in the past couple of months. In fact, she was able to run and play like the other village children and even learned medicine from Dr. Yu. In fact, they were always able to eat enough to fill their stomachs even though it wasn't always the type of food they craved. Furthermore, the children had also learned how to set traps and occasionally caught a couple of animals. They would cook the game outside and have a great feast, but they were filial and never forgot to surreptitiously give some roasted meat to her and their father. Seeing that her children's cheeks were rosy and that their once skinny bodies filling during bath time, Madame Lu felt like their lives had finally turned around for the better. Dashan's wife and Dahai's wife, there was frost on the ground this morning. We should harvest the sweet potatoes tomorrow to store in the cellar. After receiving the 100 taels of silver, Madame Zhang finally had a smile on her face. Yu Hai doted on his wife, so he put down his bowl full of rice and interjected, how about us men don't go out to sea and instead harvest the sweet potatoes instead? After hearing his suggestion, Madame Zhang's expression immediately darkened, we only have 3 plots of core in rocky land. I could harvest them all myself in my younger days. What's the point in postponing the true business of fishing out in sea? You need to take advantage of the days you can go out before it gets too cold. Yu Xiaosao glanced at her miserly grandmother and thought, this old lady really does love money. 100 taels of silver would last us for an entire year even if we didn't continue to go out to the sea to catch fish. She's pretty much the female version of Ebenezer Scrooge 1. The next day at the crack of dawn, Yu Xiaosao groggily put on her thick cotton coat after being woken up by Madame Zhang's shrill voice. It was only the 10th month of the lunar calendar but there was already a thick layer of frost on the ground. If she didn't wear her winter coat during the day, she didn't think she could stand the cold air. Littler sister, you should go back to sleep. I'll help mother dig up the sweet potatoes. Yu Xiaolian swiftly got up but when she saw her sleepy sister, she quickly went back to push her back into the bed. The warmth of the bed and covers made it hard for people to leave it in the morning. However, the family's real 8-year-old daughter had already gotten up to go to the fields. How could she, an inwardly 30-something woman, stay in bed shamelessly? After washing her face and rinsing her mouth, Yu Xiaosao yawned as she followed her mother listlessly from behind. She turned her head slightly to see her fat aunt, Madame Li, also yawning and rubbing the sleep from her eyes. Seeing that made Yu Xiaosao immediately feel better about herself. Look, it's not as if I'm the only one who wants to stay on the Kong bed and not get up. All of them walked on a narrow and curvy trail towards the fields. After walking for about half an hour, Yu Xiaosao could finally see their plots of land filled with lush green sweet potato vines. The verdant plants, the azure skin, and the smell of rich earth that came in with every chilly breath she took all helped to wake her up. Dashan's wife and Dahai's wife, you guys are here to harvest the sweet potatoes. An average-looking man with a warm smile on his face greeted the group of women eagerly. Good morning, third uncle. Are you also here to dig up some sweet potatoes? Yu Xiaosao had a good impression of her father's cousin. Shortly after she first transmigrated over, she had even been carried home by this man. Yu Zhang grinned as he ruffled her hair. He noticed that she had a small hoe in her hands and teased, oh. Looks like our Xiaosao is a little adult now. Third uncle's family has already finished digging up our sweet potatoes. After we make one last sweep over the grounds, how about we come over and help you guys? No need, we only have 3 plots of land to go over. We'll be done after a day's work. Please carry on with everything else you have to do. Madame Lu gracefully declined his offer in the presence of Li Guihua. Xiaosao's extended family also had a lot of people in the household and all were busy in this season. How could they possibly delay their chores? Madame Li glared at her sister-in-law. Declining another person's offer of help only meant that you would be tired at the end of the day. If it was only you getting fatigued, it would be one thing. But why do you have to drag me into this too? Yu Xiaoxiao noticed the large pile of sweet potatoes that other people had dug up lying on the side of the road and was reminded of all of the sweet potato food she had in her past life. Images of baked sweet potatoes, soft and sticky glutinous balls made with yams, and the crispy and sweet potato pancakes floated through her mind. Excited at the prospect of food, she eagerly picked up her hoe and stepped into the field. It was time to harvest. As her mother and her third uncle continued to talk, she pushed aside the vines and aimed her hoe at the thickest portion to start. After she heaved the hoe up, she was duly rewarded with the sight of a half-buried sweet potato. Yu Xiaoxiao trembled with excitement. Although her family had some land in her previous life, they only grew wheat and soybeans and had never planted any yams. They would only occasionally come across some that were on the border where other people had planted some and reaped the benefits. Yu Xiaoxiao carefully used the hoe to push away the surrounding soil and continued to dig a deeper and larger hole. To avoid damaging any of the sweet potatoes, she abandoned the hoe and dug the rest of the dirt with her bare hands. At last, she could feel the yam loosening from the ground. From her perspective, it looked as large as volleyball. She gripped onto it and pulled with all her might as if she was pulling daikon from the ground. Finally, the sweet potato popped out of the ground. The effort caused her to fall unceremoniously on her butt as she lost her balance. Luckily, all of the vines and dirt she had cleared earlier cushioned her fall, so she didn't feel much pain. She casually patted off the dirt from her bottom, picked up the sweet potatoes she had harvested on her own, and announced, "Mother. Look, I dug up a really big sweet potato." Third uncle also came over and a surprised expression crossed his face. "Oh. Xiaoxiao really has talent to be able to dig up such a big yam on her first try. I gotta say, this one could probably take the crown for size." Yu Xiaoxiao was overjoyed as she held her spoils of war, but the voice of the little divine stone suddenly sounded in her mind. "Why are you so excited? Did you forget? About 2 months ago, it was getting dry, so you took some of my special water and mixed it with some other water and used that to water the fields. Without my help, how could such barren, sandy land raise sweet potatoes this size? So mystic stone water can also promote the growth of crops, eh?" The farmer's child, Yu Xiaoxiao, felt her heart skip a beat at this thought. In the future, if she could grow some out-of-season crops, wouldn't she be able to make a lot of money? Out-of-season crops? What's that? The little divine stone was flabbergasted at the odd term it took from her mind. Yu Xiaoxiao continued to dig up the yams as she replied, "That is, growing spring vegetables in the winter. Oh, that's not hard. As long as it doesn't blizzard, this divine stone, can naturally hasten the growth of vegetables." If the little divine stone had a tail, it would have long been cocked up to the sky proudly. Although only a fraction of the stone's innate powers had been restored, it had more than enough to accelerate the growth of plants. Yu Xiaoxiao excavated the nearby smaller sweet potatoes from her initial find and tampered down her joy and said, "If what you're telling me is true, I'll make sure to let you absorb some energy from Grandpa Yu's herbs." The author was originally comparing Madame Zhang to Félix Grandet, a character in the French novel Eugénie Grandet who was known for being very miserly to himself and his whole family. I used Ebenezer Scrooge since he seems to be a bit more well known in the English-speaking community. Chapter 40 High Yield. This chapter is updated by ABHI. How many times have I told you? What I'm absorbing is what you humans can't absorb, spiritual energy. It didn't affect the effects of the medicinal herbs at all. Yet, you still refuse to believe me. The spiritual energy of the medicinal herbs from old Yu's house was pitifully little. The little divine stone began to bargain. "All right, the next time I go to town, I will take a detour to Tongren Medicine Hall and let you absorb as much spiritual energy as you want." Finding another sweet potato, Xiaoxiao focused all her energy to deal with the big sweet potato and casually responded to the divine stone. After all, who knew when she would visit town again? Madame Lu, who had never tried to shirk from work or responsibility, bent down and ceaselessly dug for sweet potatoes. She secretly thought, in the previous years, the biggest sweet potato that came from this piece of sandy soil was no bigger than the size of a palm. Yet this year, it seemed as if the sweet potatoes are filled with gas, each bigger than the next. She originally thought that the sweet potato that her youngest daughter had just dug up was already considered the best. But she hadn't expected that the sweet potatoes that she dug up afterwards were also not any less inferior to the sweet potato that her youngest daughter had dug up. Some had even surpassed the size of the Potato King. "Mother, the size of this year's sweet potatoes is much bigger than last year's. It seems like we'll be able to harvest a lot more sweet potatoes this year, too." Yu Shaolian felt that this was unbelievable. It was the same plot of land as last year and the seeds came from the sweet potatoes from the previous year. However, why did it seem as if this year's harvest of sweet potatoes were in a competition? They were each bigger than the next. Madame Li had only just begun digging when she sat down and began wiping her sweat. She lowered her head and looked at the size of her family's field of sweet potatoes. All the meat on Madame Li's face squished together as she smiled and said, "Younger sister-in-law, this year, the sweet potatoes will definitely be high-yielding. Do you think mother will give us some to roast and eat?" In the past, when the harvest wasn't abundant, the sweet potatoes would be beaten into thin slices and put out to be dried in the sun. After that, it would be grinded into powder and served together with the other coarse grains throughout the entire winter. Pancakes made from sweet potato powder were sweet and chewy. It tasted much better than the pancakes made from the crude millet flour and weird-smelling bean flour. Every year, the few remaining small sweet potatoes would occasionally be boiled in a basin. The boiled sweet potatoes tasted very soft and sweet. It was a pity that they couldn't eat much because it easily caused acid reflux. The sweet potatoes tasted even better when roasted. However, Madame Zhang thought that it was too wasteful since a portion of the scorched skin of the sweet potato must be thrown away. "Eldest aunt, you have already rested for a long time. Quickly get up and dig for sweet potatoes. There are so many sweet potatoes. If we don't finish digging today, my grandmother would be angry. When that happens, we won't even be able to eat sweet potato skin, let alone roasted sweet potatoes." Yu Xiaosao held contempt for this lazy and greedy eldest aunt. Both she and Shaolian had already dug a pile of sweet potatoes, yet her eldest aunt had barely dug up two before she sat down and stopped working. It was impossible for people to refrain themselves from mocking her. Madame Li picked up a small sweet potato and wiped off the dirt on the sweet potato with her sleeve, which was of an indescribable color. With her big mouth, she loudly gnawed at the outer skin of the sweet potato. While she gnawed off the skin with big mouthfuls, she also didn't forget to excuse herself and she said, "It's only 5 plots of land. We will definitely be able to finish digging today. If I rest for a bit, it wouldn't delay anything. This year's sweet potatoes are not only big, but it's also sweet. It tastes better than the sweet potatoes from the previous years." Yu Shaolian glared at her. She knew that they can never rely on Madame Li when they harvest sweet potatoes every year. Yu Shaolian raised her head to look at her younger twin sister. She couldn't help but say, "Xiaosao, rest for a little bit before you start digging again. Don't tire yourself out." Madame Lu straightened her waist and lightly wiped away the droplets of sweat on her forehead. In a caring voice, she said, "Cower, you have never done farm work before. Why don't you go sit at the edge of the field and play? Your sister and I can finish the work." In her past life, Yu Xiaosao was also accustomed to doing farm work. Although her family had never planted any sweet potatoes, there was no technique or skill needed to dig sweet potatoes. In just a few moments, she had started to dig for sweet potatoes. After nursing her body for 4 to 5 months, and with the exercises she got by climbing the mountain and going out to sea, she was no longer the same Yu Xiaosao whose legs would go soft after walking 2 steps. She smiled at her mother and continued the work at hand without delay. "Hey, second sister-in-law, what type of fertilizer did your family use this year? All your sweet potatoes are so big. Look at that, this sweet potato should at least weigh 7 to 8 catties." After Yu Zhang finished digging the sweet potatoes in his family's field, he came over to help Madame Lu. However, when he saw the football-sized sweet potatoes on the ground, he couldn't help but become stunned. Madame Lu shook her head and replied with a smile, "The fertilizer we used this year was the same as the previous years. It's made from the same manure from our family. Perhaps, we have such a good harvest this year because the weather is really good for the crops." Yu Zhang picked up the hoe that Madame Li had thrown on the ground. He skillfully began to dig up the potato, said, "If the reason is because of the weather, then why is my family's harvest the same as last year's? So, good weather can't be the reason. Second sister-in-law, if there is a secret recipe to produce a bountiful harvest, please don't conceal it from me." Yu Shaolian knew that third uncle liked to joke around, so she said, "Third uncle, if we have a secret recipe, would we hide it from our own family? The fertilizer that we used this year was made by my mother and I. It's certainly the same fertilizer as last year. As for why there is such a large harvest this year, we also don't know." "You don't know, but I know." Yu Xiaosao thought inwardly. With her head lowered, she continued to work and said, "Didn't mother say that when we farm, we depend on heaven to eat a meal? Perhaps, heaven sees that my family is pleasing to the eye, so the heaven gave us a high yield this year. Hey, I didn't expect that our family's Xiaoxiao takes after your third uncle, we both like to tell jokes. Will the heaven also be biased towards certain people? However, the gods probably saw that your mother and siblings never had enough food to eat. Thus, it's justifiable if the heaven gives you some more food. Yu Zhong had long been displeased with his second uncle's second wife. He was part of the younger generation and wasn't part of the second household, so he couldn't say anything. He could only help the pitiful second sister-in-law and her children do some heavy work as much as he can. He tried to help out as much as possible. Your family will probably harvest at least around 2,000 caddies from your family's field, which is much more than the harvest of other families. If our field is able to produce half of the amount your field produced, then I will be laughing. Although his speech showed that he was envious, his hand never stopped working. He was certainly a real professional when it came to manual labor. His working speed was faster than 3 people combined. Yu Dashan and Yu Hai came to help in the afternoon after they returned from fishing. So, with the extra helpers, and third uncle, who was a free and efficient laborer, they were able to finish before the sky turned dark. All the sweet potatoes in the 5 fields had been dug up and placed in the wheelbarrows to be transported home. When Madame Zhang, who always put on a long face, saw the mountains of sweet potatoes piled up in the courtyard, she beamed like a flower. It was estimated that this year's sweet potato harvest had unexpectedly reached 3,000 caddies. This was more than twice the amount harvested last year. Facing such a big harvest, Madame Zhang finally relented and left a portion of the smaller sweet potatoes in the cellar to be steamed or boiled to eat for the winter. Taking advantage of the early winter sun, the remaining sweet potatoes were cut into pieces and dried in the sun. When needed, they could grind it into potato powder. This is all thanks to the good fortune of the current emperor. Old Yu looked at the mountain of sweet potatoes with a sense of satisfaction, as if he would never need to panic as long as he had food on his hands. When I was young, during a famine, I had to eat tree barks and grass roots. When I'm extremely hungry, I would even eat dirt to fill my stomach. At that time, many people had died of hunger. Old Yu stopped for a moment and appeared to be caught up in the memories of his past as he continued. After sweet potato was imported from abroad, we had also experienced another famine. The sweet potatoes produced high yields and could be stored for a long time. Hence, the sweet potatoes and the sweet potato flour, as well as sweet potato vines, had helped us survive the dreadful 3-year famine. It saved us from being starved to death. Madame Zhang also nodded her head and said, "That's right. Sweet potato is indeed a good crop. However, eating sweet potatoes and sweet potato flour twice a day will make the stomach bloated. Eating too much sweet potato will cause acid regurgitation. The sweet potato will also make you fart and give you heartburn. It's really difficult to bear. It would be really nice if there's a crop that's high yielding and doesn't give you heartburn. Don't be unsatisfied with what you have. You already have something to eat and yet you're thinking about this and that." Old Yu glared at the woman, and then continued to watch them slice the potatoes into thin slices. There weren't many kitchen knives at home, so even the sickle and the iron pieces from the hoe were used. However, there still wasn't enough tools for everyone to use. Moreover, their cutting speed was also slow. When would they ever be able to finish cutting 10,000 caddies of sweet potatoes? Yu Xiaoxiao remembered that in her previous life when her neighbor cut sweet potatoes, the tool she had used was a razor blade with a single side that has open blades on the edge of the blade. The blade would be fixed in the middle of the wooden board. When a big sweet potato was pushed down on the blades, the sweet potatoes would be cut into slices. Moreover, it was also very safe to use since it wouldn't easily injure your hands. Yu Xiaoxiao discussed it with her father for a while. The next day, when her father returned from the town, he had bought a few blades that she had requested. After working on it for the entire afternoon, her skillful father finally finished making a few sweet potato slicers. Yu Xiaoxiao used the damaged clothes that they could no longer wear and made a few pairs of thick gloves. With the thick gloves, they don't have to worry about getting their hands cut with the tool. Madame Lu put on the tattered gloves and lifted the wooden board of the tool. Then, she picked up a big sweet potato and placed it on top of the blades. With a hard push, a moderately sized sweet potato pieces fell down from the blades. Madame Zhang also tried out the tool and gave them a rare compliment. "This tool is really convenient to use. Not only does it quickly cuts the sweet potatoes, but it also doesn't require a lot of effort. It's pretty good." Madame Li, who was interested in the new tool, had also became diligent for a couple days and cut a few hundred caddies of sweet potatoes. Thanks to the sweet potato cutting tool, they were able to cut the 10,000 caddies of sweet potatoes in less than 10 days. Originally, it would be hard to even finish cutting 10,000 caddies of sweet potatoes in a month. But with the combined efforts of the women and men at home, as well as the cutting tool, they were able to quickly finish the task. While they were cutting the sweet potatoes, a few villagers dropped by their house and saw their sweet potato cutter. After they inquired Yu-Hai about the sweet potato cutter, they went to the blacksmith in town and got a few pieces of razor blades. Then, they asked Yu-Hai to help them make the sweet potato slicers when he was free. Which family didn't have some relatives in other villages? Soon, the usage of the sweet potato cutter spread from Dongshan village outward to the other villages. In the future, every time it was sweet potato harvest season, people would often talk about the Yu family from Dongshan village. Yu Xiaosao had never imagined that the small invention that she had pirated from someone else would make the Yu family's reputation soar around the nearby villages. She had only made the sweet potato cutter for the convenience of her family. Yu Xiaosao was currently pondering about what tasty food she should make with the sweet potato flour. With the combination of the meager experiences she had in her previous life and her own improvisation, she was able to come up with many recipes that used the coarse grain as the base ingredient. For example, there were already several ways to make sweet potato noodles. 1. The simplest way to make the noodles was to use a big grater. Author's note: Yu Xiaosao had asked her father to get this grater from the blacksmith when he went there to get the razor blades, to shred a freshly kneaded sweet potato dough above a pot of boiling water. The noodles made like this would be thick. The thickness would be the same as a child's finger. But in all honesty, without any condiments and oil, a big bowl of such noodles wouldn't be filling at all. Shortly after eating it, the stomach will soon rumble in hunger. The most delicious type of noodle dish was noodles served with thick gravy. The first step would be to use a flour sifter to filter out fine sweet potato flour. Next, warm boiled water should be mixed into the flour while kneading the dough into a ball. Above a pot of boiling water, shred the dough with a file and let the sweet potato noodles fall into the boiling water. As the firewood underneath the stove continues to burn, the person shredding the dough must finish swiftly, or else the noodles inside the pot would dissolve inside the water. However, making noodles required a lot of strength. She was only able to make the noodles when her father was home. Even though Yu-Hai had great strength, every time he made the noodles, droplets of sweat would cover his entire body. There were around a dozen people in the Yu family. To ensure that everyone would get to eat, Yu Xiaosao had to cook a big pot of noodles every time she made the noodles. Thus, even as winter approached, Yu-Hai's clothes would still be drenched with sweat. However, the cooked noodles would come out sparkly and translucent. When eaten, the noodles had a smooth and chewy texture. When the noodles were combined with clam soup, minced chives, and a bit of spice, the dish was extremely satisfying to eat. This was the classic example of a sweet potato noodle dish. Another way to make it was to cut the freshly kneaded dough into strands of noodles on the chopping board. After making the noodles, just put them in a pot of boiling water. Once the noodles were cooked, it could be directly eaten. The noodles that were made this way would still be tasty and sweet. Soup stock could also be added to the noodles to make it into noodles with gravy. However, the texture for noodles made with this method weren't as smooth and good as the ones cooked directly in boiling water. There was also another way to eat it, which was a combination of both thin and thick noodles. First, the sweet potato dough would be wrapped with the wheat dough to make handmade noodles. After cutting the dough in half, the black and white dough would be very apparent. When eaten, the noodles would have the tenacity of the wheat flour, and the smoothness and exquisiteness of the sweet potato flour. The noodles could also be eaten along with a broth of the eater's preference. This type of dish was also a delicacy. But there was a stingy old lady watching her at home. Unless her younger uncle returns home with his family, she wouldn't let her touch the wheat flour. In addition to this, the sweet potato flour could be used to make flatbread, pancakes, or steamed cornbread. It could also make into steamed vegetables, buns, dumplings, and more. With Xiaosao's ability to make various dishes from the sweet potato flour, the Yu family rarely went out to buy food in the winter. Chapter 41: Acute Illness. This chapter is updated by ABHI. Dr. Yu had been gone for 2 months. The villagers in and around Dongshan village didn't feel anything was different in the short term. But after a while, they all felt the inconvenience of his absence. In the past, when they had a minor illness or a small disaster, they were able to pay Dr. Yu 10 to 20 copper coins to be seen. Afterward, they just needed to take some medicine and their illness would be gone. After Dr. Yu had left, the majority of the villagers who fell sick were able to overcome their illness by bearing with it. But if their condition didn't get better with time, they would have to go to town to see a doctor. However, they had to pay at least several hundred of copper coins to visit even the smallest medical hall. Everyone knew that the granddaughter from old Yu's family had studied medicine under Dr. Yu for a month. But, she was merely a silly 8-year-old girl and also didn't study under Dr. Yu for long. They rather endure the illness themselves than to put their own lives in the hands of a little girl. She might even turn their small illness into a serious illness. Xiao Xiao was quite talented in studying medicine, and Dr. Yu felt that there wasn't much that he could teach her anymore. However, 3 months passed, and Xiao Xiao didn't receive even one patient. But she didn't take that to heart. Xiao Xiao's original purpose in studying medicine was to conceal the effects of the mystic stone water when she used it. Hence, it didn't matter to her whether she had any patients seeking her help or not. Dr. Yu often liked to concoct pills for common conditions like the common cold, small fevers, and other minor illnesses. The majority of the villagers from Dongshan village knew this. Every once in a while, Yu Xiaoxiao would be visited by the villagers. She would get the pills or medicine packs prepared by grandfather Yu and give it to the sick villager. This was the only role left for her as Dr. Yu's direct disciple while he was gone. Taking advantage of the fact that the early winter snow didn't seal the mountain, Yu Xiaoxiao would leisurely put out some traps every few days when she went up the mountain. With the mystic stone water as an all-purpose bait, her harvest every time would be quite bountiful. Her private little purse was bulging more and more. With more money came more worries. In the past, with only 1 or 2 silver ingots, she would be able to find a random corner and hide it. But now she had silver ingots and silver pieces inside her bulging purse, it was more difficult to find a safe hiding spot. After all, the family had Yu Haixi, who liked to go through other people's things. Xiao Xiao wasn't treating him unjustly. Haixi had a criminal record. Every day, Yu Hai and Madame Lu both had more work than they could finish in a day, and Yu Xiaolian was also not allowed to idle around. When Xiao Xiao set out the traps, she would bring little Shishtu along. Basically, other than when they were eating or sleeping, there was no one in the west room to witness anything. One time, Yu Xiaoxiao had just returned from selling the animals she had caught using her traps in the mountain. When she returned, she saw the west room's door wide open, so she quickly hurried over to take a look. The whole room was a mess after being rummaged through by someone. The tattered clothes inside the trunk were thrown everywhere. Even the blanket on the Kong bed was tangled into a lump. She quickly went to check the place where she hid the money, in the small crack between the Kong bed and the mud wall. Fortunately, after she had hid the money in the small crack, she had used some loose dirt to seal it. Otherwise, the money would be hard-pressed to escape from Brother Haixi's sinister hand. Xiao Xiao was angered by this, so she told the head of the household, Madame Zhang. The biased elderly lady only asked a few questions. Due to the lack of evidence, they were forced to leave the matter unsettled. After that, when Xiao Xiao hid her secret money, she was much more careful. In the end, she came up with a foolproof way of hiding her money. She dug a small square hole in one of the mud bricks of the wall. She also got a small piece of mud brick that can be easily placed into the hole. After she put the silver inside the small hole, she would put the small mud brick in. Then, she would take some mud and fill the small cracks, making everything look flawless. As the days passed, the winter in the north finally showed its might. On that day, the weather was gloomy. The entire sky was covered in thick, low, and grayish-yellow turbid clouds. The northeast wind howled as it wreaked havoc in the wilderness. It seemed as if the wind was holding a sharp sword that could easily pierce through a tight leather coat. So when Xiao Xiao left to go outside, her exposed cheek was stricken again and again by the wind. Her cheeks ached and it was difficult for her to bear the pain. The umber-black sky was sprinkled with little pieces of pure white petals. It seemed as if the white petals also had a touch of fragrance on them. Snow as big as a goose feather flew down in great numbers, instantly dyeing the world in white. In her previous life, Yu Xiaoxiao had lived in central China. So even if there was snow, it would only be on a small scale. This was her first time seeing a snow so heavy that it looked like torn puffs of cotton were falling down. The old and shabby cotton-padded jacket she was wearing wasn't sufficient enough to resist the severe cold of the north. Ever since winter had approached, Yu Xiaoxiao wasn't willing to go out. She would nestle on the Kong bed every day. It's the first snow of the year and yet it's already snowed this much. It seems like it would be hard to pass through this winter. Did we store enough food in the house? At dinner, old Yu sat on the Kong bed. He looked out to see the snow that had been falling for a day and sighed. From his years of experience, it wasn't uncommon to see the big snow become a disaster. Madame Zhang thought about the mountains of sliced sweet potatoes in the storage room. Once again, with food in her hand, Madame Zhang didn't panic. She nodded her head and replied, "There is definitely enough food. It just hasn't been grinded into powder yet. When the snow stops, eldest son and second son will go grind thousands of caddies of sweet potato powder and store it." Old Yu wrinkled his brows and said, "Even if you don't get tired of just eating sweet potato flour for the entire winter, your stomach may not be able to handle it. We still need to buy some coarse and fine grains to store for the winter. If we wait till New Year's when the snow has piled almost up to the sky, the prices of the grains would definitely be higher." Just as they were discussing, the Yu family's front door was slapped with a heaven-shattering sound. Within the sound of the wind and snow, they could also hear someone crying at the door. "I'll go check it out." Yu Hai put down his rice bowl and put on his tattered cotton-padded jacket. He pulled the door open and lurched into the raging storm. The moment the door opened and closed, a few snowflakes entered the house. The snowflakes fell onto the floor and melted into tiny specks of muddy water. Madame Li continued to eat large mouthfuls of food, yet she didn't forget to complain, "Who is it? Why would they come when it's snowing so much? They also came at this hour. Are they trying to prevent us from eating? Cower, do you have any fever pills made by Grandpa you left? Your uncle Xuanju has a high fever and needs it immediately." A burst of bone-chilling wind blasted through the door. Yu Hai hurriedly pushed the door open and entered the house. Behind him was Xuanju's wife whose eyes were rimmed with red. Yu Xiaosao swallowed the croquette in her mouth and quickly replied, "All of the medicine that Grandpa Yu had made is already used up. Is Uncle Xuanju burning up really badly? Does he need me to go look at him? You are only a child, what good would there be for you to go? Don't delay a patient's illness. It's better if you send him to town to see a doctor. Don't worry about the money." Madame Zhang was worried that Yu Xiaosao would bring trouble to her family, so she quickly interrupted her. Xuanju's wife was so anxious to the point where tears almost fell from her eyes. "Yesterday, my husband caught a little cold. When he woke up today, he felt uncomfortable but didn't think it was serious. In the past he would just bear with the illness until he gets better by himself. But who would have thought that his fever would begin to burn hotter? Earlier, his hands and feet were thrashing about. We are also out of fever-reducing medicine. What should I do?" Madame Li began to make cynical remarks on the side. "Oh my. His fever has burned to the point where he has cramps. That can't be. My maternal family's neighbor also had a fever. His fever was burning fiercely to the point it burned his brain and he became a fool. He's almost 40 now and he still can't find a wife. Your family's Xuanju's fever has already burned for a day now. I don't even know how he is right now." After being told that, Xuanju's wife could no longer hold back her tears. She was anxious without any solutions. Then what can be done? It's snowing badly, so we can't even send him to the town to see a doctor. Xiaosao, is there really no medicine left? Human life is worth beyond any value. If I had medicine, I wouldn't hide or conceal it. Auntie Xuanju, if you trust me then I will go with you to check on him. You can't just stand there and watch his fever get worse, right? Yu Xiaosao decided to receive her first patient. Madame Zhang angrily said, "What can an 8-year-old girl like you do? Is seeing a patient some easy thing? There is a human life involved. How many days did you study under Dr. Yu? Aren't you afraid of wasting your uncle Xuanzu's and his wife's time? Why don't you go to town and invite a doctor?" If she left for town right now through the snow, it would still take 3 to 4 hours to go and return. By the time she arrived at town, it would be nighttime. What's more, it would be hard to say if the doctor would even agree to travel overnight to see a patient in this bad weather. Xuanju's wife was turning to any doctor she could find out of desperation. She put her last hope on Yu Xiaosao. "Xiaosao, your uncle Xuanju and your father are friends who've been through life and death together. They had even fought a shark together at sea. Don't conceal it from me and tell me the extent of your medical skills." Yu Xiaosao's eyes were steady as she looked at Xuanju's wife. She honestly said, "Auntie Xuanju, Grandpa Yu said that I learned about 7 to 8 points of his skills. The remaining 2 to 3 points is because I lack experience. When it comes to a common cold or fever, as long as Grandpa Yu can cure it, I can do it too." Xuanju's wife's frenetic and anxious heart gradually relaxed after seeing Xiaoxiao's calm gaze. She bit her teeth and made a hard but correct decision. Good. Auntie, believe in you. I will put your uncle Xuanju's life in your hands. Iya, Xuanju's wife, how can you believe in a child's boastful words? Our family's Xiaoxiao is only 8 years old. We can't afford it if she treats Xuanju incorrectly. Madame Li had finished eating and drinking. She was watching the show, but now she was worried about the consequences if something bad happened. Xuanju's wife once again clenched her teeth. She stamped her foot and said, whether she cures him or not, we won't make you take any responsibilities. Xiaoxiao, let's go quickly. Your uncle Xuanju is still burning with a fever. Yu Xiaoxiao didn't care about her half-eaten meal. She quickly went to the west room to get the medicine box Grandpa Yu had left behind. She looked at the medicinal ingredients inside the medicine box and saw that it was complete. Thinking about it more, she looked for the divine stone's bath water with high concentration of mystic stone water. She poured the mystic stone water in an empty medicine bottle. Only after she had put on all the clothes she had that could help her resist the cold did she leave the house with Xuanju's wife. Yu Hai didn't feel reassured and couldn't continue eating his dinner. He followed behind his own daughter, helping her carry the heavy medicine box. From time to time, he would support his daughter, making sure that she didn't slip in this snowy weather. Originally, the walk would take just 5 minutes. However, with the wind and snow obstructing their path, it took the 3 of them a quarter of an hour to arrive at their destination. Just as they opened the door, they were able to hear the sharp yet sad cry from the 2 children of the Lu family. Father! Father, please wake up! Father, you can't die yet! When Xuanju's wife heard their cries, her legs suddenly became soft. She sat on the floor and started crying. Yu Xiaoxiao half walked and half ran as she rushed towards the Kong bed. She pulled Uncle Xuanju's eyelid up and looked at his pupil. She calmly said, don't cry anymore. Uncle Xuanju didn't die, but the fever has made him go into shock. Auntie, quickly prepare some warm water to lower the temperature of his body. What, you want to lower the temperature of the room 1? It's such a cold day and he's still sick. If you lower the temperature of his body, won't his illness get worse? Xuanju's wife swayed lightly as she got up. Her heart began to waver at her decision to allow Yu Xiaoxiao to treat her husband's illness. Yu Xiaoxiao didn't know whether she should laugh or cry as she said, Uncle Xuanju's fever is burning too much. He needs to lower his body temperature. If he only relies on medication, he would recover much slower. Hence, I need Auntie to use warm water to wipe Uncle Xuanju's body. This way, his body temperature will lower faster. Chapter 42 Winter Disaster. This chapter is updated by ABHI. Yes, alright, there's hot water in the pot. I'll go get some. Seeing that Xiaoxiao seemed to know what she was doing, a sense of hope re-emerged within Xuanju's wife's heart. She hastily went to the kitchen to get the hot water. She was so anxious that she almost tripped in the yard. After Yu Xiaoxiao carefully examined Uncle Xuanju's pulse, she took out some fever-reducing cold medicine from her medicine box and swiftly began decocting the medicine inside the room. Little sister Xiaoxiao, will my father really be all right? Lu Xuanju's 10-year-old daughter, Lu Huaifang, whimpered as she squatted down to help Xiaoxiao brew the medicine and asked for reassurance. Yu Xiaoxiao put the herbs into a ceramic pot, which was used to brew herbal medicine, and added a few drops of mystic stone water into the pot. After that, she replied in a confident and firm manner, don't worry. He will be fine after drinking 2 doses of the medication. Here's the hot water. Xiaoxiao, is this temperature suitable? Xuanju's wife came in with a basin of hot water and a washcloth. After Yu Xiaoxiao checked the temperature, she added half a bottle of mystic stone water into the hot water and nodded, it's fine. Quickly wiped down Uncle Xuanju's body with the cloth, especially the neck and armpit areas. The excessive body heat will dissipate faster. Sister Xiaoxiao, what did you put in the water? It doesn't look like medicinal herbs. The second child of the Lu family was the same age as Xiaoxiao, but he was a few months younger than Xiaoxiao. While Yu Xiaoxiao instructed Lu Huaifang on how to brew the medicine, she explained to the Lu family's second child, whose nickname was Tidener, this is Grandpa Yu's secret remedy. It can speed up the recovery of any diseases. This is extracted from 49 different kinds of medicinal herbs. Grandpa Yu only made 2 bottles in 50 years. Don't you think it's precious? Don't go out and tell other people about this. If Uncle Xuanzi wasn't a close friend of my father, I would have been reluctant to use it. Xuanju's wife believed her and shed tears of gratitude. Cower, you used up half a bottle for my husband. Wouldn't Dr. Yu be mad at you when he returns? He won't. Grandpa Yu said that medicine was made to save people. Uncle Xuanju needed urgent treatment for his illness. If we delayed it any longer, then a big hole might be burned into his lungs. His life might be in danger if we don't use this medicine. Yu Xiaoxiao knew that it would be difficult to treat Uncle Xuanju's illness with just her own abilities, but it was much easier to cure him with the help of the mystic stone water. She also had concerns before she made the decision to come treat Uncle Xuanju's illness. After all, he was her first patient after she began studying medicine. If anything went wrong, it would be impossible for her to treat other patients in the future. Furthermore, she might get the reputation as a quack doctor who had harmed her patients and wouldn't be able to lift her head in the village anymore. While she was hesitating, the little divine stone suddenly appeared and sneered, "It's just a mere cold. Even though my powers are sealed, I can still cure such a minor disease. Take this. This divine stone's bathing water will surely work without fail. Here, let me add a little more saliva for you, spit. It will definitely not fail." The little divine stone's bathing water and saliva had remarkable results. Xuanju's wife wiped her husband's body several times and noticed that his body temperature had dropped a lot. Xuanju, who had been unconscious due to his high fever, also gradually regained consciousness. At this time, the medicine was ready. Xuanju's wife fed the medication to her husband. His terribly high fever was reduced within 2 hours after taking 1 dose of medicine. Brother Dahai, your daughter's medical skills is almost as good as Dr. Yu's. No wonder Dr. Yu praised her as a medical genius. Lu Xuanju, who was still somewhat weak after his fever went down, leaned against the bed as he expressed his gratitude and praise for Xiaoxiao. Xuanju's wife pulled out a cloth bag from the cabinet and took out several strings of copper coins, which had around 100 copper coins on each string. She gratefully exclaimed, "Older brother Yu Hai, we're so grateful to your daughter, Xiaoxiao. Dr. Yu's medicine must be very expensive, so I'm not sure if 800 copper coins is enough. If it's not enough, I'll go borrow some from my maiden family when the snow stops." If the bottle of elixir and medicinal herbs belonged to his daughter, Yu Hai would never accept the money because of his close relationship with Xuanju. However, his daughter said that medicine belonged to Dr. Yu. Moreover, it seemed to be rather valuable. It was difficult for him to make a decision, so he looked at his daughter. Since Yu Xiaoxiao had already spoken, it would be suspicious if she didn't accept the money. After a moment of hesitation, she said, "Auntie Xuanju, you're also familiar with Grandpa Yu's personality. If his patient's family had difficulties, he would waive their medical fee." "That's right. All the villagers in the surrounding villages compliments our Dongshan village's Dr. Yu as a benevolent person. A lot of people regard him as a living bodhisattva," Xuanju's wife exclaimed. Yu Xiaoxiao continued, "If Grandpa Yu was here, he wouldn't want to see you guys borrowing money to pay the medical fee. I'll make the decision today and just accept 200 copper coins from Auntie. Uncle Xuanju still needs to recuperate for some time and the new year is coming soon." 200 copper coins. Isn't that too little? Dr. Yu will scold you when he comes back in the spring. Cower, just take the money. We're a little short of money because we also bought a new boat this year. Don't worry. Although your Uncle Xuanju isn't as good of a fisher as your father, he is also one of the best fishermen within the village. With a new fishing boat, would we still be afraid of a little debt?" Xuanju's wife forced the cloth bag into Xiaoxiao's arms. The cost for the medicine Xiaoxiao used for Xuanju didn't even add up to a dozen copper coins. The crucial component was the mystic stone water, which didn't cost a single penny. Thus, she basically didn't spend any money at all. If she accepted the 800 copper coins, she would feel guilty. Hence, Yu Xiaoxiao refused and insisted on only taking 200 copper coins. Xuanju's wife was also a stubborn person. The more Xiaoxiao refused to accept the money, the more she wanted to give it to her. After seeing them pushing back and forth for a long time, Uncle Xuanju finally couldn't take it anymore and coughed a few times. "Don't push and shove anymore. Xiaoxiao, just take it as your uncle taking advantage of you and accept 500 copper coins. We're spending the new year at Titan's grandfather's house, so we have enough for the winter with the remaining 300 copper coins." Xiaoxiao knew she couldn't decline anymore, so she accepted the 5 strings of coins with shame. She left behind several packs of herbs and reminded Auntie Xuanju to decoct a dose of the combined herbs for Uncle Xuanju to take daily. The mystic stone water was too effective. In the future, she needed to adjust the dosage to prevent arousing other people's suspicion and greed. It snowed even more heavily on their way back. The snowflakes were almost like small snowballs since they were drifting so profusely and disorderly. The snow on the ground had already accumulated up to Xiao Xiao's knees, so she walked unstably in the snow. Her feet were sometimes stuck in the snow, which made it difficult to pull out. Yu Hai, who held his daughter's small hand, noticed her situation and picked her up with a chuckle. He carried her on his back and strode home. Yu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at the sky. It's unfair that she had short legs. The heavy snow lasted throughout the entire night. When they woke up on the next day, the door was blocked by all the snow in the courtyard. When Yu Hai got up in the morning, the first thing he did was to sweep the knee-deep snow out of the yard. Brother Dahai, have you heard? Wang Erlianzi's 3-room house was crushed by the snow. 2.5 of the rooms were destroyed. Last night, in the middle of the night, his family of 5 crammed together in the crumbling half-room that survived. They were lucky that they didn't freeze to death. Their neighbor, Zhao Da, had already finished sweeping the snow and went around the village to share the news. With his hands clasped behind his back, old Yu frowned as he came back from outside. He stamped the snow off his shoes in front of entrance and deeply sighed as he said, "This was just the first snow of this winter, but it was already so big. I'm afraid it's going to be a tough winter. The heavy snow has become a disaster. Many houses within the village was more or less damaged by the snow. There were also several elders who didn't make it through last night. I heard that they were already frozen by the time they were discovered in the morning." Zhao Da shook his head and went into his father's room. He stuffed more firewood into the duct of the Kong to keep the Kong bed warm. Nearly every year, during the winter in the north, there would be sick elders and young children freezing to death and dying of illness. However, it was rare to see houses collapsing and people freezing to death so early in the winter like this year. There were more and more people sweeping snow in front of their door. As they worked, they were also gossiping about the unfilial children, who left their elderly parents to live alone. The snow had crushed the houses of these elders and buried them inside. No one even knew how long they had lain dead. Yu Xiaoxiao felt increasingly sad as she listened. She thought of Grandpa Yu, who was an elder in his 60s and lived alone in this remote fishing village. She was worried about his well-being. Was anyone to take care of him as he traveled alone? Would he be lonely and helpless? "Father, I'm concerned about Grandpa Yu's house. Let's go take a look." Seeing all the snow accumulated outside, Yu Xiaoxiao knew it would be hard for her to walk with her short legs, so she asked for her father's help. "All right, I'll take you over to have a look." Yu Hai held the snow cleaning tools in one hand, while he picked up his daughter and placed her on his back with the other. After that, he arduously walked towards the west side of the village. Madame Zhang briefly chased after them before she gave up and shouted, "The snow on our own roof hasn't been swept, yet you have time to meddle in other people's business. Do you guys have too much free time on their hands?" Yu Xiaoxiao, who was hugging her father's neck, turned around and shouted back at her grandmother, "Grandmother. My father isn't the only man in the family. Aren't eldest uncle and younger uncle both at home? Grandpa Yu is the only doctor in the vicinity. If his house is ruined, can he still live in our village when he returns in the spring?" The neighboring villages were all envious of the fact the Dr. Yu stayed in Dongshan village. It was also very convenient for the villagers of Dongshan village to have a doctor in the village. There wasn't anything that Dr. Yu would be worried about except for his 2-room house. Thus, it was considered Dongshan village's responsibility to take care of his house when he was away. When Yu Hai and Xiao Xiao arrived, the village head had already gathered several strong men to help clear out Dr. Yu's courtyard. Dr. Yu had a 2-room house. The roof for one of the rooms had already collapsed due to the snow. Fortunately, it was a storage room, so there wasn't much loss. Yu Xiaoxiao hurriedly entered the room that was still intact, which only had a large Kong bed and boxes of medicinal herbs. She carefully examined all the boxes that stored medicinal herbs. She finally breathed a sigh of relief after she made sure that all the herbs were still intact. The village head was an old man in his 50s with gray hair and beard. He had a tall figure and a somewhat stern appearance. When he saw Yu Xiaoxiao, he quipped, "Oh, did our village's little doctor come to check on the herbs?" "Don't worry, village head grandpa promises to repair this 2-room house to make it nice and sturdy. No matter how heavy it snows, the herbs will not be crushed." Chapter 43 Cold-Hearted. This chapter is updated by ABHI. Dongshan village wasn't very big, so news spread really quickly from the east side of the village to the west. Last night, Xuanju's wife had traveled through the snow in order to ask the youngest daughter of the Yu family to see a patient. The news had already circulated around the entire village, so early this morning, someone had gone to Xuanju's house to inquire about this incident. After that, Yu Xiaoxiao would be invited to treat patients from time to time. She had also learned from her experience and didn't rely on the mystic stone water for minor illnesses. She would just prescribe medication for minor illnesses and only sprinkled several drops of mystic stone water into the herbs if it was more complex illness. All the patients she had treated were fully cured. Thus, her reputation as the little doctor of Dongshan village gradually spread to the nearby villages. It snowed heavily for 7 days before gradually stopping. The entire Dongshan village was shrouded in a vast amount of white snow. It seemed as if there were only the colors of black and white left in the world. 20 households in Dongshan village had suffered as a result of this blizzard. While all of their residences were more or less damaged, the houses of 3 families were completely crushed by the heavy snow. Fortunately, there were no casualties. However, there were many elderly and children who didn't survive the sudden arrival of the severe cold and silently passed away during the winter weather. The bitter cold and heavy snow also brought hunger and illness to the weak commoners. The heavy snowfall, which lasted for days, caused a price inflation for grains in town. The price for coarse grain rose from 2 copper coins per caddy to the same price as fine grains before the snow. Fine grain originally cost 5 copper coins per caddy, but the price had risen to 10 copper coins now. Furthermore, the price for the white rice, which weren't grown around Tanggu town, had increased to 20 copper coins. The value for all types of meat had also doubled because a lot of poultry and livestock had either died from illness or froze to death during the snowstorm. As the days drifted by, the new year was also approaching. However, the price for food and goods still remained high. This was a heavy blow for the common people, who had worked hard in the past year and had wanted to change up their lifestyles during the new year. For several days, the atmosphere was strangely gloomy at the Yu family's dining table. Madame Zhang's discontent grumbles and complaints made it difficult for people to eat. Eat, 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 you only know how to eat. The Yu family's resources are going to be demolished by you people. Why did our Yu family let such an unhealthy person like you marry into our family? You're seriously a woman who brings bad luck to your husband's family. Madame Zhang saw Yu Xiaoxiao getting another piece of potato pancake for her mother and began to harshly reproach them. The heavy snowfall also caused Madame Lu, who had always been weak and in poor health, to fall ill. Madame Lu was often breathless due to her severe cough. Xiaoxiao didn't even need to check her mother's pulse to know that she had bronchitis. She prescribed several doses of medicine and added some mystic stone water in her mother's drinking water. Thus, the cough, which usually lingered for months in the past, had been cured with her treatment. Madame Lu couldn't suffer from the cold when she was already sick. Thus, Madame Li and the rest of the family had to share a portion of her chores. Madame Li was never a serious worker, so most of the household work fell on the shoulders of Yu Katie and Madame Zhao's servant. Madame Zhang was reluctant to let her youngest daughter do chores, but she also didn't dare to push all the work onto her youngest daughter-in-law's maidservant. Hence, she had to do the work herself. When she became irritated from all the work, she would start swearing incessantly. Grandmother, my mother didn't spend a single penny when she got sick this time. Didn't she just rest for a few days? With over a dozen people in the family, we can finish all the chores if everyone just helps out a little. My mother's body is still rather weak, so she can't be hungry. If she doesn't properly recuperate, then a minor illness will become something serious. If it becomes a serious illness, do you think I will be able to treat her with my medical skills? Wouldn't we have to call for a doctor from town? Yu Xiaoxiao continued to eat and ignored Madame Zhang's complaints. She would be just torturing herself if she quarreled with this biased old lady who had reached menopause. Madame Zhang didn't know how to refute to her words, so she just set her chopsticks aside and wailed as she slapped her legs. What sins have I committed? Why did I have to encounter such a useless and worrisome bunch? I'm a weak, old lady who works hard to supply food for the entire family, yet I still have to be scolded by a little girl. Oh, heavens, why can't you open your eyes and take away that unfilial thing? After Madame Li devoured her food, she wiped her mouth with her dirty sleeves and happily ridiculed, "Hey, Xiaoxiao, how can you talk to your grandmother like that? You've made your grandmother so angry. Aren't you going to quickly kowtow and apologize to her?" Yu Hai hastily interjected and appeased Madame Zhang. "Mother, Cower is still an ignorant child, so please don't take her words to your heart. We all know that you're anxious for the family because of the price inflation this winter. But don't worry, When the snow melts, I'll go hunt for some game in the mountain. We can keep half for the new year, while the other half can be taken to town to be exchanged for some fine white and wheat flour. As soon as Madame Zhang heard that the problem of the New Year meal had been solved, she stopped crying and looked at Xiao Xiao, who had repeatedly challenged her authority, with a fierce expression. She turned to Yu Hai and said, "Second son, you have spoiled your daughter so much that she doesn't even respect her ancestors anymore. How can she talk to the elders in her family in that manner? You should quickly give that brat a couple of slaps on the face to teach her how to respect her elders." Yu Hai, who wouldn't even bear to hurt his precious daughter's fingertip, didn't actually think there was anything wrong with what his daughter said. However, he knew that the old lady couldn't accept being shamed. If he didn't give her a way out of this situation, she would definitely continue to make a ruckus for the entire day. During Yu Hai's hesitation, he saw the chopsticks in his daughter's hand suddenly drop to the ground. Her brows were tightly creased as she grasped her chest with a painful expression. "Father, I can't breathe." Before she could finish her words, she had already lost consciousness and directly fell backwards. Yu Xiaolian had already set down her chopsticks in preparation when she saw Xiao Xiao frowning. When Xiao Xiao fell backwards, Xiaolian quickly caught her right before she landed on the ground and prevented her from hitting her head. Xiao Xiao stealthily opened her eyes and made a gesture of praise to Xiaolian. "Cower. What's wrong, cower?" With a pale face, Madame Lu hugged her daughter's thin body and cried. Yu Hai swiftly picked up his daughter and strode out. "Father. Mother. Cower is sick again. Doctor Yu said this child has an extremely weak constitution, so her life might be in danger if she falls ill again. I'll go to eldest uncle's house to borrow a sleigh, and then take Xiao Xiao to town." Old Yu immediately stopped eating and quickly covered his granddaughter with his fur jacket. "Dress more warmly and don't let the child catch a cold. Old lady, quickly take out the money. The doctors in town don't accept deferred payments." Trembling with anger, Madame Zhang stood up and shouted at the old man, "Why should I take out money? That damn wretch is obviously pretending to be sick. She was fine earlier, so why did she suddenly fall ill when I'm asking her to apologize to me? She's trying to threaten me by pretending to be sick. No one is allowed to move. If any of you dares to leave this room, then don't ever step into the Yu family's house again." Old Yu was also infuriated. "You're such an imperious woman. How can you be so cruel to such a young child? Didn't you hear what Dr. Yu said? The child can't be overly provoked. You tried to hit and punish her earlier, so she got scared and fell sick again. How can you still act this way when you're her elder? Hurry up and go get the money. Don't delay the child from receiving treatment. What's the point in seeing a doctor when she's just a waste of money? I don't have any money. Just chop up this old body of mine to pay off the debt." Madame Zhang appeared as if she would rather die than give them the money. Thus, the family didn't know what to do with her. Madame Li smirked and sneered, "Isn't your family's Xiao Xiao very capable? She had earned money by treating patients. She never turned in any of the money that she had earned. The money was for Dr. Yu's medicine. Youngest sister only charged them for the medication." Yu Xiaolian couldn't help but explain when she saw the scorn on her grandmother and eldest aunt's faces. Madame Zhang hollered as if she found a mistake they had committed. "You guys only charge them for the medicine. Who would believe that? Everything you eat and drink belongs to me, yet you're still selfishly keeping a secret purse. We can't let the others follow suit, so quickly give me the money." As she spoke, she was about to personally rummage in the west room. Yu Hai carried his daughter's small body and gritted his teeth as he watched Madame Zhang's action. His daughter was sick and unconscious, yet her grandmother hindered them from seeking treatment. Furthermore, she also wanted to seize the medicine fees that his daughter kept for Dr. Yu. "Father, all the money that Xiao Xiao kept were fees for Dr. Yu's medicinal herbs, which he worked hard to dig up. If Dr. Yu finds out that we took all his hard-earned money, will our family still have the face to ask him to treat our illnesses in the future? If people in the village finds out, will our family still have any dignity?" Seeing that his father had no intentions to stop Madame Zhang, Yu Hai felt a deep sense of pain and indignation. People often said, "If you have a stepmother, you'll have a stepfather." It seemed like that saying was true. Madame Zhang would often bully and suppress the second branch, but his father only spoke up for them when he felt that she went overboard. Today, he actually tacitly consented to her actions when the problem involved their family's finances. Old Yu also had his own considerations. Since the family had to provide for a scholar, there were a lot of things that they needed to spend money on in the future. If everyone had selfish motives, then with his aging body, How would this family be able to survive? The matter of keeping a secret purse mustn't be tolerated. However, their Yu family really couldn't touch the medicine fees in his granddaughter's hands. These days, every household had some minor illnesses and problems that requires the help of a doctor. So, they couldn't offend the only doctor in the vicinity. It would be terrible if he secretly messed with their medicines. No one is allowed to touch Dr. Yu's money. My children's mother, don't you still need Dr. Yu to treat your rheumatoid arthritis? Also, Dashan's cough, old Yu finally spoke up. Madame Zhang held the box of money that she found, which was mostly filled with copper coins. There were probably at least a few thousand copper coins inside. If all the money were taken into the family account, even if prices remained high during the new year, the Yu family would still be able to spend a prosperous new year. Old Yu's words had caused her hands, which were reaching for the money, to stop. Madame Zhang inwardly thought that she had a very clear idea about how skilled Yu Xiaoxiao really was. She believed that the only reason those people asked Xiaoxiao to treat on their illnesses was because of Dr. Yu's medicines. Madame Zhang had suffered from rheumatoid arthritis for over 10 years. During the snowstorm several days ago, her disorder had acted up again. At that time, Yu Xiaoxiao had used the medicinal herbs prepared by Dr. Yu to reduce her pain. Author's note, it was actually prepared by Xiaoxiao. If they offended Dr. Yu, wouldn't she need to go to town in order to treat her leg? That would waste so much money. After a long deliberation, she finally put down the box of money reluctantly. She angrily returned to her room without eating her meal. She ignored everyone as she laid on her bed. Yu Hai looked down at his wan-looking daughter, who was in his embrace, and said to old Yu, "Father, even if I need to borrow money, I'll still take Xiaoxiao to see a doctor." Chapter 44 Bitter Disappointment. This chapter is updated by ABHI. Borrow money? Who's going to pay the debt? Madame Li interjected. Yu Hai glared at her and replied with a slightly angry tone, "It's natural that I will repay the money since I was the one who borrowed it. Eldest sister-in-law doesn't need to worry about it. Second brother-in-law, don't forget that all the money that you earn has to be handed in." Madame Li reminded him with a smirk. "What? I'm the one who earns the money, but I can't even use my hard-earned money to get medical treatment for my daughter. As a father, should I just watch my daughter die of illness without doing anything? If I did that, am I still worthy to be a father? What's the point of me earning all this money? Why should I continue to fish and hunt? I might as well just stay at home, and then die of illness or starvation with my wife and daughter." The honest man finally erupted in rage and vented his anger at Madame Li, who kept provoking him. Madame Li shouted back, "I didn't even get a single penny from the money that you earned. Why are you screaming at me? Alright, stop talking. Even if you don't talk, no one will think you're a mute." Yu Dashan noticed that his second brother was really angry right now, so he hastily dragged his wife back to their east room. With a sorrow-filled gaze, Yu Hai looked at his father and spoke with a hoarse voice, "Father, Kaur is your granddaughter and a descendant of the Yu family. Are you really going to be so cruel and just watch her?" Old Yu sighed deeply and said, "I'll go to your eldest uncle's house to borrow some money. You can repay them with the game that you catch in the future." The inner room's door slammed open before he could finish speaking. With a grim expression, Madame Zhang fiercely glared at the old man and yelled, "A certain someone can fish and hunt, so he has a better reputation than you. Why would he need you to help borrow money? There's a price inflation this winter and we're not making any income right now. If we continue to eat like this, wouldn't our family eventually go bankrupt? In the future, we will have a light breakfast, and the pancakes served for dinner will be limited." After she finished speaking, she slammed the door shut again. She shut the door so hard that all the dust on the house beam drifted down to the ground. His daughter's life was still in danger, but her grandmother was still only concerned with saving money. Yu Hai despondently looked around the house, and then rushed towards his eldest uncle's house with Xiaoxiao in his arms. Yu Hai's eldest uncle, Yu Lichun, raised 2 big dogs at home. They were useful for pulling the sleigh when it snows. It had snowed heavily a couple days ago, so it would take him at least half a day to reach town by foot. Thus, when he visited his eldest uncle this time, not only would he need to get a loan, but he also needed to borrow the sledge. With a dazed expression, Yu Hai knocked on his eldest uncle's front door. The person who opened the door was Xiaoxiao's third uncle. Yu Zhang looked at his older cousin in surprise. When his gaze shifted to the small figure within Yu Hai's arms, his voice instantly changed. "What happened? Did Xiaoxiao get sick again? Eldest brother, quickly bring the sledge over. Second brother needs to use it." Yu Lichun had 2 sons and 3 daughters. His eldest son was 5 years older than Yu Hai, while his second son was younger than Yu Hai. Yu Hai was the second oldest, so they called him second brother. Yu Lichun's whole family was home, hiding from the winter weather. When they heard the youngest son's shout, they all immediately rushed out of the house. Yu Lichun didn't even put on his cotton-padded jacket when he hurried over to check on Xiao Xiao's situation. Yu Hai went straight to the point and directly stated the purpose of this visit. Yu Lichun immediately turned towards his wife, Madam Sun, and said with a firm tone, "How much money does our family still have? Give them all to Dahai." Without any hesitation, the old lady went into the room and came back with a grey bag. She didn't even open the bag before directly handing it to Yu Hai, and told him, "Take the whole thing. It's more important for the child to get treatment first." The eldest son's, Yu Shi, wife's mouth twitched and muttered in a low voice, "If we give all our money to Dahai, what are we going to eat over the new year? The children are all anticipating the chance to eat some wheat flour during the holiday." Elder Yu, who had just set up the sleigh, heard his daughter-in-law's remark and glared at her, "Is eating more important than a person's life?" The eldest son's wife didn't utter another word, but she criticized inwardly, "His parents have so much more money than our family. Why does our family have to pay for the little girl's medical fees? That aunt of hers is seriously a miser who won't even give away a single penny." Yu Hai had always felt grateful to his eldest uncle. When his birth mother passed away, his eldest uncle and aunt took great care of him and his older sister. If it weren't for his eldest uncle's support, he didn't even know when he would be able to get a wife. Yu Hai bowed deeply towards his eldest uncle's family. He didn't say anything else and took the bag of money. After that, he got onto the sleigh and sped all the way to the village entrance. Shortly after they left the village entrance, Xiao Xiao, who had been attentively listening to her surroundings, pretended as if she had just woken up and called out to Yu Hai, who held her tightly in his embrace. A trace of expression finally appeared on Yu Hai's face. He smiled at his precious daughter, who was wrapped up like a ball, and softly asked, "Cower, you awake? Can you tell father where you're feeling unwell?" As Yu Xiao Xiao struggled to sit up, she shook her head firmly and said, "I don't feel uncomfortable anywhere. Father, don't worry, earlier, I was just scared by grandmother and fainted. I'm fine now, so let's go back. We should still go to town and get a doctor to check on you. We need to make sure that your illness is completely cured." Yu Hai touched his daughter's face and insisted on taking her to see a doctor. When faced with Yu Hai's stubbornness, Yu Xiao Xiao felt moved and helpless. She continued to persuade her father, "Father, I'm really fine. No matter what, I can still be considered half a doctor. Wouldn't I know about the condition of my own body?" Yu Hai gave her a perfunctory reply as he controlled the sleigh, "Father knows that our Xiao Xiao is very capable. However, the ancients often say, doctors don't treat their own illnesses. Father will only be at ease after a doctor from Tongren Medicine Hall checks on you." Without any other choice, Yu Xiao Xiao came up with a compromise, "Father, let's do this. Let's go to the mountain first and set some traps. We might be able to catch some game. In that case, we will have money for the medical fee. It's inauspicious to owe money during the new year." Yu Hai looked at his daughter's rosy cheeks and her liveliness when she spoke. Seeing her persistence, he decided to compromise. So, he ordered the 2 dogs to turn towards the direction of the mountain forest. The snow accumulated on the main road had been trampled on by pedestrians and carriages, so it was hard and firm. However, it was different in the mountain because the snow was soft and knee-deep high. When the 2 dogs traveled in the deep snow, only their heads were visible, which made it extremely difficult for them to walk. Yu Hai decided to simply unload the sleigh from the dogs and pull his daughter into the mountain himself. He would be too worried to leave his daughter alone on the mountain road when it was so freezing cold. The snow was beginning to clear, so many hungry little creatures came out to seek food in the mountain forest. After walking briefly, they saw a pheasant flapping its wings and flying past them. Yu Hai felt somewhat regretful and said, "It's a pity that I didn't bring my hunting tools with me." "It's all right, father. Let's go over to the left side. Brother Han and I hid some ropes for the traps there." Sitting on the sleigh, Yu Xiao Xiao enjoyed this new experience and curiously touched everything around her. From time to time, she made a snowball and threw it at the branches. She giggled ceaselessly as she watched the snow on the branches falling down. Yu Hai finally felt relieved when he saw his daughter looking so energetic. A moment later, the 2 of them found the ropes. Yu Hai broke off some dead branches and set up around 20 traps of varying sizes. Yu Xiaoxiao was also working busily behind him. She was either sprinkling some mystic stone water on the snows around the noose or putting a batch of dry grass, which were soaked with mystic stone water, around the traps. Ever since Yu Xiaoxiao freed up 2 bottles and filled them up with mystic stone water, she had always carried a bottle with her for emergencies. In order to prevent the animals in the mountain from causing an uproar, Xiaoxiao urgently diluted the mystic stone water with snow water before she sprinkled it. It took them over 2 hours to finish setting all the snares. Yu Hai was an experienced hunter, so it was inevitable that he was better at setting the traps than she was. He specifically chose to set the traps on the routes that the animals frequented. After they set the last snare and returned on the same route, they noticed that there was already quite a lot of harvest. Wow, Cabot's Tragopan, partridge, there's also blue-rumped pitta. Yu Xiaoxiao screamed excitedly. After such a big snowstorm, these live mountain birds should be worth quite a lot of money. Yu Hai tied up those small game with a rope and put them on the sleigh. After that, they also caught several wild hares. Father, look, what's that? Is it a roe deer? Yu Xiaoxiao saw from a distance that there was also some harvest under the few bigger snares that they had laid out. The creature looked similar to their family's tiny. Yu Hai swiftly rushed towards the struggling game, pushed it down onto the ground, and tied its limbs with a rope. Ha ha, we got quite a harvest today. We actually caught a deer at the edge of the forest. My daughter, this isn't a roe deer. It's an adult male deer. The deer's blood and meat are all very good things. The wealthy people in town really like this. A smile finally emerged within Yu Hai's eyes. The deer probably weighed over 100 catties. If he sold it, then he wouldn't need to borrow money to pay for his daughter's medical fees. By the time Yu Hai and his daughter came out of the forest, the sleigh was already filled with game. After he reassembled the sleigh, they traveled all the way to Tanggu town on the dog-pulled sleigh. When they reached the gate of Tanggu town, it was already noon. They left the sleigh with a family who lived near the city gate and gave them a pheasant as a payment for their help. After the blizzard, the prices for goods steadily soared, so such a fat pheasant would cost at least 100 or 200 copper coins. That family was extremely happy and promised to take good care of the 2 dogs. Hey, isn't this Brother Dahai? Did you come deliver game to our Fulin restaurant? Quick, quick, please come in. Fulin restaurant's manager was sharp-eyed and quickly recognized Yu Hai and his daughter. When he saw the game that Yu Hai carried on his back, he, who was usually arrogant, couldn't help but greet them warmly. Yu Hai was very uncomfortable with his hospitality. As someone who frequently delivered game to town, Yu Hai naturally knew about Fulin restaurant's manager Lu's usual attitude and behavior. He was a powerful man who despised the poor. Manager Lu had also incessantly forced him to lower the price for his game. With the booming business of Junsho restaurant and their increased demand for game, Yu Hai rarely did business with Fulin restaurant. Had manager Lu gone mad today? He actually acted so friendly with him and he even called him brother. Yu Xiaoxiao, who was holding several small game, had a terrible impression of this manager Lu. Moreover, she had previously made a verbal agreement with young Master Zhou. If she caught game, she would prioritize Junsho restaurant. Thus, she naturally didn't want to do business with Fulin restaurant, since they had unethical business conducts. Chapter 45 Getting Rich. This chapter is updated by ABHI. Oh, it's Xiaoxiao. Did you go to the mountain to set traps on such a cold day? In the midst of her hesitation, the familiar voice of third young Master Zhou sounded from nearby. Yu Xiaoxiao turned around and saw a handsome young man, who was dressed in a royal blue-colored robe, stepping down from a luxurious horse carriage. Wasn't this third young Master Zhou? Third young master, what a coincidence. I was just about to send over the game that you ordered. Since we caught a lot of game today, I couldn't carry all of them by myself. So, I asked for my father's help. Yu Xiaoxiao slightly pushed her father and moved closer to Zhou Zixu. Yu Hai smiled apologetically. Manager Lu, I'm really sorry. Junsho restaurant made a reservation for these game with my daughter. Next time, when I get the chance, I'll work with Manager Lu. Manager Lu's face violently twitched and his expression instantly darkened. He spat at Yu Hai's back figure, just a filthy poor hunter. Does he even deserve to talk business with me? All staff listen up. In the future, we're not taking any of the game that the Yu family sends over. Just let them cling on to Junsho restaurant. Humph. Although Manager Lu spoke proudly, he felt extremely distressed inwardly. It snowed really heavily this year. During the blizzard, not many hunters would brave the snow and enter the mountain to hunt. Thus, there was a shortage of game for all the restaurants in town. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lowered himself and acted friendly with a mere hunter. Manager Lu could only enviously look at the game, while third young Master Joe was pleasantly surprised. Joe Zixu smiled happily as he looked at the buck on Yu Hai's shoulder. Uncle Yu, you're seriously such a life savior. At the end of the year, the county magistrate and the aristocrats in town have all reserved a table at Junsho restaurant. We were just worried about not having any presentable dishes. With this buck, our Junsho restaurant's reputation will surely go up another level. Sir, is this our Junsho restaurant's great savior who you have mentioned? A gentle and graceful voice emerged from within the horse carriage. Third young Master Joe smiled at Xiao Cao, and then replied to the person within the carriage, Mother, this little girl is one who gave us the recipe for the oyster sauce. Her name is Yu Xiao Cao. We are able to defeat the older and more famous restaurants in town because of the oyster sauce. Thus, it's not an exaggeration to say that she's the savior of Junsho restaurant. It was inconvenient for Madame Zhou for come out of the carriage since there was an unfamiliar man present. Thus, she stayed within the carriage as she expressed her gratitude. Thank you so much, Miss Yu, for being so generous and teaching us your secret recipe. Sir, remember to invite the young miss to our estate some other day. Mother should thank her in person. Yu Xiaocao quickly said, Madam is being too courteous. If I keep the formula for the oyster sauce for myself, then only my family can taste it. However, if I give it to Junsho restaurant, more people can try the delicious taste. All recipes and formulas can only reflect its worth in the hands of people who know how to truly appreciate and use it. Don't you think so? When Madame Zhou heard her reply, she couldn't help but look differently at the little peasant girl from the mountains. Her manner of speech and thinking were even better than some of the noble ladies in town. Mother, you should go back first. I'll need to go to the restaurant and make the arrangements. Zhou Zixu was completely focused on the game right now. He wasn't just concerned about the money. This matter could also affect the restaurant's reputation. When the other restaurants couldn't provide decent game to the public, Junsho restaurant would surely reach new heights by presenting a full deer banquet. Xiao Cao, you're seriously my little lucky star. The game that we stocked up before the snow has long been sold out. Recently, a few distinguished, regular customers have been clamoring for fresh meat dishes. My hair is about to turn white due to the stress. At the end of the year, if the dishes on the menu are too simple, then it's seriously not presentable. Zhou Zixu took the game from Xiao Cao's hands and walked beside her. Yu Hai, who walked behind them, was stunned inwardly. When did my daughter become so familiar with the young boss of Junsho restaurant? When they arrived at Junsho restaurant, third young Master Zhou instructed the server to take the game into the kitchen. After that, he invited the father and daughter pair into his own private room and heated up the brazier. Looking at Xiao Cao's reddened face, he couldn't help but ask with concern. You must be freezing, right? Quickly come warm yourself up beside the brazier. There's so much snow in the mountain, so it must be very difficult to catch prey. Uncle Yu, your hunting skills are truly excellent. Yu Hai held a cup of hot tea in his hands to keep warm, while he observed the gorgeous and elegant decors in the private room. He inwardly sighed. I have been to Junsho restaurant numerous times to sell game, but I have never enjoyed such treatment before. This was all thanks to my daughter. According to Madame Zhou, they had learned to make the oyster sauce, which was one of Junsho restaurant's specialties, from his daughter. He never knew that his little girl had such skills, and a spontaneous sense of pride and honor surged within his heart. When he heard the courteous remark made by the young boss of Junsho restaurant, he quickly straightened his posture and appeared slightly stiff as he replied, Third young Master Zhou has overpraised me. I was just lucky today. I also hadn't expected that we get such results by just setting traps. Uncle Yu, you can just call me Zixu. I knew Xiao Cao was skillful in setting traps. However, I didn't know that the skill runs in Uncle Yu's family. The ginger soup that Zhou Zixu instructed to be brewed had arrived, so he personally handed them to Yu Hai and Xiao's hands. Seeing that his daughter had received the ginger soup in a relaxed manner, Yu Hai also dropped the formalities and drank the soup while it was still warm. When his frozen body finally warmed up, he smiled and said, We're not really a family devoted to hunting. I had learned my hunting skills from older brother Zhao, who was also a hunter. In terms of hunting, older brother Zhao Bufan is the one who's truly an expert. Our Junsho restaurant needs to thank Uncle Yu and Uncle Zhao for always helping us out. As an expression of our gratitude, I'll treat you guys to a meal this afternoon. I hope Uncle Yu will accept my sincerity. Disregarding their business relationship, Zhou Zixu felt that the generosity and help that Yu Hai's daughter had provided him was enough for him to treat the father and daughter warmly. Yu Hai hastily declined. Third young master Zhou doesn't have to waste the money. We are still in a hurry to go to Tongren Medicine Hall and ask Dr. Sun to check on Cower. Xiao Sao, are you feeling unwell? Tongren Medicine Hall's Dr. Sun's medical skills is very good. Should I get someone to call Dr. Sun over? Zhou Zixu carefully examined Yu Xiaosao and felt relieved to see that she didn't seem sick. Yu Xiaosao drank the bitter ginger soup with a troubled face, and then waved her hand at him. I'm fine. I suffered a little fright in the morning, but I'm all right now. My father is just overly anxious. Yu Hai inwardly thought, you even fainted this morning, so how am I being overly anxious? Yu Xiaosao continued, however, it has gotten colder recently. I wonder if my older brother has any warm clothes. Third young master Zhou, are there any shops to buy ready-made garments nearby? I want to buy a cotton-padded clothing for my older brother. With a slightly discontented expression on his face, Zhou Zixu exclaimed, how many times have I told you already? Don't call me, third young master Zhou. It makes us sound like strangers. No matter what, I'm still 5 years older than you, so it wouldn't be too much for you to call me, older brother Zhou, right? You don't need to go buy the cotton-padded clothes. I have many quilted garments at home that have become too small for me even before I got to wear them. If you don't mind, you can give them to your older brother to wear. No, please don't. My older brother is an apprentice at a shop, so it's improper for him to wear your fancy clothing. It's better to buy those cotton-padded attires made with rough fabric because it's not as eye-catching. Yu Xiaosao looked at the royal blue brocade robe on his body. It definitely wasn't suitable for poor folks like them. Zhou Zixu's servant, who was like a shadow without any sense of existence, finally spoke up at this time. Young master, this servant's mother had made a cotton attire for me at the beginning of the year. When I tried it on several days ago, I noticed that it had gotten shorter. The clothing was made from a fabric gifted by Madam and I have never worn it before. If Miss Yu doesn't mind, bring it over for me to see. Also, go fetch 2 quilts from home on your way. The weather has gotten so cold, so we don't want our brother Yu Hang to freeze. After Zhou Zixu finished giving out his orders, knowing that Yu Xiaosao wouldn't stay for the meal, he instructed the server to go weigh the game on the scale. The waiter came back from the kitchen a moment later and reported, the male deer is 260 catties, while the various small game weighed a total of 35 catties. Zhou Zixu naturally wouldn't treat them badly. After a moment of deliberation, he said, in the past, a buck was worth 60 copper coins per catty. However, according to this winter's market value, it will cost about 100 copper coins per catty. The deer you caught is still alive. The deer blood and penis are both very valuable things. Let's do this. I'll pay you 120 copper coins per catty for this deer. The price for the other small game will also be double. What do you think? The venison can be sold for 100 copper coins, but our deer is only heavy due to its fur. So, how can we ask for 120 copper coins for each catty? We're already taking advantage of you by taking 100 copper coins per catty. Yu Hai wasn't someone who would take advantage of others. Zhou Zixu guffawed, if you're talking about taking advantage, we're the ones who have benefited the most. I can sell this deer for at least 10 times the price that I brought it with. If Uncle hadn't delivered this deer to Junsho restaurant in consideration of our old friendship, how would we be able to use it to earn money? Uncle Yu, no offense, but you're not as straightforward as your daughter. Yu Hai was even more astonished inwardly when he saw his daughter's relaxed and satisfied attitude. Based on their attitude, this clearly wasn't their first business deal. When did his daughter start doing business with Junsho restaurant? The deer, which was over 200 catties, was sold for 31 taels and 200 copper coins. The various small game were sold for 1,750 copper coins. In the end, third young master Zhou rounded the total up and gave them 33 taels. The deer skin is very valuable. Do you guys want it? The price for the deer skin is calculated separately. A complete deer skin would be worth at least 10 taels. Yu Hai pondered for a moment and said to his daughter, let's just keep the deer skin. After we tan the skin, it will be very soft and strong. It's also water resistant. I can make 2 pairs of deerskin boots for you siblings. In the future, your feet won't get wet when you go gather seafood at the beach. If he wasn't her own father, Yu Xiaosao would have replied to him by saying, are you an idiot? We could buy so many pairs of shoes with 10 taels. Moreover, he wanted us to wear the deerskin boots to gather seafood at the sea. How much seafood would we need to gather in order to make up for the price of a pair of deerskin boots? We don't want the deerskin. You can just give us the money for it. Yu Xiaoxiao directly made the decision. It was undeniable that her father really loved his children, but he was too indecisive sometimes. Zhou Zixu didn't say anything and took out a banknote, which was worth 50 taels, from his purse. Without giving Yu Hai a chance to refuse, Yu Xiaoxiao had reached out her hand to take the banknote. Wow! So this is the banknote that people talk about. Are there any restrictions? It won't expire, right? Zhou Zixu rolled his eyes in an unrefined manner. He smiled as he pinched her cheek and said, "Don't worry. This note is from the old and famous bank operated by the Sang family. They're the wealthiest family in all of the great Ming dynasty. The bank won't go bankrupt. Moreover, with our relationship, even if the bank is gone, you can still come find me to exchange it for cash." Chapter 46 Making Up an Excuse. This chapter is updated by ABHI. Thank you then. Yu Xiaoxiao flipped the banknote back and forth and examined it for a long time. After her curiosity had been fulfilled, she carefully folded the banknote and put it into the pocket of her jacket. After that, she patted her pocket contentedly. A 50 taels banknote. In addition to her earnings from selling game last time, she had at least 70 or 80 taels now. It seemed like she had accumulated some savings now. Third young Master Zhou looked at Xiaoxiao, who appeared like a money grubber. Her big eyes were like a pair of crescent moons and her rosy lips were curled up slightly. Even her shabby and worn-out attire couldn't conceal her cuteness. Yu Hai was quite surprised to see his daughter unreservedly putting the banknote into her pocket. When did his daughter become so assertive? She had calmly stuffed a 50 taels banknote into her own pocket. She didn't know how many things 50 taels could buy, does she? Even a 5-room house in Dongshan village wouldn't need so much money to be built. Third young Master Zhou had noticed Yu Hai looking at Xiaoxiao with a hesitant expression when she directly took the money without prior discussion with him. However, Yu Hai didn't say anything in the end. He also didn't confiscate the banknote, which was enough money for an ordinary family to live off for several years. Zhou Zixu smiled faintly and said to Yu Hai, "Uncle Yu is really a good father, who dotes on your daughter." Yu Hai looked affectionately at his youngest daughter, who was currently eating snacks. He thought of his poverty-stricken situation of not having any money when his daughter fainted, as well as his other thin and weak children at home. He shook his head gently and replied with a voice full of solemnity and self-remorse, "No, I'm not a good father. Father, if you stop listening to my grandmother all the time and think of our immediate family more, then you will definitely be a good father." Yu Xiaoxiao lectured her father as she drank the steaming hot brown sugar ginger soup. "My mother, who is also your real grandmother, had passed away when your father, I, was still very young. Thus, I'm grateful to your grandmother for raising me up. After your youngest aunt gets married and your younger uncle passes the county-level examination, there will be fewer burdens at home, so our immediate family can break off from the family and live separately from them. At that time, I'll earn more money by hunting and fishing more frequently. I'll buy more new clothes and hair accessories for our Xiaoxiao." Yu Hai felt slightly distressed in his heart as he touched his daughter's somewhat withered and yellow hair. Yu Xiaoxiao inwardly pouted her lips. Her father was the breadwinner of the family. If her younger uncle passed the county-level examination, then he would want to take provincial-level examination and the imperial examination. Her grandmother was a leech, so she was never going to let them go until she had sucked all their blood. Their hope of breaking off from the family was very slim. Another manservant of third young Master Zhou knocked on the door and came in with a bulky bundle. With an embarrassed expression on his face, Zhou Zixu's personal manservant, Simo, took the bundle from him and said, "This servant really hasn't worn this cotton-padded clothes before. If Miss Yu doesn't mind, then—" "I don't mind, I don't mind." He was the personal manservant of the young master of the Zhou family, which was the wealthiest family in Tanggu town. Thus, he dressed more decently than most of the ordinary people in town. The quilted attire he wore was made of fine cotton cloth, which cost 34 copper coins for 1/3 of a meter. She took the bundle and saw that it was indeed a brand new set of dark blue quilted jacket and trousers. They were made with fine cotton fabric and filled with thick cotton, so the set of clothing felt extremely soft. Even if she didn't touch the garment, it was easy to tell that they were made with fresh cotton. This set of cotton-padded clothes would cost at least a few hundred copper coins. It wasn't easy to work as a servant, so Yu Xiaoxiao naturally didn't want to take advantage of him. She stretched her hand out towards her father and said, "We'll buy this set of clothing from this young brother. Father, give me money to pay him." Third young Master Joe was quite amused when he saw the young girl, who had a 50 taels banknote in her pocket, outright asked her father to pay. Moreover, the obedient father swiftly complied to his daughter's orders and paid with his money. Simo hastily declined the string of copper coins that Yuhai handed to him and said, "This cotton-padded attire is too small for me to wear, so it's useless for me to keep it. It's also a pity to just throw it away. It's fortunate that Miss Yu wants to take it, so how can I accept money for it?" In fact, the madam had rewarded the fabric for the quilted garments to him because she saw that he had served the young master wholeheartedly. Simo's mother felt that her son had gained honor for her, so she gladly stayed up for 2 nights to make the clothes for him. However, he didn't get the chance to wear it since the weather had gotten warmer. He took it out to wear as soon as winter came around, but it had already become too small for him. His young master's status in the Zhou family had risen due to Junsho restaurant's success. Eldest master had praised his young master more than once in front of the other young masters. Even a personal manservant like him had also received more respect. Simo, who had become conscious of his position, prevented his mother from altering the clothes. It would be so embarrassing if the personal manservant of the only heir of the second branch came out dressed in amended attire. Wouldn't he turn into a laughingstock? Thus, a good and brand new set of quilted clothes became useless. Who was Miss Yu? In merely half a year, Junsho restaurant had become the best restaurant in Tanggu town. Miss Yu could probably take at least half of the credit for the success of Junsho restaurant. Thus, even his own young master treated her with respect and gratitude. She readily accepted the cotton-padded clothes, so how would he dare to take her money? Yu Xiaosao noticed that the young brother was about to be upset if she continued to give him the money. Hence, she stopped insisting and expressed her gratitude to the manservant again. After that, she stuffed the quilted clothing into her father's hands and bid farewell to third young Master Zhou. Zhou Zixu lamented. Head chef Wang came up with a new dish. "I wanted to ask you to taste the dish and give us some advice. But it seems like we have to do it on another day. By the way, where do you live, Xiaosao? Leave me your address, so I can find you more easily in the future." "I live in Dongshan village, which is southeast of town. It's a small fishing village a little over 25 kilometers one away." Yu Xiaosao's plan to quietly make a fortune was inseparable from her god of fortune 2 feet, so she naturally wouldn't reject his request. When they came out of the private room, they ran into head chef Wang, who had hurriedly rushed over. He had a slightly disappointed expression on his face when he saw Yu Xiaosao leaving. He found out that Xiaosao was going to visit her older brother, who worked as an apprentice. Head chef Wang, who had also begun as an apprentice, naturally knew the pain of being an apprentice. Thus, he ordered the server to wrap a bag of freshly made steamed buns from the kitchen and told Xiaosao bring it to her older brother. Yu Xiaosao was so grateful that she repeatedly thanked him. Head chef Wang chuckled merrily. "No need to thank me. I'm just borrowing my boss's flour and offering it to you, this little bodhisattva 3. Miss Yu, if there's a chance in the future, let's exchange our knowledge regarding cooking. My meager culinary skills are incomparable to head chef Wang's skills. However, if I have any new ideas in cooking, I'll definitely ask for Uncle Wang's advice." Yu Xiaosao finally got away from head chef Wang's enthusiasm, but before she had the time to breathe a sigh of relief, she was stumped by her father's question. "The oyster sauce is Junsho restaurant's specialty. Cower, were you the one who taught them? How did you know how to make oyster sauce? Why did the arrogant head chef Wang of Junsho restaurant act so respectful and friendly to you?" Yu Hai voiced the questions he had in his heart. Yu Xiaosao couldn't immediately answer his questions. She couldn't just tell him, "Father, your daughter is already dead. I'm a soul from another world, who has maintained my knowledge from my previous life." If she really told him that, then she would definitely be viewed as a demon and burned to death. After a brief deliberation, she gathered her courage and replied, "Father, do you believe in the resurrection of the dead?" Yu Hai's expression immediately changed. His eyebrows were so tightly creased that he could probably catch mosquitoes. He replied, "How can a dead person be revived? Unless the king of hell didn't accept him because he hasn't completed his predestined lifespan. If I told you that I had been to the palace of hell and met the king of hell, would you believe me?" Yu Xiaosao carefully observed every one of Yu Hai's expressions. If he showed great resistance and aversion, she would use the excuse that it was a joke and stop trying to continue with this lie. Her only consolation for coming to this world was that she was able to enjoy parental love and care once again. She didn't want to lose her father's doting love and her mother's tender care again. Yu Hai halted in his steps and bent down to look at her. With eyes filled of agony and guilt, he asked in a warm tone. Cower, was it that time you injured your head? Your eldest granduncle said that you had already stopped breathing at that time. It was fortunate that Dr. Yu arrived in time and saved you. Father is really useless. I can't even protect my own children. I don't deserve to be your father. Father, although you're a little blindly devoted to your parents and have a slightly soft personality, you're still the best father to Cower. Father, you don't need to blame yourself. Though I had wandered at the gates of hell, it was actually a blessing in disguise because I had obtained some methods to earn money. Since her new father didn't reject the idea of demons and gods, Yu Xiaoxiao spoke even more recklessly as she continued with her story. After all, she was nearly 30 years old in her past life. Although she tried her best to act like a child, she would inadvertently reveal something suspicious. Furthermore, she definitely couldn't hide her big money-making plan from her close relatives. Didn't people of ancient times regard supernatural beings with respect and fear? Hopefully, she could fool them with her made-up story. At the thought that his daughter, who he had carefully protected for 8 years, almost dying in vain, Yu Hai felt a moment of fear within his heart. He hugged his daughter's thin body tightly and choked up with sobs. No amount of money is as important as my daughter being alive and healthy. Don't be afraid, Cower. Can you tell me what exactly happened? Actually, I'm not really sure either. After I injured my head and fell into a coma, I dazedly saw 2 men, who were dressed in white and black respectively. They took me to a place to meet a very dignified official. Later, it seemed like they mentioned something about an unfinished lifespan and that they had taken the wrong person. They even said they would compensate me. When I woke up, I felt like certain things would suddenly emerge within my mind. My knowledge of the oyster sauce also appeared after I woke up. However, I had never tried it because our family doesn't have the means to do so. Yu Xiaoxiao tried to speak vaguely since the original host was still only 9 years old after the new year. When taken to an unfamiliar environment, she would definitely be scared and wouldn't remember certain things very clearly. Cower, don't be afraid. Allegedly, 100-year-old Zhang of Shengtun village had also loitered around in the underworld. When the king of hell noticed that he misjudged, he compensated him with a long life. Thus, 100-year-old Zhang lived until he was 108 years old before he died of old age. Our Cower will certainly live a long life in the future. Yu Hai didn't dare imagine his delicate and frail daughter wandering around in the underworld, which was such an eerie and frightening place. His daughter was originally timid, so how scared would she had been at that time? Yu Xiaoxiao was extremely surprised that there was actually a similar real-life case for the story that she randomly fabricated. This was even better since it increased the credibility of her story. The father and daughter pair walked side by side on the empty street. Yu Hai tightly clasped onto his daughter's small hand with his big hand for fear that his daughter would be taken away if he loosened his hold. Chapter 47 Punishment. This chapter is updated by ABHI. Xiaoxiao felt her heart warm with gratitude. Even though she had told such a ridiculous story, her father, who clearly loved her, decided to believe her completely and continued to show concern for her. It was something that made her feel happy and grateful. In the eyes of Yu Hai, his precious daughter was as pure as water from a hidden spring deep in the mountains. Prior to her head injury, she had never stepped out of the house and spent most of her days recuperating on the bed. How would she learn how to deceive people? Furthermore, how would an 8-year-old child know about the black and white impermanence deities who escorted the dead, the judge of the dead, King Yama, and what the palace of hell looked like? Would she be able to describe these things so clearly had she not experienced them herself? He couldn't help but tighten his grip on his little girl's hand. His daughter hadn't had an easy life and almost had a brush with death. He silently made a decision in order to not waste her second chance at life. Father, we've reached the carpentry shop. Yu Xiaoxiao noticed that her father was so lost in his thoughts that he almost passed the woodworking store, so she couldn't help but pull on his hand to remind him. Yu Hai pulled his mind away from his train of thoughts, saw a man with his hands in his sleeves standing next to entrance, and went up to him and said, "Sir, would you mind bringing you hang out? I'm one of his family members and I'm here to give him a padded cotton coat." This man was clearly more polite than the one from last time. He looked at the father-daughter pair and only replied with a hint of impatience, "Wait here, a couple of the apprentices are currently being punished, the shopkeeper may not necessarily let anyone out." As the man walked towards the back hall, he mumbled quietly to himself, they don't look like people who can't afford to raise their children, so why did they harden their hearts and send their kid to this tiger's den? After her body was rejuvenated by the mystic stone water, Yu Xiaoxiao's natural senses were sharper compared to the average person's. She could faintly hear the fellow's grumblings, and it reminded her of the bruises she saw on her older brother's face the last time she visited him. Uneasy, she said, "Father, can we bring older brother back? I feel like learning carpentry from here is not as good as him going off with you to learn how to hunt and fish." Yu Hai often came into town and had also heard rumors of the carpentry shopkeeper's poor temper. Apparently, whenever the man got drunk, he would use his fists on his associates and apprentices. Yu Hai frowned and then sighed softly, "Let's decide after we finish celebrating the new year. Because we had to borrow money to let you see the doctor today, your grandmother will definitely take advantage of this and throw a few temper tantrums. If we brought your brother back without asking for her opinion, no one in the family would be able to enjoy the festivities this year." The father and daughter pair stood out in the cold for quite a while before they saw Yu Hang running out of the side door. It had been almost 2 months since Yu Xiaoxiao last saw her brother. She gazed at him from head to toe sorrowfully. Although she couldn't detect any new wounds on him, the color of his face was poor and his whole body had become painfully thin. She asked with a voice full of worry, "Older brother, you've become so thin. Does your master not give you any food to eat?" Yu Hang placed his hands in his sleeves and did his best to keep a smile on his face. He shook his head gently and replied, "I just grew a bit. Nothing I eat seems to stick on me. Don't worry, little sister. The amount of food I get here is about the same as what I get at home." It was the same amount as home, when they were still being rationed and couldn't eat their fill, but now he also had more work to do. However, Yu Hang had a sensible personality and wouldn't voice these inner thoughts in front of his family in order to keep them from worrying. Yu Hai gently smoothed his son's brittle and yellowing hair. The child had indeed become thinner. In fact, his son's appearance was not much different compared to the time when his grandmother was restricting their rations, as his 2 cheeks were still sunken. His daughter wasn't wrong, he really needed to bring his son back home as soon as possible. Yu Xiaoxiao used a lot of effort to blink back the tears in her eyes and fished out a few meat buns from her pocket. She stuffed them into her older brother's hands and said, "Older brother, these meat buns had just come out of the steamer, you should eat them now while they're still hot. Didn't I tell you that you don't need to buy me food to eat? If grandmother found out you were buying random things, she would definitely be angry at our branch." Yu Hang stared at the white and puffy meat bun that gave off a delicious aroma. He couldn't help but swallow back the saliva that cooled in his mouth. How long had it been since he last ate something made of white flour? The rolls in the carpentry shop were all made of the lowest quality, roughest type of grain there was. The bread stuck to one's throat and they were only given a piece the size of a child's fist to eat. As for the soup, other than a few pieces of broken cabbage, it was mostly water. Not even a single drop of oil could be found in the broth. And they never had any vegetables to eat. The shop originally accepted around a total of 7 to 8 apprentices, but about half of them left due to hunger. The rest would have quit long ago had their birth families not been too poor to raise them. Just a moment ago, he had been cruelly punished along with 2 other apprentices who were slightly older than him. The 3 of them had been sentenced to kneel on the snow-covered ground and had to hold a basin full of ice-cold water in their arms. Yu Hang's eyes dimmed at that recent memory. "These steamed rolls were gifted to us by Junshou Restaurant's head chef Wang, so we didn't spend any money. Hurry up and eat them, they won't taste good when they're cold." Yu Xiaoxiao explained persuasively. She suddenly noticed that the hand that her older brother used to hold the bun was trembling incessantly. She couldn't help but ask impatiently, "Older brother, what's wrong with your hand?" Yu Hang evasively replied, "We didn't finish all of our tasks so the shop manager punished us. It's not a big deal, I'll be fine after I rest a bit." "Father, little sister, did you eat already?" "We already ate. Xiaoxia, is the work in the store exhausting? Just endure for a few more days. When I get back I'll negotiate with your grandmother and after we finish celebrating the new year, we'll bring you back home." Hearing that his obedient and hard-working son had been punished solidified Yu Hai's desire to bring him back home. Yu Hang could no longer hold back. He took out a steaming hot meat bun and bit off a large mouthful. The boy almost burst into tears after tasting the combination of the soft and tender bread with the rich and fragrant ground meat. After hearing what his father said, he hesitated for a moment before he shook his head. "Father, grandmother will not agree. It doesn't matter how much work any of us children do, it doesn't mean anything in her eyes. She will not allow me to go home to live an easy life. Furthermore, if we want to break the apprenticeship contract, we need to pay the shop manager money. Father, do you really think grandmother will take out money for anyone other than our younger uncle? This past half year of being a carpentry apprentice had been nothing but a nightmare for Yu Hang. Not only could he not eat his fill and get enough sleep, but he was also punished for every little thing, and the penalties changed on a whim. It exhausted him physically and mentally. In fact, had his father and little sister not come to visit him, it was likely he would not have been able to endure holding that water basin for much longer. If he couldn't hold out, then he could only end up becoming soaked by the icy, cold water. As an apprentice who came from a poor family, he was considered fortunate to even have one piece of warm clothing. Had it become wet, he didn't have any other clothing to swap. Without something to keep him warm in this type of freezing weather, wasn't that asking for his life? That was why he didn't reject the offer to bring him back home. Even though he was normally very sensible, he only voiced his worries regarding the plan. Yu Hai's resolve solidified and he patted his son's bony and sharp shoulder. The rims of his eyes were reddened as he said, "Don't worry about it. Father can resolve the money issue. Hang in there for a little longer, take this string of cash and keep it safe. Whenever you're hungry, you can buy some steamed buns and meat buns to fill your stomach. After the New Year's celebrations, Father will come and visit you again." Yu Xiaosao looked at the string of copper coins and her attitude towards her father changed for the better. It appeared that her father's filial piety wasn't to the point where he was without reason now. "Older brother, this coat was sent by third young master Zhou and it's quite thick. Remember to wear it when you go back." Yu Xiaosao had noticed that her brother's hands were covered with pus-filled lesions from frostbite and also had cracks in the skin filled with blood. A 10-year-old child had hands that looked like someone much older. The sight made her feel bad. Next time she definitely needed to make some frostbite ointment for her older brother with some extra mystic stone water. That combination should fix his hands up. After seeing Yu Hang eat 3 meat stuffed buns in a row, Yu Hai warned him to stop. "Don't eat any more, you can end up bloated. Drink some hot water when you get back and leave the rest of the food for tomorrow. It's getting late, your little sister and I need to head back. Take care of yourself." Yu Hang carefully wrapped up the remaining steamed meat buns and inserted the packet of food into the package containing his coat. He was reluctant to say farewell to his father and little sister. If only father could convince his grandmother to bring him back earlier. Otherwise, he would likely end up like little Mew and be on the verge of death before his family would get notified to bring him back. Silence reigned as the father and daughter pair traveled on. When they passed by the Tongren Medicine Hall, Yu Hai insisted on having his daughter being checked by Dr. Sun. "Haha, spiritual energy is everywhere, I can absorb more spiritual energy now." The little divine stone whooshed towards the cabinet full of precious medicinal herbs and sat on top like a gecko who had found a resting place and refused to let go. In any case, no one else could see it other than its master, so it didn't really matter what its appearance was. Dr. Sun still had an impression of the father-daughter pair. He stroked his long beard while asking the little girl, "Where are you feeling unwell?" "I feel fine." Before Xiaosao could finish replying, her father interrupted her. "Dr. Sun, my daughter fainted this morning. Please take a look at her and check to see if this is a recurrence of her old illness." In the past, Xiaosao often became sick at the slightest touch, and those experiences had left a deep impression in Yu Hai's heart. There were a few times when Dr. Yu couldn't do anything for her and only Dr. Sun was able to save his daughter's life. Yu Xiaosao knew she couldn't fool the highly skilled Dr. Sun and hurriedly said, "Father, earlier I was only scared a bit by grandmother. I already said that I've long recovered from my old illness, why do you still not believe me?" Dr. Sun carefully took her pulse and inspected Xiaosao's complexion. He smiled slightly and said, "Don't be concerned, this little girl's chronic condition has definitely been healed. A little extra care should be given in the future. The child shouldn't be frightened as sometimes being overly scared can cause another big problem to occur. Thank you, doctor. Please prescribe some medication to stabilize her condition. Dr. Sun already said that I'm fine. What's the point of prescribing medication?" Yu Xiaosao really did not want to drink bitter medication. Every medication has a side effect. This little girl has a good head on her shoulders and does not need to take any more medication. Dr. Sun's words were like a beam of light in darkness and he was able to cut off Yu Hai's stubborn persistence. The old man then smiled profoundly at Xiaosao. Yu Xiaosao smiled in embarrassment. This Dr. Sun was quite an interesting old fellow. Suddenly, she remembered her own mother's grave condition. She described her mother's symptoms and pulse condition at the onset of the recent attack with great detail to Dr. Sun. "Little girl, you have some medical knowledge." Dr. Sun revealed a flabbergasted expression. Yu Xiaoxiao chuckled and said, "It's really not much. I only spent some time with Dr. Yu, our village doctor, for a few days and picked a couple things up. It's not true medicinal skills, and I don't dare to show my poor skills in front of you." Dr. Sun smiled and didn't respond further. He pondered for a short period of time and then explained, "From what you described to me about her pulse condition, I can tell that this is an old illness. If it continues to go on without getting treated, she'll end up having chronic lung disease. First, have her drink the medications I'll prescribe her. After a few days of that, it's best that she comes in person to be evaluated." Chapter 48 A Change. This chapter is updated by ABHI. After receiving the medication, the father and daughter pair thanked Dr. Sun profusely over and over. The two of them then went to the outskirts of town to pick up their sledge. On the way there, Xiaoxiao bought a few meat-stuffed buns from a roadside stall and used the buns to feed the two energetic dogs until they were stuffed full. In addition, she added a couple drops of the mystic stone water to the dogs' drinking water. The two dogs instantly became lively and full of energy. On the road back home, the two animals pulled the sled at lightning speed. They even caught up and passed a fellow who was driving a horse-pulled sleigh. The driver exclaimed in admiration at the speed and strength of the two dogs and even said that his own horse would not be able to catch up with them. The two sturdy and brave dogs finished a distance of around 25 kilometers in less than an hour. Before they arrived at the entrance of the village, the father and daughter pair took a detour to check on the traps they had set earlier. It was not a surprise to Xiaoxiao that more than half of their traps had some sort of game to be harvested. Out of the two large snares, one of them had been damaged while the other one had caught a fat and fleshy roe deer. However, it appeared that too much time had passed since the roe deer had been trapped. The animal had already died a while ago and had been frozen stiff. The other smaller traps had mostly caught wild hares and pheasants, but one of them had even snapped a badger. Xiaoxiao was not familiar with badgers, so she curiously poked the animal a couple of times. A slight smile had finally appeared on Yu Hai's face as he said, "A badger's fur is very warm. After father finishes tanning its pelt, I'll have your mother make a badger fur vest for you. The meat from the badger is also very tasty and has the ability to nourish the body. We should keep for ourselves to eat. You should take the badger fat so that when Dr. Yu returns you can use it to brew some burn ointment. This badger probably weighs at least 20 or so catties, even if we're estimating on the low end. It could be sold for a couple hundred copper coins. Do you think grandmother will really allow us to eat it?" Yu Xiaoxiao casually replied without much expectation. "This badger was caught by us. If I say we eat it, then we shall eat it." Yu Hai had a much more resolute and determined air around him compared to before. They had quite a large haul from their traps, and altogether it came out to be around 200 to 300 catties worth of game. Yu Hai stacked the prey on top of the sleigh and walked alongside the vehicle. From time to time, he would ask his daughter if she was either hungry or cold. Yu Xiaoxiao had been wrapped up until she resembled a large cotton ball. Other than her eyes and nose, everything else was under layers of cloth. She couldn't help but sigh inwardly. "The way father treats me, his daughter, is beyond words." The father and daughter pair first went to Yu Hai's uncle's home to return the sledge. On the way there, Xiaoxiao had already convinced her father that he should temporarily not repay the money he had borrowed. With a debt to pay off, he will have an excuse to not give up the money he obtained from selling game. At this time, it was necessary for their own branch to have their own purse. After the past few events, Yu Hai was very clear on the importance of having some cash on hand. His wife had a poor constitution ever since she gave birth to Shishtu and even coughed up blood several times. Although his youngest daughter had said she was feeling fine, but he still wasn't completely convinced by her. If he didn't have a single copper coin in his hands, what could he do in the future? Would he be destined to watch the two of them suffer the next time they got ill or encountered a disaster? Thus, he didn't say a word when his daughter received the 50 taels note earlier. Furthermore, when his daughter suggested to delay settling the debt, he also agreed to the idea without a single hesitation. In the future he will continue to work hard and expand great effort for the family as a whole, but he would never disregard his own branch and be foolishly filial again. "Dahai, quickly bring the child into the room so she can sit on the Kong to get warmed up. It's a cold day, you must be frozen right. How are you, Xiaoxiao? You look pretty wan and listless." Yu Lichun stooped down to pick Xiao Xiao and the blankets combined and quickly entered the house. The warm air from the room hit her immediately, and before she could take a good look at her surroundings, Xiao Xiao had been inserted directly into the blankets covering the Kong. The toasty warmth of the covers was incredibly comfortable, and it made her feel drowsy. What did the doctor say? Yu Xiao Xiao's third uncle, Yu Zhong, asked as he held 2 bowls of piping hot ginger soup. After giving 1 bowl to Yu Hai, he carefully cajoled his niece to drink the ginger soup. The Yu family's ginger soup was only made with fresh ginger that had been simmered for a long time. It tasted primarily of ginger and its distinctive spiciness lingered in the throat. Yu Xiaoxiao grimaced and wanted to avoid the torture of consuming the soup, but her third uncle pried her mouth open and poured it down into her. Although her body had warmed perceptibly, the uncomfortable sensation endlessly tormented her throat and mouth. Yu Hai had gulped down his bowl of ginger soup in one go. After seeing his daughter's uncomfortable expression, he chuckled wickedly and said, "Tongren Medicine Hall's Dr. Sun looked her over and prescribed a few medications. There's nothing seriously wrong with her. He definitely would not say that his child didn't have any health problems." Yu Hai was very familiar with Madame Zhang's character. Money was her life. If she never had to bleed a little bit, then she would never know what true pain was. In the future, if she wanted to treat his daughter poorly, she would need to think about the consequences first. Madame Sun took out a few delicious baked sweet potatoes, peeled off their skins, and put them into Xiao Xiao's hands and said, "Eat these, it'll help change the taste in your mouth. As long as you're fine, that's what matters. This child has endured a lot over the past few years. Thank you, eldest grandaunt." Xiao Xiao had a fondness for baked sweet potatoes, but it was a pity that she had a witch of a grandmother with Madame Zhang at home. She rarely had the opportunity to eat any. The sweet and fragrant taste of the roasted sweet potato momentarily eradicated the wound on her heart which had been caused by the ginger soup. Yu Hai chatted casually with his eldest uncle and cousins. When he saw that his daughter, who had finished her sweet potato, rubbing her eyes in drowsiness, he stood up and said, "Eldest uncle, I will definitely return the money I borrowed from you before the end of the year. I will always remember your kindness to me." Yu Lichun hastily replied, "We're family, no need to say anything about remembering kindness. Don't blame your father, he's always been the type of weak-willed person. Your stepmother, Aish, just don't mention it. Don't make the borrowed money a burden on yourself, my family doesn't need it urgently." Yu Hai helped his daughter put on a thick leather coat. The coat was so large that it almost touched the ground. As if she was in a daze, Xiao Xiao stumbled blindly behind her father on the bumpy road. After making sure things were okay, Yu Zhong lifted the little kid up in preparation to send the father-daughter pair on their way. Yu Hai picked out a plump hare and pheasant out of the pile of game and spoke to his eldest uncle, "Before we went to town, I made a detour to the mountains to set a few traps. Perhaps it was because the snow made it difficult for the animals to find food, but I unexpectedly caught a lot of game. This hare and pheasant should be given to eldest aunt so she can let them freeze properly. Then, there will be some extra dishes for the New Year's celebration feast." Yu Lichun could not accept such a gift and said, "Da Hai, it's not easy for you to go hunting in such freezing weather. When Xiao Xiao finishes her medication, she might need to get more. You should take the game for yourself and go back to town tomorrow to sell them for money. Eldest uncle, if you don't accept them, then it means you're looking down on me, your nephew. Had it not been for you giving me money today, I really don't know what I would have done instead. This is me showing my filial respect for you, please, you really need to accept this." Yu Hai was very resolute in his request. Yu Lichun had long known that this nephew of his had a stubborn personality. If he really continued to refuse the game, the man in front of him might become even more determined out of anxiety. By the time they left eldest uncle's dwelling, it was already dusk. Yu Hai tread on the snow that was frozen solid and went towards the direction of his home. As he walked, his heart gradually became cold and froze over. The doors of the room were all tightly shut, the kitchen stove was ice cold. Hearing the sounds of people, only the door in the west room opened eagerly. His wife and children hurriedly came out. He had truly been stupid in the past in letting his wife endure slights repeatedly. In the end, his wife's health had deteriorated and his daughter almost lost her life. The door to the main room remained as tightly closed as before. The faint sounds of scolding and fighting could be heard from the outside. In the east room, the window was secretly opened up a tiny crack. Inside, a pair of eyes met his line of sight and then abruptly disappeared. The sound of the window closing seemed all the more obvious in the otherwise silent evening. Yu Zhong frowned, placed the drowsily sleeping Xiaoxiao on the Kong bed in the room, and then left to go outside. Her grandmother wasn't related to her by blood, but did that mean her grandfather wasn't as well? Second uncle's decisions in the past couple of years have become more and more muddled. However, this time Yu Zhong had wrongly blamed old Yu. After he finished the evening meal, old Yu got dressed and went outside after seeing that his son and granddaughter hadn't come home yet. He wanted to welcome them back and so wandered around outside. However, the father and daughter pair were in the mountains harvesting the traps, so they missed each other. As Yu Hai was preparing the medication under the eaves, old Yu came in from the outside. As soon as he arrived home, he hurried towards the west room. He went inside and saw the sleeping Xiaoxiao. After asking about her out of concern, he also said, "Did you two eat yet? Go tell your wife to make a bowl of noodles and also cook Xiaoxiao a poached egg." Yu Hai glanced at the main room and shook his head. "We don't have a lot of white flour left in the household, so we should set it aside for the New Year's dumplings. Today I caught a badger. After I finish preparing it, it'll be used to make a bowl of meat stew to drink." Seeing that his son had a plan for the game, old Yu was about to say something without considering the mood. He caught his words before they came out and then instead said, "That's also good. A badger's meat can nourish the body, you should give more to the child to eat." After he finished, he clasped his hands behind his back and slowly walked back to the main room. Old Yu had sensed the slight difference in his son and he sighed inwardly, "Seems like my son's feelings had really been hurt this time." Yu Xiaoxiao had been woken up by the tantalizing smell of meat. A badger's meat was naturally very delicious. When that was added with Madame Lu's culinary skills, the simmered meat stew could bring out anyone's inner foodie. The whole family sat in a circle on the Kong bed and enjoyed the savory and tasty meat stew. Yu Hai looked at the meat in the bowl and was silent for a bit before he said, "I'll go send 2 bowls to the main room." Madame Lu paused in her motion in eating for a short bit before she lowered her head to continue to eat, but didn't say anything. Little Shish too, on the other hand, sneered and complained, "Grandmother didn't want to give any money to treat second sister when she fell ill. Why are you sending her meat stew?" Xiaoxiao chewed on her mouthful of meat before she swallowed it down. She pinched the little fellow's cheek and said, "She's one of the elders at home. She can treat us poorly but we cannot be disrespectful to her." Yu Hai glanced at his daughter and inwardly nodded his head. It was true, being filial was a law greater than heaven. If word came out that the younger generation of their branch ate meat without sending some to their elders, then their reputations would be ruined. Furthermore, the family had a notorious gossip monger, Madame Li. Once she knew something, the whole world would know. Yu Hai came out of the kitchen with the bowls of meat stew in his hand. As he walked, he saw Madame Li at the doorway of the east room, craning her neck towards the kitchen, looking around. Her gluttonous son was behind her complaining, "Meat stew. I want to drink meat stew. Why can the people in the west room secretly eat it and not give us any?" Yu Dashan forcefully pulled the mother and son pair back into the room. Just as he was about to close the door, he looked at Yu Hai and said with a foolish smile on his face, "Da Hai, your nephew has been spoiled by his mother. Please don't mind him. There's more meat stew in the kitchen, if you want some, you can go get some yourself." Yu Hai walked into the main room with bowls in hand. Madame Zhang narrowed her eyes as she looked at him. Her voice was sharp and shrill as she commented, "Oh, this old woman doesn't have the good fortune this year to drink soup and eat meat. If I do, I might shorten my life." Old Yu glared at her and rebutted, "Stop saying so much. I agreed to let them slaughter the badger. Second daughter-in-law and Xiaoxiao both have weak constitutions and should eat something to strengthen their bodies. How can we shorten our lives by eating meat that we have hunted ourselves? If you don't want to eat it, then I'll eat both of our shares." Chapter 49 Thoughts. This chapter is updated by ABHI. Eat, eat, eat. They take medicine and also eat meat. How are we supposed to support all of this? I am so old yet I ration my food and clothing. Who do you think I'm scrimping and saving for? It's one thing to not receive any benefits, but I also get blamed for everything. The heavens, you should just take away this old lady. I'll stop being an eyesore for some people then. Madame Zhang sat on the Kong bed while she slapped her leg and pulled at the fleshy parts of her legs. She howled incessantly yet a single teardrop could not be seen. In the Yu family, this type of act could be seen every few days. Yu Hai was mentally and physically exhausted and did not have the energy to match with her acting anymore. He silently placed the stew bowls down, turned, and left the room. The view of his back seemed especially desolate and down. As soon as he left, Madame Zhang acted as if a switch to her megaphone had been turned off and instantly became silent. She furrowed her brows furiously and her triangular-shaped eyes beadily stared at the door. Her mouth curved down into a frown. She noticed that old Yu had finished one of the bowls of meat stew and was about to grab the other one. The old woman hastily snatched the bowl away and started to eat it in large, heaping gulps while she spoke to old Yu. Dahai's father, why do I have a feeling that second son is a bit off today? Does he want to rebel? Why are you talking about rebellion? If your daughter had fainted from illness and your parents refused to give you money and instead caused trouble, wouldn't you cause the sky to fall with your fiery temper? Other people have tempers too. When second son becomes stubborn, even 3 large oxen can't pull him away from his views. Old Yu wished to continue to wipe his mouth and to savor the taste of the badger's meat. There was clearly someone at home who was a good hunter, yet they hadn't been able to even get the tiniest taste of meat in the past few months due to inner turmoil. How was this still living? How can say that? Whose daughter had fainted from illness? Are you saying my daughter isn't your daughter? How can you curse your own daughter? You need to kneel on the ground and beg for forgiveness. Don't blame us, Buddha, it was just a slip of the tongue. Don't blame us, don't blame us. Madame Zhang piously clasped her hands and started bowing left and right. That night, Madame Zhang tossed and turned on the Kong bed incessantly as if she was a pancake being flipped on the stove. No matter what she did, she couldn't fall asleep for some reason. She punched the loudly snoring old Yu and worriedly chattered, "Old man, do you think second son's brat had to spend a lot of money this time?" They saw a doctor from the Tongren medicine hall and came back with a lot of medication. Old Yu impatiently turned over, his voice muffled as he replied, "I'm not a doctor of Tongren medicine hall, how am I supposed to know whether the medications are expensive?" Stop chatting endlessly, if you don't want to sleep, that doesn't mean other people don't want to sleep. No matter how much money they spent, you don't need to worry as not even a single copper coin will need to come from you. Madame Zhang pushed him once more with all her strength and said, "What do you mean that the money isn't coming from my hands? I just went outside to check and second son caught a lot of animals today. Even when estimating on the low end, the game could be sold for a couple hundred copper coins. If he didn't owe any money, wouldn't all of the proceeds from his sale go to me?" As soon as she saw the pile of game, they had been transformed into a pile of money in her eyes. Madame Zhang's heart was full of uncomfortable feelings, as if she had a tiny kitten running around and scratching things. The frustration within old Yu's heart bubbled over as he sat up on the bed suddenly. A padded coat was draped over his body as he glared at her. Who was the one making the fuss today? If it wasn't for your horrible temper, the child wouldn't have been frightened, and then second son wouldn't need to borrow money from eldest brother. Even though we as grandparents clearly have money in our hands, yet you refuse to take any out for an ill child. What kind of face do I have left now? How am I supposed to go out in the future? So what? Whoever tries to talk behind our back, I'll make sure to confront them in person. How much money is that old face of yours worth anyway? Is it as valuable as third son's future prospects? Madame Zhang pulled a fallacious argument out to counteract him. Third son's future prospects. From my perspective, third son's future prospects will someday be ruined by his mother who's basically a bull in a china shop. Old Yu furiously laid back down on the bed. Madame Zhang acted as if she was a cat whose tail had just been stepped on. She leapt up quickly and forcefully pulled on the quilt that was on old Yu. She slapped and hit the old man as she screamed, "You stupid old fool. After you cursed our daughter, you go on to curse our son. How could third son's future prospects be ruined by me? If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, don't even think about sleeping tonight. Why are you acting so crazy in the middle of the night?" Old Yu didn't quite know what to do with his lunatic wife. He tried to block her blows somewhat fearfully. "Stupid old fool, I've already seen through your true thoughts. You only treasure the son and daughter who were given to you by Zhu Shoyan. Our Xiaobo and Katie are not considered you family descendants in your eyes, right? For the sake of a half-dead chit, you not only cursed our daughter to become ill but also cursed our son's future prospects. In the future, will there be a living road for the 3 of us in this family?" Madame Zhang had reached the end of her rope this time. She howled and screamed as she continued to beat the old man thoroughly. The usually taciturn old Yu was nowhere close to being her opponent. The old man could only wrap the blanket tightly around him and shield his head as he endured her blows. In the room west of the main room, the third daughter-in-law, Madame Zhao, heard the ruckus and frowned sternly. She gently patted her son who was sleeping fitfully and spoke to Yubo who was reading under the light of a lamp. Look, they're arguing again. What's wrong with your mother that she has to throw a fit 2 to 3 times in one day? With them screaming like this, will you really be able to study? In my opinion, I think we should pack our bags and go back home to town tomorrow. We'll come back on the 27th to 28th day of the new year. Aish, just forget about it. The weather is so cold now, and our son is still young. There's no point in making another round trip. Tomorrow I'll tell my mother that she needs to calm down during the New Year festivities. Yubo abandoned his books with frustration and sat next to Madame Zhao. He pulled at her toasty warm and tender white hands in an attempt to pull her into his embrace. Madame Zhao made a token protest and gave him a sidelong glance. She gently pushed him away and said, "Be careful to not let the people next to us hear. They'll scold me again for not being a good example and delaying your studies." Under the lamplight, Madame Zhao was as beautiful as a blooming flower. Her sparkling eyes carried hints of welcome, and Yubo could feel his heart tremble as he lowered his head to meet her luscious, pink lips. His hand went up to grip that soft and plump. Just as they were about to become more passionate, their little fellow next to them coughed and whispered a couple of sentences. The couple instantly separated. Madame Zhao's cheeks were flushed as she glared at her husband. She pulled her son into her arms to help him go to the bathroom when she suddenly remembered the scene from the morning. She lightly sighed and said, "Husband, I'm not trying to criticize your parents' decisions. However, your mother was definitely in the wrong in the situation that happened today. A human's life is beyond value. As a grandmother, how could she be so callous to watch her granddaughter fall ill and refuse to give money to have her get medical treatment? That's a child's life at stake. You can't blame my mother. When Xiaoxiao was born, the doctor said that her lifespan would not be too long. A lot of money has been spent on her health expenses over the past few years. My mother is doing this for my sake, for my future." Due to his mother, Yubo did not have a lot of sentiment regarding his young niece. Madame Zhao's eyes flickered as she replied, "Husband, you definitely cannot say this where it can be heard by outsiders in the future. Just think, if word came out that for the sake of your future we neglected the life of your niece, what do you think will happen? Even if you pass the county-level examinations, you won't have anywhere to go. The reputation of a scholar official is the most important thing and you should be afraid of any stains. What should we do then? There's a proverb that says, good news never goes far, but bad news travels 1,000 miles. I'm afraid that the news about second brother going to eldest uncle to borrow money has already spread throughout the whole village." Yubo trusted his wife a lot, as she was the daughter of a scholar who had passed the county examinations. After hearing her warning, his body immediately became covered in cold sweat from head to toe. He couldn't help but rub his hands incessantly as he didn't know what to do. "Don't worry, let me think." Madame Zhao lowered her head to ponder the situation for a bit. She looked at her husband and then said, "Tomorrow, you should give some money to second brother and have him use it to pay back his debt to eldest uncle. Never mind, I should go instead. Go sleep, tomorrow your wife will definitely smooth everything over for you." Yubo glanced at his beloved son and, seeing that he was sleeping peacefully, quickly hugged his wife's delicate body and kissed her fiercely on the neck and said, "My good wife, you are truly a virtuous wife. Being able to marry you is the culmination of the blessings from 3 lifetimes." The next day, it was a rare nice day in the middle of winter. The winter sun shined brightly, its rays giving off as much warmth as it was possible. When Yu Hai left to check over the traps they set yesterday and to bring the game they caught to town, Yu Xiaoxiao could only lay on the bed, pretending to be an invalid. Acting as a sick person took effort, so she kind of regretted her decision to do so. She repeatedly reminded Xiaolian to keep the money from selling game in her hands and to make sure to not let the main houses and the east room's inhabitants find out how much money they had, etc. Madame Lu was decocting the medication in front of the door and when she was done, she transferred the medication to let it cool before she drank it. Yesterday, her husband and daughter took the initiative to also buy about 2 taels worth of medication for her. It really made her heart ache. However, the medication had already been bought. Even if she didn't take it, the money wouldn't come back. She had to use her daughter as an excuse to prepare the medication, but she needed to drink it herself on the sly. This type of life, how much longer did they have to endure? After Madame Lu finished drinking the medication, she took the pile of dirty clothing to the pond at the foot of the mountain where she had to break the ice in order to wash the laundry. Little Shish-2 hugged the little roe deer as he sat on the Kong and chatted with his second sister. At this time, youngest Aunt Katie looked around for a bit before she quietly slipped into the west room. In her hands was a bowl of piping hot sugar water with a poached egg floating in it. Seeing that her young niece was listlessly sitting on the Kong, author's note, she was actually bored to death. She softly said, "Xiao Sao, your aunt has made some sugar syrup with egg. Quickly eat it while it's still hot." Xiao Sao glanced at the contents of the bowl. She knew that whenever her youngest aunt was about to have her period, grandmother would have her drink some sugar water with egg once starting 3 days prior. It was said to enrich the blood and nourish the body, and was supposed to be very good for a woman's health. To her biological children, Madame Zhang was considered a pretty good mother. Youngest aunt, if grandmother found out that second sister ate your nourishing egg and syrup, she'll hit second sister. Little Shish-2 grimaced and spoke like a young adult. Katie pinched his plump cheeks and stuffed the bowl with the sugar water and egg into Xiao Sao's hands and said, "Don't worry. My mother went to town to help me buy some needles and thread. Quickly eat it, once it's cold it won't taste good anymore." Xiao Sao hesitated for a moment and then slowly drank the sugar water under her youngest aunt's earnest gaze. A slight smile had finally appeared on Katie's face. She lightly sighed and said, "Xiao Sao, yesterday your grandmother was in the midst of a temper tantrum. You know your grandmother's personality. The more other people urge, the angrier she gets. Do you blame me for not speaking up for you?" "I won't, youngest aunt. Thank you for the sweet soup, it's really sweet." Xiao Sao couldn't really say whether she liked or disliked her youngest aunt, who had a weak and pliable personality and was almost invisible in this family. Regardless, she didn't plan on having too much involvement with her. At any rate, she only planned on repaying the people who treated her well in the future. Chapter 50 Gifting Money. This chapter is updated by ABHI. Katie ruffled Xiao Sao's hair and her smile deepened a bit. "As long as you don't blame me, it's fine. Rest now, tomorrow I will send you more of the sugar water with egg again." Youngest aunt had a soft personality like flour. In a glance one could tell that it would be easy to grasp her in the palm of one's hand. It was hard to say whether she would be bullied in the future by her in-laws. Madame Zhang had such shrewish and fiery personality. How did she end up raising a daughter as weak and sweet as her? Xiao Sao thought. Did they take home the wrong infant? In this time period, all births were delivered at home with the help of a midwife. There was no way for someone to take home the wrong child, okay. Out of boredom, Xiao Sao teased the little roe deer, Tiny. This little roe deer was quite odd. They had already raised it for a few months and fed it consistently. In fact, from time to time, it was even given some mystic stone water to nourish it. But how come it hadn't grown in height at all? It was still small and seemed very adorable. Its continued diminutive size made certain people, who wanted to kill it once it got big to eat meat, feel quite disappointed. However, as a pet, this miniature-sized roe deer was truly so cute that one could burst. In addition, the little creature loved cleanliness and was full of intelligence. It never relieved itself inside the room and didn't have the characteristic gamey smell of a roe deer. In fact, it smelled faintly of grass. Little Shish-2 loved to hug the animal and would take it everywhere he went. The village children were green with envy. Woozy, who was on the best terms with little Shish-2, did his very best to convince Shish-2 to lend him the little roe deer to play with for a couple of days. However, Tiny absolutely refused to follow. Even when the animal was forcibly carried back to Woozy's home, the creature always managed to break out of prison and run back home. One time, when the door at home was shut tightly, the little creature stood in the snow foolishly and froze for an entire night. The next morning, it had almost become an ice sculpture from the cold, and little Shish-2 felt very bad. From then on, Tiny was never lent out to other people again. At this moment, the little roe deer was tractably lying next to Xiao Sao and didn't have any ill will towards the hand that was messing its hair up. On the contrary, from time to time it would extend its warm and moist tongue and lick Xiao Sao's hand. In her previous life, she had raised a small dog who liked to lick people more than this creature, so Xiao Sao didn't feel much about it. However, the little divine stone on her wrist had other thoughts. "Hey, can you push away that fellow? The rock is my body, so how can I suffer having such a lowly beast sullying it?" Xiao Sao ignored the stone and deliberately placed the wrist that had the multicolored on it closer to the little roe deer's mouth. The multicolored stone inadvertently emitted a small bit of spiritual energy, which made the sensitive and clever roe deer beyond pleased. Its licks increased perceptibly. Go away now." The little divine stone erupted in fury and its golden kitten spiritual form flew out towards the little roe deer's head. It scratched incessantly at the deer, but it didn't have enough energy to materialize into a physical form. With its revenge thwarted, the kitten hissed and expanded until it looked like a hedgehog. Little glutinous dumpling, ah, little glutinous dumpling. How come you haven't learned how to be obedient yet? Your fate is grasped in my hands as I'm your master. Therefore, you need to be more respectful to me and more polite. Do you understand? Yu Xiaoxiao was bored silly, so she deliberately teased the arrogant little divine stone. You're not allowed to call me by, little glutinous dumpling. This name is not impressive at all. Please call me, Lord Divine Stone, Yoch. Make it quickly leave, I'm all covered in saliva and it's disgusting. The little divine stone was like a tiger out of its native territory. There was nothing it could do against the nasty human and the weak creature in front of it. In the past, it could have settled the two of them without even moving a single finger. Okay, master, my dear master. I concede, please push it away and help me take a bath. As the goddess Nua's divine stone that loved cleanliness the most, the little glutinous dumpling finally admitted defeat to its vile master. The little divine stone bit on a small handkerchief. Goddess Nua, did you know that your most favorite stone is being tormented in some nameless corner of the world? Please save me quickly. Although the little divine stone didn't want to admit it, but Goddess Nua had also given it a name that was very similar to the one that its current master's little brother had given it. This is also why when Xiaoxiao previously asked its name, it refused to tell her. As a grand and magnificent heavenly divine stone, having a name that was given by weak human with mucus dripping out of his nose made the stone feel very ashamed. Author's note. Little Shishtu's protest. When I was very young, I didn't have a runny nose, okay. By the time Yu Xiaoxiao had almost fallen asleep from boredom, the door to the west room was pushed open again. A chubby and pudgy figure, who looked almost exactly like Ball, snuck through the crack in the door. Behind him was a little servant girl who was repeatedly saying, "Little master, be careful of the doorsill. Don't fall down. Tiny, Tiny, Dudu wants to play with Tiny." The little child Dudu saw the little roe deer on the Kong bed and rushed over to climb onto it. However, his little legs were too weak. His hands pushed on the bed as he tried to climb up, but still failed after a good amount of time. Xiaoxiao chuckled wickedly at the scene and had no intention to help the little boy. Little Dudu's eyes held back tears as he looked at her accusedly. At the corner of her eye, Yu Xiaoxiao could see a graceful figure walking into the room. She hurriedly coughed a couple of times and pretended to be weak and powerless. She quietly said, "Dudu, your older sister is sick right now. You shouldn't climb up here and inhale the air from my illness. If you like, you can bring Tiny back to your room to play." Before little Dudu could agree, he was interrupted by his mother's cough. "It's not a big deal. Let Dudu sit with Shishtu at the head of the Kong bed and play. I, your aunt, would like to have a talk with you." The servant girl bent down to lift the little master onto the Kong bed. Under Madame Zhao's hint, she left the west room and even closed the door in passing. "Xiaoxiao, your grandmother was in the midst of a temper tantrum yesterday. As her daughter-in-law, I can't willfully disobey her wishes, right?" Madame Zhao sat on the side of the Kong bed and pulled at Xiaoxiao's hand. She seemed to be full of sincerity. Xiaoxiao sneered on the inside. "Who doesn't know that the person the old hag fears the most is you, Madame Zhao? The old lady would think even your farts smelled good. Yesterday, had there been the slightest movement in the east room, Madame Zhang would have dialed back a ton. Younger aunt, ah, younger aunt, you're trying to trick a little child." Author's note. You're a little kid right now. The blank expression on Xiaoxiao's eyes. Author's note. Actually, it was just her being lost in her thoughts while roasting her aunt. Made Madame Zhao feel a bit powerless. She didn't try to skirt around the issue anymore and directly said, "Xiaoxiao, your younger uncle and I are in town, so we need to rent a house, pay for his tutor, and buy your uncle brushes and ink. We also need to spend money on food and drink. After trying to scrimp and save, your younger uncle and I were only able to save just 1 to 2 taels. How much money did your father borrow from eldest uncle? Take this first and repay some now." Xiaoxiao quietly coughed a few times in order to show that she was very weak. She looked down at the silver bits in Madame Zhao's hand and couldn't help but sneer on the inside. She really thinks other people are fools, Every month, Madame Zhang would send more than enough money to cover her son and daughter-in-law's living expenses. From Madame Li's sour comments, I know that the amount of money she's given her youngest son in a month is more than equal to the amount of money our whole family spends in half a year. In a short 3 years, the couple not only didn't have to worry about their food and living expenses, but also bought a little servant girl to help them. With the rest of the money, they also bought a little stall in a somewhat desolate street in town to conduct a small grocery business. On the outside they claimed that the shop stall was the dowry from the Zhao family. However, as a dowry, how come it wasn't given to them when they got engaged and was only sent 3 years later? Such a story could only fool a simpleton. However, in front of younger aunts, Goodwill, Xiaoxiao would not expose her lies and instead tactfully refused the offer. Younger aunt, Dudu is still little and younger uncle needs to continue his schooling. You guys have a lot of expenses ahead. Xiaoxiao thanks younger aunt for your good intentions, however, you should keep these silver bits and bring them back home. Older sister, the money is for you to visit a doctor. Little Dudu crawled over from the head of the Kong bed and attempted to grab the silver bits from his mother and put them in Xiaoxiao's hand. With great effort, he managed to stand up and press his forehead against hers. Whenever the little fellow became sick, his mother would also treat him the same way. The concern of a child was never cheap or discounted. Xiaoxiao felt her heart soften and she pinched the little guy's chubby cheeks and said gently, "Our Dudu is really sweet. Older sister will get better soon. When the snows melt from the mountain, I'll go there to catch some small fish and simmer Dudu's favorite fish stew." Okay. Little Dudu clapped his hands and jumped while squealing in delight on the Kong bed. On accident, he tripped on the quilt and fell headfirst into the soft blankets. He puffed and struggled for a long time but wasn't able to pull himself up. It was only with little Shishtu's help that the little fellow finally got rescued. Older sister, get better soon. You need to catch fishies and simmer stew for Dudu to eat. Little Dudu didn't care that his butt was still tender from falling and instead sweetly came over and laid on Xiaoxiao's quilt. He fixed his damp and shiny dark eyes on Xiaoxiao. The expression on his face looked exactly like the little roe deer's hungry expression whenever it wanted to drink more mystic stone water. Okay. I'll simmer fish stew for Dudu to eat. After getting Xiaoxiao's promise, little Dudu grinned happily and his attention was once again taken away by the lively roe deer that was running around on the Kong bed. The fat little boy went on all fours and chased after the little roe deer in a rollicking chase. Xiaoxiao handed back the silver bits that were stuffed in her hand by the little fellow and said, "Younger aunt, although we did borrow a lot of money this time, I overheard father saying that because of the snowstorm, the town is really lacking game, so we can sell them for a good price. On the flip side, if there wasn't a lot of snow, then father could just go up to the mountains more times and would still be able to almost return the money before the end of the year. If this one tael was given to eldest granduncle, it wouldn't be close to enough to return the money we owe. It's probably better to sell some game and save it until we can return all of the money at once." What kind of medication was prescribed that cost more than a couple taels? When Madame Zhao found out that a couple taels of money would not be able to pay back the debt, she couldn't help but feel a little bit suspicious. Xiaoxiao lightly sighed and said, "Dr. Sun said that my innate constitution was really too weak. It should have been carefully nourished but the food I got wasn't enough to keep up. So he needed to add some strengthening tonics and so forth to the medication, which is why it's more expensive. He also said that after I finish the medication, my father needs to bring me back to town for another visit. If my body is still weak and not properly nourished, then I might need to continue to take medication." As she spoke, she furrowed her brows and scowled, as if she hated to take medication but was stuck without a choice. After finishing this medication, she might need to take more. No wonder her mother-in-law said that this girl was a medicine-guzzling fiend. Madame Zhao took back the money in her hand without hesitation and said, "Xiaoxiao, don't worry about the money. It's most important to take care of your body. When I get back, I'll negotiate with your younger uncle and see if we can raise some money, okay? Dudu, let's go back now, don't disturb your older sister's rest." No, Dudu wants to play with Tiny. Because of the snowstorm, Dudu had been stuck inside and seldom went out, so naturally he didn't want to go back to their room again. Madame Zhao tried to convince the little fellow to leave but saw that he was almost in tears. Against her will, she